Jiang Beige opened her eyes. The ceiling above her was white, the light in the rented room was still on, and the phone screen glowed with the time. 2:43 a.m. She stared at the time for a few seconds, then suddenly sat bolt upright on the bed. Something was wrong. This room was wrong, this bed was wrong, even the view outside the window was wrong. There was no endless expanse of deep blue ocean and no gigantic dark shadow gliding past the glass. Jiang Beige lowered her head to look at her own hands. Her palms were clean and intact. No frostbite, no splits, none of the marks left by long immersion in seawater. She drew in a slow breath. The air carried the distinctive musty smell of a cheap rental, utterly different from the sea. She froze for a few seconds, then suddenly pinched herself hard. Pain. Real pain. Jiang Beige sat on the edge of the bed, clutching her head, and only after a long while managed to squeeze out a sentence. I've been reborn. She grabbed her phone. The date on the screen clearly read June 14th, 2024. There were less than 6 hours left before the game descended. What is this supposed to mean? I finally managed to upgrade my shelter, and now I get thrown into a rebirth. The more Jiang Beige thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. 3 years. A full 3 years. She had finally endured her way to a turning point, only to be sent back to the moment before everything began. Memories from her previous life surged up like the tide. Seawater poured down from the sky, cities vanished within mere hours, and everyone was swept into that boundless, shoreless ocean. Immediately afterward, a selection interface appeared before every player's eyes, each person given only 30 seconds. Countless phantom silhouettes of marine creatures spun in front of their gaze. Her mind had gone completely blank at the time. Her hand trembled, and she accidentally tapped on sardine. At the memory, the vein on Jiang Beige's forehead almost throbbed visibly. She had studied it countless times afterward. If given another chance to choose, she could list dozens of options far better than sardine. Yet during that first encounter with the system, her luck managed to precisely avoid every correct answer. The sardine shelter's initial area was 10 square meters. Shelter in name, but in reality it was just a tiny compartment. Once a bed was placed inside, there was barely enough space left to turn around. Its storage capacity was pathetically small. Many things others could stash away at a whim, she had to calculate down to the last inch. Worst of all was the speed. The system mandated a daily movement of 100 nautical miles. Others could complete it in 6 or 7 hours, but she had to swim for nearly 20. In the scraps of time left, she had to open treasure chests, repair the shelter, and snatch some sleep. Never enough for everything. Every day, she woke up to travel, fell asleep, still on the move. Even in her dreams, she was rushing forward. At times, Jiang Beige suspected she was not a player at all, but a donkey tethered by the system to pull its millstone. Yet she had survived. She had survived a full 3 years. Thinking of that, her mood brightened considerably. What did that prove? It proved she was formidable. Though her opening script had been a complete disaster, she had still clung on and scraped her way to the later stages. This time she knew the course of the future in advance. How could she not soar? The more Jiang Beige thought about it, the more delighted she became. She remembered how she had survived the novice period, endured the current disasters, weathered beast tides, and lived through countless sea monster assaults. Just when her shelter had finally upgraded successfully, when life had at last begun to show a glimmer of hope, she was slapped with a restart. It's infuriating, she muttered. Jiang Beige gnashed her teeth. She rose and walked into the bathroom, gazing at herself in the mirror. The young face looking back made her feel slightly dazed. 23 years old, dark circles from sleepless nights still hanging under her eyes, yet far more vivid than in her memories. There had been no mirrors on the sea. After 3 years adrift, she had nearly forgotten what she looked like. Cold water splashed across her face, and her mind gradually cleared. Those memories that time had blurred now stood out with startling clarity. She knew when the game would descend, and when the novice protection period would end. She knew that the first current disaster would claim countless lives, and she knew which resources seemed insignificant at first, yet were uniquely valuable. Previously, she had known nothing forced to feel her way forward, like crossing a river by groping for stones. This time she stood even before the starting line. At the thought, Jiang Beige suddenly burst out laughing. Those large shelters that had once made her eyes burn with envy, those names that hung high atop the rankings, those powerhouses she had once only been able to look up to on forums. Now they had all been dragged back to stand at the same starting point as her. Everyone was level 0, everyone had yet to enter the game, while she already knew the future. The sensation was so exhilarating it made her scalp tingle. After a few seconds of joy, Jiang Beige remembered the spacious house she had painstakingly accumulated. Her smile vanished at once. She felt like an unlucky soul who had just bought a house only to run into the end of the world. Forget it, she muttered. At least I'm still alive. She tried to console herself, yet the more she thought, the more cheated she felt. In the end, she simply abandoned the train of thought, did a quick wash and tidy, and headed out. The streets after 3 in the morning were quiet, and still, though the convenience store lights remained on. Jiang Beige went and bought some food and sat by the window to eat slowly. In those years before, she had spent most of her time gnawing on compressed biscuits and canned food. As the steaming food entered her mouth, now her stomach almost felt dazed. The excitement of rebirth gradually cooled, replaced by a pressing sense of urgency. She knew the future, but knowing the future did not equate to invincibility. What had truly kept her alive had never been luck. Watching the sky outside the window slowly grow lighter, she was seized by a strange sense of unreality. Someone rode an electric scooter along the roadside. A breakfast shop started preparing to open, and an elderly man strolled his dog at an unhurried pace. Everything was no different from any other day. But Jiang Beige knew. In just a few hours this world would be utterly transformed. Seawater would swallow the cities. The game would descend upon reality. Countless people would in panic make choices that altered their fate. She, however, was already prepared. Where to? The driver asked. The dock. Which dock? The nearest one will do. As the car started, she leaned against the window and watched the city slowly wake. Streetlights went out, dog walkers, electric scooter riders, and people lining up for breakfast all busied themselves with their routines. None of them knew that seawater would soon devour everything. But Jiang Beige knew. She knew how to survive. This time she would no longer stand at the bottom, gazing up. When the sky split open, Jiang Beige was standing at the edge of the pier. Without any warning, a pitch-black fissure appeared at the very center of the firmament, then spread outward in all directions like shattered glass. Beyond the crack there were neither clouds nor stars, only boundless, ink-dark seawater. By the time the very first drop of that sea fell, the entire pier had already descended into chaos. Some people screamed, some frantically dialed their phones, others held up their devices to record. Jiang Beige remained where he was, calmly watching the ever-expanding fissure overhead. The seawater would drown the city. The world would be dragged into a game. Everyone would face the first choice that could alter their fate. In the next instant, the fissure shattered completely. Seawater poured down from the heavens, as though the entire ocean had been overturned. The pier, fishing boats, cranes, and warehouses were as fragile as paper before the colossal waves swallowed in the blink of an eye. The ground vanished beneath Jiang Beige's feet, and his body plunged along with the surging tide. Icy, bone-piercing seawater wrapped around him, and in his ears there was nothing but a deafening roar. At that moment, a voice resonated directly within the depths of his consciousness. Ocean survival game initializing. Loading player data. Load complete. Welcome to the new world. In an instant, everything around him fell silent. When Jiang Beige opened his eyes again, he was already standing within a space of pure, immaculate white. There was no seawater here, no sky, no land. At the center of the boundless whiteness hung a colossal ring suspended in midair. Countless phantasmal silhouettes of marine creatures drifted around the ring in a slow orbit, from the tiniest krill to the mightiest whales, all present in abundance. Above the ring, a line of crimson digits flickered and changed without pause. 30 seconds. The time to choose a shelter is only 30 seconds. Previously, Jiang Beige was flustered here. Faced with countless ocean creatures, she had no time to think and could only make random selections based on her instincts. As a result, her hand trembled and she selected the sardine. Thus began a grueling 3 years. This time she did not hesitate at all. Her gaze quickly swept over the ring. Krill, seahorse, clownfish, sardine. The innermost layer was completely eliminated by her. Their size was too small, and the survival difficulty in the early stages was too high. She was well aware that survival in the ocean was never a fair game. Although the choice of shelter was not everything, it was enough to influence the entire rhythm of early development. The numbers continued to dwindle. Jiang Beige's gaze had already fallen upon the outermost ring. Blue whales, sperm whales, humpback whales. These are all the largest sanctuaries. The space is astonishingly vast. But she knows that these are also traps. The larger the size, the higher the energy consumption, and the resources obtained simply cannot support such a colossal entity. In her past life, many blue whale players started with great fanfare, residing in sanctuaries of over 100 square meters, attracting countless envious gazes. Yet just as their novice period ended, they were crushed under the weight of inadequate resources. Large does not mean suitable. What she needs is balance, a space large enough, a speed fast enough, while still being able to bear the consumption. This is the most suitable choice for long-term development. The number jumped to 15. Jiang Beige finally saw her target. A black and white phantom was slowly moving along the edge of the ring, its towering dorsal fin extremely eye-catching. Orca, the top predator of the ocean. With a massive size, extremely high mobility, and remarkable growth potential. One of the most envied sanctuaries. While many ordinary players are still desperately rushing to complete the task of moving 100 nautical miles each day, Orca players have already begun exploring opening chests and farming resources. From the very beginning, both sides are not on the same rhythm. More importantly, Jiang Beige knows that Orcas have another hidden advantage. When mental strength reaches a certain level, the sanctuary can awaken independent consciousness. and the growth potential of awakened orcas is top-notch, capable of coordinating in combat, and are among the most intelligent animals in the ocean. This is something she could only envy in forum posts before. The countdown has entered its final phase. Jiang Beige extended his hand, his gaze fixed upon the black and white ethereal shadow. The fingertip descended. The ring abruptly halted. All phantoms vanished at once. A semi-transparent panel appeared before him. Choice confirmation: Orca. Size super large. Initial shelter: Area 50. Features high mobility, high endurance, synergy enhancement. Do you confirm? Jiang Beige looked at the line of text almost without thought. He directly pressed confirm. The next moment, a brilliant white light engulfed the entire space. A deep, prolonged whale song emanated from afar. It seemed to come from the depths of the ocean. When the light dissipated, Jiang Beige had already appeared in a new space. It was empty here. No furniture, no facilities, and no resources whatsoever. But the area was a full 50 square meters. Jiang Beige stood still, glancing around, and suddenly smiled. The sardine shelter she had lived in for 3 years only had a total area of 10 square meters. Turning around was a struggle, but now she had a 50 square meter space right at the start. The feeling of starting over was indeed wonderful. The walls were semi-transparent, allowing her to see the flowing seawater outside. In the distance, other shelters were continuously descending. There were sharks, dolphins, and massive blue whales. All players were entering this brand new world. However, Jiang Beige did not rush to study the shelter. Her mind was already beginning to sort out the important events in the coming days. Newbie protection period. Ocean current disaster. The first batch of treasure chests respawning. And the most critical resource accumulation phase. Each piece of information was worth its weight in gold. Thinking of this, Jiang Beige walked to the wall and placed her palm against it. A control interface slowly emerged. Direction, speed, depth. She directly opened the depth option, as that ocean current disaster had claimed many lives. She remembered very clearly. When the disaster struck, the shallow sea area was almost completely obliterated, with only a few deep water and special zones surviving. She never gambled on luck. Since she knew the answer, she would prepare in advance. Jiang Beige directly raised the depth parameter, and the shelter gently trembled. Then it began to slowly descend, the seawater outside becoming deeper, the light blue gradually transforming into dark blue. In the distance, those shelters that had just entered the game slowly disappeared from view. Jiang Beige quietly watched this scene. Previously, she had felt lost, fearful, and helpless here. But now she already knew what she should do. The ocean survival began anew, and this time she would no longer be that struggling sardine. She would stand taller, go farther, and reclaim everything she had missed in her past life. When the shelter ceased its descent, Jiang Beige glanced at the depth. 280 meters. This was the limit depth that a level 1 orca shelter could reach. Surrounding light was scarce, with only a few faint glimmers flickering distantly, like stars floating in the sea. She withdrew her gaze and looked at the control interface on the wall. The previously simple control panel had changed, with several rows of new icons appearing in sequence. Shelter player information, leaderboard, forum, trade. Just as Jiang Beige was about to study them, the system's notification sound rang out. A familiar mechanical voice echoed within the shelter as the basic rules began to be announced. She stood by with her arms crossed, quietly listening. When she first entered the game, she was so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe, fearing she might miss a single word. Later, she discovered that most players were actually the same. The system spoke for 10 minutes while the forum could discuss for 3 days. The system explained clearly, yet players listened in confusion. As expected, just as the system began discussing daily movement tasks, the forum icon started flashing wildly. Clearly, a large number of players were posting. Jiang Beige did not rush to click. She first finished listening to the rules. Move 100 nautical miles daily. Treasure chests to acquire resources. Shelter upgrades. Leaderboard rewards. Forum trading opens. The content had not changed at all, and after listening she felt more relaxed. Since the rules hadn't changed, her greatest advantage still remained. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. For the same 100 nautical miles, the Orca could complete it in just over 3 hours, while the sardine would need nearly 20 hours. A gap that hard work couldn't bridge. It was purely a matter of starting options. When she first learned this data, she almost broke down on the spot. Others could explore open chests, fish, and chat after completing their daily tasks. Every day she opened her eyes and was on the road, continuing until night. There was one time when she was so tired that she couldn't hold on any longer, slept for 2 hours, and woke up to find she was still a dozen nautical miles short of her goal. She gritted her teeth and continued swimming. The next day she opened a treasure chest with dark circles under her eyes, only to find 2 pieces of wood and a rope. Now looking back, it felt quite heart-wrenching. After the system's announcement ended, the leaderboard, forum, and trading interface lit up simultaneously. Jiang Beige directly clicked into the forum, and in the next second countless posts came flooding in, as if the entire forum had erupted. Is anyone there? Help! What the hell is this place? Can someone tell me what happened? I was just in the bathroom. Sister, don't say it. I was halfway through my shower when I got pulled in. Did you at least put on clothes? Thanks, I'm even more desperate now. Jiang Beige scrolled through the posts. She was too familiar with this kind of situation. Every time new features were launched, the forum was always the liveliest place. Some sought help, some went crazy, some rambled nonsensically, while others seriously analyzed the situation. Soon a post was pushed to the front. Let's tally what species everyone chose. The replies below had already exceeded several hundred. Dolphin, shark, sea turtle, octopus, jellyfish, seahorse. Why is there a seahorse? Because my hands are faster than my brain. Thanks, suddenly feeling balanced. Jiang Beige continued scrolling. Data enthusiast. I tested it briefly and my dolphin speed is about 30 knots. Does anyone else have data to share? Soon someone replied below. Liver Emperor here, shark 28 knots. Passing penguin, penguin 12. Sea turtle slowly crawls, sea turtle 8 knots. A few seconds later a new reply popped up. Salty fish, this fish, sardine 5 knots, can I just wait to die? The entire post fell silent for a few seconds, and then replies surged quickly. Data enthusiast. Take care. Sea turtle slowly crawls, sister safe travels. Passing penguin, suddenly I feel I can accept this. Salty fish, this fish, what do you mean? Salty fish, this fish, come back. Salty fish, this fish, don't go. Salty fish, this fish, talk. Jiang Beige stared at the screen for a few seconds, inexplicably feeling a bit sympathetic. 5 knots. She was all too familiar with this number. In her past life, she was also the subject of sympathy on the forum. There were even posts specifically discussing what to do if you get a sardine. The most upvoted reply was just 2 words. Restart. Thinking of her past self, she was very clear that the person called Salty Fish, this fish, would likely not survive for long. In the early stages, the resource gap was not obvious, but once the novice protection period ended, slower shelters would face increasing difficulties, with many unable to survive until the first disaster. At that moment, a new post caught her attention again. Emperor of Luck, ha. Family, I struck it rich. Attached below was a screenshot. Acquired canned meat 5, acquired freshwater 1, acquired bread 3. The post had just been posted for less than a minute and the replies had already surpassed 100. Report. Suggest banning the account. Get out system's favorite. Why did I get wood? Do you know how envious I was when I chewed on wood? Emperor of Luck, envious, right? Emperor of Luck, he. Emperor of Luck. I also have a bottle of fresh water. The comment section was immediately filled with curses. Jiang Beige shook her head. Such people had also appeared in her past life. They were indeed lucky, frequently flaunting their fortunes on the forum, and those who survived to the later stages often had good luck. The forum continued to refresh rapidly. Some showcased their supplies, others asked questions, some studied speeds, while others diligently compiled data on various shelters. Jiang Beige watched for a while before closing the page. This information held little value for her at the moment, at least not for her, who had been reborn. While others were still exploring the rules, she already knew the general direction of the future. While others were excited about a bottle of fresh water, she had begun to consider how to climb the leaderboard. Jiang Beige reopened the shelter interface, and an empty 50 square meter space came into view. The forum could be viewed slowly. There was no rush to chat. The first hour of the game truly represented the golden time, because many players were still dazed and many players were still panicking. Many players hadn't even figured out the shelter. While she was already preparing to set off, she needed to firmly seize her lead. Jiang Beige closed the forum. The information on the forum was not very valuable at present. Most players had just entered the game and hadn't grasped the rules. Their posts were either desperate pleas for help or frantic rants. Truly useful information would only begin to emerge after a few days. She clicked on the player information. A semi-transparent panel popped up. Nickname, not set. Real name, Jiang Beige, visible only to herself. Region 3872.0. Ranking not listed. Shelter, Orca. Jiang Beige's gaze lingered on the nickname section. Last time she named herself Deep Sea Fish, which she felt was quite fitting at the time. Looking back now, it was as if she had written her future in that name. Little fish. The smallest kind. Swimming desperately every day, scavenging for garbage, struggling to survive. Ultimately, she became a classic case in the eyes of the veteran players on the forum. On the impact of a wrong start on life. Thinking of this, Jiang Beige couldn't help but smile. If given another chance, she certainly wouldn't choose such a name again. She pondered for a moment and typed 3 characters in the nickname field. Tethys. Confirm. In the next second, a system prompt appeared. Nickname set successfully. Welcome to the ocean survival game, Tethys. Jiang Beige looked at the name with satisfaction and nodded. This is more like it. In an ocean game, of course, one should have a name related to the sea. The name of the ancient ocean god sounds much more imposing than Deep Sea Fish. She casually opened the leaderboard. The rankings had just been released, and the scores were generally low. The first place had 8 points. The second place had 7 points. The following players were similar. Jiang Beige glanced at it and closed it. Such points meant nothing. To truly widen the gap, one had to wait a few days. In the early stages, luck is crucial. In the mid-stage, resources matter. In the later stages, strength is key. Her greatest advantage was having chosen a new shelter, which was enough. Jiang Beige reopened the control interface. The system voice immediately sounded, detecting that the player has not completed today's movement task. Remaining distance 100 nautical miles. It is recommended to set off as soon as possible. She directly pushed the control interface. The Orca shelter moved forward slowly. A slight vibration, transmitted from below the familiar sensation, made Jiang Beige feel a bit dazed. When she first controlled the shelter, she was so nervous that her palms were sweaty. After controlling it for 3 whole years, she now knew how to adjust the direction even with her eyes closed. Taking control again now felt almost like coming home. The shelter moved steadily forward. After a dozen minutes, a bronze glow appeared ahead. A treasure chest. Jiang Beige's eyes brightened. Here it comes. She quickly adjusted the direction. The Orca shelter traced a small arc as it approached the treasure chest. As the distance shortened, the outline of the chest became clearer. Bronze treasure chest. A good start. The recycling device activated and the chest smoothly entered the shelter. Jiang Beige rubbed her hands together. Although she knew that early bronze chest rewards were generally modest, the excitement of opening a chest never faded. The chest lid opened. With 3 rope, 2 fresh water, 1 bread, 2 the items weren't plentiful, but for the first day of the game it was quite good. Especially the fresh water. This was what many players lacked the most in the early stages. Jiang Beige stored the supplies and continued to move forward. 20 minutes later, the second chest appeared. A black iron chest. With 2 waterproof tape, 1 energy bar, 1 Jiang Beige opened the energy bar and took a bite. It was overly sweet, but better than compressed biscuits. She casually stuffed the remaining half into her pocket and continued on her way. In the next hour, treasure chests began to appear one after another. The advantages of the Orca gradually became evident. Its speed was fast, and the waves it created were more pronounced, causing many chests that had originally veered off course to slowly drift closer. In her past life, when using the sardine, encounters with chests were all about luck. Only when luck was on her side could she pick them up, if not she could only watch them float away helplessly. Now, however, it was as if they were being delivered right to her door. In just over an hour she had already collected 6 chests. Supplies piled in the corner, the wood was increasing, the tape was increasing, and food and fresh water were beginning to accumulate. This feeling made Jiang Beige very happy. On the first day of her past life, she had exhausted herself just to complete the movement task. Now just over an hour had passed, and her task progress was already nearing half. Sometimes the gap between people is really vast. No, the gap between fish is truly enormous. Time flowed slowly by with the 7th chest, the 8th chest, and the 9th chest. Jiang Beige had already begun to open the chests while counting her materials. Current haul: wood 24 rope, 8 waterproof tape, 6 fresh water, 4 bread, 5 energy bar, 3 in addition, there were some scattered small supplies. Although she was still quite far from leveling up, having this haul on the first day was already very good. Just then another black iron chest appeared ahead, and Jiang Beige skillfully recycled it. The chest lid opened, revealing the usual supplies inside. Just as she was about to store them, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations to player Tethys for successfully recycling the 10th treasure chest. Achievement unlocked: Scavenger. Reward obtained: attribute point 1. Jiang Beige was momentarily stunned, then immediately burst into laughter. Scavenger. In her previous life, she would have thought this achievement name was not very pleasant. Looking at it now, however, it was particularly pleasing to the eye, especially for ocean survival players. Picking up garbage is truly the path to wealth. She opened the achievement interface, and a gray small badge quietly hovered there with a description below. Scavenger obtained by recycling a total of 10 treasure chests. Next stage achievement: treasure chest hunter, 5,000 chests. Jiang Beige raised an eyebrow. 5,000. That was quite a number. Based on the current efficiency of the Orca, it would take some time to complete. She closed the interface and looked back at the sea ahead. The shelter continued to move steadily. The movement task was more than halfway completed, and the supplies in the corner were slowly piling up, bringing back a familiar sense of security. This is the correct start. She finally stood on the right starting line. After allocating the attribute points to her mental strength, Jiang Beige closed the player panel once more. The changes were almost imperceptible. There was no sudden clarity of mind, nor any special notifications. The attribute of mental strength is fundamentally different from strength and agility. It resembles a seed buried in the soil. In the short term, its effects may not be evident, but it will eventually grow into a towering tree at some point in the future. In her previous life, she had encountered players with excessively high mental attributes. Those individuals rarely appeared at the top of the rankings, but could always produce feats that others could not. Some could sense danger from a distance, others could manipulate multiple weapons simultaneously, and some were rumored to establish a connection with their shelters. Someone once said in the forum, a shelter is never a mere object, rather it is a realm that the vast majority of players can never reach. At the time, Jiang Beige thought it was just a rumor, but now she felt otherwise. She glanced down at her feet. The floor was still warm, reminiscent of the steady, prolonged breathing of some large creature. However, such matters felt too distant for her. A level 1 Orca, 50 square meters of space with a corner piled high, with a dozen wooden boards and several rolls of tape. This was her current, most realistic situation. Jiang Beige crouched down to organize her supplies: 2 packs of compressed biscuits, 3 energy bars, 2 bottles of fresh water, 1 grilled sausage, and 1 can. These items were placed against the wall: 11 wooden boards, 6 rolls of waterproof tape, 1 rope, and 1 waterproof cloth. On the other side were scattered supplies like 1 flint, 1 fishhook, and 1 packet of salt. While the quantity was not much, after arranging everything neatly, it no longer looked as chaotic as at the beginning. The 50 square meter shelter remained spacious with almost nothing but the supplies on the floor. Jiang Beige sat on the waterproof cloth, gazing at the empty room around her, suddenly feeling a sense of nostalgia. Many newcomers to the game believed that a shelter was merely a house. In reality, it was far from that, at least not in the early stages. A level 1 shelter resembled a mobile survival base. To live comfortably, one had to rely entirely on oneself. The floor had to be laid by oneself, furniture had to be crafted by oneself, and storage space had to be expanded by oneself. Even for sleeping, one had to find a way to make a bed. Many first-time players naively thought that leveling up simply meant a bigger house. In truth, the differences were far more significant. High-level players' shelters contained complete kitchens, planting areas, medical rooms, and dedicated storage warehouses. There were even medical stations where injuries caused by sea monsters could be treated in just a few minutes. At the same time, numerous low-level players were struggling with bandages and painkillers. Some suffered from infections, others had persistent fevers, and some even died in their shelters due to lack of medicine. Though they were all players, they were experiencing 2 completely different games. Advanced players didn't even need to do the renovations themselves, they simply chose their styles. Confirmation. The entire room was automatically laid out. The floor, walls, and furniture were all formed in one go, while low-level players were still painstakingly placing wooden boards one by one. The gap widened step by step. With this thought, Jiang Beige looked at the 2 reinforced floorboards they were not large, totaling only 1 square meter, and were hardly noticeable in the 50 square meter room. Yet she knew that many things were built up little by little. 2 floorboards today, 4 tomorrow, 8 the day after. One day, she would fill the entire room. She opened the synthesis interface. 10 standard wooden boards were exchanged for 2 reinforced floorboards, consuming 2 rolls of waterproof tape. This transaction wasn't particularly profitable, but it was worth it. Reinforced floorboards far exceeded ordinary wooden boards in both durability and stability, and they would come in handy when upgrading the shelter in the future. Jiang Beige picked up the 2 floorboards and placed them on the ground with their edges fitting snugly together. Stepping on them even gave her the illusion of being back in a normal room. She walked back and forth a couple of steps, nodding in satisfaction. Though the area was small, it at least resembled a home now. After finishing these tasks, she reopened the forum, which was now much livelier than when she first entered the game. A plethora of posts were continuously refreshing. Some were seeking fresh water, others were collecting wooden boards, and still others were discussing the differences between various shelters. Jiang Beige flipped through several pages and quickly spotted a familiar post. The data enthusiast had updated again, compiling statistics on the speeds of various known shelters. Dolphins, sharks, sea turtles, octopuses, jellyfish, sardines. Various data continued to increase, with the number of replies exceeding 1,000. The sardine section was still the most bustling, with many sardine players huddled together for warmth. Some claimed they had only completed a small distance after running for an hour. Some began researching how to improve efficiency. Others were already considering whether to switch careers in the future. The comments section was filled with gloom and despair. Jiang Beige watched for a while and quietly exited. She clearly knew what these people would experience in the future, but warnings would serve no purpose. The system rules would not change simply because someone was pitiful. Instead of worrying about others, it was better to take care of herself first. She clicked into the trading area, which was even more interesting than the forum. 2 bottles of fresh water for wooden boards. Wooden boards for food. Some even tried to exchange a pack of biscuits for 10 wooden boards. A crowd below condemned her for trying to get rich quick. The game had just begun, the value of resources had not stabilized at all. What seemed useless today could double in value in a few days. Those with real experience were merely observing, and no one would act lightly. After flipping through for a while, she quickly closed the interface. At this stage, she had no intention of trading. The supplies in her hands were too few, each item was useful, and trading would only disrupt her developmental pace. After organizing her things, the shelter fell quiet once more. Occasionally light spots darted past the observation window. Some were marine creatures while others were floating debris, all moving in different directions. Excitement, fear, planning for the future, and some had yet to accept the reality of the world's destruction. Jiang Beige picked up a compressed biscuit, breaking off a piece to put in her mouth. The taste was still not great, dry and choking, but she ate with great seriousness. She knew that from today onward, every bit of resource would be precious. After eating, she put away the remaining food and lay down on the waterproof cloth. Beneath her was the newly laid reinforced floor, and beside her was all the wealth she had accumulated that day. A massive shadow slowly swam across the translucent ceiling above. Jiang Beige only took a glance. During the novice protection period, the shelter would not be attacked, so she was not worried at all. Compared to those vague dangers, she was more concerned about her plans for tomorrow to continue collecting supplies, upgrade, and gather materials as quickly as possible, to expand her advantages before the first tidal disaster arrives. Jiang Beige was awakened by the system's notification sound. A new day? Daily mobile tasks have been refreshed. Remaining distance 100 nautical miles. Remaining time 23 hours and 59 minutes. She groggily opened her eyes and lay on the waterproof cloth for a few seconds. The shelter was very quiet, with only the faint hum of the equipment running and the almost imperceptible sound of seawater flowing past the outer wall. She turned over and reached out to touch the side. No phone, no alarm clock, nor was there a leader tagging all group members at 6:30 in the morning. Jiang Beige instantly became alert. Oh, she had been reborn, or it took her so long to process this reality. One could imagine that going to work was even more terrifying than survival. The world had ended and there was no need to go to work anymore. How wonderful. She lay there savoring the moment for 2 seconds, her happiness growing with every thought. Although surviving in the ocean wasn't exactly pleasant, at least she didn't have to write weekly reports. No matter how terrifying the system was, it wouldn't require her to submit daily reports. Every minute and second of hard work was for herself. Thinking this way made even the air feel fresher. Jiang Beige sat up in a cheerful mood, ready to start her new day's efforts. Then she saw a few light spots outside the window, and her movements suddenly froze. 1, 2, 3. 3 treasure chests were quietly floating near the shelter. Jiang Beige stared at them for a few seconds, and then politely nodded towards the window. Good morning. Thank you for nature's gifts. She even doubted whether she was still asleep and counted again. Still 3 1 bronze chests and 2 black iron chests. After confirming it wasn't an illusion, she immediately got up to open the collection port. The chests were quickly dragged inside. Today was her lucky day. The 3 chests yielded 7 wooden boards, 1 rope, 3 fresh water, 1 compressed biscuit, 2 waterproof tapes, 1 can braised pork, and an unidentified part that couldn't be used for the time being. Jiang Beige laid everything out on the ground and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction akin to a hamster hoarding food. Although the items weren't particularly abundant, each one was something she could use right now. Especially the wooden boards and tapes. In the current stage, they were as valuable as hard currency. As Jiang Beige squatted on the ground to organize her things, she casually opened the shelter panel. The inventory was reclassified. 5 fresh water, 3 compressed biscuits, 3 energy bars, 2 can braised pork, and 1 grilled sausage. 8 wooden boards, 6 waterproof tapes, 2 ropes, and 1 waterproof cloth. In the corner lay a flint, fish hooks, and a bag of salt. At present, there was no need to worry about food and drink. The real issue was upgrading. The materials needed to upgrade the shelter weren't hard to find, but they were certainly not easy either. Especially in the early stages. Many new players would think that upgrading materials weren't worth much, preferring to trade them for food rather than keeping them. Only when they truly needed to upgrade later would they realize they were short on this and that. Then they would be desperately seeking trades everywhere. Jiang Beige could relate to this. Looking to buy wooden boards, good prices. Online, urgently need tape. Who has coral adhesive? Willing to offer everything I have. Each request was more pitiful than the last. Thinking of this, she directly opened the trading hall. Upon entering, she saw the screen flooded with trading information, refreshing wildly. Selling seaweed, selling wooden boards, selling all sorts of random trinkets picked up yesterday. There was even someone trying to sell a particularly round stone, claiming it had high ornamental value. Jiang Beige stared at it for a long time, but couldn't see where the stone had any value. In the end, she could only exclaim, humanity's commercial talent truly transcends worlds. The trading hall had only been open for less than a day, and scammers were already evolving. She casually posted a buying thread, looking to buy wooden boards and waterproof tapes, exchanging for food and fresh water. Shortly after the post was made, private messages immediately popped up. Some tentatively asked for prices, some directly posted inventory screenshots, and others immediately began bargaining. A player with the nickname Poor Enough to Eat Dirt came over with 4 wooden boards to trade for fresh water. Jiang Beige took a glance. Acceptable. Traded. Before long, someone else came with 3 rolls of tape to exchange for an energy bar. She traded as well. Next was 5 wooden boards for a bottle of fresh water, and a pack of compressed biscuits. Traded. For rolls of tape for a can. Traded. The last player with the nickname Salty Fish was the most interesting. When the message came through, she could feel the carefulness through the screen. Sister, would 3 wooden boards be enough for a grilled sausage? She added, I really want to eat meat. Jiang Beige stared at that sentence for 2 seconds, an image of a seal holding a wooden board and eagerly looking at a grilled sausage inexplicably appearing in her mind. Sure, let's trade. The transaction completed, the grilled sausage disappeared, and the wooden boards were credited. Watching the increasing materials, Jiang Beige felt even happier. While others were busy surviving at the start, she was building her foundation, it felt quite nice. After a round of trading, the inventory was updated again. 20 wooden boards, 13 waterproof tapes, 3 fresh water, 2 compressed biscuits, 1 energy bar, and 1 canned braised pork. The numbers were exactly where she had expected them to be. Jiang Beige didn't hesitate and directly opened the synthesis interface, stuffing the materials in. Soon 4 reinforced floorboards appeared before her. She reached out to touch them. The surface was flat, the edges smooth, and they looked much more pleasing than those primitive wooden boards. Jiang Beige placed the 4 reinforced floorboards against the wall. She didn't lay them down immediately. She couldn't cover much area now, so she decided to save up a bit more and do it all at once. Moreover, the current shelter level was too low. Many things had to be done manually. After the level increased later, the system functions would become increasingly complete. Laying down floors, decorating, and adjusting layouts would save a lot of trouble. The most important thing at this stage was still upgrading. Upgrading. Keep upgrading. Rolling the snowball. Oh, as long as she took the lead, things would become easier later. Jiang Beige tidied up the last bits of clutter and returned to the driver's seat. The Orca shelter maintained a steady speed while sailing forward, and the scenery outside the window changed constantly, with sandy ground, gravel, and seaweed beds alternating in her view. In the distance, glowing creatures could occasionally be seen swimming by, dragging long tails like meteors drifting in the deep sea. Jiang Beige opened the upgrade interface and glanced at it again. She had almost gathered all the materials. The only thing holding her back was the coral adhesive. She knew how to make this, but the problem was the lack of a heating device. So she searched around the trading hall. Nothing. Searched again. Still nothing. Jiang Beige wasn't in a hurry. It was only the second day of the game, and many players probably didn't even understand what the blueprints were. She closed the search bar and leaned back against the chair. Forget it. Let's explore the map first. Maybe the next second a treasure chest will be delivered to me. The Orca continued forward, the deep blue sea slowly flowing past the window. The seaweed beds outside the window gradually fell behind, replaced by an expanse of open sandy terrain. White fine sand spread across the seabed, stretching into the distance like a desert submerged by seawater, with occasional reefs poking their heads out from the sand layer. Jiang Beige opened the shelter status panel and took a glance. Level 1. Area 50. Defense none. Durability 100. Upgrade required materials reinforced with 10, waterproof tape 15, coral adhesive 1. It wasn't too far off now. She dismissed the panel and continued on her way. The killer whale moved steadily forward, parting the deep-sea currents, which slowly closed behind it. Chests kept appearing along the way, iron, bronze, and occasionally a silver one mixed in. Jiang Beige had grown somewhat numb from opening them. In the past, she would have lunged at a chest ready to hug and kiss it. Now, seeing an iron chest, her mood was as calm as picking potatoes from a supermarket shelf. Might as well open them, something always came out. After a string of chests, the gains were all similar. The kind that brought a smile, but not a scream of excitement. Until she opened a bronze chest. Inside, besides the usual supplies, there was a small handful of grayish-white fragments. Jiang Beige froze. Coral fragments. Her eyes lit up instantly. Finally, the last key material needed to upgrade the shelter to level 2 had arrived. Jiang Beige quickly grabbed an empty pouch, carefully packed the fragments inside, tied it off with 2 knots, and gave it a reassuring pat. Good, just 1 step left now. Her mood lifted considerably. Indeed, the greatest joy of Rebirth wasn't knowing the future. It was knowing when fortune would strike. After a while, a silver chest drifted beside the shelter. Jiang Beige opened it casually. The next second, a neatly folded blueprint appeared in her hand. Heating table blueprint. Jiang Beige stared at it. Speak of the devil. She had just been wondering how to process the coral fragments, and now the blueprint had delivered itself. A system light flashed, the blueprint auto-learned, and a new category appeared in the crafting interface. Workbench. She tapped it. Heating table unbuilt. Required materials. Wood planks 6. Metal parts 2. Common stones 4. Jiang Beige checked her inventory. Wood planks and stones were there, but metal parts were not. She sighed. Of course. Life couldn't be too smooth. The system always found a way to throw a wrench in. But no big deal. Someone in the trading hall should be selling them. She opened the trading section and typed metal parts into the search bar. 2 listings popped up quickly. Deep sea dried fish, selling metal parts 1, trade for compressed biscuits or energy bars. Salted fish original, selling metal parts 1, trade for anything edible. Really starving here. Jiang Beige clicked on the second one first. Salted fish original replied almost instantly. Are you really trading? I'm not picky, just give me something to eat. Jiang Beige looked at the screen. It felt like this girl was about to kowtow through the network any second. Compressed biscuit for trade. Deal, deal, deal. Thanks for saving my life. A system pop-up appeared. Compressed biscuit 1 decreased. Metal parts 1 obtained. Jiang Beige couldn't help but chuckle if this girl was quite amusing. The second part came from deep-sea dried fish. The other party was also straightforward, tossing in an extra wood plank after the trade. Thanks for yesterday. This plank is for you. Jiang Beige stared at the extra plank for 2 seconds. It felt oddly like getting a small gift from a passing player in an online game. Though it wasn't worth much, it lifted her spirits. She placed the 2 metal parts and 4 common stones together and opened the crafting interface. Confirmed construction. Heating table began crafting. A 30-minute countdown slowly appeared. While waiting, Jiang Beige reorganized her inventory. The materials weren't lavish, but enough for the upgrade. She thought for a moment and decided to start buying early. So she posted a new listing. Buying wood planks, waterproof tape, selling energy bars, fresh water, canned food, prices negotiable. No sooner had the post gone up than a stream of private messages appeared. Broke as dirt. Wood planks 4 for energy bars. Unlucky, no cry. Waterproof tape 3 for fresh water. Honest man. Wood planks 5 for braised pork, canned food. Master of slacking. Waterproof tape 4. Passerby, a wood planks 3 for fresh water. Jiang Beige scanned them one by one. Strictly speaking, some offers weren't great deals, but time was what she lacked. The sooner the upgrade, the better. 1 step ahead meant every step ahead. So she waved her hand. Trade them all. Trade records popped up in succession, inventory numbers climbed, and the final tally came through. Wood planks 20. Waterproof tape 19. Jiang Beige looked at the numbers and nodded with satisfaction. Satisfying. Watching the materials pile up like this was even more joyful than opening chests. Like a hamster hoarding food, and a successful one at that, with a full warehouse. She opened the crafting interface. Wood planks 20. Waterproof tape 4. Committed. 4 shiny new reinforced wood planks appeared before her eyes. At the same time, the heating table in the corner finished construction. The silver gray metal surface reflected a soft glow, finally looking like a piece of industrial equipment. Jiang Beige circled at once. A sense of satisfaction washed over her, like finally buying a new appliance. Though others bought fridges and washing machines, she got a heating table. Not much difference. Both improved life. She poured the coral fragments in and added a bit of fresh water. The system automatically prompted. Craftable coral adhesive 1, estimated time 15 minutes, activated. The machine whirred to life, the liquid inside slowly churning, its color shifting gradually until it coalesced into a semi-translucent gel. Coral adhesive. Obtained. Jiang Beige didn't hesitate and walked straight to the control panel. All upgrade materials were gathered. It was finally time to upgrade. She pressed the button. Upgrade shelter to level 2. Cannot move during upgrade. Duration 30. Confirmed. The next second, the entire killer whale shelter trembled slightly. The walls began to expand outward, the space slowly stretching as if some dormant life form was unfurling its body. Jiang Beige stood in the center of the room, watching the scene unfold, feeling remarkably good. She had obtained many blueprints in the past. Planting trough blueprint, tool, table blueprint, seawater desalination device blueprint, and even more advanced things. But she couldn't keep them. No materials, no time, no spare resources. Many blueprints were traded away shortly after being obtained for food, energy, or a chance to survive. Thinking back now, it stung, but there was no choice. When you're starving, you don't plan to open a restaurant later. Survival comes first. 30 minutes passed quickly, the vibrations slowly ceased, and the system notification sounded. Shelter upgraded to level 2. Area increased to 65. Unlocked workbench. Unlocked bed, cabinet, table, chair. Unlocked blueprint drops, tool, table, repair table, planning trough. Jiang Beige stood in the newly expanded area and slowly turned around. 65 square meters. In her past life, she wouldn't have dared rent a place this big. Now she had it, and it was an ocean view room, even if there was nothing outside the window but fish. She opened the newly unlocked furniture list and took a look. Bed, cabinet, table, chair, there were plenty of items, but she didn't rush to craft them. Now wasn't the time for decorating. She checked the remaining time. Today's movement task wasn't finished yet. Upgrading was important, but so was traveling. So she pushed the steering lever again. The killer whale started moving and the scenery outside the window receded. In the distance, the seaweed beds swayed gently in the current like a burning red forest. Jiang Beige leaned against the wall looking at the increasingly spacious room and couldn't help but stretch. Good. Level 2. 1 step closer to level 3. As long as she kept going, the house would get bigger, supplies would grow, and life would get better. Day 2 of Rebirth, upgrade successful. At this rate, in a little while she might actually achieve her dream retirement life. Opening chests, daily harvesting crops, drying fish, and browsing the forum to pass the time. Just thinking about it was wonderful. Today's mobile tasks are all completed. Jiang Beige released the steering lever, and the Orca gradually slowed down, finally stopping in a relatively calm sea area. Outside the window lies an endless expanse of gray-white sand scattered with a few rocks, and in the distance a small patch of sea anemones gently sways with the current. The sense of time in the deep sea is weak. If it weren't for the system's reminder, she wouldn't even be able to distinguish between day and night. She stretched lazily and moved her sore shoulders. Although navigating the Orca is much easier than for most players, continuous control for several hours is still mentally tiring. Today's harvest was quite good. The supplies collected filled half of a waterproof tarp. Freshwater, compressed biscuits, energy bars, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, carbonated drinks, as well as plenty of wooden planks, waterproof tape, and basic materials. She even found a pack of suspicious seeds. The system's notes remain unreliable. The system could not confirm what plant this is. That might be a vegetable, a radish, or some mutated plant you've never seen. Jiang Beige stared at the description for a long time. In the end, she concluded that the system probably didn't know either. She solemnly placed the seeds at the very bottom of the supplies. Better to keep them for now. What if a king cabbage grows from them in the future? Dreams are something to have. After organizing the supplies, she opened the energy core interface. The familiar blue panel floated in midair. There are still more than 5 days left in the novice protection period. Currently, all mobile energy is provided free of charge by the system. But after 5 days, everything will end. Jiang Beige quietly looked at the exchange list. Different levels of shelters correspond to different energy consumption. How much time basic supplies can be exchanged for how much time advanced supplies can be exchanged for, all clearly written above. Many new players upon seeing this would first react that miniature shelters seem advantageous. After all, a single supply can exchange for more time, which looks like small boats save fuel while large ships consume more. However, this is not how it works. The real issue is never how long you can exchange for, but whether you can earn it back. If you can only pick up 2 boxes in a day, even if you can exchange 1 wooden plank for a day's energy, you still won't survive. If you can pick up 20 boxes in a day, even if consumption is a bit high, it can completely cover the costs. Speed is fundamental. Thinking of this, Jiang Beige couldn't help but smile a little. This game sometimes feels quite like rolling a snowball. Players who roll well in the early stages become increasingly stronger, while those who cannot roll find it increasingly difficult. Once the gap is completely widened, both sides are even playing different games. Low-level players are still pondering what to eat tonight. High-level players have already started thinking about what to eat next year. Of course, everyone is poor now. The difference is just that some are particularly poor and some are not so poor. She closed the energy core interface and casually opened the trading hall. As soon as she entered, messages started to scroll up. Wooden planks for freshwater, urgent exchange. Buying metal parts, the price is negotiable. What should I do if my fish got hit? Does anyone know how to speed up a sea turtle? Speed up? This is also a trap. Speed will not change due to any external factors, a point she has deeply experienced. Looking to buy waterproof tape. Selling salt in exchange for food. Jiang Beige scrolled through while watching. The trading area has matured significantly compared to yesterday. At least everyone has started to understand what is valuable. Wooden planks and tape are hard currencies, food is always easy to sell, and freshwater is something everyone lacks. As for those strange items, worn-out socks, rusty keys, leaves of unknown utility, they are still in the collectible phase. As she was scrolling, she suddenly saw a post. Looking for all blueprints, price negotiable. Below are a series of replies. Are you crazy? Who would sell blueprints? I've been playing for 2 days and haven't seen a single blueprint. Agreed. Whoever sells blueprints is a fool. This statement is not wrong. Those who can find blueprints are inherently few. Anyone with a normal mind knows to keep them. Who knows when they might come in handy? Unless she was like before, using blueprints as fuel to exchange for food and drink. If she doesn't exchange, there's no way, as she can't survive while starving. She continued scrolling down. The forum is much livelier than the trading area. The top post remains a system announcement followed by players' survival diaries. I already regret choosing the sea turtle. I swam for 14 hours today and still have 20 nautical miles left. Sisters, I feel like I'm about to swim myself into a hallucination. Does anyone know what a silver treasure chest looks like? I found a bronze chest, opened it, and got 2 bottles of water. I cried. Why can others find so many boxes? Because others swim faster. Thanks, that makes me feel worse. Jiang Beige looked at these posts. The tone in the forum was much more cheerful than yesterday, probably because those who were truly on the brink of collapse were too busy to post. The remaining players are basically finding joy in suffering. As she scrolled, she suddenly saw a familiar topic. Who is the fetus in the trading area today? Below, dozens of replies appeared. Rich lady. Agreed. She seems especially wealthy. Why does she collect everything? Collecting wooden planks, collecting tape, collecting materials. I suspect she's building infrastructure. She might also be stockpiling. I think she's a big shot. Though what normal person has so much food to trade for things? Jiang Beige stared at the string of replies for a long time. Her expression gradually became peculiar. Rich lady. She looked down at the waterproof tarp beneath her feet, then at the wooden planks piled beside her, and then at the sleeping area that didn't even have a pillow. The words rich lady suddenly became particularly glaring. She remained silent for 2 seconds. After all, human joys and sorrows are not shared. In the eyes of those who must break compressed biscuits into 2 meals, she does seem quite wealthy. The forum is getting more and more off track, with even people starting to speculate about her shelter type. It must be a dolphin. Maybe a shark. At least medium to large. I bet it's a whale. The person above has gone mad. Who has such good luck? Are you an idiot? You can see it on her profile card. It's an orca. Jiang Beige silently closed the forum. She leaned against the wall and finished the last half bottle of carbonated drink. The bubbles flowed down her throat, and it felt so pleasant that she squinted her eyes. It feels quite strange to say. From trading sardines to living in the belly of an orca, the adaptation has been remarkably smooth. Humanity is indeed a wondrous species at times. After finishing the drink, she casually stuffed the empty bottle into the corner. Then she walked to the observation window. The sea outside was a dark hue. After upgrading, the orca's shell emitted a soft, warm white glow. From a distance, it resembled a lantern sunk at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Beige pressed her palm against the wall. Warm. Steady. She could even feel a slight vibration like the even and prolonged breathing of some creature. She suddenly felt an indescribable sense of peace. There are many things to do, but there is no rush. Just take it one step at a time. She returned to the waterproof tarp, sat down, opened the self-heating instant noodles, poured in the seasoning, and added a bit of fresh water. While waiting, she casually glanced at the forum. The latest posts were refreshing rapidly. Finally had a hot meal today. I found a silver treasure chest. Help, what should I do if my instant noodles don't have hot water? Eat them dry. Is the person above a devil? Don't say that. I've already eaten them dry for 2 meals. Jiang Beige felt complicated looking at these. There isn't much time left for them to enjoy happiness, nor for herself. After the novice protection period, once most get familiar with this mode, they find it not too difficult, but the days of peacefully opening boxes are numbered. 3 minutes later, the aroma of instant noodles slowly wafted through the air. She held the noodle bucket sitting by the window, eating, while watching the slowly flowing sea outside. The shelter was dimly lit, with only the control panel emitting a faint blue glow, casting a hazy light throughout the space. When Jiang Beige opened her eyes, she was still a bit disoriented. She stared at the translucent ceiling above her for a few seconds before slowly sitting up. The lower right corner of the panel displayed the time, 7:12 a.m., indicating she had slept for nearly 8 hours. That's a bit more than yesterday. It seems that after the upgrade, the environment in the shelter has indeed become much more comfortable. At least she wasn't woken up by discomfort in the middle of the night. She quickly washed her face, which really meant just wiping it with a damp towel, then rummaged through the supplies to find a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of fresh water. The compressed biscuits were still unappetizing, as hard as bricks, and a single bite sent crumbs flying everywhere. Jiang Beige skillfully reached out to catch them, wasting not a single crumb. Looking at the supplies now, they seemed plentiful, but who knows what the future holds. Every little bit saved counts. After finishing her breakfast, she casually opened the forum, and as soon as she entered, a flurry of new posts flooded in. There were even more than yesterday. It seems that after 2 days of adaptation, most players have accepted the reality. Acceptance aside, they still had to vent their frustrations. Salty fish player, sardine player, 5 knots, took nearly 20 hours to finish. I'm exhausted. Does anyone know how to change shelters? Master fisher, jellyfish player, 4 knots, I feel like I've already died. Professional drifter, turtle player, 5 knots, I just want to know if there's a way to speed things up. Jiang Beige looked at these posts, and she could almost imagine the despairing player desperately posting while on the move. Replies quickly began to appear below. You can't change it, just give up. Salty fish player, so can I just wait to die? Master fisher, jellyfish player, 4 knots, I feel like I've already died. Deep sea phobia, octopus checking in, 8 knots, neither fast nor slow, but there are really few treasure chests. After half a day, I found nothing. Little crab not moving, clownfish passing by, 6 knots, I picked up 2 black iron yesterday, my hands are sore. Professional drifter, turtle player, 5 knots, I just want to know if there's a way to speed things up. Jiang Beige scrolled down. Liver emperor here, bluefin tuna, 25 knots, decent speed, quite a number of chests, opened 7 or 8 yesterday, and even got a bronze one with a can of braised meat inside. Lucky king, sailfish passing by, 30 knots, it's great to go fast, the chests are following me. I opened 11 chests yesterday, and I can't fit any more planks. Scammer, dolphin, 27 knots, feeling good enough chests, and there's still some supplies left every day. A crowd of people below were wildly envious. Sister, take me with you. It's only the second day. Why is there such a big gap? I suspect we're not playing. Jiang Beige saw this and thought, just wait a few more days, you will find that the gap can become even larger, just like it was for her before. New discussions quickly sprang up in the forum. Passerby, has anyone chosen those larger ones? Like the whale? I'm curious about the experience. Soon after, a stranger ID popped up. Blue Whale is number 1, Blue Whale player here. I can responsibly tell you that those who didn't choose the Blue Whale are missing out big time. Speed of 15 knots, neither fast nor slow, but do you know? Treasure chests spawn particularly frequently. The comments section fell silent for a moment, then exploded with activity. Blue Whale is number 1. I opened over 20 chests yesterday, planks, fresh water, and food piled up in my room. I can't use them all. Choosing a big one in this game is definitely the right choice. Little fish and shrimp can only eat leftovers. Over 20. Is that for real? I haven't even gathered that much in 3 days. 15 knots isn't slow either. Do you still need accessories? Big shot. So it turns out the big ones are the answer to this version. Blue Whale is number 1. I have so many supplies now that I can't use them all. I open chests until my hands are sore every day. Today I opened a silver chest and got a blueprint for a seawater desalination device. Seawater desalination device. Isn't that unlimited fresh water? The Blue Whale is really the answer to this version. I regret it so much. Why did I choose jellyfish? Amidst a chorus of envy, a reply quietly emerged. 9 songs, use it sparingly. The newbie protection period isn't over yet. Don't squander your supplies too much. The post was momentarily quiet, then various replies started to pop up. They have so many supplies they can't use them all. Why do you care? While others are opening over 20 chests, how many did you open? You say that like you really understand. If you have the ability, why don't you open a silver chest? Why save? Isn't the game meant for enjoyment? Laughing to death. Having plenty of supplies shouldn't stop people from using them. Salty fish player, why are you all attacking others? Lucky King, licking others won't bring you any benefit except a mouthful of saliva. The conversation derailed again. Some began discussing chests, others the speed, and some debated which fish tastes best. In the end, someone even posted to study whether turtles or octopuses could run faster. The forum never fails to disappoint. However, Jiang Beige didn't look further down. Her gaze lingered on 9 songs' reply. Use it sparingly. Those 5 short words were completely out of place among the others who were focused on treasure chests and blueprints. This person paid attention to consumption, indicating she knew something, at least that supplies wouldn't always be this easy to obtain. She then closed the forum, stood up, and walked to the observation window. In the next moment, her eyes lit up. Outside the window floated several glowing points, quietly hovering around the shelter, the treasure chests attracted by her docking last night. Jiang Beige carefully counted. 5. The number was more than yesterday, and the effects of the level 2 shelter were beginning to show. She opened the recycling system and directly selected one-click recycling, accompanied by a slight vibration. 5 treasure chests were simultaneously absorbed into the recycling chamber. The system began processing automatically. Recycling completed. Obtain the following items: bronze chest 2, planks 4 of freshwater 2, tape 2, self-heating rice 1, instant coffee 1. Silver chest 2, planks 6 of metal parts 2, common stones 3, braised meat can 1, a seawater desalination device blueprint 1. Golden chest 1, planks 4, advanced metal parts 1, crystal energy fragments 3, a diving protective suit design 1, a self-heating hot pot 1, carbonated drinks 2. The entire shelter was silent for 2 seconds as Jiang Beige looked down at the reward list. After reading it again, she quietly looked up. A golden chest on the second day, a golden chest. She suddenly felt that her past life might have been quite miserable. While others were reborn to defy fate, her greatest realization after being reborn was that the game could be played like this. She had hardly seen a golden chest in her previous life, yet now she opened one directly. Jiang Beige squatted down to organize her supplies, her movements noticeably lighter. The crystal energy fragments were stored separately in a cloth bag, with the advanced metal parts set aside and the common metal parts arranged separately. When she got to the seawater desalination device blueprint, her movements paused for a moment. Finally here. She had been wondering when she could get one, and today it was directly open. To luck can sometimes be truly inexplicable. After packing everything neatly and confirming there were no omissions, she returned to the control panel. There was a mobile task of 100 nautical miles today. Jiang Beige grasped the steering lever and gently pushed it forward, causing the shelter to tremble slightly as the Orca began to accelerate again. The seawater outside began to flow, the deep blue currents rushing by on both sides. Compared to yesterday, the sea area today was clearly much more complex. There were more reefs, more undercurrents, and in the distance, she could even see some massive seabed ravines. She had to pay more attention to driving. Jiang Beige leaned back in the pilot seat, her gaze fixed on the depth control lever. Only a few days remained until the end of the novice protection period, and many were still troubled by today's 100 nautical miles. But she had to start considering the storm. In her past life, the storm had come without warning, without any alerts or indications. One moment the sea was relatively calm, the next it felt as if the entire ocean had been shattered by something. Countless shelters were caught in the undercurrents, some collided with rocks, while others were dragged into the deep sea. Many didn't even know what had happened, and simply vanished. Later statistics were released on the forums. After that storm, nearly a quarter of the players had not survived. Jiang Beige still remembered her own predicament as the shelter was tossed about by the currents, the entire world spinning around her. In the end, she got stuck in a crevice between rocks, barely managing to save her own life. It was at that moment she realized that the deep sea, which many considered dangerous, was actually safer than the shallow waters. With this in mind, she reached out to grasp the depth control lever. Slowly pressing down, the shelter began to descend, and the numbers on the depth gauge fluctuated. 300 meters, 400 meters, 450 meters. Jiang Beige made the whale pause for a moment, the shelter's shell emitting a faint hum. This was the system automatically adapting to the water pressure. A few minutes later, she continued to dive. 550 meters. The maximum depth a level 2 shelter could reach. Outside the observation window was an impenetrable darkness, occasionally interrupted by a few flickers of ghostly blue light drifting from afar like stars in the night sky. Yet Jiang Beige was very satisfied. This was the place she had come for, the true resource zone. She pushed the control stick and the whale resumed its forward motion shortly after. A beam of bronze light floated over from the side, followed by a second and a third. Jiang Beige couldn't help but smile. The patterns summarized by those players in her past life were correct. The deeper the depth, the higher the quality of the treasure chests. Throughout that morning, she had hardly seen any black iron chests. Bronze and silver had become the mainstream, and she even encountered a golden chest. Once the recovery was complete, when the system's reward list popped up, Jiang Beige was silent for 2 seconds, the supplies neatly stacked against the wall. There were a few more crystal energy fragments, and new stocks of advanced metal parts had also appeared. What pleased her most was that she had opened another diving protective suit blueprint. Adding to the previous one, she now had 2 copies. Since blueprints couldn't be learned simultaneously, the extra copy was just right for trading. In the coming days, she could gather more low-value items to sell at a higher price. At noon, Jiang Beige opened a box of self-heating hot pot, and while waiting for it to heat, casually opened the forum. The atmosphere on the forum was now completely different from the first day of the server launch. At that time, everyone had still been in shock and confusion. Now true despair was beginning to emerge. Just flipping through a few pages on the homepage, almost all of it was complaints. Salty fish, this fish. It's the 3rd day sardine players report in. I've been running for 18 hours today, and there are still 2 hours left to reach 100 nautical miles. Is there any sardine sisters still alive? Alive. Alive one. Alive 2, but about to die. Master of fishing. Jellyfish player, I opened 3 black iron chests today, all wood planks and ropes, didn't even see a drop of water. Professional drifter. Turtle player, I've given up on opening chests. Oh, just finishing 100 nautical miles is already a feat. Liver Emperor here. Bluefin tuna, I opened 9 chests today, 1 bronze yielded, canned food, feeling great. Lucky Emperor here. Sailfish, I opened 13 chests today, and 1 silver produced a metal part. Food thief. Dolphin, I opened 10 chests today, the supplies are sufficient, but I don't know what to do after the novice protection period. When Jiang Beige saw this, someone had already started considering what to do after the protection period. It seemed there were indeed many clever people. However, such posts were quickly buried under new content. A familiar idea appeared again. Blue whale is number 1. I opened over 20 chests today, my supplies are piled high. For those who chose small fish and shrimp, take your time to crawl. I will enjoy first as a gesture of respect. Instantly a flood of replies appeared below. Blue whale is truly too strong. If I had known, I would have chosen blue whale. I'm tired of saying how envious I am. Choosing big is the way to go in this game. Salty fish, this fish, as long as you're happy. We can't even pick up chests, can you refrain from saying too much? Blue whale is number 1. It's not that I want to say it, it's you who chose wrong. No one forced you when you chose sardine, right? Salty fish, this fish, you can't handle it, you particularly enjoy this feeling of being idolized, right? The discussion quickly heated up again. Jiang Beige glanced at it, and was about to close the forum when she spotted a familiar name. Jiu. It was still that uniquely different style. Jiu. I hope you can still smile a few days later. Instantly a flood of replies surfaced. Riddler, get out. What do you mean? What inside information do you know? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Jiu did not respond further. Jiang Beige, however, looked a little longer. This person was becoming more interesting. If the first encounter could still be considered a coincidence, the second was not. At least she knew some things that others did not, and possibly shared the same knowledge as herself. With this thought in mind, Jiang Beige thoughtfully closed the forum and then opened the trading hall. Today had brought good gains just in time to exchange the extra blueprints for things she needed. The title was sent out not long after, and the trading channel immediately became lively. Is it really Tethys? The one ranked first. Finally, I've seen the living one. Are the blueprints really that valuable? I still have 2 that I haven't learned in my warehouse. If I had known, I would have kept them. The most valuable things in this game are never what others say are valuable. Rather, when someone starts to collect something, everyone feels that it is valuable. Before long, a private chat window popped up. Lucky Emperor here, Tethys. Are you collecting blueprints? I have a lot. Planting slot blueprint 2, harpoon blueprint 1 is simple repair table blueprint 1 tool table blueprint 1. Do you want them? Jiang Beige read it and directly replied with one word. Yes. In the next second, the messages on the other side began to refresh, wildly, clearly excited. Indeed, no matter the time, the most active participants in the forum were always the lucky ones. The system announcement came a full day later than Jiang Beige had anticipated. In the morning, she was squatting on the ground organizing wooden boards when the control panel suddenly flashed. Immediately after, a series of notification sounds rang out. Announcement to the entire region: player Tethys has become the first player in Area 3872 to upgrade their shelter to level 2. Reward attribute points 5. We hope that players will strive to upgrade their shelters soon. Jiang Beige paused for a moment, as she had already upgraded to level 2 yesterday and thought someone might have done it faster than her. So why is it only being announced now? Did the system lag for a day? But it didn't matter. As long as the rewards were credited, she opened the player panel. Nickname Tethys. Region 3872. Shelter Orca, level 2. Strength 9. Agility 8. Endurance 9. Spirit 6. Available attribute points 5. Without much hesitation, Jiang Beige allocated all 5 points to Spirit. Spirit 11. The moment the number fluctuated, she suddenly froze. It wasn't a headache nor dizziness, it was a very strange sensation. It felt as if her surroundings had become clearer. Nothing had changed, yet she felt as if she could perceive things from a greater distance. It was indescribable. She stood still for a few seconds, then looked down at the note behind the Spirit attribute. When playing Mahjong, the brain can calculate the tiles of 3 players. Jiang Beige fell silent. She suspected this system used to run a Mahjong parlor, otherwise why was it so obsessed with Mahjong? After closing the panel, she redirected her attention back to the day's important tasks. Desalination device. Planting slot. These 2 items needed to be produced as soon as possible. Especially the desalination device. Fresh water had always been a hard currency in the early stages. Being able to drink it was one thing, but being able to produce it continuously was another. With a stable source of fresh water, many things could be exchanged later. She opened the trading hall, shortly after posting private messages started flooding in. Jiang Beige casually clicked one open. Begging for food. Tethys, please give me some food. I'm about to close. Next message. Taking advantage. How about I trade you a piece of wood for a can? Next. Newbie seeking help. Do you accept younger brothers? I promise to be very obedient. Close. Gambling. I know the secret of the diamond treasure chest. I'll trade it for 5 bottles of fresh water. Close. Block. Block. Continue blocking. The motions were so practiced it was almost painful. Sometimes Jiang Beige wondered if these people saw the trading hall as a charity. It didn't matter what she lacked, as she just wanted to take a chance by contacting the top of the leaderboard. What if she succeeded? After all, talking didn't cost anything. After clearing away a bunch of irrelevant messages, the interface finally returned to normal. Little deep sea fish. Tethys, I have plastic pipes too. Can I trade them for a bottle of fresh water? This one is reliable. Sure. The transaction was completed quickly, and soon a new message popped up. Master of slacking, filter cartridges in exchange for a self-heating hot pot. Jiang Beige stared at that line for 2 seconds. Good job. Even robbers earn faster than you. She replied, 1 can. The other side went silent for several seconds. Deal. Jiang Beige nodded in satisfaction. That was the right price. After a while. So poor I can eat dirt, sent a message. Sealing rubber ring in exchange for a self-heating pot. Not trading. Then what do you propose? 1 can plus 1 bottle of fresh water. The other side fell silent, and after half a minute replied, deal. Some people offered prices as if they wanted to treat you as a big fool. Once you truly ignore them, they immediately become very agreeable. The remaining nutrient solution was exchanged smoothly. Both sides were quick and didn't waste time. Once the transactions ended, she had gathered most of the missing materials. For the remaining parts, she would make them herself. Once the workbench was unlocked, it became much more convenient, allowing her to process many basic components herself. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was better than waiting for others to sell. Materials gradually transformed into components, and components began to pile up. Not long after, all the materials needed for the desalination device were gathered. Jiang Beige placed the items before her: plastic pipes, filter cartridges, sealing rubber rings, fresh water collection box. Finally, she had everything, especially the fresh water collection box. To make this item, she had even sacrificed a piece of crystal energy fragment. It would be a lie to say she wasn't heartbroken, but she quickly pushed that feeling aside. The greatest value of resources has never been in letting them rot in storage, but in transforming them into something that can continuously create value. Crystal energy fragments are precious, and the desalination device is also valuable, but the latter can continuously produce fresh water. No matter how you calculate it, it's worth it. After confirming construction, the system began automatic assembly. The progress bar advanced slowly, still needing an hour. Jiang Beige didn't idle. She turned to start making the planting slot. Compared to the desalination device, the planting slot was much simpler. Not long after, a rectangular planting slot appeared before her. The light green body looked somewhat crude, but at least it had the basic conditions for planting. Jiang Beige moved it to the corner and then rummaged through the supplies to find the pack of suspicious seeds. She had been hesitant to use them, but now they finally came in handy. Upon opening the package, several grayish seeds lay inside, indistinguishable in type, and she had no idea what they would eventually grow into. Jiang Beige stared at them for a long time and suddenly recalled the system's previous introduction. They might be vegetables. They might be radishes. Or they could be some bizarre, mutated plant from the deep sea. Thinking of the last possibility, she just hoped it wouldn't sprout into a talking grass in 15 days. She buried the seeds in the growing medium and watered them with a bit of fresh water. A system prompt popped up. Planting in progress. Estimated growth time 15 days. 15 days is a long time, but she could wait. The seeds lay quietly in the growing medium, showing no signs of change. They looked just as they did when first buried, yet Jiang Beige felt inexplicably good. This feeling was a bit strange. You knew they would definitely grow, it just needed time, and time happened to be the one thing she had in abundance right now. The desalination device was still under construction and the shelter fell quiet again. Jiang Beige leaned against the wall and sat down. She opened the forum. The pinned post was the same as always, with a crowd of players continuing to lament. I ran for 19 hours today, or I feel like I'm about to become a dried fish. The turtle players protest in real name. This task is simply not meant for humans. Can someone lend me a bottle of water? I swear on my character that I will return it later. What's your character worth in terms of wooden boards? Don't talk about character, I'm about to lose my face too. Has anyone seen a golden treasure chest? I haven't seen one. Me neither. I suspect there isn't one. Jiang Beige scrolled through the posts for a while and glanced at the progress of the desalination device beside her. There were still over 20 minutes left. She stretched lazily. Her shelter had upgraded, the planting slot was ready, and the desalination device was nearly complete. Everything was progressing as planned, and it felt good, at least completely different from her past life. She no longer had to open her eyes every day wondering if she would survive. The number of people in Area 3872 has dropped again, and someone on the forum did a statistics report. On the fourth day of the server opening, the population has fallen from 10,000 to 7,002, and the comments below are filled with wails. Is it only the fourth day? If it keeps dropping like this, will there be anyone left by the end of the month? I suspect our area won't last a month. Even a month is too optimistic. I can't even say if he'll make it to tomorrow. Jiang Beige glanced at the screen and closed it. She had seen similar posts in her past life. Every day someone was compiling statistics, and every day the numbers kept dropping. At first everyone was shocked, but after a few days they became numb. Those who are alive continue to live, while those who disappear will no longer speak. The other side of the forum remains lively. Blue Whale Supreme checks in on time. I opened more than 20 boxes today, and the supplies have piled up like a mountain. You guys who picked small fish and shrimp can take your time. I'm going to enjoy myself first as a toast. Replies quickly appeared below. Enjoy your own, but don't step on others, okay? Blue Whale Supreme, I'm just stating the facts. Choosing the small ones is a mistake, but what's wrong with saying that? Why are you always here? Do you live on? I've seen you yesterday, the day before yesterday, and the day before that. I suspect he opens boxes for 5 minutes and boasts for 2 hours. Blue Whale Supreme ignored the comments and continued to post his screenshots showing off his supplies. Jiang Beige couldn't help but chuckle. This person was consistent in his performance. While others opened boxes, he occupied the forum. While others hoarded supplies, he hoarded a sense of superiority. After closing the post, she casually opened the leaderboard. First place, Tethys. Her points are still far ahead, with a significant gap between her and the second place. Jiang Beige scrolled down a bit. 7th place, Zhou Gu. When she saw this name, she paused for 2 seconds. The top 100 on the forum rarely spoke, and the higher they ranked, the quieter they became. Everyone is focused on developing. Those who truly spend all day on the forum are quite few. Zhou Gu is one of the rare exceptions. Occasionally, she can be seen making a comment. But she doesn't say much, mostly just offering a couple of reminders, and whether others listen is unknown. Jiang Beige closed the leaderboard. Just then a prompt popped up on the control panel. The seawater desalination device has been completed. She immediately stood up. After all this time it was finally done. The silvery device was placed beside the heating table, looking somewhat like a miniature water purifier. The top connected to the water inlet, while the bottom was the freshwater outlet, and a small screen on the side was glowing softly. The silvery device was placed beside the heating table, looking somewhat like a miniature water purifier. The top connected to the water inlet. She pressed the start button, and the machine gently vibrated, a low rumble resonating through the room, followed by a continuous sound of flowing water. It felt quite lively. The shelter used to be as quiet as a morgue, but now it finally has the feeling of being inhabited. A prompt appeared on the screen. In operation. Expected freshwater output 1 per hour. Jiang Beige nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Although it isn't fast, it is stable. The value of such a device that can produce continuously is not based on how much it produces in an hour, but rather on its ability to keep producing. The first bottle of freshwater quickly flowed out. Jiang Beige twisted the cap off and took a sip, then froze for a moment. It was surprisingly good. No metallic taste, no salty or bitter aftertaste, and even a hint of indescribable sweetness. She took another sip. Suddenly, she remembered the times in her past life when water was scarce and how she would covet any water she saw. Bathing was unimaginable, washing her face was unimaginable, and even drinking water had to be meticulously calculated. Sometimes she dreamed of guzzling bottled water only to wake up and find her mouth even drier. Now freshwater freedom has finally been realized, and Jiang Beige looked down at the bottle in her hand. She used to wish to become a water buffalo, finding a river to drink to her fill. Now she no longer needs to transform. She has her own water purifier. The seawater desalination device continued to operate quietly in the corner while the planting tank sat silently against the wall. The small shelter was starting to resemble a home more and more. Jiang Beige sat back down on the waterproof cloth, drinking her fresh water. She began to plan what to do tomorrow. After thinking for a while, she arrived at a conclusion. Furniture must be made. She now has a quilt. She has a pillow and a carpet, yet she still sits on waterproof cloth every day. Drinking water like a homeless person and eating like a refugee. If this continues, even if her house's level has risen, her quality of life hasn't improved at all. That's too much of a loss. It's decided. Tomorrow the priority will be to improve her living environment. Living means she should treat herself a little better. As time passed, the Orca continued to advance in the 550-meter deep sea with darkness outside. The quality of treasure chests in the deep sea area has significantly improved. Silver chests are almost everywhere, and golden chests occasionally pop up. Conversely, bronze chests are becoming rarer, and Jiang Beige has become too lazy to count how many she opened today. Once the mobile task was completed, she simply piled all her gains on the ground, creating small mountains of various supplies. She set food aside, materials aside, and components separately. Then she started organizing daily necessities and a pile of odd items. A wooden comb with 2 broken teeth, a straw hat with a flattened brim, an unopenable glass jar, and a small mirror with a rusty frame, along with a copper bell. Jiang Beige picked up the bell and shook it. The sound was dull and not very pleasant. She shook it again, still unpleasant, and decisively threw it into the corner. As for the glass jar, she studied it for half a day, but couldn't open it. In the end, she tossed it as well. It might be useful in the future, or might just be pure trash. Anyway, there's plenty of space, so it's best to keep it for now. After tidying up, she arranged her pillow and quilt, and placed the small carpet beside them. She lay down to try it out. Comfortable. This is what sleeping feels like. Those days of sleeping directly on waterproof cloth were simply not human. Jiang Beige turned over with satisfaction, deciding to get a bed in the future. One must always progress step by step. First upgrade from a refugee camp to a rental room, and later upgrade to an ocean view house. With clear goals, the future is promising, and as she thought about it, she quickly fell asleep. The next day, the system prompt rang on time. A new day? Daily mobile tasks have been refreshed. Remaining distance 100 nautical miles. Jiang Beige opened her eyes. It was 6:40 in the morning. She woke up naturally. She sat up, stretched, folded the quilt, arranged the pillow, and patted the small carpet. For a moment, she felt like a retired old lady. The first thing she did every morning was tidy up the house. It's not so bad, at least it shows she's doing all right now. She used the fresh water produced last night to wash up. After brushing her teeth, she felt refreshed. Breakfast was still simple compressed biscuits with fresh water, the only difference being she no longer had to ration. After eating, she habitually opened the forum. As soon as she entered, she saw a group of people arguing. The post title was very eye-catching. Once the newbie protection period ends, everyone will die. Jiang Beige. Goodness. What a stimulating start to the day. She clicked in to take a look and found someone had posted the exchange ratio for the energy core. Then after doing the math, everyone fell silent. I blue whale need over 40 wooden boards a day. I jellyfish only need a few. Sardines also only need a few. The problem is I can only open 3 or 4 a day. So do we all? Suddenly it feels fair. I think the system wants to kill everyone. The forum instantly became chaotic. Even Blue Whale Supreme stopped boasting. Jiang Beige scrolled for a while and found that almost no one was discussing upgrades. The reason was simple: they couldn't afford to upgrade, the materials weren't enough, and the cost of reinforcing the floor was there. Many players were struggling just to survive, let alone upgrade. But survival games are this cruel. Unless you don't want to live, you can always find ways to scrape by exchanging all your supplies for energy while starving. Whether small fish or massive creatures, as long as you don't want to die, there's always a way to survive. But if you want to live a normal life, if you miss the early opportunities, it becomes very hard to get another chance. It's just like life. Survival games are like giving you a chance to be reborn. Whether you choose well or poorly, you must take responsibility for your choices. Just as she was about to close the forum, a private message suddenly flashed. Lucky Emperor sent a message. Yes. I opened a few boxes last night and got 3 new blueprints. See if you want them. Screenshots: Seawater Planting Tank, Blueprint Advanced Repair Station, Blueprint Crystal Core Energy, Sword, Blueprint. Jiang Beige's eyes lit up instantly. These were all great items. She even suspected that Lucky Emperor had secretly maxed out his luck. While others opened wooden boards, he opened blueprints. While others opened tape, he opened premium items. Ms. Jiang admits. She felt a bit envious. I want all of them, name your price. The reply came back quickly. I don't want canned food, ooh, I want fresh water and 2 energy bars. And a self-heating hot pot. That one is really delicious. This person always had a foodie vibe in his trades. She looked at her inventory and found it completely acceptable. Deal. A few seconds later, 3 blueprints were received, all learned, and new crafting options appeared in the interface. Seawater Planting Tank, Advanced Repair Station, Crystal Core, Energy Sword. Each one is worth quite a bit. Jiang Beige leaned against the wall looking at the newly unlocked interface, feeling quite pleased. The number of blueprints was increasing, crystal energy fragments were accumulating, and high-grade metal parts were slowly piling up. There are only a few days left until the newbie protection period ends, and the only thing left to do is one thing: hoard. Hoard like crazy. While others worry about the 100 nautical miles for tomorrow, she needs to prepare the travel expenses for the next half-month in advance. There are still 2 days until the end of the novice protection period. Today, Jiang Beige did not rush to set off. The mobile task is hanging there. With a whole day's time, there's no need to hurry. First, let's tidy up the house. She opened the synthesis interface and flipped to the furniture section. Bed, cabinet, table, chair. Looking at those icons, Jiang Beige inexplicably felt as if she was finally starting to play a decoration game. First, let's make a bed. Wood planks, ropes, waterproof cloth deducted. 5 minutes later, a simple wooden bed appeared by the wall. The bed frame is made of wood, and the bed surface is still that familiar waterproof cloth. Jiang Beige stared at the bed for a long time. What kind of all-purpose material are you? From building a house to making a bed, it all relied on this piece of waterproof cloth to hold it together. She reasonably suspected that it would also be needed for building a boat in the future. It would be great if she could make a mattress someday. The requirement is not high. If she doesn't dare to think of a Simmons mattress, a cotton pad would be fine. She moved the previously made pillow and quilt over to set them up. The white pillow leaned against the head of the bed, and the quilt was neatly folded. She also dragged that small dark red carpet to the bedside. She stepped on it to try it out. It was soft and comfortable. At least she wouldn't have to step on the floor with bare feet in the middle of the night anymore. The cabinet was also quickly completed. It was half the height of a person with 2 layers. The upper layer held towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and soap. The lower layer was stuffed with fishhooks, flint salt, and various odds and ends. That old sock finally had a home. Jiang Beige unhesitatingly threw it into the innermost part of the cabinet along with the rusty key, out of sight and out of mind. The table and chairs were also set up one after another. She placed the small mirror on the table, set a bottle of carbonated drink beside it, and placed the copper bell over too. She gently tapped it. Ding. The sound was muffled, yet carried a sense of life. After fussing around, she stood in the center of the room and looked around. The 65 square meter space no longer resembled a warehouse. Previously, all those supplies were piled on the floor, and every few steps required a detour. Now it looked much more pleasing, and Jiang Beige nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Although there was no mortgage, a home had already been established. She squatted down beside the planting slot, and 2 small tender leaves emerged from the cultivation medium. Thin as needles. The system displayed growth progress, 215 days. Jiang Beige reached out and poked the air. She didn't dare to touch it. What if she accidentally killed it? She had never grown vegetables before in her past life. She couldn't even keep a cactus alive. Breathe a bit of life. Whether our family can achieve vegetable freedom in the future depends on you. The seedling naturally did not respond, still stubbornly growing. She opened the blueprint for the seawater planting slot and took a glance. It still needed seaweed. The plastic tubes and stones were available, but not the seaweed. Jiang Beige sighed. As expected, the end of decoration leads to running to the building materials market. The end of survival games does too. She sat at the table to have breakfast, a piece of bread, and a bottle of fresh water. Plain and unpretentious, even a bit shabby, but Jiang Beige was already very satisfied. At least now she could eat at a table instead of crouching on the floor. Human civilization has taken another significant step forward. After eating, she casually opened the forum. As expected, today did not disappoint her. As soon as she entered, it was filled with whales. A hot post was prominently displayed on the homepage. Title: I calculated a sum, come see if we all have to die. There were already thousands of replies below. The original poster calculated the energy consumption and benefits of various shelters clearly. The conclusion was reached regardless of big fish or small fish, everyone would perish after the novice protection period, and the only difference is how fast or slow. The comments section erupted. What should we do? Wait to die. Blue whale requests a reopening. Sea turtle requests a reopening. Jellyfish requests a reopening. System not approved. Does anyone know about the resurrection mechanism? Guess why no one knows. Because those who know are all dead. Thanks, more scared now. Scrolling down, familiar names popped up again. Salted fish binu, sardine. I calculated that at least 5 wooden planks are needed every day. If I don't upgrade, I'll wait to die. If I upgrade, there's no material. It's a closed loop. Didn't you say small fish have the advantage? The advantage is dying a bit slower. Ha ha ha. So reasonable that I can't refute it. 9 songs still only had one sentence. Stock up on materials. Immediately a bunch of replies followed. What happens after stocking up? As inheritance. Left for future generations. If people are gone, what use are materials? 9 songs didn't speak again. Jiang Beige looked at those 3 words. This person was right, but no one believed it now, and no one believed it in her past life either. When that day truly comes, everyone will desperately look back for materials. Unfortunately, it would be too late. Thinking of this, she inexplicably sent a reply. Tethys, as long as you're alive, there's still a chance. Once dead, it's truly over. As soon as the message was sent, the forum instantly lagged. Then replies started to surge. The first place alive. The leaderboard just appeared. The big boss spoke. Is Tethys also stocking up on materials? Has the leaderboard been certified? Jiang Beige lost interest in continuing to read, directly closing the forum. During panic times, it's also a time to pick up bargains. She opened the trading hall, started flipping through posts, and not long after she really found something good. For sale, crystal energy fragments, 2 price, 1 bottle of fresh water for 1. After reading, Jiang Beige almost doubted if the other party had mispriced it. Crystal energy fragments, a hard currency in the later stages, and now they were trading for fresh water. But it's also normal in everyone's eyes now. Things that can't be eaten or drunk are worthless. She confirmed, directly losing 2 bottles of fresh water and gaining 2 fragments. It was a good deal, so she continued scrolling. High-grade metal parts, 1 price, 1 can. Deal. Even if the can is gone, it can still be opened. High-grade parts will be harder to obtain later. Confirmed the transaction was completed, and she now had 1 more high-grade metal part in her inventory. She was in a good mood today, was off to a smooth start as she walked to the control panel. Setting the depth to 550 meters with a direction slightly east, she pushed down the directional lever. The Orca slowly started up and the seawater began to flow. The scenery outside retreated, and Jiang Beige sat at the driver's seat, holding a bag of potato chips, chewing while staring at the route. Crunch, crunch. The potato chips were delicious, but the driving experience was quite average. She was almost fed up with this manual driving system. She had to sit here every day, afraid of hitting a rock, as even a slight bump would decrease durability and repairs would require materials. It pained her so much that she could think of it, even while sleeping at night. Automatic driving. Automatic navigation. Automatic obstacle avoidance. Please, when will you give me a blueprint? She felt like she was driving a long-distance truck, the only difference being that while others were on the highway, she was driving underwater. By noon, most of the mobile tasks were completed. Jiang Beige stopped to heat a box of self-heating curry chicken rice. The steam was rising. The aroma filled the entire shelter. She sat slowly eating on a small stool. There wasn't much chicken, but the curry was plentiful, particularly complementing the rice. Halfway through eating, Jiang Beige suddenly felt a little dazed. At this time in her past life, she seemed to still be gnawing on compressed biscuits. While gnawing, she calculated whether she would starve to death tomorrow. Now she was already starting to pick whether the curry was thick or not. Thinking of this, she solemnly nodded. Comrade Jiang, the revolution has not yet succeeded, but the standard of living has significantly improved. Keep up the good work. In the afternoon, she completed all the remaining mobile tasks. The seawater desalination device was still operating steadily, and the collection box had accumulated quite a bit of fresh water. The seedlings in the planting slot had also grown a bit taller. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Jiang Beige washed her face, lay down on the bed with the pillow propped behind her head. The ceiling was illuminated by the warm white light emitted from the orca's shell, gently swaying. She looked at the home she had gradually put together, suddenly a bit lost in thought. In that narrow shelter from her past life, it was filled with nothing but supplies. There wasn't even a place to sit and daze off, yet now this place was becoming more and more like a real place to live. Jiang Beige turned over, pulled the quilt up a bit. She solemnly declared in her heart, I, Jiang Xiaoyao, vow that I will never let myself be lonely and destitute in this life. At the very least, I must become a successful person with a house, bed, and cabinet. As for whether there will be a car in the future, it all depends on when the system provides her with automatic driving. The light in the shelter was much softer than in the previous days. When Jiang Beige woke up, the first thing she saw was the large carpet by her bed. Soft and fluffy, it at least resembled a home now. She turned over and instinctively looked at the small mirror on the table. The mirror was not large, its frame a bit rusty, but it was sufficient for reflection. She looked much more spirited in the mirror than when she first entered the game. Her complexion was no longer pale, the dark circles under her eyes had faded significantly, and her lips were not as cracked. Jiang Beige nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that eating and sleeping on time every day was indeed beneficial. She walked over to the desalination device to wash her face, the icy fresh water flowing over her fingertips. She still felt that this luxury was extravagant in her past life. Every drop of water had to be meticulously calculated. Washing her face, that was merely a dream. After drying her face, she sat down at the table to have breakfast. Compressed biscuits paired with fresh water, her old partners. As she took the first bite, Jiang Beige chewed expressionlessly. Just hold on a bit longer until the resources were a bit more plentiful. She had to permanently delete compressed biscuits from her menu. Eating this every day, she would eventually doubt whether her teeth were made of steel. After finishing breakfast, she opened the recycling system. Last night, the Orca had attracted a batch of treasure chests. Recycling confirmed, and in the next second, a large amount of resources automatically entered the warehouse, with system notifications popping up continuously. Wood planks, tape, stones, freshwater food. Jiang Beige glanced at it, and then closed it. These had already become her regular income. There was no need to get excited over every wood plank like she did in the previous days. She was more concerned about special items, and soon something caught her attention. Advanced storage backpack blueprint. Jiang Beige's eyes lit up. It was finally here. Recently, the items in the shelter had been increasing, with things on the table, in the cabinet piled in the corner, and even under the bed starting to get stuffed. If she didn't open a backpack soon, she would inevitably get lost in her own home. She learned the blueprint directly, and a new synthesis option popped up. It required leather, which was not in her inventory. Jiang Beige felt a bit regretful, but it wasn't a big issue. After all, the frequency of golden chests appearing had been increasing, and she would eventually gather what she needed. Regular flush toilet. Jiang Beige stared at it in silence for 2 seconds. If someone had told her in her past life that she would be happy for acquiring a toilet one day, she would have thought that person was insane. Yet now she was genuinely happy, even a bit moved. One of humanity's great inventions. Without hesitation, she completed the installation. Hearing the sound of flushing brought an inexplicable sense of relief. Great, she finally didn't have to ponder the philosophical questions of life anymore. Next came the curtains, carpet, faux flowers, and colorful lights. These items didn't help with survival, but Jiang Beige still arranged them all. In her past life, she always felt that such things were useless, but later she realized that the longer one lived in dire straits, the more one needed these seemingly useless items. Because they reminded you that you were not a machine, you were living, not merely surviving. After organizing the room, she looked around in satisfaction. Compared to the shelter, this place looked much more like a cozy home. If one ignored the fact that the outside was over 500 meters deep underwater. The Orca began today's moving task, maintaining a depth of 550 meters, and the automatic recycling system was activated. Jiang Beige leaned in the driver's seat and opened the forum. Day 6. The population in Zone 3872 had already dropped to just over 6,000. The atmosphere in the forum had clearly changed. Just a few days ago, they were still debating who made the best choices. Now no one cared about that anymore. The homepage was almost entirely filled with energy issues. Are we really going to have to supply our own energy after 7 days? I calculated all night. It's simply unaffordable. Isn't asking for 100 nautical miles a day too outrageous? Has anyone noticed that this game isn't designed to let us live comfortably? The blue whale produces over 50 wood planks a day. Who can afford that? My sea turtle is not doing well either. I'm a sardine, missing 5 wood planks a day. I'm a jellyfish, missing 7 planks a day. So are we all going to die together? There was a moment of silence under the post, then new replies appeared. It seems like that is truly the case. Suddenly I feel like the world is at peace. Turns out, well, all end up dead in the end. Thank you, it's not so painful anymore. Humans are sometimes truly amazing. Discovering others are just as miserable as oneself can lighten the mood. Continuing to scroll down, a familiar ID appeared again. Blue Whale World's #1, Blue Whale players seeking help. What to do about needing over 50 wood planks a day after 7 days? Below replies quickly refreshed. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Keep enjoying your time. Choosing the big one was the right call, huh? Why is the version response crying? This time Blue Whale World's #1 didn't argue with anyone. Evidently he had understood the situation. Wood planks wouldn't grow more just because you were a blue whale. Jiang Beige closed the post and saw a new reply from Jogo. It was just a short line. Use it sparingly, don't waste it again. What about a month from now? Then what? Jogo didn't appear again. Jiang Beige knew why she didn't respond, because there was no standard answer to that question. Surviving until tomorrow was the only qualification to think about a month later. After browsing the forum for a while, Jiang Beige casually clicked into the trading hall. After panic began to spread, the market had changed. Selling off crystal energy fragments, selling advanced metal parts, and some were frantically buying wood planks. The prices were chaotic. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Beige picked up 2 bargains, and after completing the transactions, she felt quite pleased. In her past life, she wouldn't even dare to open the trading section at this stage because she simply couldn't afford anything. Now, she was able to take advantage of the situation. The greatest benefit of being reborn has never been foreseeing the future, but knowing when to spend and when. Time passed little by little. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the moving task was completed, and today's gains were richer than yesterday's. 23 silver chests and 6 golden chests. Still no diamonds, but Jiang Beige was very calm about it. Diamond chests were not something that should appear frequently at this stage. It would be great if she could open one, but not getting one was also normal. She continued to sort through the resources, and this time, she finally gathered enough materials for the backpack. For pieces of leather, 2 metal parts, 3 ropes, and 1 crystal energy fragment. Confirmation for synthesis. 10 minutes later, a deep gray backpack appeared at the output port. Jiang Beige immediately took it, and the system automatically organized with a large amount of clutter being stored in the backpack. The shelter instantly felt much fresher, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Comfortable. Finally, it no longer resembled a garbage dump. In the evening, Jiang Beige sat at the table, a ceramic cup beside her filled with freshly produced fresh water. She slowly took a sip. Sweet still, that pure and sweet taste. The curtains hung gently, faux flowers quietly arranged in the corner of the table, and the colorful lights on the cabinet remained unlit. But it looked pleasing to the eye. The bedding was tidied up neatly, and the entire room was quiet except for the soft hum of the desalination device. Tomorrow would be the last day of the beginner protection period. The day after tomorrow, all players would have to truly face this world. Jiang Beige could almost imagine what the forum would be like then, but that was someone else's concern. Right now, she just wanted to have a good night's sleep. The last day of the beginner protection period. Jiang Beige was awakened by the system's notification sound, a countdown that seemed to be glued to her ear. Time remaining in the beginner protection period, 24 hours. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds. The warm white light fell on the light blue curtains, and the entire room was as quiet as the deep sea. She had slept well last night, or rather she had been sleeping well for the past few days. In her past life, she had never felt this at ease. The first thing she did upon waking up each day was not to eat, but to calculate whether she would still be alive today. A series of questions followed her like a death warrant. Yet now she even had time to linger in bed. Jiang Beige sat up, pulled off the covers, and when her feet touched the carpet, she squinted in comfort. Indeed, the fall of humanity only required a carpet, or just a few days ago, she thought it was enough to sleep on a piece of cloth. Now she had started to complain about how hard the wooden floor was. She even seriously considered for a second whether she should get a mattress later. Brushing her teeth, washing her face. The desalination device was still running steadily as fresh water flowed through the pipes into the basin, making a faint sound. There was only a little more than half a tube of toothpaste left, but it wasn't a big deal. The probability of finding this kind of daily necessity had been increasing lately, and she would eventually find more. After finishing her morning routine, she glanced at the mirror as usual. The changes in her reflection were quite noticeable. Her complexion was much rosier, the dark circles under her eyes had basically disappeared, and her lips were no longer cracked. At least she didn't look like she was on the verge of dying when she first entered the game. Jiang Beige nodded in satisfaction. It seemed her health regimen in this life was going quite well. She walked to the table. Breakfast consisted of a bottle of milk and a piece of bread. Far better than compressed biscuits. Remembering how she had been gnawing on compressed biscuits with delight a few days ago, humans are truly never satisfied. After finishing breakfast, she casually opened the recycling system. The treasure chests accumulated from last night were collected all at once. 4 silver and 1 gold. The system notifications kept refreshing, and the basic supplies automatically entered the warehouse. Jiang Beige glanced at them and closed the interface. These things no longer stirred her emotions, but what truly made her pause was a special item. Small wall painting. The image depicted a sea under the sunset with orange-eyed clouds filling the sky and the deep blue water tinted gold. An incredibly simple painting, yet Jiang Beige stared at it for a long time. After coming to this world, she had seen the deep sea dark currents and glowing fish schools, but it had been a long time since she had seen the sun. She hung the wall painting above her bed, and the room instantly gained a touch of warmth as if a dusk had been transported into the deep sea. After tidying up, she opened the forum. The next second, the screen was flooded with messages. Today's forum could hardly be described as lively, but rather like a collective trial, as everyone awaited tomorrow. And everyone was also afraid of tomorrow. It's the last day of the beginner protection period. I couldn't sleep all night yesterday. Me neither. I really want to quit this game. Who doesn't? I need more than 10 wooden boards a day. How am I supposed to survive? Don't ask, just wait to die. Is the system broken? Even if it is, there's nothing we can do. Right now, I'd rather the system insult me a couple of times than play dead. The page kept refreshing. A mix of emotions blended together: anger, panic, despair, and helplessness. At that moment, a post was pushed to the very top. The Supreme Blue Whale. Blue Whale player. I did some statistics yesterday. We need about 50 wooden boards. I can only last 4 days with all my belongings. If anyone has a solution, please let me know. This time, under the post, no one was sarcastic and no one was gloating. Because everyone suddenly realized that they were all in. It's just that some had bigger boats and some had smaller ones. When they sank, there was no essential difference. Soon, Salted Fish Original Fish also posted. I can only survive for 2 days. Someone replied below. I'm about the same. Salted Fish Original Fish responded quickly. Just hang in there. Jiang Beige felt mixed emotions upon reading this. She continued scrolling down. Master of slacking off. Sea Mother, I'm not running anymore. Whatever will be will be. Professional slackers. Sea Turtle, I agree with the one above. Before I die, I want to know where the exit button is. Someone quickly replied below. I want to know too. Remember to tell me when you find it. Waiting in line for news. The forum rarely had a bit of laughter, albeit a bit bitter, but at least it was laughter. Jiang Beige continued scrolling down and then saw Jiao go. This was the first time in days that she had posted something so lengthy. The scoring system will activate after the protection period ends. The level of the shelter facilities and resource reserves will all participate in the scoring. Try to conserve resources and upgrade the shelter. The more rewards you can get, the longer you can survive. Replies quickly appeared below. How do you know? Is it true? You should have said this earlier. What's the use of saying it now? Jiao replied calmly. I mentioned it on the first day. Be frugal. Suddenly the post went quiet for a moment, as many people remembered. On the first day someone indeed said this, but no one believed it. Jiang Beige closed the forum, gently exhaling. It was the same in her past life. Truly useful information was always buried at the bottom. By the time everyone realized, it was already too late. She opened the control panel and brought up the hidden scoring interface. Shelter level. Facilities, furniture, decorations, reserves, special achievements. Various items were neatly arranged. Jiang Beige did a quick calculation. The top rank was basically secure, but she still didn't relax, because she knew how the system worked. Anything could happen until the last second. The Orca slowly descended, and the outside world fell into complete darkness, illuminated only by the warm white light emitted from the Orca's shell. Treasure chests kept appearing, and the automatic recycling system continued to work, resources flowing into the warehouse like a stream. Jiang Beige leaned against the driver's seat, occasionally glancing at the special item. A golden treasure chest yielded a smart coffee maker. She was overjoyed. Just yesterday she had obtained coffee beans, and today the coffee maker had arrived. What luck! Watching the system notifications refresh continuously, Jiang Beige suddenly felt a strange sensation. While the people in the forum were worrying about tomorrow, she was contemplating the arrangement of furniture. The choice indeed had a significant impact. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she completed the mobile task. She hung the towel rack on the wall. The towel finally had a place to go. No longer crammed in the cabinet with a bunch of supplies, the forum was still frantically refreshing. The trading hall was becoming increasingly chaotic. 1 bottle of fresh water for 1 wooden board. Only for today. Trade if you want. The prices were outrageous. Yet there were still buyers. Because many people had stopped thinking about the future. They just wanted to survive until tomorrow. They would trade anything for a bit of supplies or food. Watching those posts, Jiang Beige suddenly remembered her past life, when she had been just the same. To live another day, she would sell anything. Future. Plans. Development. These words were too distant for someone on the brink of starvation. She closed the trading hall, not participating. She didn't need these things now, nor did she want to earn such money. In the evening, the district announcement popped up on time. The beginner protection period is about to end. The player scoring system will activate in 24 hours. The district leaderboard will officially open. The top player will receive a special reward. As soon as the announcement appeared, the forum exploded again. What is the scoring? What's the special reward? Does anyone know? Is there any insider information? Jiang Beige looked at these posts and closed the forum. She washed up, organized supplies, and installed the coffee machine, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Late at night, the coffee machine operated slowly and a rich aroma wafted through the room. Holding a ceramic cup, she took a sip. The coffee was bitter, but unexpectedly comforting. Now she sat in her shelter at 600 meters deep in the sea, sipping freshly brewed coffee, lying on a soft bed, and having her own room. There was even a sunset wall painting. Sometimes fate is truly wondrous. Once the beginner protection period ended, the real game would begin. Jiang Beige set down her cup. She was allergic to caffeine, and it was just right for her to sleep now. As the novice protection period came to an end, Jiang Beige sat at the table, holding a cup of coffee. The system notification chimed punctually. This time there were no gentle announcements like the previous days, nor any buffer. The cold mechanical voice echoed directly within the shelter. The novice protection period has ended. The energy core exchange system is officially activated. Players may exchange mobile energy at their discretion. The shelter upgrade mechanism has been adjusted. The higher the shelter level, the greater the increase in both the quantity and quality of treasure chests. The player rating system has been activated. Please check it yourself. The voice fell silent. Instantly, the entire forum erupted with posts refreshing so rapidly that the content was almost illegible. It's over. They've really cut off the supply. I just tried it as soon as I started moving, energy began to deplete. Does anyone know what happens when energy... The system explanation is very clear. When energy reaches zero, the shelter will gradually cease function, and it will disintegrate after 24 hours without replenishment. Doesn't that mean waiting for death? Running leads to death, and not running leads to death too. Despair spread like a tide. Everyone knew this day would come, but when it finally arrived, no one could face it calmly. Soon someone made a new discovery. The rewards from the boxes have increased. Screenshots were attached to the post. The black iron box, which originally could only yield 1 wooden plank, now produced 2, and the resources from the bronze box had also noticeably increased. Responses below continued to refresh. The quantity has indeed increased. The silver box has also changed. It used to give 1 enhanced wooden plank, now it gives 2 ordinary wooden planks. What use is that? It's not significantly more. Today is enough, but what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? No one was happy because everyone understood that the increased resources were far from sufficient to escape their predicament. They merely delayed the arrival of death. At that moment, Blue Whale World Champion posted a long message. I just recalculated. The box rewards have increased, but the energy consumption is still there. Today we can gather enough, but tomorrow we have to do it again. I stuffed all the materials I had hoarded in before, just barely managing to get through today. The comments section felt eerily quiet. No one mocked him anymore. Because everyone's situation was similar, the only difference was who would die first and who would die later. Shortly after, Salted Fish here also posted. Sardine. I opened 4 boxes today, getting 5, enough to survive for a day. But only enough for 1 day. Every day is just filling a hole. What's the difference from a slow death? No one contradicted the post below because it spoke the truth. Shortly after, 9 songs appeared. Still only 1 sentence. The system won't let you die easily. Immediately someone asked below. What do you mean? Have you discovered? After a moment, 9 songs replied. It will give you hope. A little more resources every day. Just enough to survive. But never enough to turn things around. You will feel that if you just try a little harder, you can level up, or if you hold on for a few more days, things will get better. And then day after day, you will spend all your time filling in the gaps. Until it becomes a habit. No one spoke. Jiang Beige leaned back in her chair, slowly sipping her coffee. The bitter taste spread across her tongue. 9 songs was right. Someone finally understood that the system was never intended to let players die quickly. That would be too boring. What it wanted was something else, to give you a little hope, and then a little pressure. To keep you forever hovering between not starving to death and living poorly, worrying every day about a few wooden planks, calculating inventory daily, and pondering where tomorrow's travel expenses would come from. In her past life, she lived like this for 3 years, and in the end, even despair became numb. Thinking of this, Jiang Beige lowered her eyes. The wails and panic in the forum could no longer stir much emotion in her, because she had experienced all of that even for a longer time. She was just about to open the rating interface when in the next second a district-wide announcement suddenly rang out. District-wide announcement. The scoring for the novice protection period in District 3872 has been completed. First place, player Tethys. Total score 847. Reward for ranking first, attribute points 5, crystal energy shards 10, special metal parts 5, diamond treasure chest 1. Rewards have been distributed. The forum was in an uproar. It's Tethys again. Over 800 points. I only have a few points. Isn't this gap a bit ridiculous? I know a killer whale player, and he only has a few dozen. So it's not a shelter problem at all. How did she manage to do that? The first day she collected materials, the second day she upgraded the shelter, and afterward she led all the way. While we were figuring out how to survive, she was already studying how to win. Comments were refreshing frantically. Jiang Beige, however, didn't even glance at them. She directly opened her inventory, and the rewards lay quietly there. Attribute points, crystal energy shards, special metal parts. Diamond treasure chest. She reached out and clicked to open it. The moment the chest opened, 3 blueprints appeared before her. Autonomous driving system blueprint, shelter defense turret blueprint, deep sea mineral detector blueprint. When she saw the first blueprint, Jiang Beige's eyes lit up. Autonomous driving had finally arrived. The thing she hated most every day was sitting by the control panel for that 100 nautical miles. She couldn't leave, couldn't get distracted, and even slightly deviating from the route required readjustment, wasting time, and being particularly torturous. The autonomous driving system could directly solve this problem. From now on, as long as she set the route, the killer whale would complete the daily movement task by itself. She could finally free her hands to do other things. This reward was more practical than anything else. The other 2 blueprints were equally valuable. The defense turret was responsible for automatically attacking sea monsters, while the mineral detector was responsible for locating resource points. Each belonged to the core facilities for the later stages. All could be learned, refreshing the panel. New synthesis options appeared in the list. Then she allocated all 5 attribute points to agility. Strength 9, agility 13, stamina 9, spirit 11. Her past experiences told her that when sea monsters appeared, agility was far more important than strength. Only by surviving could there be output. After completing all this, Jiang Beige pushed down the steering lever. The killer whale slowly started. Depth 600 meters. The surroundings were still pitch black, but today the number of treasure chests had noticeably increased. The automatic recycling system kept running. Throughout the day, resources continuously flowed into the inventory. When the movement task was completed, she quickly counted them. The fresh water reserves had already surpassed 100 bottles, and wooden planks, tape, and stones were also steadily increasing. These resources were enough to sustain her consumption for the next few days, and the surplus could be used for upgrades. Jiang Beige looked at the inventory numbers. The system was indeed very clever, neither allowing people to starve nor letting them become wealthy. A little more today, a little less tomorrow. Just enough to keep people stuck in a state where they are reluctant to let go but can never relax. Ordinary players would be trapped in it, unable to break free for a lifetime. Unfortunately, she had already experienced it once and understood the essence of this rule. Jiang Beige looked around. She had gradually turned this place into a true living environment. But she did not relax in the slightest, because she knew the end of the novice protection period was not the end, but the true beginning of the survival game. Jiang Beige walked to the observation window and pulled open the curtains. Outside was still the dark ocean at a depth of 600 meters, no light, no sound, like a silent giant mouth, quietly waiting for all players to step in. The sun rose as usual today, if the sun could be seen 600 meters beneath the ocean surface. Jiang Beige was awakened by the soft hum of the coffee machine, or more precisely by the aroma. The rich scent of coffee drifted through the air, slowly pulling her from her dreams. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling for a moment, lost in thought. Warm white lights spilled across the walls. Pale blue curtains shielded the deep sea outside, and a sunset painting hung quietly by the bedside. If one ignored the 600 meters of seawater outside, this place could even be called cozy. Jiang Beige rolled out of bed, her feet sinking into the plush carpet, and she felt considerably more awake. After a quick wash, she walked to the table where the coffee had already filled half a cup. She grabbed a piece of bread and opened the recycling system while eating. The treasure chests accumulated overnight were collected with a single tap, and system notifications popped up in succession. Silver chests 8. Golden chests 2. After the newbie protection period ended, the number of chests had indeed increased. But as she had suspected, the system offered a steady trickle, not a sudden windfall. Basic materials were automatically categorized and stored in the warehouse. Planks, tape, stones, fresh water. The numbers kept jumping, but Jiang Beige glanced at them and dismissed the window. 1 reinforced leather blueprint. A pack of coffee beans. 1 small storage box. That was all. Jiang Beige raised an eyebrow. It wasn't bad. She placed the storage box in a corner, perfect for storing some odds and ends. She poured the coffee beans into the machine. As for the reinforced leather blueprint, she immediately opened the crafting interface. A diving protective suit, the equipment she had been longing for. Deep-sea exploration would have to begin sooner or later. Without a protective suit, going out meant certain death. The material list unfolded. Reinforced leather 6. Advanced metal parts 4. Crystal energy fragments 3. Sealing gaskets 2. Fresh water 5. Jiang Beige stared quietly for a few seconds, then began inventorying her stock. She had enough crystal energy fragments, and fresh water was abundant. What she lacked were reinforced leather and advanced metal parts. Especially reinforced leather. Almost all high-end equipment required it. She casually opened the blueprint for the reinforced storage backpack. Reinforced leather 4. It again. Jiang Beige massaged her brow. It seemed her main objective for the near future was set. Reinforced leather. She would buy it from whoever had it. She searched the forum. Nothing. She searched the trading hall. Also nothing. Most people didn't even have enough for themselves, so who would sell it? Just as she was thinking, a private message suddenly flashed. Luck King himself. Jiang Beige opened it. The next second a barrage of messages popped up. Tethys. Are you there? Are you there? I got something good. Jiang Beige was already used to this person's style. What is it? Reinforced leather. Advanced metal parts 1. Sealing gasket 1. All freshly opened. Jiang Beige's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly what she needed? It was like a pillow arriving just as she felt drowsy. Pack it all up. Name your price. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Then a long string of messages came through. I don't want blueprints or materials anymore. Could you give me some food? I'm starving. The system has been acting crazy these past few days. Golden chests gave me 5 blueprints. Silver chests give me materials. Not a trace of food. I'm almost out of fresh water too. Save me please. Jiang Beige read it all and made an offer directly. 20 bottles of fresh water. 5 packs of compressed biscuits. 5 cans of braised pork. In exchange for everything you have. The next second, messages flooded the screen. Deal, deal, deal. Done. Tethys, you're truly my savior. I'll prioritize selling you any rare materials I get in the future. Really, I feel like a material wholesaler. In a sense, that's exactly what this person was. They got whatever others lacked, but could never seem to get food. The trade was complete. Reinforced leather became 2 pieces, advanced metal parts became 3, and sealing gaskets were topped up to 2. One step closer to the diving suit. For the rest of the time, Jiang Beige locked the depth at 600 meters, where the golden chest drop rate was higher. The items she now needed almost exclusively appeared from golden chests and above. All morning the killer whale moved along the set path. The automatic recycling system ran non-stop, pulling silver chests one after another into the warehouse. Golden chests occasionally appeared. At the noon tally, she had gained 2 more pieces of reinforced leather and the last advanced metal part. Inventory refreshed. Reinforced leather 4, advanced metal parts 4. She was only 2 pieces of reinforced leather away from completing the diving suit. Jiang Beige's spirits lifted. She continued opening chests. At 1 in the afternoon, a golden chest yielded another piece. She only needed 1 more. Just as Jiang Beige was about to resign herself, a special light spot suddenly appeared at the edge of the radar, its color completely different from a golden chest. Deep blue, shimmering like a star in the ocean depths. A diamond chest. Jiang Beige sat up straight. The killer whale's wake swept past, and the chest was directly pulled in by the automatic recycling system. A system notification popped up. Obtained reinforced leather 8, obtained advanced metal parts 10, obtained crystal energy core 1, obtained diving helmet blueprint, obtained smart temperature control suit blueprint. Jiang Beige stared at the words, crystal energy core, for a long time. It was the most crucial material for the autonomous driving system. She had been worried about not getting it, but the diamond chest delivered it right to her door. After the first place reward, her luck seemed to have improved considerably. At 4 in the afternoon, the movement task was complete, and the killer whale slowly decelerated. Jiang Beige returned to the table and laid out all the materials for the diving suit. Reinforced leather 6, advanced metal parts 4, crystal energy fragments 3, sealing gaskets 2, fresh water 5. She confirmed the synthesis, and a progress bar slowly appeared. Time remaining 3 hours. She let out a long breath. It had finally begun. Once the diving suit was complete, she would truly have the means to leave the shelter and explore the deep sea. The forum was still buzzing with noise. Some people had broken down, others had given up, and some were calculating how many days they could last. Jiang Beige glanced at it a few times and closed it. She had lost interest in such things. Rather than discussing how to die, it was better to figure out how to live. She began tidying the room, neatly restacking the fresh water, and sorting the food by type. Tools were put back in place, materials were organized, and the cabinet was rearranged. The desktop was wiped clean, the mirrors straightened, the copper bell returned to its spot, and the artificial flowers were adjusted at a slight angle. It looked much more pleasant. After finishing, she walked over to the planter. The suspicious seed had grown 6 leaves, slender, vibrant, and full of vitality, but she still couldn't tell what it was. She watered it a little and lay back down on the bed. The room fell silent. The coffee machine's standby light glowed faintly blue, the water desalination device hummed softly, and the seedling in the planter swayed gently in its corner. The diving suit's synthesis progressed slowly. Jiang Beige stared at the ceiling, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. When she woke up tomorrow, she would have her first set of deep-sea equipment. Jiang Beige opened the recycling system. Her harvest from last night was modest. 3 silver boxes and 1 gold box. One-click recycling. System prompts popped up in succession as wooden boards, adhesive tape, ordinary stones, and fresh water automatically entered her inventory, the numbers fluctuating for a moment before quickly disappearing. She had grown too lazy to examine these items in detail. As long as they weren't nearly depleted, basic supplies were merely numbers to her now. However, a special item caught her eye. Blueprint for a small fish tank. The system's description was simple, indicating it could be used for breeding small fish. Jiang Beige took a quick glance, and then closed it as she couldn't even think about raising fish, yet let alone going into the sea, so the fish tank would have to gather dust for now. She stored the blueprint in her backpack and stood up to walk to the workbench. Her diving suit was ready. She hung it up, and the silver-gray protective suit fell glimmering with a cool sheen under the warm white light. Jiang Beige reached out and touched the material, which was softer than she had imagined. The seams were perfectly stitched without a single frayed edge, and the transparent visor was as clean as glass with a thin layer of insulating fleece inside. The system displayed diving protective suit durability 100, maximum diving depth 800 meters. She stared at the numbers for a while. In her past life, she had never worn anything like this until her death. In this life, she finally had the qualifications to step out of the shelter for real. She hung the diving suit back up and returned to the table. The coffee machine was automatically brewing, filling the room with a rich, bitter aroma. Jiang Beige picked up her cup and took a sip, casually opening the synthesis interface. Today's goal was clear. The crystal core energy sword was ready. It was time to arrange for a weapon. Metal parts 4, crystal fragments 2, reinforced wooden planks 2, ropes 2. All materials were satisfied. Confirm synthesis. The progress bar slowly began to move. Estimated time 1 hour. She wasn't in a hurry. After all, what she had the most of now was time. The forum opened as usual the day after the new player protection period ended. The forum no longer felt like the sky was falling as it had the previous days. Humanity's ability to adapt was far stronger than imagined. While they complained, they surprisingly grew accustomed to it. Various threads floated on the homepage. Blue whale is number 1. I survived today. A pile of replies followed. Congratulations. Keep it up tomorrow. As long as we're alive. Salted fish living 1 day is earning 1 day. The reply section was filled with like-minded salted fish. Jiang Beige glanced through a few posts before closing it. These people had already accepted reality, no different from her in her past life. The trading hall was much more interesting than the forum. Scrolling through many trading posts, she searched for reinforced leather, and sure enough, someone had listed it. Reinforced leather 1, selling price, hot pot 1, carbonated drink 1. She glanced at her inventory. The hot pot was gone as she had traded it yesterday, but there was still one last bottle of carbonated drink. She immediately opened a private chat. 1 bottle of carbonated drink for 3 packs of compressed biscuits. The other side was silent for several seconds. A quick reply came back. Deal. The trade was completed, and the reinforced leather was credited to her inventory. Meanwhile, the progress bar for the crystal core energy sword had reached its end. A flash of white light appeared as the finished product showed up in the output bar. Jiang Beige reached out to take it. It was very light, much lighter than an ordinary metal sword. The silver-white blade glimmered with a faint blue light, and the grip had a groove in the center specifically designed for installing crystal fragments. She placed 1 piece inside as instructed. Click. A soft sound echoed. The next moment, the blade lit up, and a subtle humming filled the room like electricity coursing through metal. System prompt: crystal core energy sword activated. Remaining usage time 30 minutes. Jiang Beige swung the sword, effortlessly slicing through the air. The blade left a faint blue afterimage behind. Not bad. It was even better than she expected. At least if she encountered a sea monster, she wouldn't be empty-handed. Just then, the bottom right corner of the trading hall suddenly lit up. The lucky one has logged in. Jiang Beige opened the private chat. What do you have today? Almost immediately, she received a reply. Reinforced leather 2. High-grade metal parts 1. And a blueprint for a smart toilet. What do you think? Impressive, right? Jiang Beige couldn't help but smile at the last line. This guy always felt like opening a blind box. Pack it up. What's the price? The other side quickly sent a long string of messages, still familiar with the porn routine, still familiar with the lack of food and drink. Finally, she summarized. I want to eat. Jiang Beige sent it directly. Fresh water 10, canned food 5, self-heating rice 3. The trade was completed, and both parties were satisfied. She closed the interface, and the recycling system suddenly flickered. Jiang Beige paused her movements. The next moment, a familiar icon popped up, a diamond treasure chest. Her breath quickened as she clicked on recycling. White light exploded. System prompts popped up in succession. Reinforced leather 10. High-grade metal parts 10. Crystal core 1. Independent bathroom blueprint 1. Strength drink 1. Stamina drink 1. Energy drink 1. Jiang Beige's gaze instantly fell on the first item. That blue blueprint independent bathroom. She stared at those 4 characters for a long time. In her past life, for 3 years, she had not taken a proper bath. Salt water washed her body, and a towel wiped her face, always carrying a salty scent. Her skin cracked, inflamed, and scabbed, sometimes hurting so much that she couldn't sleep at night, yet she couldn't even bear to use a bit more fresh water. But now she had the chance to have a real bathroom. Without hesitation, Jiang Beige clicked to learn how all materials were complete. Everything was confirmed. The progress bar began to turn slowly, taking 2 hours. She stood up and began to clear the empty space on the left side of the room. She moved away the piled-up clutter and moved the boxes, clearing out an entire area. By the time the construction finished, a light gray partition wall slowly rose. The independent space took shape, and she pushed the door open to step inside. It was small but complete. A showerhead, sink, mirror, shelving unit, warm yellow wall lamp, and even her toilet were included. Everything sat quietly in place like a real home. Jiang Beige stood at the doorway, suddenly feeling dazed. She truly had a bathroom now, a place that existed solely for comfort. She remained silent for a long time before finally taking off her clothes. Standing under the showerhead, she turned on the water. The icy water cascaded down from her head, flowing through her hair, over her shoulders, and down her back, with soap bubbles emitting a faint lemon scent. In that moment, the memories of inflammation, sores, and pain from her past life seemed to wash away together. When she finished bathing and stepped out, her hair still bore moisture, and the warm yellow light from the bathroom illuminated the carpet through the doorway. The diving suit hung on the wall, the crystal core energy sword leaned against the head of the bed, and the leaves in the planting slot had grown to 8, the deep green veins clearly visible under the light. 3 bottles of special drinks were neatly arranged on the table. Jiang Beige sat back on the bed, leaning against the pillow. She felt so happy for starting today. She was not just surviving, she was living. The Orca shuddered violently. The entire shelter felt as if some colossal creature had rammed it from the seabed, causing the ceramic cups on the table to tremble. The next second, a piercing alarm blared. Red warning lights on the control panel flashed wildly, casting an ominous bloody hue over the one swarm room. Large-scale ocean current disturbance detected. Disaster type, deep sea undercurrent. Estimated duration 6 to 8 hours. Immediate descent to a safe depth is advised. Jiang Beige rushed to the control panel in a few strides. Depth reading 420 meters. She had drifted slightly upward over the past couple of days. This depth was usually safe enough, but it was far from adequate against a vast deep-sea undercurrent. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed the depth control lever all the way down. The Orca began to descend, yet its speed was noticeably sluggish. Outside the shelter, countless invisible forces seemed to be pushing upward. The undercurrent surged in reverse, stubbornly counteracting the Orca's downward momentum. The depth numbers ticked slowly. The entire shelter kept vibrating, and the walls emitted faint creaks that tightened one's heart. It wasn't until she descended to around 480 meters that the upward force finally began to wane. The next moment, the Orca plunged downward as if breaking free from its bonds. The depth instantly dropped below 500 meters, and the vibrations significantly eased. The red lights on the control panel turned yellow, then slowly reverted to green. Safe depth reached. Current depth 520 meters. Undercurrent impact reduced to safe levels. Jiang Beige finally let out a slow breath, then opened the forum. As soon as she entered the channel, countless posts flooded the screen. The entire forum was in complete chaos. Help! My shelter got swept away. Does anyone know what to do? At 300 meters, the house keeps shaking, and the durability is dropping non-stop. The wall here is cracking. Seawater is pouring in. Is the system insane? Why wasn't there any advance warning? I think the system warned a few days ago that an ocean current disaster might occur. Who knew it would be this extreme? I'm at 500 meters, basically fine. Those in shallow waters get down quickly. Can't dive. The undercurrent keeps pushing up. I can't force the control lever down. Post after post appeared. Someone kept uploading screenshots. In the first screenshot, the shelter's durability was still at 100. The second showed 68. The third was only 31. Then that ID never appeared again. Jiang Beige scrolled down in silence. Salty fish itself. The post contained a screenshot of a battered sardine shelter. Half the ceiling had collapsed, seawater flooded the interior, and scattered planks and supplies floated around. The sardine is gone. I was at 220 meters. When the undercurrent hit, there was no time to dive. The shelter cracked, seawater rushed in. I grabbed a few things, and am now hiding in a corner that hasn't collapsed. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Sisters, I'm heading off first. Time posted 5 minutes ago. She posted another one. The system says the shelter is irreparable, and I need to evacuate as soon as possible. Evacuate to where? I'm in the middle of the sea. 3 minutes later. The last message appeared. Forget it. No point struggling anymore. Farewell if fate allows. The post stopped there. Her avatar then dimmed. System notification: this player has been deregistered. Jiang Beige stared at that grayed out name silent for a long time. A sudden tightness gripped her heart. In her past life, she had been no luckier than this girl. In fact, her fate had been even worse. If luck hadn't been on her side time and again, if someone hadn't offered her material aid a few times during her darkest moments, she would never have survived until the end. Over those 3 years, she had brushed past death countless times. But she had lived so long afterward that even those desperate memories had become blurred. She wondered if she would ever meet that person again in this life. Pulling herself back from her thoughts, she continued scrolling down. Professional Slacker had only posted 3 words. Help me. Then there was no further activity. Before long that ID also turned gray. Master of Loafing uploaded a screenshot. A huge crack had split the side of a turtle shelter with seawater gushing in wildly. Does anyone have tape? Lend me some. They'll pay you back. Someone replied below. I have some. Initiate a trade. But there was never any response. Soon after, that name also faded to gray. The forum suddenly grew much quieter as more and more people vanished. Blue Whale is the best also posted. This time there were no complaints, no anger. His tone was eerily calm, almost numb. The durability dropped from 100 to 40 in less than half an hour. I threw in everything I had. Plank, stones, tape, fresh water, anything I could use I stuffed in. But the cracks kept multiplying, and I couldn't repair them fast enough. The post had no replies because no one knew what to say. Jiang Beige scrolled further down. She soon spotted Jiogo. She had posted a screenshot. The interior of an octopus shelter was calm and stable, and the seawater outside the window was a deep dark hue, clearly in a deep sea zone. I'm at 550 meters. It just shook a few times. I told you before, the deep sea is the safe zone. Those who listen survive. Don't blame the system or luck. Blame yourself. Someone immediately retorted below. What's the point of saying this now? People are dead. Jiogu replied swiftly. I'm not speaking to the dead. Jiang Beige stared at that reply, her fingers hovering over the input box, the cursor blinking incessantly. She typed a few words, deleted them, then typed again. Moments later, a new post appeared on the forum. Tethys, the first storm is almost over. There is a special sea area in the shallows at a depth of 150 to 180 meters. The calm sea. It won't be affected by the undercurrent. Use all your materials to repair your shelter. Hold out until the storm ends, then surface and move there. The moment the post appeared, the forum erupted. Tethys, is that for real? What is the calm sea? I'm at 280 meters. They'll try to rush upward. She's the top player in the entire district. Why would she lie to you? How does Tethys know this? Did she discover hidden data? Jiang Beige offered no explanation. Soon new posts kept popping up. I'm at 170 meters. It's really calm here. I'm at 160 meters, no impact either. I just climbed from 300 meters to 200 meters, and the shaking has noticeably reduced. Sisters, hurry. Head for 170 meters. The forum regained its vitality, no longer a sea of despair. At least some people were now struggling to survive. Jiang Beige closed the forum, stood up, and walked to the observation window. She pulled back the light blue curtain, but outside was still pitch black. At a depth of 520 meters, there was no light at all. Her own face was reflected in the glass. Calm, yet marked by a weariness born of enduring too much. After a long while, the system's region-wide announcement rang out, its cold mechanical voice echoing through every shelter. The ocean current disaster has ended. Current remaining population in zone 3872, 4287. Total casualties from this disaster 1845. As the voice faded, the entire forum fell silent for several minutes. 10,000 people. On the 10th day, only a little over 4,000 remained. Finally, someone posted. I'm still alive. Replies quickly appeared below. I'm alive too. Still here. Alive. Alive. But I don't know for how much longer. Jiang Beige watched quietly for a while, then closed the forum. She pushed the directional control lever, and the Orca resumed its journey for the day. The depth held steady at 520 meters. The undercurrent had vanished, and the sea was as calm as if nothing had ever happened. Treasure chests continued to appear in an endless stream, the auto-recycling system ran non-stop, and supplies flowed like a river into the warehouse. But today she had no mood to tally those numbers. At 2 in the afternoon, the movement task was completed, and the shelter fell quiet once more. Jiang Beige stood at the observation window. Outside was still an endless darkness with nothing to see. Yet she knew that somewhere in the depths of this ocean, many were still struggling. Some were rejoicing, some were weeping. Some were crying uncontrollably from having escaped death, while others were already worrying about tomorrow. She picked up her coffee and took a gentle sip. A bitter taste spread across her tongue. It was more bitter than usual, yet somehow felt more real. This disaster was over, but the truly long struggle for survival had only just begun. Announcement for the entire region: Area 3872 has officially entered the oceanic disaster cycle. Starting today, players may encounter sea monster attacks while completing daily movement tasks. The level, type, and frequency of sea monsters are related to the depth. Players are at the level of their shelter and their movement speed. When the shelter is attacked, it will lose durability, and when durability reaches 0, the shelter will collapse. New feature: Shelter Weapon System. Players can install offensive components outside their shelters to defend against sea monster attacks. Installable components include, but are not limited to, energy cannons, harpoon launchers, sonar, shockwave generators, etc. Please check the synthesis interface for specific blueprints and material requirements. New gameplay: deep sea combat. Players can wear diving gear to leave the shelter using personal weapons to engage in underwater battles with sea monsters. Defeating sea monsters will yield rare materials, blueprints, energy fragments, and special rewards. For detailed rules, please check the oceanic disaster interface. The system notification ended. The entire shelter fell into silence. Jiang Beige sat on the bed stunned for 2 seconds, then slowly straightened her body. Finally, it's here. The phase that truly widened the gap between players in her past life. The era of sea monsters. She opened the control panel, and a brand new option appeared at the bottom of the interface. Oceanic disaster. Clicking on it, a flood of information instantly popped up. The probability of sea monster appearances is proportional to depth. The deeper the water, the more numerous and higher the level of the sea monsters. Rewards for defeating monsters will increase accordingly. Basic shelter durability 100. After being attacked, durability will be lost by 520 based on sea monster level. If durability drops below 50, movement speed decreases by 20. If durability drops below 20, defensive capabilities become ineffective. If durability reaches 0, the shelter will collapse. Materials such as planks, tape, and stones can be consumed for repairs. Jiang Beige quickly scanned the content and closed the panel. Then she opened the forum. In the next second, countless posts were refreshing crazily. The entire channel was almost lagging. Compared to the previous storm disaster, the panic brought this time was even more direct. Because storms at least have an end, sea monsters do not, they will become a daily norm from now on. Running 100 nautical miles isn't enough. Now we have to fight monsters. I can hardly afford to eat. Where will I get the materials to craft weapons? What is an energy cannon? I've never even heard of it. Has anyone seen a sea monster? What do they look like? I just encountered one. It was black, covered in tentacles about the same size as my shelter. It hit me once, and my durability dropped directly by 15. I didn't even look back, and just ran. Immediately someone asked, "What happened after you ran?" It chased me for a while, then stopped. That's good. What's good about it? The poster clearly seemed about to. When sea monsters appear, chests don't respawn. I had to take a long detour to escape, and I haven't even gathered enough fare for today. More messages immediately flooded below the post. What does that mean? No chests without fighting monsters. Isn't that forcing us to fight for our lives? It's over. I'm even more afraid to go outside now. Some people had already started calculating. A sea monster hits me once, and I lose 15 durability. Repairing requires 5 planks and 3 tapes. I can only gather a dozen planks in a day. If it happens 2 more times, I'll go bankrupt. Professional slacker posted. So has anyone killed a sea monster? What do you get for killing one? No one answered. Because so far the forum had not seen a single kill record. Jiang Beige scrolled down. Soon she saw Joe Guest post. Still the familiar style, simple and direct, without a single wasted word. The number of sea monsters relates to the depth. There are fewer in shallow waters, and more in deep waters, with fewer chests in shallow waters, and more in deep waters. The weapon system requires blueprints and materials. Personal combat requires diving suits and weapons. Most people won't be able to make them in the early stages. If you encounter a sea monster, run first, prioritize survival. The post was sent out for less than a minute. The number of replies broke 100 immediately. Jiogu, I'm a slow turtle, what should I do? Where do the weapon blueprints come from? How do you make a diving suit? What if I can't withstand the deep sea pressure? Jiogu, do you accept disciples? I can do anything. Many thanks posts also emerged. Liver Emperor here, Jiogu, thank you. You told me to stock up on supplies, and I did as you said. When the storm came, I relied entirely on those supplies to get through. Green Farm, Jiogu, let me give you some seeds. I only survived because I listened to your advice. Jiogu simply replied, survival is your own choice. Jiang Beige smiled at the post. This person is truly peculiar. She then closed the forum, leaning back into her chair. While others were still figuring out how to make diving suits, hers was already hanging on the wall, and the energy sword was also ready. Being 1 step ahead and being 10 steps ahead are 2 different concepts. However, she currently had no intention of actively hunting sea monsters. She had never done so in her past life and did not know the specific strength of the sea monsters. Being cautious is never a mistake. Let's observe for now. Half an hour later, the first sea monster appeared. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded, and the control panel turned red instantly. Warning. Unknown marine life detected approaching. Distance 50 meters. Please prepare for... Jiang Beige immediately stood up and walked to the observation window. Outside, it was still pitch black. A massive dark shadow slowly emerged from below, grayish-black, covered in writhing tentacles, each tentacle tipped with glowing dots. From a distance, it looked like countless eyes opening at the same time. Its size was comparable to that of an orca. Its swimming speed was not fast, yet it instinctively evoked a sense of danger. Jiang Beige stared at the creature, feeling not much fear, but rather observation. She had never seen it in her past life because she was too weak, her sardine's activity range was limited, and she could not access the true depths of the ocean. Now she finally saw it. The sea monster was getting closer, its tentacles gently swaying in the water, as if sensing everything around. Jiang Beige gripped the control stick ready to change direction at any moment. But the next second the sea monster suddenly changed direction. It leisurely swam past the Orca as if it was just passing by. The alarm quickly disappeared. A system notification popped up. The sea monster has left. No damage was caused this time. Jiang Beige breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed not all sea monsters would attack actively, at least this one did not. She pushed the control stick again, and the Orca continued forward. And thus the deep-sea era belonging to all players officially began at this moment. The entire room shuddered violently. A coffee cup slid across the tabletop, rolled twice on the carpet, and landed with a dull thud. The control panel instantly flashed red. Warning: medium-sized sea monster detected. Estimated time of contact 30 seconds. Suggestion: engage in combat or evacuate. Jiang Beige quickly walked to the observation window. The seawater at 600 meters deep was pitch black. The warm white light emitted by the Orca sanctuary could only illuminate a small surrounding area. At the edge of the light, a dark red shadow was slowly ascending. The creature looked like a lobster. If it were an ordinary lobster, she might already be deciding between garlic butter or steaming. Unfortunately, this one was ridiculously oversized. Its two massive claws were larger than a car, and its shell was covered in dark red patterns that looked like flowing magma. It certainly didn't look like something that could be served on a dinner table. Jiang Beige stared at it for a few seconds, then turned and walked to the coat rack, taking down her diving suit. The silver-gray one-piece suit was spread out on the bed. The process of putting it on was simpler than expected. Once the zipper was closed, the entire suit automatically tightened, conforming to her body without restricting movement. The moment the mask was secured, a system prompt appeared. Diving protection suit activated. Current adaptable depth 01000 meters. Oxygen remaining 120 minutes. Temperature regulation enabled. Jiang Beige moved her arms. It felt quite comfortable, like wearing a high-end sportswear set, except for the hefty price tag. Even now, thinking about the materials used still made her wince. She also picked up the energy blade. A new energy shard had been pre-installed. As she pressed the activation button, the blade glowed with a faint blue light. A low humming sound gradually arose. It finally looked like a futuristic weapon. She arrived at the outer airlock door of the treasure chest recovery port. The door slowly opened. The cold seawater appeared before her. Jiang Beige took a deep breath and slipped out. The next second, the deep sea enveloped her entirely, but the anticipated cold did not arrive. The diving suit's constant temperature system immediately began working, warmth spreading through her body. The mask's display interface lit up simultaneously. Depth 586 meters. Oxygen 118 minutes. Water temperature 8°C. Heart rate 83. Not bad. Her heart wasn't racing in panic, meaning things weren't too serious. She looked back at the Orca sanctuary. The warm white light floated in the darkness, resembling a giant glow. A sudden thought crossed Jiang Beige's mind. If she died out here, would this thing become a deep-sea relic? She could already imagine the forum title. Shocking. A mysterious Orca sanctuary left behind after a top ranker's disappearance. She found the idea absurd and quickly dismissed the ominous thought. The sea monster had already closed in. The giant lobster stopped not far away, its two massive claws slowly opening, the dark red light patterns growing brighter. It seemed ready to strike. Jiang Beige didn't hold back either. Since she was here, she might as well take a few swings. She used the water currents to close in quickly. The lobster reacted swiftly, its huge claws sweeping across, stirring up a massive current. Jiang Beige sidestepped to avoid it, barely escaping being cut in two. She immediately dropped her contempt. Good heavens, this thing genuinely wanted to eat her. Over the next few minutes, the one woman and the monster chased each other through the deep sea. Jiang Beige was faster, while the lobster had higher defense. Sometimes when she struck with her sword, it felt like she was breaking down a security door. Other times when the lobster swung its claw, it felt like a dump truck had just grazed past her. In short, neither had it easy. After about 10 minutes of struggle, the lobster finally showed an opening. Jiang Beige seized the opportunity and thrust her sword into the joint of its shell. The energy blade sank in instantly, and black bodily fluids gushed out. The sea monster thrashed wildly for a while before slowly calming down. The red light on its shell gradually faded, and its massive body began to sink into the deep sea. A system prompt sounded simultaneously. Medium-sized sea monster killed successfully. Gained experience 500. Gained energy shard 5. Gained energy core 1. Gained armor plate 3. Gained advanced repair bench blueprint 1. Gained lobster meat 3. Jiang Beige stared at the last three words. Lobster meat. She fell silent, then looked down at the colossal creature sinking below. Good news, her first underwater combat was a success. Bad news after all that tension, she had just killed an oversized lobster. With something this big, the system only gave her 3 pieces of meat. Even a capitalist would call it a ripoff. Jiang Beige even suspected the system was skimming off the top. She looked at the lobster corpse again, feeling a bit cheated. A lobster this huge in the real world selling, it would probably be enough for her to retire. But now all she got was 3 pieces of meat. Ridiculous. She quickly returned to the sanctuary, slipped through the hatch, took off the diving suit, and hung it back on the rack. Her first underwater battle was over smoother than expected. The energy blade had 47 energy remaining. Fighting one medium-sized monster had used up nearly half. It seemed she would need to stockpile energy shards. This thing was a real money burner. After a quick wash of her hands, Jiang Beige opened the forum. As expected, the entire screen was filled with sea monsters. After flipping through a few pages, she saw a post by Jiang with a picture of a harpoon launcher. Jiang, lowest level weapon testing complete. Killed one small sea monster, sanctuary intact. The replies below were flooding in. Is the harpoon launcher strong? Where did you get the blueprint? How do you make it? Can it auto-attack? Jiang only replied once. Figure it out yourself. Then Jiang Beige watched for a while, then silently closed the forum. She had always been curious, how did Jiang have so much time to post? Everyone else was busy surviving, but Jiang was busy being a forum mentor. At this rate, she suspected Jiang would eventually become a forum moderator. After closing the page, Jiang Beige began organizing today's loot. Energy core armor plates, advanced repair bench blueprint. All good stuff. Especially the armor plates, she directly installed them onto the Orca's outer shell. System prompt, installation successful. Sanctuary durability cap increased to 115. Her sense of security immediately rose a notch. After handling that, Jiang Beige went to the planter trough. The suspicious plant had grown to 15 centimeters tall. Its leaves were a glossy, vibrant green, looking more and more like a vegetable. The system displayed growth progress 1,315 days. 2 more days until maturity. Jiang Beige looked at it, suddenly feeling a bit hopeful. She hoped it wouldn't turn out to be a piece of kelp. Otherwise, she would be really disappointed. She then went into the bathroom for a shower. The hot water wasn't connected yet, so she had to make do with cold water. Halfway through, a question suddenly popped into her head. In theory, could the fresh water in the bathroom be drinkable? After all, it was all desalinated seawater. Boiled, it should be the same. Thinking of this, she fell silent for 2 seconds, then seriously reflected on whether she had become so poor that she was getting creative. Others renovated their bathrooms to improve their quality of life. She renovated hers to figure out how to recycle shower water. It was hard to comment. After the shower, she changed into new pajamas and brewed herself a cup of coffee. She took a sip. Bitter, bitter, bitter. Jiang Beige began to miss bubble tea. In the first 3 days, her biggest wish was to have enough water to drink. Now it had upgraded to wanting bubble tea. At this rate, in another month, she might be longing for hot pot barbecue and spicy hot pot. Human desires were indeed a bottomless pit. Unfortunately, no one on the forum sold bubble tea, otherwise she would definitely order a couple of cups. She sat there in a daze for a while, then suddenly remembered she still hadn't completed today's final 10 nautical mile movement task. So she quickly got up and pushed the control stick. The Orca restarted and slowly advanced into the deep sea. When the last 10 nautical miles were completed, the system prompt came right on time. Today's movement task completed. The Orca gradually decelerated and eventually hovered in the 600-meter deep sea. Jiang Beige drew the curtains blocking out the darkness outside, and then organized the remaining unclassified boxes. 1 intermediate medical kit blueprint and some basic supplies were all put into storage. After finishing, the room fell quiet again. Jiang Beige crawled into bed. Not bad, another day leading the entire server. Every morning at the same time, the coffee machine would start working punctually. The bean chamber rotated and the blade ground the coffee beans, filling the entire room with a familiar aroma. Jiang Beige had almost trained herself to have a conditioned reflex to it. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she did was not check the time, but smell the coffee. It's good to be alive. At least today there is coffee, even though she doesn't particularly like it. She crawled out of bed, neatly folded the blanket, and went to the bathroom to wash up. The greatest benefit of having a private bathroom is that it makes one feel somewhat human. Brushing her teeth, washing her face, looking in the mirror. The person in the mirror looked quite energetic. It seemed she was indeed doing better than in her past life. In her previous life at this time, she was probably squatting in a sardine shelter, pondering whether to die of thirst or hunger first. Now at least she could be troubled by the bitterness of the coffee. Returning to the table, the cup emblazoned with world's best was already half filled with coffee. She took a sip and it was bitter, just as expected. Jiang Beige remained silent for 2 seconds, longing for bubble tea. Iced full sugar with pearls, taro balls, and a milk cap. With that thought, she silently took another sip of coffee. Forget it, dreams have everything. Breakfast consisted of a box of mixed fruits and a sandwich. It was from yesterday's unboxing. Jiang Beige looked at the fruit on the table, feeling inexplicably flattered. Finally, no more gnawing on compressed biscuits. After coming to this world, she felt her biggest dream had shifted from making a fortune to simply eating normally. After finishing breakfast, she casually opened the recycling system. The treasure chests from last night's idle running were already piled there. 6 of them, 2 gold, 4 silver. The system automatically unpacked the boxes and the basic supplies were directly stored. When the special items popped up, Jiang Beige's eyes brightened. Reinforced leather X3, advanced metal parts X2, crystal energy fragments X1. Not bad, not lacking. She stored the items and then opened the shelter upgrade interface. Level 3 shelter today, she planned to do some serious accounting. As soon as she opened it, a long list of materials instantly appeared. Reinforced planks X20, reinforced tape X15, crystal energy fragments X10, crystal energy cores X2, armor plates X5, reinforced stones X30, advanced metal parts X12. There was also a description of the upgraded features. An area of 85 square meters, a maximum diving depth of 1,000 meters, a level 2 workbench, a level 2 heating station, a level 2 planting slot, advanced diving suit, medium turret, deep sea detector. Jiang Beige quietly read through it. Silence, then continued silence. Good, the system was still the same system. It could always tell her precisely what it meant to have a long way to go. She began to do mental calculations. Leaving aside the core materials for now, she calculated the basic materials. Ordinary planks would require at least 100 tape, over 50, and metal parts a dozen. Fortunately, the inventory was relatively healthy. Over 200 planks, over 80 tapes, and more than 40 metal parts. Enough, but not abundant. For someone who has experienced 3 years of post-apocalyptic life, having an inventory that does not exceed 3 times the demand is considered the poverty line. She opened the trading hall and skillfully posted. Offering fresh water, collecting basic supplies. Planks, tape, stones, and metal parts collected without limit. 1 unit for 1 bottle of fresh water. Automatic trading has been activated. As soon as the post was sent out, the trading window immediately became lively and the data began to fluctuate wildly. Plank 1. Plank 3. Tape 5. Stone 8. Metal parts 2. Jiang Beige comfortably leaned back in her chair. This was her favorite way to play. Automatically collecting and making money while lying down. Soon someone in the forum discovered her trading window. My gosh, a bottle of fresh water for a plank. Is the top player doing charity? I just exchanged 20 planks. Oh, I can finally survive until tomorrow. Does Tethys have an endless supply of fresh water? That's how it is for those with seawater desalination devices. The lucky one was the first to jump out. Tethys is awesome. Thanks for the water, big shot. I finally don't have to lick the bottle cap. Jiang Beige almost laughed out loud upon seeing this. This person must be uncomfortable if they don't act in a day. Discussions were already happening in the forum about whether she was losing money. Some felt she was losing money, some thought she was crazy, and others thought she was a saint. Jiang Beige was not interested in any of it. Losing money? Of course not. Fresh water was something she produced daily as soon as she opened her eyes, but planks didn't just grow on their own. More importantly, she knew very well what those people were lacking. In her past life, she had also bargained with others for half a bottle of water. That feeling was not pleasant. Now she was just lending a hand. She could collect materials and help a group of people continue living. Why not? An hour later, the inventory surged. Planks approached 300, tape surpassed 100, metal parts neared 60, and stones piled up like a small mountain. Meanwhile, there were still over 60 bottles of fresh water left. Jiang Beige satisfiedly clicked to close. That was enough. She didn't know if others would survive longer, but her inventory was about to overflow. After closing the trading window, she began to plan today's goals. The level 3 shelter needed armor plates which could only be obtained by hunting sea monsters, so it seemed she had to go to work again today. She stood up, changed into her diving suit, put on her helmet, and picked up her crystal energy sword, looking like a deep-sea worker ready to go out. The hatch opened, cold seawater enveloped her body, and the mask lit up. Depth, 545 meters. Oxygen, 119 minutes. Water temperature, 7°C. Jiang Beige looked at the data. Good, today was another day. She wouldn't freeze to death. Soon the first sea monster appeared ahead, still a familiar crustacean. It looked like a lobster, a giant lobster, a colossal lobster. Every time Jiang Beige saw this creature, she couldn't help but think how nice it would be if it dropped garlic sauce packets. There was nothing much to say about the battle process. Practice makes perfect. A few minutes later, the lobster met its peaceful demise. The system popped up a reward. Crystal energy fragments X2, armor plates X1, a reinforced planks X1. Jiang Beige's eyes lit up. Armor plates. This item was worth more than lobsters. The second sea monster was clearly much larger. With tentacles and pincers, it looked quite abstract, like something randomly molded by the system. Jiang Beige realized something was off as soon as she charged in. She could defeat it, but it was strenuous and easy to get hit. She had a knack for knowing when to retreat. If she could win, she would fight fiercely, but if she couldn't, she would run away quickly. There was no shame in it. Staying alive was the most important. So after taking a few hits, she decisively turned around to retreat. The whole movement was fluid and unburdened. When she returned next to the Orca, she even had time to comment, "Young monsters don't play fair." The durability of the diving suit dropped by 8. Not a big deal, it's cheaper than repairing the shelter. For the rest of the time, she just ran and fought like this. Seeing small monsters, she would casually cut them down, and when she saw larger monsters, she would politely navigate around them. The focus was on flexible employment, until today's mobile task was completed. The system statistics popped up as well. 2 medium sea monsters, 1 small sea monster. Crystal energy fragments X4, armor plates X2, reinforced planks X2, metal parts X1. The harvest was quite good. Jiang Beige returned to the shelter and immediately installed the armor plates. As the last armor plate was embedded into the shell, the warm white glow on the walls slightly brightened, like some large creature was breathing. The durability limit increased from 115 to 125. Watching the numbers rise, her mood instantly improved. This was probably the joy of hoarding. The mysterious plants in the planting slot were still growing vigorously, with leaves getting larger and stems becoming thicker. Jiang Beige was already starting to look forward to it. She seriously suspected that this thing was either a vegetable or that the system was preparing to surprise her. Of course, it could also be a scare. According to the system's usual style, the latter was even more likely. But it didn't matter. She had nurtured it for so long that she couldn't just pull it out now. She glanced at the time. Deciding to take a shower first, after coming out she changed into new pajamas and made herself a cup of coffee. 1 cup in the morning to invigorate, another cup in the evening to help sleep. The recycling system flashed continuously for over 10 times. Jiang Beige did not hastily confirm. She first glanced at the upgrade interface of the shelter. The section for the level 3 shelter remained quietly lit. It was as if it was waiting for her. The boxes piled at the recycling point were finally settled in one go. The system began to pop up notifications in batches. Silver treasure chest 8, wooden plank 32, freshwater 16, tape 8, ordinary stones 12, metal parts 4, compressed biscuits 6. Golden treasure chest 5, reinforced wooden plank 8, crystal energy fragment 5, advanced metal parts 3, self-heating hot pot 2, carbonated drinks 4, armor plate 1. Diamond treasure chest 1, reinforced wooden plank 4, crystal energy core 1, reinforced tape blueprint 1, medium turret blueprint 1, armor plate 2. When the last notification popped up, the interface briefly lagged. It felt as if the system hesitated on whether to be so generous. Jiang Beige stared at the words diamond treasure chest for 2 seconds. Then she lightly clicked her tongue. Have they started to treat me as a cash player recently? She did not immediately examine the rewards in detail and directly stored them with a single click. The moment the materials entered her inventory, the numbers in the resource section of the shelter began to fluctuate. Reinforced wooden planks, crystal energy fragments, advanced metal parts. Each item increased one by one. However, her attention had already fallen on another more crucial interface. Shelter upgrade, level 2, level 3. She clicked on it. The system unfolded a whole page of material requirements. Reinforced wooden plank 20, a reinforced tape 15, crystal energy fragment 10, crystal energy core 2, armor plate 5, reinforced stone 30, advanced metal parts 12. To her surprise, the materials were sufficient. When she reached this conclusion, she even felt a bit bored. Because this matter should have been a bit more difficult, but now it seemed more like she had effortlessly collected them. She even suspected that the system had secretly increased the drop rate. Of course, in the next moment she dismissed this idea. The system could not be so benevolent. The only reasonable explanation was that her current position was no longer alive, but rather in the resource efficiency zone. Simply put, while others were still scavenging for trash, she had already begun mining. She had 3 extra armor plates, and she installed them all effortlessly, prompting a system notification. Armor plate installation complete. Current durability limit increased to 140. The warm white light on the wall gently flowed, and the overall texture of the shelter changed. It was no longer just a container, but more like some kind of gradually hardening biological shell. Jiang Beige patted the wall. Not bad, it's getting tougher and tougher. Since she couldn't move during the upgrade, she decided to leave it for the evening, and only then did she finally remember another matter. The planting slot. Its recent presence felt a bit abnormal. As she approached, she immediately sensed that the leaves were moving and there was no wind underwater. It was their own rhythmic unfolding and folding. It was like breathing. Jiang Beige squatted down, staring at it. The plant seemed to be looking at her. Although it had no eyes, the feeling was unmistakable. It was not a cold, lifeless growth. It felt as if it had just awakened and was confirming whether the surrounding environment was safe. If you suddenly evolve into a BOSS, I would be very embarrassed, she casually remarked, and the leaf gently curled, brushing against her fingertip. Warm, it felt less like a plant and more like a response with a sense of touch. In the next moment, a very light emotional feedback came through, a sense of curiosity and a hint of dependence. Jiang Beige paused. She withdrew her hand and looked at her fingertip. All right, now even growing vegetables has social attributes. When she said this, her tone was very calm, even with a hint of acceptance. After all, this place could even have orcas as shelters. Having some interactive plants growing wouldn't be too absurd. It was just that the level of trouble was starting to escalate. At that moment, the flower bud opened up a bit more, and a light purple glow seeped through the crevices. Suddenly, a flash appeared in the corner of the control panel. A line of prompts emerged and then disappeared. Mental type, plant maturity progress under detection. Fruit effect, mental attribute enhancement, not fully analyzed. Jiang Beige's gaze paused for a moment. Mental attributes, a good thing indeed. She turned away from the planting slot, casually marking this item as a top priority. Key observation subject. It might be even more important than the turret. In her mind, she tagged it finally something that could enhance her mental state. What she needed most right now was not strength or endurance, but rather mental clarity. After all, facing that group of people in the forum every day made it hard to maintain a healthy mental state. If the fruit could really increase attributes, then this plant would be a key protective target. Anyone who dared to touch it would become fertilizer. Thinking about this, her mood instantly improved. The remaining moving tasks were quickly completed, and afterward, she effortlessly connected the hot water system. When 40-degree hot water first flowed out of the nozzle, Jiang Beige stood in the bathroom silent for a long time. 3 years in her past life. She had almost forgotten what it felt like to take a real hot bath. The system did not reward her with any achievements, but she felt this moment was worth more than opening a diamond chest. In the evening, she sat on the carpet with a self-heating hot pot. The forum was still lively. Lucky Emperor was crazily selling newly opened blueprints. Jiang Beige took a glance. Small generator blueprint. A good item. She directly sent back one word. Want. The other side replied instantly. Big shot, I knew you had an eye for good things. Jiang Beige did not reply again. After finishing the hot pot, she walked back to the planting slot. That light purple fruit had grown a size larger than in the afternoon, resembling a crystal grape on the verge of ripening. The faint glow flickered against the wall, quiet and gentle. She looked for a while before turning towards the control panel, where the level 3 shelter upgrade button was quietly lit up. All materials had been placed, and only the final confirmation was needed. Jiang Beige reached out her hand, pressed the upgrade button, and the system began the countdown, causing the shelter to gently tremble. She held the cup marked with words no. 1 and filled it halfway with coffee, walking up to the control panel. The upgrade progress bar had completed. The sanctuary had now reached level 3 since she pressed the button before sleep last night. The system popped up a series of notifications which she read one by one. Sanctuary upgrade complete. Current level 3. Area 85 square meters. Maximum dive depth 1000 meters. New facilities unlocked, advanced workbench level 2, heating station level 2, crafting station. New blueprints unlocked, medium turret, deep sea detector, advanced diving suit. There was also a district-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Tethys for becoming the first player in Area 3872 to upgrade their sanctuary to level 3. Reward attribute points 5, crystal core 3, diamond treasure chest 2. Jiang Beige's lips twitched slightly. Why was the system so stingy, unable to be a little more generous? She clicked to open the treasure chest, not wanting to keep it. Obtained cashmere sweater 1, waterproof sports shoes 1, care package 1, homeware 4, slippers 2, coral fleece robe 2, thermal underwear set 2, foot bath 1, crystal fragments 15. The care package was a small box neatly containing shampoo, conditioner, body wash, lotion, comb, nail, clipper, cotton swabs. Each item was travel-sized, but sufficient for quite a while. Jiang Beige opened the recycling system again. During the upgrade last night, she hadn't collected much from the chests, only a few scattered items. One-click recycling placed the basic supplies into storage, while special items popped out separately. A blue blueprint appeared with the system, identifying it as pharmacology table. Can craft various potions, elixirs, and syringes. Required materials: wooden planks 8, metal parts 4, glass 2, crystal fragments 1. Glass. She flipped through her inventory, but found none. This item had never been obtained before. New materials only dropped from silver chests and above, much like reinforced leather belonging to Midstage Resources. In addition to the blueprints, the chest also yielded some finished potions. 1 red small bottle stamina potion 1 restores 30 stamina immediately upon consumption, alleviates mild fatigue, lasts for 10 minutes. 1 blue potion agility potion 1 temporarily increases agility by 3 points for 20 minutes. There was also a pack of white powder mental powder 1 slowly restores mental energy consumption upon use, non-permanent enhancement. Jiang Beige set these 3 items aside on the table, then opened the forum to search for glass drop information. Some said it dropped from diamond chests, occasionally from gold chests, and almost never from silver chests. She had not yet obtained glass, but since diamond chests consistently yielded it, she decided to dive deeper. 600 meters wasn't enough, she aimed for 800 meters. She pushed down the control stick and the Orca began to accelerate. The depth slowly descended from 600 meters to 800 meters. The sea outside darkened. The frequency of treasure chests appearing had noticeably increased, and their quality was higher. Gold chests were too numerous to count and diamond chests appeared intermittently. In the spoils from the opened chests, glass finally appeared, 1 piece from a gold chest and 2 pieces from diamond chests. Glass 3, enough. She opened the synthesis interface and selected the pharmacology table blueprint. Wooden planks 8, metal parts 4, glass 3, crystal fragments 1. Confirm. Progress bar indicates 1.5 hours. While waiting, she continued to complete today's mileage tasks. Before long, the pharmacology table was ready. A silver-white table appeared next to the heating station, with several grooves on the surface corresponding to different shapes of containers: round small bottles, square boxes, and slender syringe tubes. Beside it were a material input port and a finished product output port. She clicked on the synthesis interface of the pharmacology table, which listed several items that could be crafted. Stamina potion requires seaweed 2 and fresh water 1. Agility potion requires crystal fragments 1, ordinary stones 2, and fresh water 1. Strength potion requires sea monster blood 1, metal parts 1, and fresh water 1. Mental potion requires mental powder 1, crystal fragments 2, and fresh water 1. Seaweed is only found in shallow water areas, which can be purchased later. She had sea monster blood collected automatically by the system from the monster she defeated earlier. She obtained 1 mental powder from today's treasure chest, but needed 1 more to craft a mental potion. Today's goal was to practice combat, but the Orca was still on the move. She couldn't be away for too long, or the Orca would deviate from its course or collide with obstacles. So she decided to fight monsters while driving. When a sea monster appeared, she would swiftly engage, finish the fight, and continue navigating. The first sea monster quickly appeared, a medium-sized crustacean. Jiang Beige swiftly took out her crystal sword and exited the Orca. She kicked off the Orca's shell and propelled herself out. Dodge, thrust, dodge again, and then thrust repeatedly. She no longer pursued a quick kill, but deliberately slowed her pace to observe the sea monster's attack patterns. The angles, speeds, and sequences of the pincers, and the inertia when its body turned. Each strike was not rushed to hit a vital point. She probed first, and then counterattacked. It took her 5 minutes to finally kill the sea monster. A system prompt appeared: crystal fragments 2, armor plates 1. She returned to the Orca panting for breath. 89 minutes of oxygen remained, which was sufficient. She returned to the cockpit, and the Orca continued to move forward. The second sea monster appeared 10 minutes later, a large tentacle creature. 8 tentacles waved simultaneously, more troublesome than the previous one. She didn't rush in circling around, instead waiting for a gap in its attack rhythm. When one tentacle swung towards her, she sidestepped and cut off one. The sea monster writhed in pain, and the other 7 tentacles lashed out simultaneously. She swam up 10 meters, evading the attack range. Once it retracted, she charged down to cut the second tentacle. One by one, she severed them, taking 10 minutes. Finally, the sea monster lay still, all its tentacles severed, its body slowly sinking. A system prompt appeared. She glanced at it: crystal fragments 3, armor plates 1, and a golden blueprint she had never seen before. Treasure map. A piece of parchment glowing with a dark golden hue filled with dense lines and symbols. The system identified it as treasure map fragment 1. Collect 3 fragments from the same area to craft a complete treasure map. The treasure map would mark the location of a hidden secret realm. Rare resources, advanced equipment, attribute fruits, etc. could be found within. Jiang Beige froze, her sword suspended in midair. Treasure map. She flipped the parchment over several times. She didn't recognize the drawn lines, but in the lower right corner was a line of small text: area code 387207, fragment number 13. She needed 2 more fragments from the same area to craft a complete treasure map. At least she had a starting point. Returning to the sanctuary, she took off her diving suit and hung it up, inserting her sword into the repair station to fix it. She continued to complete today's mobility tasks. The remaining journey was uneventful. Chests were collected as usual, and supplies were stored as normal. After running 100 nautical miles, she began to organize today's harvest. Jiang Beige used tape to attach the treasure map fragment to the wall. The dark golden light flickered slightly under the illumination. She walked over to the planting trough. The flower bud of the spiritual plant opened a bit more, the pale purple light brighter than yesterday. The fruit in the center of the bud had grown to thumb size, semi-transparent, resembling a fruit coated in syrup. She reached out to touch it. The surface of the fruit was soft with a warm sensation. The system didn't pop up a prompt, but she could feel that the item was establishing some sort of connection with her. It was a vague emotion, a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. She took a shower, changed into her homeware, and sat at the table pouring herself a cup of warm water. Holding the cup, she gazed at the treasure map fragment on the wall. Once she became proficient in combat and gathered the complete treasure map, she would explore the secret realm. After finishing the last sip of water, she lay down on the bed. The treasure map fragment on the wall emitted a dark golden light, while the spiritual plant in the planting trough glowed with a pale purple hue. Jiang Beige walked to the control panel and pushed the directional lever. The Orca began to move forward. She leaned back into her chair and opened the recovery system's log panel. The recovery system operated automatically, pouring materials into the inventory with a steady clatter. Without a detailed glance, she picked up her cup and took another sip of warm water. Jiang Beige went to check on the plant. The fruit of the psychic plant had grown significantly larger, expanding from the size of a thumb to that of a walnut. A faint purple light flowed within it like a heart wrapped in syrup. She reached out and touched it. The fruit's surface was warm, and that vague emotion transmitted to her again. A very quiet feeling, like having someone sitting nearby, without speaking. Just as she was about to return to the cockpit, the Orca suddenly jolted violently. It wasn't the impact of a sea monster. The Orca was moving on its own, diving sharply downward. Jiang Beige was nearly thrown off. She didn't know what was happening, but the Orca's reaction told her everything. Something was coming, something so terrifying that even the Orca was fleeing. She crawled to the window and looked out. 2 lamps had lit up in the deep sea. They were dark red, colossal, like 2 blazing suns. They weren't lamps, they were eyes. A behemoth slowly rose from the darkness below, 3 times the size of her Orca. Its body was covered in pitch-black scales, each as large as a tabletop, with dark red light flickering at the edges like magma flowing through fissures. Its head bore 3 pairs of eyes, the front pair being the largest, and the 2 behind them smaller. Its mouth was a ring of inward curving fangs, the outermost ones longer than her crystal energy blade. The Orca swerved sharply to the side, trying to escape the monster's attack range. But the monster was faster. It angled up from below and slammed its head hard into the bottom of the shelter. The entire room shook violently. Jiang Beige was thrown off her back, crashing into the wall. The durability number on the control panel dropped from 100, falling to 97, 94, 91. System alerts flashed continuously. Shelter under attack. Durability 3. Evacuation advised immediately. She scrambled up, rushed to the control panel, and pushed the speed to maximum. The Orca surged forward at full speed, but the monster was faster. It circled to the side, scraping the edge of its head scales against the shelter's hull, producing a piercing screech of metal. Durability dropped from 91 to 85. There was no escape. This monster was faster, larger, and more ferocious than the Orca. If she stayed inside, the Orca would be a sitting duck, and the shelter would eventually be torn apart. Jiang Beige turned and ran to the storage chest, pulling out all the potions she had saved. Strength Potion 1, Endurance Potion 2, Agility Potion 1. She uncorked the Strength Potion and downed it in one gulp. It tasted like rusty water mixed with chili, burning her throat. Then she opened the Agility Potion and gulped it down. It was even more bitter than the Strength Potion. A system prompt appeared. Strength 5, duration 30 minutes. Agility 3, duration 30 minutes. She grabbed the crystal energy blade from beside her bed, inserted a brand new crystal energy fragment, and the energy bar filled to maximum. She then put on the diving suit, zipped it up to her chin, and fastened the mask. Turning, she walked to the hatch beside the recovery port, sticking her head out first, then her shoulders, body, and legs. Seawater enveloped her body. The display on her mask lit up. Depth 720 meters, oxygen 110 minutes, water temperature 3 degrees Celsius. She clung to the Orca's hull, gripping the base of its dorsal fin with one hand and her blade with the other. The Orca was still charging forward at full speed, with the monster in hot pursuit. She glanced back. The monster's dark red eyes were drawing closer in the darkness, now less than 20 meters away. She took a deep breath and her heart rate jumped to 138. Then she released the dorsal fin, turned to face the colossal beast, kicked off the Orca's hull with all her might, and shot forward like an arrow. One of the monster's eyes noticed her. Its pupil contracted and the dark red light locked onto her body like a massive current surged from the monster's direction, pushing her backward. It wasn't an attack, it was just a single exhale from the beast. Jiang Beige tumbled through the water, twice, barely stabilizing herself. She kicked off against the current and charged forward again. This time she aimed not for the eye, but for a crevice beneath it. There were no scales covering that spot. The exposed skin was dark gray and looked thin. The crystal energy blade pierced the crevice, sinking in halfway. The monster let out a roar that shook the seawater, her chest, and even her teeth. It swung its head violently. Jiang Beige was flung off, crashing into the Orca's hull, with a sharp pain in her back. A system message flashed. Diving suit durability 25. Current durability 67. Rib damage detected. Return to shelter immediately. She wouldn't go back. The Orca was still there, as she couldn't retreat. She charged a third time. This time she aimed for the other eye, Not the eyeball itself, but the eyelid. The crystal energy blade pierced the eyelid and black fluid gushed out, splattering onto her diving mask. The monster's roar turned into a wail, its remaining 5 eyes all fixed on her simultaneously. Then it opened its mouth and a cluster of dark red light gathered between its inward curving fangs. The light was concentrating, compressing, brightening. The monster was charging its attack. Jiang Beige swam desperately to the side, moving as fast as she could. A beam of dark red light shot from the monster's mouth, grazing past her left shoulder. She didn't dare stop. She dove as the beam swept over and rose as it passed. The monster fired 3 consecutive blasts, all missing. By the 4th, its charging speed had slowed and the light's intensity had dimmed considerably. It was exhausted. Jiang Beige seized the opportunity. Kicking off the current, she shot toward the monster's head, plunging the crystal energy blade into the wound of the first eye and twisting it vigorously. The monster screamed in agony. Its remaining 5 eyes closed simultaneously. The scales on its head began to contract inward, and its entire body curled up. The monster was slowly sinking. Jiang Beige didn't know if it was dead. She didn't pursue, as she couldn't swim anymore. Her hand holding the blade was trembling, her legs were shaking, her entire body was quivering. A sharp pain stabbed at her ribs. She could feel the bones grating with each breath. She barely managed to swim back to the Orca, almost out of strength to crawl through the hatch. Using her arms, she pulled herself in inch by inch. When she took off the diving suit, she saw a charred mark on her left shoulder. Where the beam had grazed her, the suit was burnt and her exposed skin was red and scalding. A large bruise spread across her right lower ribs. It felt soft to the touch, as if something inside was broken. Another system alert popped up, critical injury detected. Medical item use advised immediately. Current status: rib fracture 2nd degree, burn on left shoulder, multiple soft tissue contusions. If untreated within 30 minutes will enter a dying state. She leaned against the wall, gasping for air. A global announcement flashed on the control panel. Global announcement: player Tethys has successfully slain the first BOS level sea monster abyssal stare in zone 3872. Reward attribute points 15, crystal energy core 5, armor plate 10, legendary blueprint chest 1. Frequency of sea monster appearances in zone 3872 will be periodically reduced. The comments below the post exploded instantly. Tethys got first again. BOS level. What is that thing? No idea, but it sounds impressive. Wait, aren't you guys worried if she's injured? After fighting a BOS level thing, she must be hurt. Tethys, say something. Are you still alive? Jiang Beige inserted the crystal energy blade into the repair station. Then she opened the medical station and searched for a while, finally finding a formula called Intermediate Medical Pack. Required materials: seaweed 5, a crystal energy fragment 2, fresh water 3, bandage 2. The system displayed that there were just over 20 minutes left before she entered the dying state. Jiang Beige opened the trading hall and typed bandages in the search bar. 2 results popped up. One was posted by Tomorrow Will Be Better, offering 2 bandages in exchange for wooden boards or fresh water. Jiang Beige clicked on the private chat with Tomorrow Will Be Better. 2 rolls of bandages and 2 bottles of water in exchange. Tomorrow Will Be Better replied instantly, deal. Are you injured? Tethys. Jiang Beige did not respond. Then she clicked on Royal Emperor. 1 roll of bandage for 1 braised pork can in exchange. Royal Emperor replied quickly, deal. Are you okay? You never trade bandages. Jiang Beige still did not reply. She didn't have any seaweed in stock, but there was a seller called Green Farm, offering 5 seaweeds in exchange for 1 metal part. She confirmed the trade. All materials were ready. Jiang Beige moved to the pharmacy table and placed 5 seaweeds, 2 crystal energy fragments, 3 fresh water, and 2 bandages into the materials slot. The progress bar showed 15 minutes. She leaned against the pharmacy table, staring at the progress bar, counting the seconds one by one. Every breath caused a sharp pain in her ribs, and the burn on her left shoulder rubbed against her clothes, making her break out in a cold sweat. The effect of the potion had worn off, her strength, agility, and endurance returned to their original values, and the places that hurt even more. The progress bar completed. A white medical kit slid out from the output slot, sealed with a zipper and printed with a red cross. She opened the zipper to find a syringe of painkiller, a roll of elastic bandage, a small bottle of disinfectant spray, and a packet of anti-inflammatory powder. First, she injected the painkiller. The needle pierced her left arm, pushing to the bottom, and the cool liquid flowed through her veins. The pain receded like a tide, not completely vanishing, but transforming from a sharp sting to a dull edge. Then she removed her diving suit and sprayed the disinfectant on the burn on her left shoulder. The white foam covered the red skin, and the coolness made her shiver. She sprinkled the anti-inflammatory powder on it and wrapped her shoulder with the elastic bandage, looping from under her armpit to the base of her neck to secure it. She couldn't reach the ribs, so she could only wrap the bandage a few times around her chest, tightening it to stabilize the broken ribs. A system notification popped up, Intermediate medical kit used. Current status: injuries stabilized. Rib fractures are healing. Expected recovery time 72 hours. The burn on the left shoulder has been treated. Expected recovery time 48 hours. Jiang Beige leaned against the pharmacy table, gasping heavily. Alive. She had survived again. The next day, Jiang Beige woke up from the pain. The burning sensation from the burn on her left shoulder felt like someone was pressing a hot iron onto her skin, scorching her repeatedly. She opened her eyes and saw several dark red stains on the quilt, the tissue fluid seeping from the wound, mixed with the ointment staining the quilt. She sat up. The rib still hurt, but it was much better than yesterday. The splint was still strapped to her body, and the wooden board was rubbing against her skin, causing redness. The burn on her left shoulder was the most troublesome. The aloe vera ointment had dried, and she could see the tender flesh beneath the cracked gaps, pink and painfully sensitive to touch. She slowly stood up barefoot on the carpet and leaned against the wall to walk to the bathroom. The reflection in the mirror showed her pale face, cracked lips, and dark circles under her eyes. The burned area on her left shoulder looked even larger than yesterday, with surrounding skin swollen and hot. She turned on the faucet and rinsed the wound with cold water, causing her to gasp in pain. Then she gently patted her shoulder dry with a towel and rummaged through the cabinet for the medical supplies she had stored earlier. Anti-inflammatory ointment X1, painkillers X2, medical tape X1. There was also a small bottle of iodine which she had obtained from opening a box and had never used. She poured the iodine onto the gauze and grit her teeth while wiping the burn on her left shoulder. The moment the iodine touched the wound, it made her tears fall directly. She remained silent, finished applying a layer, spread the anti-inflammatory ointment, covered it with gauze, and secured it with medical tape. She re-bandaged the splint on her ribs, adjusting it to a less painful position. Then she took a painkiller, washing it down with fresh water. A system notification popped up: injury treated. Current status: second-degree burn on the left shoulder, third and fourth rib fractures on the right side. Anti-inflammatory ointment, iodine, and painkillers have been used. However, unknown toxin residues detected suggest using an antidote as soon as possible. If not treated, the toxin will spread throughout the body in 72 hours, leading to multiple organ failure. Jiang Beige's gauze fell to the ground. Unknown toxin. The attack from the boss-level sea monster yesterday was poisonous. When the light beam brushed by it, not only caused burns, but also allowed the toxin to seep into her skin and blood. At that moment, she was only focused on stopping the bleeding and stabilizing the fractures, not noticing the symptoms of poisoning. Now that the system mentioned it, she felt an indescribable oddity in her body, as if something was crawling in her veins, itching and tingling. She opened the player information panel, and there was an additional line in the status bar: poison sea monster toxin. Remaining time 71 hours 48 minutes. Effect: decreases all attributes by 10 every 24 hours, fatal after 72 hours. Antidote method: use antidote, requires advanced workbench configuration or rare antidote medicine. The level 3 shelter had been fully upgraded, now she lacked an advanced workbench. She walked to the control panel and opened the synthesis interface. Materials required for the advanced workbench: reinforced wooden board X10, advanced metal parts X5, crystal energy fragments X3, ordinary stones X8. She had all of these materials and confirmed the construction. The progress bar showed 45 minutes. Leaning back in her chair, she waited, still in pain from her injuries. The burn on her left shoulder was wrapped in bandages, and the fracture on her right rib was secured with a splint. Even the slightest movement was uncomfortable. The toxins in her body made her fingers tingle, and she had to exert force to hold a cup steadily. The system displayed that all attributes had decreased by 10. Her legs felt weak when walking, and occasionally her vision doubled. She couldn't just wait. She opened the trading hall and searched for sea monster toxin sac. This was the key material for the antidote. Someone was selling it for 10 crystal energy fragments in exchange for 1 toxin sac. She sent a private message: 6 fragments plus 2 advanced metal parts, how about it? The other party replied, not trading, only need the fragments, not the parts. 8 fragments. Okay. Crystal energy fragments 8 is sea monster toxin sac 1. The antidote also required detoxification herbs. She searched and found 2 results. Little shrimp is still steaming, offered detoxification herbs X2 in exchange for 6 bottles of fresh water. She confirmed the trade: fresh water 6, detoxification herbs 2. 9 songs offered detoxification herbs X1 in exchange for metal parts. She sent a private message: 2 parts for 1 herb. 9 songs replied: 3. 2. You start the trade. Metal parts 2, detoxification herbs 3, detoxification herbs 1, toxin sac. All materials were ready. The progress bar for the advanced workbench completed. A silver-white table appeared on the left side of the room, twice the size of the ordinary workbench, with a blue light strip around the edge of the tabletop, and several categories added to the operation interface: medical, weapons, armor, and tools. She clicked on the medical category and found antidote. Required materials: sea monster toxin sac X1, detoxification, herbs X3, crystal energy fragment X1, freshwater X2. She confirmed everything. The progress bar showed 30 minutes. Sitting in front of the advanced workbench, she counted the seconds one by one, thinking to herself, I've never been this focused, even when counting sheep to fall asleep. The pain in her left shoulder intensified and her ribs ached. The toxins made her shiver from the cold. 30 minutes felt like 3 years. The progress bar completed and the antidote slid out from the output slot, a light blue syringe. She tore open the packaging and injected it into her left arm's veins slowly, pushing the light blue liquid in. First it was cool, then it became warm, spreading from her arm throughout her body. The itching and tingling sensation in her veins gradually disappeared, her fingers were no longer numb, and her legs felt stable again. The system notified, antidote successful. All attributes restored. She opened the player information: strength 9, agility 13, endurance 9, spirit 11. Leaning back in her chair, she let out a long breath. How wonderful she was still alive. Jiang Beige tossed the empty syringe into the trash bin and slumped back into her chair, utterly drained, as if every ounce of vitality had been siphoned from her body. Though the toxin had been purged from her system, the pain remained, and so did the exhaustion. Every movement sent sharp jolts through the burn on her left shoulder. The rib brace pressed uncomfortably against her skin, leaving faint red imprints. She swallowed a painkiller, drank half a bottle of fresh water, then reopened the legendary blueprint chest. The top layer held a treasure map schematic. Beneath it lay a second, unopened compartment. She tapped collect all, and the system flashed obtained pet egg, unknown 1, energy saving core 1. She froze. A pet egg. Carefully retrieving it from the output slot, she found it slightly larger than her fist. Its deep blue shell etched, with silvery white patterns resembling both starfields and ocean swells. The shell radiated gentle warmth, and beneath her fingertips something pulsed softly, like a heartbeat. The system identification read: unknown pet egg requires incubation in an incubator. Incubation period 7 days. Upon hatching yields 1 deep-sea pet bonded to the player's consciousness. Jiang Beige cradled the egg in her palms for a long silent moment. A pet. She had never seen a pet egg before, let alone owned one. She placed it beside the hydroponic trough, where temperature remained most stable, close to that of an orca. Under the soft white light, the silver-white traceries on the shell shimmered faintly, almost breathing. Then came the energy-saving core. A fist-sized crystal glowing with a pale green luminescence, its surface densely inscribed, with intricate circuit-like filigree. System identification read: energy-saving core, when installed onto the main power core, reduces mobile energy consumption of the shelter by 50. Permanent effect. Non-removable. Jiang Beige carried the core to the control panel and opened the power core interface. A recessed slot on the core's casing matched the crystal's dimensions precisely. She pressed it in, click. A soft green light seeped from the seams of the slot. The system chimed: energy-saving core installed. Shelter mobile energy consumption reduced by 50. The display numbers flickered, and the energy consumption curve halved instantly. Jiang Beige stared at the line reading: mobile energy consumption reduced by 50 for 3 full seconds. Then she burst into laughter, unrestrained, breathless, heedless of her wounds. Her ribs screamed with each convulsion, yet she couldn't stop. Halved, ha ha ha. She pointed at the panel, voice trembling with mirth. She doubled over, left shoulder shrieking in protest, but she didn't care. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes, stinging with warmth. Good. She repeated the word again and again, voice rising as if shouting out every ounce of pent-up frustration. The energy-saving core glowed steadily in its recess, and she couldn't resist touching it, warm, almost alive, as though answering her touch. Her eyes crinkled at the corners, her grin wide and unguarded. Finally surrendering entirely, she flopped backward onto the bed, sinking deep into the plush mattress. Halved. She rolled onto her side and buried her face in the pillow, murmuring the words muffled and low. Her voice vibrated dully through the fabric, foolish, absurd. But she didn't mind. Let her be foolish. She was, after all, now the server's most energy-efficient fool. Too exhausted to move, her body aching. Left shoulder burning, ribs tightening with dull acid. Jiang Beige approached the advanced workbench and opened the autonomous navigation system construction interface. Required materials appeared: Tier 3 metal components 5, crystal energy cores 6, reinforced alloy plates 8, precision circuit boards 4, smart chips 1. She stared at the list for several seconds, then twitched at the corner of her mouth. She'd laughed too soon. Reinforced alloy plates required reinforced timber, Tier 3 metal components, and crystal energy shards. 8 plates meant consuming vast quantities of base resources. She'd never even seen a precision circuit board. Smart chips existed only in the preview images of legendary blueprint chests. Taking a slow, steadying breath, she dug the chest. the one she'd saved, from the very bottom of her storage vault. The chest opened. 3 violet schematics and a cascade of raw materials spilled forth. Her gaze locked instantly on the smart chip schematic lying beside 3 precision circuit boards. She learned the schematic and secured the materials. Now only 2 precision circuit boards and 8 reinforced alloy plates remained outstanding. The alloy plates had to be crafted manually. 8 would require reinforced timber 16, tier 3 metal components 8, and crystal energy shards 8. She had those base materials in stock. Fine, she muttered, rolling up her sleeves. Where ambition dares, abundance follows. Today I'll turn this entire shelter upside down, if that's what it takes to assemble this autonomous navigation system. She opened the trade hall and posted a purchase order, wanted precision circuit boards. We'll trade for anything you desire. Then she returned to the advanced workbench to begin crafting reinforced alloy plates. Within 10 minutes, private messages began flooding in. One player offered 2 precision circuit boards. She traded a harpoon launcher schematic and 50 bottles of fresh water. Materials nearly complete. She opened the advanced workbench and began production of the reinforced. She loaded reinforced timber 16, tier 3 metal components 8, and crystal energy shards 8. The progress bar spun several times, and 8 gleaming silver plates emerged perfectly aligned in the output slot. Only 1 crystal energy core remained missing. She checked her inventory. Every last one had been spent. She reopened the trade hall, searched thoroughly, and finally acquired the final core from a player named Deep Sea Collector, trading a spearfishing schematic and 20 bottles of fresh water. All materials assembled. She took a deep breath, loaded them into the advanced workbench, and confirmed construction. The progress bar turned for 30 minutes. A palm-sized black cube slid smoothly from the output slot, its surface studded with interface ports and crowned by a softly pulsing blue LED. She carried it to the control panel and slotted it into the dedicated lateral port. Click. A new interface bloomed on the panel. Autonomous navigation system installed. Please define automatic patrol route. With her fingertip, she traced a path across the simplified seabed map, depth set at 750 meters. System confirmed, route saved. Automatic patrol will initiate daily at 00, completing a 100 nautical mile transit. Player may assume manual control at any time. Jiang Beige leaned back in her chair and exhaled, a long, slow, weightless sigh. At last, no more endless hours gripping the steering lever. Today she would sleep in and heal. When Jiang Beige woke up, the room was bright and cheerful. The intelligent lighting system had automatically switched to daytime mode, with warm white light evenly spilling from the ceiling. She had no idea how long she had slept. All she felt was a weakness throughout her body, and the burn on her left shoulder still throbbed faintly, while the rib splint irritated her skin. She reached for the cup on the bedside table, took a sip. It was cool, just enough to soothe her throat. A glance at the time revealed it was 11:40 in the morning. She had slept for nearly 12 hours. The autopilot system had already completed its tasks for the day, and the Orca was quietly floating 750 meters deep underwater, waiting for her to wake up. After lying there for a moment, she slowly sat up, the blanket sliding down to her waist with her coral fleece robe still wrapped around her, crumpled and wrinkled. She put on her slippers and headed to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Turning on the faucet, warm water splashed on her face, finally waking her up a little. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and began to unwrap the bandage from her left shoulder layer by layer. The burn wound had already begun to heal, the edges forming scabs, and the new skin was pink tender like a freshly shelled egg. There was still a bit of anti-inflammatory powder left, which she reapplied, wrapping it with a new bandage. Any sudden movement caused pain. She gritted her teeth and let out muffled sounds, knowing that no one could hear her. After changing the dressing, she walked to the recycling area to check the boxes that the autopilot system had automatically collected today. After running all morning, several boxes had accumulated. The system had processed them automatically, with basic supplies stored in the warehouse, while special items were kept separately in the temporary storage compartment. She opened it to find several items. A simple kitchen blueprint. System description: can construct a small kitchen within the shelter, including a stove, sink, and workbench. Required materials: reinforced wooden boards 8, advanced metal parts 4, reinforced ordinary stones 6, freshwater 2. A set of cookware for pots of various sizes stacked together. A frying pan, a soup pot, a milk pot, and a small copper pot whose purpose she was unsure of. The system evaluation stated can be used on the stove. Increases cooking efficiency by 20. A set of dishes. 4 bowls, 4 plates, and 2 cups, all white with a blue floral pattern around the edges. Stacked neatly and wrapped in foam paper, none of them were broken. A kitchen knife, made of stainless steel, sharp-edged with a black handle. A cutting board, made of bamboo, square with a shallow groove on the surface. An electric rice cooker, white square with a transparent lid. Light green duvet cover, bed sheet, and pillowcases, all neatly stacked, still carrying the scent of laundry detergent. 2 throw pillows, recommended to build a generator first. A spring mattress. Milky white soft to the touch with reinforced seams at the edges. A set of 4 light green duvet cover bedsheet and pillowcases all neatly stacked, still carrying the scent of laundry detergent. 2 throw pillows. 1 dark blue and 1 light, gray square-shaped, plump and bouncy springing back when pressed. A small nightlight. Mushroom-shaped with a wooden-colored base and a milky white lampshade. The system evaluation stated can emit a soft warm yellow light that is gentle on the eyes. Needs to be connected to a power source or use batteries. She flipped it over. There were no batteries or power supply, so she set it aside. Jiang Beige took the items out of the storage compartment one by one and laid them on the table. The cookware was stacked in the corner, the dishes neatly piled, and the knife and cutting board set aside. She brought the mattress and the 4-piece bedding set to the bed, first lifting the old bedsheet, laying down the spring mattress, then stretching the new bedsheet flat and tucking the corners under the mattress. The duvet cover was placed over the comforter, the zipper zipped up, and the pillowcase put on the pillow. The 2 throw pillows were leaned against the headboard, the dark blue on the left, the light gray on the right. She sat down to test it and sank in slightly. The firmness was just right. With a happy smile, she said, "Finally, there's a mattress. I can say goodbye to the mysterious waterproof cloth." She held back her excitement. The kitchen wasn't built yet. She opened the synthesis interface and clicked on the simple kitchen blueprint. Reinforced wooden boards 8A, advanced metal parts 4, reinforced stones 6O, freshwater 8. She had all the materials and confirmed the construction. The progress bar showed 1.5 hours. While waiting, she unpacked the cookware, frying pan, soup pot, milk pot, and small copper pot, lined them up, rinsed them with water, and dried them with a clean cloth. She also washed the dishes and stacked them beside the workbench. The knife and cutting board were placed next to the cookware. Then she walked over to the planting slot. The new buds of the spiritual plants had grown larger, with a faint purple light shining through the gaps in the petals. The silver-white patterns on the pet egg were brighter than yesterday, and the sound of its heartbeat was clearly audible. She squatted down, pressed her ear against the eggshell, and heard faint rustling sounds. The kitchen was built. A new stove extended from the wall with a white countertop embedded with an induction cooker and 2 burners. Under the countertop were several storage cabinets. The sink was stainless steel, and the faucet was adjustable. The workbench was beside the stove, perfectly accommodating the cutting board. She placed the cookware in the cabinet under the stove, stacked the dishes on the drying rack above the sink, and inserted the knife into the knife holder. She used the induction cooker to boil a pot of instant noodles. The water boiled, the noodle cake was added, the seasoning packet was torn open and poured in, and she added a roasted sausage, slicing it and tossing it in. After 5 minutes, she poured everything into a bowl. She picked up a bunch of noodles with chopsticks blue on them and stuffed them into her mouth. The broth was rich and the sausage was savory. She finished the soup completely, took the bowl to the sink to wash it, and placed it back on the drying rack. There was not much to do in the afternoon. Leaning back in her chair, she opened the forum, which was cluttered with posts, most of them seeking help or trading. Someone was asking how to defeat the abyss stare. "Can anyone teach me? I encountered it and don't dare to fight." Jiang Beige typed a few words. Attack from behind, hit the gap beneath its eyes. When it sprayed light beams, dodge to the side, don't try to tank it. After sending this reply, the thread exploded with activity below. "Tartarus, is that you?" The master personally replied. Quick screenshot it." She ignored these and continued scrolling down. People were discussing her. "Do you think Tartarus is male or female? Why are you so concerned about their gender? Focus on catching up with them first. Definitely a girl. Does anyone have them on their friend list? Add me so I can attach myself to them." Jiang Beige expressionlessly closed that thread, not replying a single word. Suddenly she remembered that she seemed to have a small generator blueprint. She could craft. Many things now required electricity. Opening the advanced workbench, she input the small generator blueprint. Required materials: reinforced wooden boards 4, metal parts 6, copper wire 8, crystal energy fragments 2. She had all the materials and confirmed the construction. The progress bar spun for 20 minutes, and a white square box slid out from the output port, featuring several sockets and a switch on the front. She carried the generator to the corner, connected the power cable, and sequentially plugged in the rice cooker, nightlight, intelligent lighting system, coffee machine, and foot bath. The nightlight lit up, warm yellow light spilling from the mushroom lampshade. The switch for the foot bath was pressed, and the bottom began to vibrate. She hadn't added water yet, so she turned it off. The coffee machine, which had always been in standby mode with a blue light, now displayed a green light on the panel, finally, no longer relying on the Orca for power. The whole room was significantly brighter. She walked back to the kitchen and took out a pack of noodles from the cupboard. The water in the pot boiled, and she added the noodles, cooking them for 7 or 8 minutes before fishing them out. There were no vegetables, no meat, no eggs, just a bowl of plain noodles. She poured a bit of salt and a small spoon of soy sauce into the bowl, mixed them, then picked up a bunch of noodles with chopsticks and stuffed them into her mouth. The noodles were chewy and the soy sauce was savory, far better than compressed biscuits. After eating, she washed the bowl and wiped down the stove. She returned to the bedside to change her dressing. She unwrapped the bandage on her left shoulder. The scabs at the edges of the burn wound had begun to lift, and the new skin was soft and pink. She sprinkled on some anti-inflammatory powder and replaced it with a new bandage. She still couldn't reach the area near her ribs, so she tightened the bandage around her chest in the dark. Any sudden movement caused pain, but she gritted her teeth and remained silent. After changing the dressing, she went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. She turned on the faucet to wash her face. The warm steam enveloped her face, making her feel so comfortable that she wanted to sigh. After drying her face, she returned to the bedroom and laid down on the bed. The two throw pillows were propped beside her, the night light casting a warm yellow glow, and the blue indicator light of the autopilot system was blinking. The spiritual plants in the planting slot emitted a faint purple light, and the silver-white patterns on the pet egg were particularly bright in the darkness. She closed her eyes, feeling a long-lost happiness. The autonomous driving system ran all morning, accumulating a considerable amount of supplies. She opened the temporary storage compartment, which was chaotically filled with various materials. Wooden planks, tape stones, fresh water, food parts, blueprints. All mixed together, making it quite a hassle to sift through. She needed to create a storage system. She opened the synthesis interface and navigated to the storage category. There were several options: small storage box, 8 slots, medium storage box, 16 slots, and large storage box, 32 slots. There was also an automatic classification system. Required materials: large storage box, 4 crystal energy fragments, 2 copper wire, 4 metal parts, 6. Each large storage box required 8 wooden planks and 2 metal parts. For 4 boxes, it would be 32 wooden planks and 8 metal parts. She rummaged through her inventory and found plenty of materials. First, she would make the large storage boxes. Wooden planks, 32, metal parts, 8. 4 deep brown wooden boxes appeared at the output, each about half a person tall and 2 arms wide. She placed the 4 boxes side by side in the newly expanded area on the left side of the room, lined up against the wall. Then she opened the advanced workbench and began crafting the automatic classification system. Large storage box, 4 crystal energy fragments, 2 copper wire, 4 metal parts, 6. Confirmed. Progress bar, 1 hour. She couldn't waste the waiting time. She opened the synthesis interface and navigated to reinforced wooden planks. Reinforced wooden planks required 5 wooden planks and 1 tape. Her current inventory: wooden planks, 246, tape 96. Enough to make a bunch. She clicked on batch synthesis, setting the quantity to 20. Wooden planks, 100, tape 20, reinforced wooden planks, 20. One-click placement. 20 pieces of reinforced flooring neatly covered the entire 85 square meters of the floor, from the bedroom to the kitchen, from the bathroom entrance to the storage area. Every inch of the floor replaced with reinforced wooden planks. In a light wood color, smooth to the touch, warm underfoot, her soles no longer felt the rough texture. She stood in the center of the room, looking down at the floor. Not patchwork or mismatched pieces, but a neat, unified, true home floor. The automatic classification system was complete. She took a palm-sized silver box from the advanced workbench, walked over to the storage boxes, and affixed it in the middle of the 4 boxes. A small light on the box flashed, and the system prompted: automatic classification system has been installed. Please place the supplies into the recycling port, and the system will automatically classify and store them. Current classifications: building materials, consumables, food, equipment, materials, others. She walked over to the recycling port and dumped all the chaotic supplies from today into it. The system began processing automatically. Wooden planks, tape stones, and reinforced wooden planks all went into building materials. Fresh water, compressed biscuits, energy bars, canned food, and self-heating hot pot all went into consumables. Crystal energy fragments, metal parts, and leather went into materials. Diving suits and crystal energy swords went into equipment. Leaves, torn socks, rusty keys, and other miscellaneous items went into others. All the numbers danced on the panel and were completed in a few seconds. She opened the storage box panel, and rows of numbers were clearly displayed. Building materials: wooden planks, 146, reinforced wooden planks, 37, tape 76, reinforced tape, 35, ordinary stones, 214, with various colors, but the system counted them together regardless of color. Consumables: fresh water, 259, compressed biscuits, 46, energy bars, 39, canned braised pork, 55, self-heating hot pot, 35, self-heating rice, 47, carbonated drinks, 66. Instant noodles, 38, potato chips, 24, instant spicy hot pot, 36, instant coffee, 41, coffee beans, 26. Materials: crystal energy fragments, 137, crystal cores, 7, metal parts, 139, advanced metal parts, 19, ordinary leather, 86, reinforced leather, 12, copper wire, 59, glass, 43, ceiling gaskets, 52, armor plates, 3 not installed. Equipment diving suit 1, a crystal energy sword 1. Others leaves 1, a torn socks 1, a rusty key 1, along with some other miscellaneous small items. Jiang Beige looked at the row of numbers and felt reassured. These supplies would last her a long time. She opened the trading hall and began to hunt for bargains. In the days following the end of the novice protection period, the market had already stratified. Some people were still fretting over tomorrow's travel expenses, selling off their supplies at low prices. Others had already established a foothold and began to purchase rare materials at high prices. She flipped through the posts selling food and saw someone selling fresh vegetable packs. Clicking in the poster's ID was Green Farm offering fresh vegetable packs 3. Each pack includes 3 random vegetables just harvested today. Exchange for crystal energy fragments or advanced metal parts. Jiang Beige clicked to privately message. How do I exchange for the vegetable packs? Green Farm replied 1 vegetable pack for 1 crystal energy fragment. Or 3 for 2. She thought for a moment she had plenty of crystal energy fragments, and it was worth exchanging some for vegetables to cook. 3 vegetable packs for 2 crystal energy fragments. Deal. Thank you. A system pop-up appeared. Crystal energy fragments 2, vegetable packs 3 credited. She opened 1 vegetable pack, which contained a bunch of greens, 2 cucumbers, and 3 tomatoes. Fresh with the aroma of soil, the leaves were still green. Another post was selling meat. Offering sea monster meat 5, it just skinned from a large sea monster. Exchange for canned braised pork or self-heating hot pot. The poster's ID was Hunter. Jiang Beige clicked to privately message. 5 pieces of sea monster meat for 2 canned braised pork and 1 self-heating hot pot. Hunter replied, 3 cans. Sea monster meat is hard to obtain. 2 cans and 1 self-heating hot pot, plus a bottle of carbonated drink. Alright. A system pop-up appeared. Canned braised pork 2, self-heating hot pot 1, carbonated drink 1. Sea monster meat 5 credited. She opened a pack to take a look. The dark red meat chunks were clearly textured and emitted a faint salty aroma similar to beef, but fishier. Another post was selling eggs. The poster claimed that his planting slot had mutated, raising a fish that could lay eggs, producing 1 every day. Jiang Beige exchanged 5 bottles of fresh water for 10 eggs. She also bought some seeds. Someone was selling fast-growing lettuce seeds 5, priced at 2 bottles of fresh water for 1 pack. She bought 3 packs, spending 6 bottles of fresh water. These seeds would sprout in 7 days and mature in 14, much faster than the suspicious seed before. In the afternoon, she decided to make a nice meal. From the refrigerator, she took out 2 pieces of sea monster meat, 2 tomatoes, 3 eggs, and a bunch of greens. She opened a small refrigeration device she had synthesized. On the kitchen counter, the frying pan heated up, and she poured in a bit of oil. She scrambled the eggs, poured them into the pan, flipped them, and took them out. Tomatoes were chopped and stir-fried to extract juice. Water was added, and it was boiled into soup. The sea monster meat was sliced thin, salted a bit, and pan-fried. The meat sizzled in the pan, curling at the edges, and turned golden brown on the surface. Jiang Beige brought the dishes to the table. Tomato and egg soup, pan-fried sea monster meat, and white rice. She sat at the table, picked up a piece of sea monster meat with her chopsticks, and took a bite. The meat was firm and chewy, tasting like beef, but fresher with no fishy taste. The rice was the genuine article, not synthesized, each grain full and shiny. After finishing, she washed the dishes, wiped down the counter, and placed the remaining ingredients back into the refrigerator. The greens and cucumbers were still fresh. There were 2 tomatoes left, 7 eggs, and 3 pieces of sea monster meat. The vegetable seeds were planted in the planting slot and watered. Fast-growing lettuce seeds required 5 days to sprout and 7 days to mature. The small seedling next to the spiritual plant was just planted. In the evening, she took a shower and changed into clean clothes. She brewed a cup of lemon tea, holding the cup while sitting on the bed leaning against 2 pillows. Today she bought vegetables and meat, planted seeds, laid down flooring, and made a storage system. She finished the last sip of tea and placed the cup on the bedside table. She wanted to continue making her life a little better. On the 21st day, today is the day of the weekly ranking announcements. Jiang Beige was awakened by the district-wide notification from the system. Ranked first in District 3872, player Tethys with a total score of 1247. Rewards have been issued to the player's inventory. Rewards for ranks 2 through 100 have been distributed as well. The next ranking will be recalculated, and Jiang Beige opened her eyes, still wrapped in her blanket with 2 pillows askew beside her. She reached out to the bedside table for her cup and took a sip of the cold lemon tea left from the night before grimacing at the bitterness. The rewards list popped up. Attribute points 10, crystal energy core 5, advanced metal parts 10, a diamond chest 2, weekly ranking first, exclusive title 1. The title is called Deep Sea Lone Walker, granting 1 to all attributes and lasting for 7 days. Jiang Beige allocated her attribute points to strength, raising it to 19. She clicked to equip, increasing her strength from 19 to 20, agility from 13 to 14, endurance from 9 to 10, and spirit from 11 to 12. Then she opened the diamond chest, revealing 3 items inside: advanced medical kit blueprint, automated mining machine blueprint, and a smart lighting system. The advanced medical kit is far superior to the bandages and iodine she currently has. The automated mining machine can be placed on seabed veins to automatically collect ores, eliminating the need for her to mine personally. The smart lighting system can replace the original one, featuring voice control and automatic adjustment of brightness according to environmental light, with the capability to change colors. She learned all the blueprints and installed the smart lighting system directly onto the living room ceiling. She took down the original small colored lights and stored them away as the new lighting fixture brightened the room with a warm white light, casting a soft glow akin to gentle sunlight. Having completed these tasks, she opened the forum. Overnight, the posts had turned several pages. Below the pinned system announcement, the first trending post was about her. Tethys is first again. Who is this person really? I don't know, but they're truly strong. Look at their weekly score, always over 1,000. Ew, I barely reach just over 100. Aren't you curious whether they're male or female? With such a powerful figure, are they a man or a woman? Probably a woman, right? How could a man be that powerful? Hey, that's not fair. What's wrong with men? Enough arguing. What's there to dispute? Just admire from afar. I've traded with Tethys. She doesn't talk much, but is very straightforward, rarely haggles, and always provides genuine resources. I've traded too. I exchanged vegetable seeds for fresh water, and she directly gave me double the amount. She's really nice. Green Farm chimed in. She bought vegetable seeds from me last week. People are tough, but not chatty, placing orders and paying instantly without fuss. Emperor of Luck appeared, posting a long message. Tethys. That's an old acquaintance of mine. She often trades resources with me, and most of my blueprints and rare materials have been acquired through her. Let me tell you, Tethys is really kind. Last time I was starving, she directly gave me a lot of food without bargaining. If the big shot sees this, thank you. Someone replied below, Emperor of Luck. Do you know Tethys? So is she male or female? Emperor of Luck replied, whether male or female, they are still a big shot. Just worship them, that's enough. Jiang Beige scrolled down and saw 9 Song's post. She posted a screenshot of the interior of her octopus shelter, which now had an advanced workstation and a secondary planting slot. Progress on the 20th day. Much slower than Tethys, but I'm trying to catch up. Someone replied to her, you're also chasing Tethys. Ranked first in the district, can you really catch up? 9 Songs replied, I can't catch up, but I'll chase as much as I can. Another person replied, you're already very strong. I've seen you consistently in the top 10 of the district rankings. 9 Songs replied, I want to be first. Jiang Beige closed the forum and opened the private message sent by Emperor of Luck. Are you awake? I opened 2 diamond chests today and got a dishwasher blueprint and a fully automatic washing machine blueprint. Do you want them? Same price as before, or shall we trade for food? She stared at the screen for 2 seconds. Dishwasher, washing machine. This person's luck with chests is absurd. While others get crystal energy cores and legendary parts, they get appliance blueprints from diamond chests. But just in time, this is exactly what she needs. He'll take them. Fresh water 50, a braised pork, can 10, a self-heating hot pot 3, for both blueprints. Emperor of Luck replied instantly, deal. Thank you, Tethys. No problem. Dishwasher blueprint 1, fully automatic washing machine blueprint 1 received. At noon, she prepared a meal using the new kitchen equipment. In the rice cooker, she cooked a pot of rice. In the frying pan, she pan-fried 2 slices of sea monster meat. And in the soup pot, she made a tomato and egg soup. She smashed the chopped cucumbers, adding salt and vinegar to make a cold dish. 3 dishes and a soup with steaming white rice, golden brown meat slices, and egg flowers floating in the soup. She sat at the table and ate slowly. The meat was tender, the soup was fresh, and the rice was chewy. In the afternoon, she relaxed and began to organize her storage system. For large storage boxes were almost full. Building materials occupied 2 boxes, consumables and food took up 1, and materials and equipment filled the last 1. She threw all the seldom used items deep into the others category to keep them out of sight. The smart lighting system automatically adjusted its brightness on the ceiling. The frequency of deep diamond chests appearing has noticeably increased, while golden chests have become the norm. The recycling system continuously collected boxes, and the resource numbers on the panel kept increasing. In the evening, after taking a shower and drying off, she changed into clean clothes. Lying on her bed, she opened the forum again and took another glance. The post is Tethys male or female has been bumped to several hundred replies. Various Emperor of Luck replied again in the post. I've traded with Tethys so many times, I only know one thing: she's very strong and a really nice person. That's enough. Jiang Beige's lips curled slightly. The smart lighting system automatically switched to night mode, with warm yellow lights spilling from the ceiling, softer than the previous little yellow light. Ranked first weekly with over 1,200 points. All attributes have been increased, new blueprints learned, and new equipment equipped. Meanwhile, a bunch of people on the forum are guessing whether she is male or female. They might as well think of how to level up properly. The warm white light of the smart lighting system has turned on, and the Orca remains still. She lay there for a moment, reaching for the cup on the bedside table and taking a sip of water. She got up and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Turning on the faucet, she splashed her face, the warm steam enveloping her, making it hard to keep her eyes open. After drying her face, she walked to the kitchen and took out 2 slices of bread and a box of milk from the refrigerator. She placed the bread in a frying pan and toasted it until both sides were golden and crispy. She poured the milk into a cup, which paired perfectly with the warm bread. After finishing her meal in a few bites, she washed the plate and put it back on the drying rack. She walked to the recycling point and opened the box that the automatic driving system had collected last night. Having run all night, there were nearly 20 boxes piled up. The system had already processed them with basic supplies stored away and special items set aside in a temporary storage compartment. She opened one to take a look. There were various items, but nothing particularly rare. A few ordinary blueprints, some basic materials, and a piece of waterproof fabric. Holding the fabric in her hand and inspecting it, the system identified it as suitable for making sofas, mattresses, and other furniture waterproof and stain-resistant. Waterproof fabric. This is just what she needed for a 2-person sofa. She checked her inventory and found she had previously collected a few springs and sponges, all scraps taken from the boxes. With the fabric, she was nearly ready for the 2-person sofa. The fully automatic washing machine required electronic components and plastic pipes. She had 1 electronic component from the diamond box, and there were still a few plastic pipes in inventory. The dishwasher needed a high-pressure nozzle and a sealing ring. She had the sealing ring, and she had opened 1 high-pressure nozzle before. She listed the materials needed for the 3 items, checking each one. The 2-person sofa was still missing a sponge. The fully automatic washing machine needed 2 more electronic components and a plastic pipe, and the dishwasher was still short 1 high-pressure nozzle. Not many items were missing, but each one needed to be sourced from the trading platform. She opened the trading hall and searched for sponge. 2 results popped up. One was posted by Craftsman, offering 2 sponges in exchange for food. The other was from Home Expert, offering 1 sponge in exchange for 3 fresh waters. Jiang Beige first clicked on Craftsman for a private chat. 2 sponges in exchange for 2 cans of braised pork. The response came instantly: deal. Thank you, boss. A system notification popped up, reducing the canned braised pork by 2 and adding 2 sponges. Then she searched for electronic components. Home Appliance Repair offered 3 electronic components for 4 crystal energy shards. She sent a private message: would you trade 3 electronic components for 3 crystal energy shards? The response was 4, no bargaining. Alright. Crystal energy shards 4, electronic components 3. There was only 1 high-pressure nozzle. She searched the trading hall, but found no one selling it. After thinking for a moment, she decided to rummage through the unopened blueprint treasure boxes she had collected before. From the bottom of her storage box, she pulled out a silver treasure box, opened it, and found a high-pressure nozzle inside. Lucky her. All the materials were ready. She walked to the advanced workbench and first made the 2-person sofa. Required materials: 8 wooden boards, 2 sponges, 4 springs, and 2 pieces of waterproof fabric. She placed everything in, confirmed the action. The progress bar showed 40 minutes. Next, she made the fully automatic washing machine. Materials: 6 metal parts, 3 electronic components, 2 plastic pipes, and 1 crystal energy shard. The progress bar showed 50 minutes. Finally, she made the dishwasher. Materials: 4 metal parts, 1 high-pressure nozzle, 2 sealing rings, and 2 fresh waters. The progress bar showed 30 minutes. All 3 items were processing simultaneously, and she pulled up a chair to sit beside and wait. While waiting, she opened the forum to browse. People were discussing the boss strategy. She mentioned yesterday someone was showcasing their intermediate workbench, and others were lamenting about their shelters being destroyed by sea monsters. She saw a post from an ID called Craftsman today. I traded with Lord Tethys. Such a nice person, never drags on when trading. Hey, race a picture of the 2-person sofa I made. The post included a screenshot showing a deep brown sofa that looked quite sturdy. The progress bars completed one after another. The 2-person sofa slid out of the output slot, deep gray, large and sturdy, with a slightly reclined back and 2 small pockets on the armrests for remote controls or cups. She placed the sofa in the empty space of the living room, leaning it against the wall. She sat down to try it out. The sponge was just the right firmness, and the springs provided enough support without collapsing, making her sink in just a bit. The fully automatic washing machine was a white square box with a transparent round window on the front. She opened the door to reveal a shiny drum inside. She positioned it at the bathroom entrance, connecting the water pipe and power supply. The dishwasher was silver gray, thin, and embedded under the kitchen sink, taking up no space. Once everything was set up, the entire shelter upgraded to a new level. The sofa allowed for comfortable reading. The washing machine eliminated the need for hand washing, and the dishwasher meant no more manual dishwashing. She stood in the middle of the living room looking around. The bathroom had hot water, the kitchen had a stove and dishwasher, the bedroom had a spring mattress and a two-person sofa, and the fully automatic washing machine quietly awaited its turn to work in the corner. At noon, she cooked a pot of rice in the rice cooker. With no vegetables, she opened a can of braised pork, poured it into a bowl, and steamed it with the rice for 10 minutes. After steaming, the canned meat had become much more succulent, the fat melted away, and the lean meat was tender. She sat on the two-person sofa with her bowl, crossed her legs, and enjoyed the meal satisfied. After finishing, she placed the bowl into the dishwasher, added dishwashing powder, closed it, and pressed start. The machine hummed for 50 minutes, and Jiang Beige did not bother with the dishwasher anymore. She casually wiped down the kitchen counter. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, she lay on the two-person sofa, hugged a cushion, and browsed the forum. Someone sent her a private message. Craftsman sent another message. Boss, what color is your sofa? Mine is deep brown and looks a bit outdated. She replied, deep gray. The other party sent a long string of exclamation marks. Deep gray looks good. He'll make a deep gray one next time. Another person messaged her ID called Code Lover, asking Lord Tethys, will my energy consumption increase if I store too many items? Energy consumption relates to the size of the shelter and nothing else. The other party replied, got it, thank you, boss. In the evening, she took a shower and changed into clean clothes. She tossed her dirty clothes into the washing machine, added laundry detergent, and pressed start. The washing machine spun for several minutes, and when she took the clothes out, they were already half dry, hanging them on a rack to air out. She brewed a cup of coffee sitting on the two-person sofa with her feet up. The small night lamp glowed a warm yellow light. The blue indicator light of the automatic driving system blinked, and the little flowers of the spiritual plant in the planting box had grown a bit larger, while the silver-white patterns of the pet egg glowed in the corner. In the past few days, she hadn't encountered any sea monsters. Should she consume more energy to keep the shelter in operation all day? More movement would mean more boxes and more supplies. Jiang Beige thought for a long time and reset the automatic driving system to run 24 hours. After finishing her coffee, she washed the cup and put it back on the drying rack. She tidied up the bed, smoothing the quilt and arranging the cushions. She lay down on the bed, ready to drift into dreams. Today she made a sofa, a washing machine, and a dishwasher. Her home now had 3 more items, and life was becoming more and more like it should be. The injury on her left shoulder no longer hurt. The bandage had been removed last night, revealing fresh pink skin after the scab fell off. There was still some soreness around her ribs, but it no longer affected her movements. She lifted the blanket and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. The hot water splashed on her face, fully waking her up. Returning to the kitchen, she took out 2 eggs and a small piece of butter from the fridge. The frying pan heated up, the butter melted, and she cracked the eggs in, frying them until the edges were crispy while the yolks remained runny. She scooped the eggs out and placed them on a slice of bread, drizzling a little sauce on top. She poured milk into a cup. Holding the plate, she sat on the two-person sofa, crossed her legs, finished eating, and put the plate into the dishwasher. Afterwards, she walked to the recycling bin and opened the box that the automatic driving system had collected last night. After running all night, there were over 20 boxes piled up, and the system had already processed everything, putting basic supplies into storage while separating special items. She clicked on the temporary storage compartment where several items lay. One was a blueprint for a pet incubator used to hatch pet eggs, accelerating the hatching process and enhancing the initial intimacy with the pet. Required materials: reinforced planks 6, glass 4, energy core 1, insulation material 2. She had never seen the insulation material before and guessed it was a new type. 1 insulation material 2, matching the blueprint, was obtained from a diamond box. It was a silver-white thin sheet that felt warm to the touch. 1 incubation accelerator 1. Using it can shorten the pet egg hatching time by 50. It is a one-time consumable. The materials for the pet incubator were basically complete: reinforced planks 6, glass 4, energy core 1, insulation material 2. She confirmed the construction directly with a progress bar of 40 minutes. She also planned to make a high-grade medical kit and a defense turret for the shelter. The high-grade medical kit required bandages 4, anti-inflammatory medicine 2, painkillers 3, energy fragments 2. She didn't have many bandages or anti-inflammatory medicines in stock, and she only had a few painkillers left. These items were rarely obtained from boxes. Someone should be selling them on the trading platform. The defense turret required special metal parts 2, energy cores 3, reinforced alloy plates 4, precision circuit boards 2. She only had 1 special metal part and needed 1 more. There were enough energy cores, and she had a few leftover reinforced alloy plates from when she made the automatic driving system. She was still 1 precision circuit board short. She opened the trading hall and first searched for bandages. Several options popped up, the cheapest being from a medical supplier: 5 bandages for 1 self-heating hot pot. She sent a private message: 5 bandages for 1 self-heating hot pot. The other party replied immediately, deal. Self-heating hot pot 1 bandages 5. She searched for anti-inflammatory medicine. The pharmacy owner offered anti-inflammatory medicine 3 in exchange for freshwater 10. She directly initiated the trade freshwater 10 to anti-inflammatory medicine 3. She searched for painkillers. The late-night pharmacy offered painkillers 4 in exchange for 1 braised pork canned food. Canned food 1, painkillers 4. She searched for special metal parts. The mine boss offered 1 for 15 energy fragments. Energy fragments 15 to special metal part 1. Now she had 2. She searched for precision circuit boards. The electronics maniac offered 1 in exchange for 5 high-grade metal parts. High-grade metal parts 5, precision circuit board 1. All materials were gathered. She would make the high-grade medical kit first, putting the materials into the pharmacology table with a progress bar of 20 minutes. The defense turret was placed in the advanced workbench with a progress bar of 1.5 hours. The progress bar for the pet incubator completed first. She took out a translucent square box from the output port larger than a shoebox with glass on all sides, a soft cushion at the bottom, and a small control panel on top. She took the pet egg from beside the planting slot and gently placed it into the incubator. As the silver-white patterns on the eggshell touched the soft cushion, they glimmered momentarily, as if in response. The screen on top of the incubator lit up, displaying hatching progress 45. Using the accelerator can shorten it to 95. She poured the incubation accelerator in, and the numbers on the screen jumped, hatching progress 95. Remaining time approximately 6 hours. 6 hours. She would be able to see what was inside tonight. The high-grade medical kit was ready, a white plastic box with a Red Cross label on top. She opened it to take a look. Inside were neatly arranged bandages, anti-inflammatory ointment, painkillers, disinfectant spray, and fracture splints. It had 1 more tube of hemostatic powder and a small bottle of antibiotics compared to the intermediate version. She placed the medical kit into the medicine cabinet for future use. The defense turret was still being made. Taking advantage of this time, she modified the long-term exchange window in the trading hall. The settings were simple: ordinary supplies, planks, stones, tape, freshwater could be exchanged for 1 unit, for 1 bottle of freshwater or compressed biscuits. Many ordinary players lacked freshwater, while her freshwater stock was bottomless. The seawater desalination device could produce over 20 bottles daily, which she could never finish. High-grade supplies, blueprints, rare materials, petrolated items, appliances were negotiable with point-to-point trading. She clearly wrote the rules in the post and set it to run automatically without requiring her to confirm each transaction. The post's title was Long-Term Buy and Sell Exchange Window: Ordinary Supplies for Freshwater, High-Grade Supplies for Private Messages. After sending it out, she pinned a link in the trading hall for everyone to access easily. After about 10 minutes, someone started exchanging. An ID called Thirsty Fish exchanged 5 planks freshwater, 5 planks 5. Another ID called Stone King exchanged 10 ordinary stones freshwater, 10 stones 10. Another ID called Canned Food Killer exchanged 3 braised pork canned food for 20 bottles of freshwater, canned food 3, freshwater 20. The exchange window was running smoothly, and she didn't have to keep an eye on it. The progress bar for the defense turret, a silver-black metal device, slid out from the output port, palm-sized with a base that had suction cups, and the barrel could rotate 360 degrees. She took it to the observation window beside the shelter's exterior, found a few spots, and finally decided to install it above the base of the dorsal fin where the view was best. The suction cup adhered with a click, and the system prompted shelter defense turret has been installed. It can automatically detect sea monsters and lock onto 3 targets simultaneously. It requires an energy core for charging. She inserted 1 energy core, and the small light on the barrel lit up, briefly entering standby mode. Around 5 in the afternoon, the incubator's screen lit up. While she was cooking noodles in the kitchen, she heard the alert sound and rushed over. The lid of the incubator popped open automatically, revealing a small silver-white creature curled up inside, damp and trembling. It was a small octopus, a deep-sea breed with a translucent body flowing with silver-white patterns. It was slightly smaller than a fist, its 8 tentacles coiled together with 2 bean-sized black eyes squinting as its mouth opened and closed. Jiang Beige stretched a finger and gently poked it. The small octopus immediately wrapped its tentacles around her fingertip, cool and soft with little strength. Jiang Beige thought, what an adorable little octopus. The system popped up a line of text: Pet has been hatched. Species: silver-patterned octopus. Intimacy 60. Skills: glowing, can illuminate surrounding areas in the deep sea. Picking up, can collect small items. It can grow. The small octopus climbed up her finger, coiling around her wrist and forming a small ring, remaining still. The silver-white patterns flickered like it was breathing. Jiang Beige gazed at it, smiling. All right, from now on you will be my little companion. That night, she took the little octopus off her wrist and placed it into a small basin of water beside the planting slot. It floated in the water, stretching its tentacles, turned around twice at the bottom of the basin, found a comfortable position, curled back up, and closed its eyes. The silver-white patterns dimmed, leaving only a faint glow. She took a shower and tossed her dirty clothes into the washing machine. While the washing machine spun, she went back to the kitchen to cook another bowl of noodles, adding eggs and a few slices of sea monster meat. And after eating, she put the bowl into the dishwasher. When the washing machine stopped, she took the clothes out and hung them on a drying rack. She sat down on the two-person sofa, hugging a cushion, and opened the forum to browse a few pages. Today, the exchange window had completed over 10 transactions, with both ordinary and high-grade supplies being exchanged. She processed the pending orders and closed the panel. The little octopus flipped over in the basin, extending one tentacle over the edge. She stood up, walked to the bathroom to brush her teeth, and turned off the main light. Jiang Beige lay down on the bed, pulling the blanket up to cover her body. The little octopus made a very soft gurgling sound in the basin, like it was snoring. She closed her eyes, listening to that sound. Jiang Beige was awakened by the tentacles of a small octopus. A cool, soft thing was placed on her nose, gently tapping it twice before retracting. She opened her eyes to see a small silver-white face hovering directly above her, two black bean-like eyes staring at her without blinking. "Did you climb out?" She reached out and removed the small octopus from her face. The little creature wrapped around her wrist, its silver-white patterns flickering in sync with her heartbeat. She had clearly placed it in the water basin last night, and she had no idea when it escaped and climbed onto her bed. She held the small octopus up to her eyes and locked gazes with it for 3 seconds. The little creature's tentacles curled as if greeting her. "How about I give you a name? Let's call you Behind." She finished speaking with a smile, playfully poking its tentacles before placing it on her shoulder. It clung tightly to the shoulder strap of her nightgown, with its 8 tentacles resting steadily like a leaf. Jiang Beige stood up to brush her teeth and wash her face while the octopus moved from her shoulder to her head, then slid down to her ear, finally snuggling into her neck without moving. For breakfast, she fried 2 slices of ham and an egg and toasted the bread to a golden brown. She sat at the table to eat, while Behind rested beside the plate, tentatively poking at the edge of the yolk with a tentacle before retracting. It didn't eat, just curious. After finishing her meal, Jiang Beige stuffed the plate into the dishwasher, and Behind crawled back onto her shoulder. She walked to the recycling bin to check the harvest from the autonomous driving system that had been running all day. The Orca had been patrolling around the clock, and the boxes hadn't stopped from morning until night. The system automatically recycled and categorized everything, filling the temporary storage with dozens of special items. Jiang Beige clicked on batch processing, and basic materials poured into the storage box. The wooden boards had turned into over 600 pieces, over 400 rolls of tape, and more than 80 reinforced boards and 60 reinforced rolls of tape. There were over 400 ordinary stones and more than 500 bottles of fresh water. Various food items had increased significantly. There were over 200 crystal energy fragments, more than 200 advanced metal parts, and other materials had also grown to varying degrees. Among the special items, she picked out a few useful ones: a bottle of pet energy water, which the system described as can slightly increase intimacy after pets drink it, with a certain chance to unlock new skills. A pet chewing stone, which the octopus might not need for teeth, but might enjoy nibbling on. A small pet bed, made of plush fabric round resembling a little nest. Also a blueprint for an automatic feeder, which can feed pets at regular intervals once made. She opened the pet energy water and poured a little into a small dish. Behind slid down from her shoulder, crouching at the edge of the dish, probing the water with its tentacles, then burying its whole head into it and sucking eagerly. In a matter of seconds, the small dish was empty. Behind lifted its head, its black bean eyes sparkling, letting out a small burp. The system displayed a line of text: Intimacy 5. Current Intimacy 65. Unlock new skill: Mind Communication. Beginner pets can convey simple emotions and intentions to their owners. Jiang Beige stared at the line of text for a few seconds. Mind Communication. She tried to think a sentence in her mind without speaking it aloud, just silently contemplating. Are you full? Beihai's tentacles curled, and a vague feeling flashed through her mind, a warm, satisfied emotion, like the laziness felt after basking in the sun. She paused for a moment, then smiled. It really works. The small octopus climbed into her palm, curling into a ring, its silver-white patterns flickering again, sending another vague feeling. This time it was hunger. Jiang Beige squeezed its soft body, rummaging a small piece of monster meat from the cupboard, cutting it into thin strips, and placing them on a dish. Beihai extended a tentacle, curled it around a strip, and stuffed it into its mouth, chewing loudly. She opened the trading hall and searched for the word pet. A pile of results popped up. Someone was selling pet energy water for 10 crystal energy fragments. Another was selling a pet skill stone, claiming it could randomly unlock a skill after use in exchange for a legendary metal part. There were also listings for pet food, pet toys, and pet bathing sets, a dazzling array. She picked out a few useful items: 2 bottles of energy water and 1 skill stone. The energy water was exchanged for crystal energy fragments, while the skill stone required one advanced metal part. Returning to the table, she filled the small dish with energy water. The small octopus slurped up another dish, raising its intimacy to 70. The skill stone was a small glowing blue stone, and she placed it in front of the small octopus as prompted by the system. The little creature embraced the stone with its tentacles, and the stone's glow slowly dimmed, eventually shattering into powder. The system displayed a line of text: unlock new skill mental toxin. Beginner pets can release a small amount of mental toxin during attacks, causing temporary dizziness or hallucinations in targets, more effective against beings with lower mental strength. Jiang Beige stared at that line of text for a few seconds. Mental toxin. This fist-sized little octopus could make enemies hallucinate in battle in the future. In the afternoon, she crafted the automatic feeder, placed it in the kitchen corner, filled it with cut monster meat and a small dish of energy water, and set it to feed twice daily at scheduled times. Beige jumped down from her shoulder and burrowed into the newly made small pet bed, the plush fabric soft and cozy. It turned around twice, coiling itself into a round ball, and closed its eyes. The silver-white patterns dimmed, and its breathing became steady. Jiang Beige stood in the kitchen, brewing herself a pot of fruit tea. The dried apple and orange slices were from a previous unboxing. She tossed them into hot water to steep sweet and sour. She sat on the two-person sofa with her cup, flipping through a few pages of the forum. Today's exchange window had processed over 20 orders. She exchanged fresh water for a batch of wooden boards and stones, and traded some canned goods for several advanced metal parts. The small octopus nestled in its little bed, occasionally turning over, its tentacles hanging over the edge of the bed. At night, she took a shower and tossed her clothes into the washing machine. Beige woke up at some point, crawling out of the pet bed, sliding along the floor to the bathroom door, poking its head in. Jiang Beige stepped out wrapped in a towel, looking down to see the small silver-white creature on the floor. "Do you want to take a bath too?" Beige's tentacles curled, conveying an innocent emotion. Jiang Beige scooped it up and placed it on her shoulder, heating a cup of milk in the kitchen, drinking it after washing the cup. The washing machine stopped, and she took her clothes out to hang up. Beige had already fallen asleep on her shoulder, its silver-white patterns flickering weakly like a small heart beating. She gently took it off her shoulder and placed it back in its pet bed. The little creature curled its tentacles around one of her fingers, refusing to let go. After waiting for 10 seconds, it slowly released its grip, turned over, and continued to sleep. Jiang Beige turned off the main light, leaving the night light glowing with warm yellow light. The small octopus let out a tiny snore on the bed. She closed her eyes, listening to the delicate sound like bubbles bursting. Outside was pitch black, but the standby light of the defense turret changed from green to red, flashing rapidly. A system prompt appeared: detected sea monster approaching. Level medium. The shelter's defense turret has automatically locked onto the target. She saw a blurry shadow approaching outside the window. A crustacean sea monster slightly smaller than the last one, with a dark red shell, swung its pincers towards the side of the Orca. The defense turret fired. A faint blue beam shot out from the cannon above the dorsal fin, striking precisely at the gap in the shell. The sea monster's body trembled violently, its pincers recoiling, but it did not retreat, instead circling around to pounce from the other side. The turret fired again, the second beam hitting the same spot, creating a crack in the shell. The sea monster let out a shriek and turned to flee into the deep sea. System prompt: the sea monster has fled. No damage to the shelter's durability. Turret ammunition consumption 2. Current remaining energy 98. Jiang Beige stood in front of the observation window, watching the dark red shadow disappear into the darkness. She didn't even have to lift a finger, the turret had scared it away. She glanced down at her wrist. Beige had awakened at some point, crawling out of its pet bed and coiling around her. Its tentacles clung tightly, and silver-white light patterns flickered quickly as if it had been startled. "It's okay, it's over now." She bent down to scoop it up and placed it on her shoulder. Beige's emotions came through, telepathically tinged with tension, curiosity, and a hint of excitement. After freshening up, she went to the kitchen to heat a cup of milk and toasted 2 slices of bread with peanut butter. Beige lay next to the plate, dipping a tentacle into the peanut butter to lick it, then recoiled, seemingly not fond of it. After finishing, she stuffed the plate into the dishwasher and walked over to the control panel. Today, in addition to testing the turret, she needed to check what materials were required for a level 4 shelter. She opened the shelter upgrade interface to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. The required materials popped up: legendary metal parts 8, crystal energy cores 30, reinforced alloy plates 40, advanced precision circuit boards 10, and enhanced intelligent chips 2, deep sea crystals 5, armor plates 15. Each line was marked with methods of acquisition. Legendary metal parts dropped from BOS level sea monsters or diamond treasure chests at an extremely low probability. Crystal energy cores dropped from gold tier chests or large sea monsters. Reinforced alloy plates required synthesis at an advanced workstation with materials being reinforced wooden planks 2, advanced metal parts 1A, and crystal energy shards 1. Advanced precision circuit boards required advanced metal parts 2, copper wires 1O, and crystal energy shards 1. She had never seen deep-sea crystals, the system description said. Collected from deep-sea mineral veins requires a deep-sea mineral detector. Jiang Beige stared at the list for a long time silent. She had no enhanced intelligent chips, not even one. And no deep-sea crystals either. She took a deep breath. The road ahead was long. She closed the panel and walked to the recycling outlet to check the boxes accumulated by the autopilot system last night. Basic supplies had increased significantly, and among the special items there was a blueprint for an enhanced intelligent chip obtained from a diamond chest. Her eyes brightened as she learned it. The enhanced intelligent chip required legendary metal parts 1A, crystal energy core 1A, and precision circuit boards 2. Having the blueprint made things easier though materials were still lacking. There was also a piece of deep-sea crystal fragment with the system description stating, collect 5 pieces to synthesize 1 deep-sea crystal. She currently had 1 piece and needed to find 4 more. The little octopus jumped off her shoulder, crawled to the storage box, coiled a tentacle around a small stone, and returned to place it in her palm. The silver-white light patterns flickered, conveying a sense of pride. You can pick things up now, eh? Jiang Beige looked at the ordinary stone in her palm, and then at it. The little fellow's tentacles coiled around again and crawled away. After a while it returned with another stone. Time and again the area next to the storage box accumulated 7 or 8 small stones, forming a small pile. Though they weren't valuable, they at least proved that the picking skill was indeed functional. Jiang Beige picked up Beihai, placed it on her shoulder, donned her diving suit, and took her crystal energy sword. Today she needed to test the turret's effectiveness in battle, while also hunting sea monsters for materials. She opened the hatch and dove out, clinging to the base of the Orca's dorsal fin with one hand, while holding the sword in the other. There was enough oxygen for 2 hours, as she could stay outside for a maximum of 1.5 hours. The autopilot system was activated, and the Orca moved steadily at 28 knots. The defense turret remained quietly on standby above her head, its blue light flashing. Beihai slid down from her shoulder and burrowed into the hood of her diving suit, revealing only its 2 beady black eyes and a few tentacle tips. A curious emotion came through, as if asking where they were going. We're going to hunt sea monsters. Hold on tight so you don't fall out. Beihai's tentacles wrapped around her neck tightly. The first sea monster appeared quickly. A medium-sized crustacean larger than the one from the morning. The defense turret automatically locked on shooting a blue beam that hit its shell. The sea monster in pain turned and charged towards the Orca. The turret fired in succession 3 blue beams, hitting the same spot, causing the shell to crack. Jiang Beige released her grip on the dorsal fin, kicked off the shell, and rushed out to deliver the finishing blow. The crystal energy sword pierced the crack, finishing it off in 2 strikes. System prompt, killed a medium-sized sea monster. Rewards crystal energy core 1, a legendary metal part 1, armor plate 1. Beihai extended a tentacle from the hood, waving it in the air as if celebrating. The second monster, a large tentacle monster, appeared. 8 tentacles waved simultaneously, its size greater than those previously defeated. The sea monster began to flee. The turret fired another shot, hitting its head. The sea monster twitched a few times, then fell still. System prompt, killed a large sea monster. Tentacle, then another. The sea monster began to flee. The turret fired another shot, hitting its head. The sea monster twitched a few times, then fell still. System prompt, killed a large sea monster. Rewards crystal energy core 2, legendary metal part 1, armor plate 2, treasure map fragment 1. Treasure map fragment. She picked up the dark golden parchment next to the sea monster's corpse. The lines and symbols on it resembled those on the previous 2 maps. In the lower right corner, small text read region number 387207, fragment number 33. It was complete. Upon returning to the shelter, she removed her diving suit and took Beihai out of the hood. The little fellow was soaked, its tentacles still excitedly waving. The little octopus wrapped itself in a blanket, forming a ball with only its eyes visible. The silver-white light patterns flickered quickly, as if saying, "You're amazing." Jiang Beige placed the 3 treasure map fragments side by side on the table. The dark golden light merged together, and the lines on the parchment began to move, as if alive. The system popped up a line of text, treasure map fragments collected. Do you wish to synthesize a complete treasure map? She clicked confirm. The 3 fragments fused together to form a complete map, marking a coordinate region 387207, with a depth of about 1,200 meters. The map depicted a winding route with a red mark at the endpoint. System description, treasure map. Points to a hidden secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm must be opened at a specific time, with the next opening time unknown. 1,200 meters. Her Orca was currently level 3, with a maximum diving depth of 1,000 meters, which was insufficient. 1,200 meters required a level 4 shelter. She glanced at the level 4 material list, and then at the treasure map coordinates, lost in thought. She decided to gather materials for level 4 first. In the afternoon, she refilled the ammunition for the defense turret and posted several purchase orders in the trading hall, looking for legendary metal parts, deep-sea crystals, and intelligent chips, offering fresh water food and crystal energy shards at prices 20% above market value. The exchange window kept refreshing. She exchanged a heap of basic supplies for fresh water and swapped canned food for several advanced metal parts. Beige crawled out of the pet bed, made its way to the storage box, coiled a tentacle around a crystal energy shard, and crawled back to Jiang Beige's feet, placing it on her slipper. Then it looked up at her, the silver-white light patterns flickering. "You helped me pick up materials again." Jiang Beige bent down to pick up the crystal energy shard. The little octopus crawled away again, and after a while it returned with a metal part. After several trips back and forth, it had gathered 5 or 6 fragments. Though they were small items, this proactive work ethic was commendable. She cut a small piece of sea monster meat and placed it in the little octopus food bowl as a reward. The little fellow dove head first into the bowl, making slurping sounds. In the evening, she cooked herself a bowl of sour soup noodles. Using the tomato sauce and vinegar packs from the open boxes, she made a base soup and added a bit of chili oil, making it sour and spicy. Once the noodles were cooked, she scooped them into a bowl and topped it with a poached egg. Beige leaned over the edge of the bowl to sniff, got startled by the chili oil, sneezed, and retreated several steps. Jiang Beige chuckled and pulled it back, placing it on her shoulder while she ate from the bowl. After finishing, she washed the dishes, took a shower, and did the laundry. Beige lay on the bathroom shelf playing with water droplets, getting splashed and shaking its head. Jiang Beige dried it off and placed it back in the pet bed. She turned off the lights. The little octopus crawled from the bed to the pillow, curling up into a small ring close to her ear. Jiang Beige closed her eyes. Upgrading from level 3 to level 4 required a lot of materials. She decided to gather as much as she could. A damp, cool tentacle rested on Jiang Beige's nose, gently tapping it twice before retracting. She opened her eyes to see a small silver-white face hovering above her, 2 black bean-like eyes fixated on her without blinking. A clear signal resonated in her mind: hunger. "Got it," she replied. She sat up, lifted the small octopus from her pillow, and placed it on her shoulder as she headed to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Beige crouched by the sink watching her wash her face, and while she was distracted, extended a tentacle under the faucet to rinse off, splashing her with droplets of water. For breakfast, she fried 3 eggs, cooked 2 slices of ham, and toasted bread until golden brown. In front of Beige, there was a small dish of crushed egg and ham scraps, which it devoured with a smacking sound. After eating, she stuffed the plates into the dishwasher and opened the recycling slot. The autopilot system had been running for a whole day and night, and the box was stacked with over 40 items. She clicked on batch processing, and basic supplies flooded into storage. From the special items, she picked out 2 new blueprints and a fragment of deep-sea crystal. She now had 2 fragments, still needing 3 more to synthesize a complete deep-sea crystal. Additionally, she obtained a blueprint for a small energy cannon and a diving helmet, both of which she had learned before and kept for trade. She opened the trading hall. Yesterday's acquisition post was still up as she pinned it again and added, "Looking to buy legendary-grade metal parts and smart chips. Can exchange blueprints, food materials, and prices are negotiable." Less than 3 minutes after posting, private messages started coming in. One ID was Fish Princess. "Tethys, I have a legendary grade metal part 1, and I want to exchange it for a defensive weapon. Right now I can only run from sea monsters. Do you have this type A?" Jiang Beige glanced at her inventory. She happened to have a blueprint for a small energy cannon. However, this blueprint wasn't particularly rare, and trading it for a legendary grade part felt slightly unfair. She added a few more items. "I have a small energy cannon blueprint, and I will add 5 canned braised pork and 10 bottles of fresh water to exchange for 1 part." Fish Princess replied instantly, "Trade, trade, trade. Thank you, big shot. You saved my life, though I really can't handle another encounter with a sea monster today." Another private message popped up. This ID was Blacksmith Shop. "Tethys, do you have a diving helmet blueprint? I go deep-sea mining, and the water pressure is too much. My head hurts every time I go down." She had learned the diving helmet blueprint, and indeed had an extra copy. "Yes, what will you trade for it?" Blacksmith Shop replied, "How about armor pieces? I have plenty of those. 5 pieces for 1 blueprint." All right. Just as she was about to post a new acquisition, another private message flashed. This time it was 9 songs. "Tethys, are you there? I need your help with something." The tone was different from usual. Jiang Beige put down her cup and typed a few words on the screen. "What is it?" "I've encountered 2 medium-sized sea monsters. My octopus shelter isn't fast enough to shake them off." Her durability had dropped to 40, her weapon energy was only 12% left, and her medical kit was used up. "I managed to fend off the sea monsters once, but they didn't leave and are just circling nearby." I don't dare to move. The moment I do, they come at me. Do you have any spare energy fragments and medical kits? I can exchange them for deep-sea crystals. 2 for 50 fragments plus 1 intermediate medical kit. Is that okay? Jiang Beige glanced at her own inventory. 50 fragments plus 1 kit for 2 deep-sea crystals was a good deal. Okay, hang in there. They'll trade them to you right away. Nine Songs replied, thank you. I owe you one. Jiang Beige thought for a moment and added, stay safe. Ooh, if you run out of medicine, you can trade with me. Nine Songs replied with a single word, She closed the private chat, leaned back in her chair, and exhaled. She opened the synthesis interface and crafted the reinforced alloy plates and precision circuit boards she hadn't made earlier. The reinforced alloy plate required 2 reinforced wooden boards, 1 high-grade metal part, and 1 energy fragment. She added 40 to the pending list. She had enough materials so she could take her time with it. The precision circuit board required 2 metal parts, 1 copper wire, and 1 energy fragment. She had enough materials for this as well, and set it to be crafted all at once. With the box opening and trading, she was only 1 legendary grade metal part short, which was negligible. It would be available in tomorrow's box opening. The energy core was slightly more scarce, still needing a dozen more, and those were rarely sold in the trading hall. Jiang Beige decided to go hunting for monsters in the sea tomorrow. The armor pieces should be enough for tomorrow's hunt, while the smart chips required legendary grade metal parts and energy cores, which couldn't be rushed. As for the deep-sea crystals, the blacksmith shop mentioned they were going down for mining. Ished checked back with him tomorrow to see if he had any. Jiang Beige sat at her desk, pondering for a while, forming a rough direction in her mind. She then raised her hand and patted the small octopus on her shoulder, asking, when will you be able to talk to me, little Beihai? It's so boring being alone. Beihai slid down from her shoulder, crawled to the storage box, used its tentacle to wrap around a piece of energy fragment, and carried it back to Jiang Beige, placing it on her sandal. It then crawled away and returned with a metal part. After several trips back and forth, it had gathered a small pile of scraps. Jiang Beige bent down, picked up the energy fragment, and stroked its head. All right, that's enough. We have enough now. The little creature ignored her and brought back another stone. With nothing to do in the afternoon, she began to tidy up the house. The spice rack in the kitchen had been empty as she neatly arranged salt, soy sauce, vinegar, chili oil, and ketchup on it. She reorganized the bowls and plates on the rack, stacking the large bowls with small ones and standing the plates upright. The labels on the outside of the storage box had come off a bit, so she wrote a few new ones to stick on: building materials, food materials, equipment, pets. Beihai followed closely behind her, crawling wherever she went, and she nearly stepped on its soft body several times. The clothes in the washing machine were done, and she took them out to hang on the rack. The folding drying rack had been opened from yesterday's box. It was made of stainless steel and took up no space in the corner. The little octopus climbed to the top of the drying rack, curling around the horizontal bar, its silver-white luminescent patterns flashing like a glowing ornament. In the evening, she rummaged through the fresh-keeping box and took out a bag of dried scallops and a small pack of dried shrimp, both of which had come from box openings, and she had held off on eating. She rinsed the rice clean, soaked, and shredded the scallops and dried shrimp, tossed them into the rice cooker with some ginger slices and a few drops of oil, then pressed the porridge button. An hour later, the aroma of porridge filled the entire room. Beihai slid down from the drying rack and quickly crawled into the kitchen, curling up at the corner of the stove and eagerly watching the rice cooker. Jiang Beige ladled a bowl of porridge, let it cool until it was no longer hot, and poured a small dish for the little octopus. The little creature buried its entire head in the dish, slurping it up, and when it finished, half of its body was covered in rice soup. She wiped it down with a towel, scooped a large bowl for herself, and sat on the 2-person sofa to eat slowly. The porridge was thick and flavorful, with the savory essence of scallops and dried shrimp mingling in the rice soup, warming her entire being. After finishing the porridge, she stuffed the bowl into the dishwasher. Beihai had crawled back to its pet bed, curled up into a ball, and the silver-white luminescent patterns dimmed. Jiang Beige lay down on the bed, fished Beihai out of the pet bed, and placed it beside her pillow. The little creature's tentacles curled around a strand of her hair, and it kept its eyes closed. Jiang Beige walked into the kitchen, where the rice porridge she had reserved last night was already prepared. She ladled a bowl and took out 2 salted duck eggs from the preservation box. The salted duck egg was cut open, the yolk oozing with oil, and the egg white was savory. Beihai caught the scent and crawled over from the bedroom, curling up at the table leg and looking up at her. She broke off a small piece of egg white and placed it on a plate. The little creature wrapped it with its tentacles and stuffed it into its mouth, chewing a couple of times until its entire body lit up. Silver-white light patterns erupted, resembling a tiny firework. Do you like salty food? Jiang Beige smiled and broke off another piece for it. Beihai didn't rush to eat this time. It wrapped the egg white with its tentacles and licked it slowly as if savoring it. After finishing breakfast, she walked to the recycling point. She clicked on batch processing and basic supplies flowed into the storage box. Special items popped up separately: Advanced Medical Kit, Blueprint 1, Medium Storage Box, Blueprint 1, A Deep Sea Crystal Fragments, 3, Pet Energy Water 3. Jiang Beige picked up the Pet Energy Water from the special items. A light blue small bottle sealed with tin foil. She casually tore it open and poured it into the little octopus small plate. The little creature slid down from her shoulder, buried its head to slurp, and finished it in just a few seconds. Then it raised its head, its black bean-like eyes sparkling, its mouth opening and closing. A voice rang in Jiang Beige's mind, a clear, soft, sweet voice of a little girl. "Hello, Master." Jiang Beige nearly dropped the energy crystal fragment she was holding. She looked down at Beihai. The little creature's tentacles wriggled, the silver-white light patterns flashing joyfully, and it added, "You finally gave me that water again. Ooh, I've been waiting for a long time. You can talk now." Jiang Beige's voice was calmer than she had expected. "Yes, yes." Beihai gestured with its tentacles in the air. "I could only think about it before, but now I can say it out loud." "Are you happy, Master?" Jiang Beige smiled and reached out to pat its soft head. "Yes, I am." Upon hearing the reply, Beihai's tentacles joyfully bounced, crawling from the table onto her wrist, forming a small circle. "Master, can you give me that water more often? I want to talk more, so much more. The energy won't last long after. Sure, drink as much as you want. Once I upgrade the shelter, I'll go to the platform to shop for more." Beihai looked at Jiang Beige, its black bean-like eyes shining. "You are so nice, Master." Jiang Beige pinched its tentacle. "Go play over there for now. We'll go underwater to fight monsters later." She had to gather enough level 4 materials today. She activated the autopilot and prepared to go underwater to fight monsters. She put on her diving suit, zipped it up to her chin, and tightened the mask. Beihai squeezed into the hat pocket, leaving only its 2 black bean eyes and a few tentacle tips exposed. The autopilot system was on, and the defense turret automatically scanned the surrounding sea area, beeping when it detected sea monsters. Beihai peeked out from the hat pocket, its silver-white light patterns flashing rapidly, resembling a small night light. The first sea monster soon appeared. Jiang Beige squeezed out of the hatch, crouching at the base of the Orca's dorsal fin, gripping it with one hand while holding the energy sword in the other. A medium-sized crustacean with a dark red shell was crashing its pincers against the side of the Orca. The defense turret fired first a blue beam, accurately striking the gap in the shell, causing the sea monster's body to tremble violently. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Beige charged forward. The energy sword pierced the crack, finishing it off in 2 strikes. A system prompt appeared: Energy Core 2, Ordinary Stones 5. She climbed back onto the dorsal fin, and Beihai wiggled its tentacles in the hat pocket as if cheering for her. Continuing onward, the defense turret fired again. This time, it was a large tentacle monster with 8 tentacles wildly thrashing in the water. The turret fired continuously, locking onto 3 tentacles and breaking them one by one. The sea monster writhed in pain, the remaining tentacles flailing randomly, but they no longer posed a threat. Jiang Beige circled behind it, and the energy sword pierced the connection between its head and body, striking 3 times in a row. The sea monster twitched a few times, and then went still. System prompt: Energy Core 2, Legendary Metal Parts 1, Armor Plate 1. After defeating 2, the energy of the energy sword dropped significantly. She returned to the shelter and plugged the sword into the repair station to recharge. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the energy was full, and she would go out again when the next sea monster came. Beihai stayed in the hat pocket, occasionally stretching out its tentacles to touch her neck, as if confirming she was still there. The whole morning passed in and out like this. Every time she finished defeating 1 or 2, she would return to recharge, and after recharging, she would come out again. The turret's ammunition was also consumed quite a bit as she replenished the energy crystals a few times during the process. Beihai felt a bit dizzy in the hat pocket, but every time after a fight it would stretch its tentacles to gesture, as if counting. By noon, she had already defeated 7 sea monsters. 2 large, 3 medium, and 2 small ones. Harvest Summary: Energy Core 13, Legendary Metal Parts 6, Armor Plates 4, a Deep Sea Crystal Fragments 8, plus some ordinary materials and food. She organized her items and walked to the kitchen. Beihai crawled out of the hat pocket and leaned against the stove, watching her cook with eager eyes. She took out 2 pieces of sea monster meat, 3 eggs, and a handful of dried mushrooms from the preservation box. The mushrooms soaked, the sea monster meat was sliced, and the eggs were beaten. Heating the frying pan, she poured in oil, scrambled the eggs until cooked, then added the meat slices, stir-frying, adding the soaked mushrooms, pouring in soy sauce and salt, and finally putting the scrambled eggs back in to stir a couple of times. A bowl of musu meat was served, accompanied by white rice. A small plate of musu meat was placed in front of Beihai, which rolled up a piece with its tentacle and stuffed it into its mouth, chewing a couple of times, and its entire body lit up again. "Master, it's delicious, delicious. You're amazing," a sweet girl's voice came through. Jiang Beige added half more to its plate. "If you like it, eat more." After finishing the meal, she took the energy sword out from the repair station, and it was fully charged. Bai crawled back into the hat pocket, and she squeezed out of the hatch again. In the afternoon, she defeated 4 more. 1 large crustacean gave 2 energy cores, 1 tentacle monster provided 3 legendary metal parts, and 2 medium ones contributed 6 armor plates, and a bunch of ordinary materials. Finally, she gathered enough deep-sea crystal fragments. She opened the synthesis interface and fused the fragments into a complete deep-sea crystal. A deep blue crystal the size of a fist with a flowing sheen on its surface felt warm to the touch. Current inventory deep-sea crystals 6. She returned to the shelter and opened the trading hall. As soon as she logged on, private messages started popping up. Energy dealer, Tethys, I have energy cores. I want to exchange for advanced storage box blueprint or smart ship blueprint. Do you have any? She had the advanced storage box blueprint and also had an extra smart ship blueprint. Yes, 8 cores for 2 blueprints. Confirmed. Deep Sea Miner sent a message. I have legendary metal parts, want to exchange for small generator blueprint. Do you have it? I have 1 small generator blueprint, all obtained from opening boxes before. Sure, 1 part for 1 blueprint. Armor specialist offered 5 armor plates, demanding 20 energy crystals. She directly clicked on the trade energy crystals 20, armor plates 5. 2 other individual traders each offered 2 armor plates in exchange for energy crystals. Finally, she traded 10 energy crystals with Scrap King for the last 2 armor plates. The armor plates were complete. She had 2 enhanced smart chips, and she opened the advanced workbench to synthesize them using energy cores and legendary metal parts. Once the progress bar finished, all materials were gathered. Jiang Beige stood in front of the control panel, opened the upgrade interface, and placed the required materials for the level 4 shelter 1 by 1. Legendary metal parts, energy cores, reinforced alloy plates, advanced precision circuit boards, enhanced smart chips, deep-sea crystals, armor plates. Every time she placed an item, the color of that grid changed from red to green. When the last item was placed, the upgrade button lit up. She glanced at the time. It was almost 10 at night. The upgrade would take 8 hours, so if she pressed it now, it would be ready by 6 in the morning. The timing was just right. The system popped up, shelter is upgrading. Estimated time 8 hours. During the upgrade, movement is not allowed, box opening is not allowed, and some facilities will be temporarily closed. Most of the buttons on the control panel turned gray, with only basic lighting and defense turrets still lit. Bai slid down her arm to the control panel and tapped the screen with its tentacle. Jiang Beige picked it up and placed it back on her shoulder. Let's go eat. She walked to the kitchen and tidied up the remaining ingredients. There were still 2 pieces of sea monster meat, a few eggs, and a small bag of rice in the preservation box. She wasn't in the mood to make anything complicated, so she sliced the sea monster meat and stir-fried it with eggs, finishing it with white rice. Bai got a small plate of stir-fried meat and ate with its mouth full of oil. Washing dishes, showering, and doing laundry. Bai lay on the bathroom shelf, quietly watching her brush her teeth and wash her face. Jiang Beige also prepared a basin of water for it to soak in while she went to shower. Hot water poured down from the shower head, steam filling the small bathroom, and a layer of white mist covered the mirror. She dried her body and changed into clean clothes. Lying on the bed, she called the smart system to turn off the main lights. Bai crawled out of its pet bed, curling up next to her pillow, its tentacles draped over her hair. The upgrade progress bar slowly advanced 1 block at a time, with blue light flashing. She knew that once this progress bar was completed, she would be able to dive to 1,200 meters and explore treasures. In 8 hours, she would have a level 4 shelter. Jiang Beige was awakened by the sound of the sea, a young girl's voice ringing in her ear. Master, it's time to get up. It's already past 8. She opened her eyes. The intelligent lighting system was already on, and the progress bar on the control panel had completed its final stretch with the green completed text blinking. A small octopus was sprawled on her pillow, its silvery patterns shining like a little star, its tentacles excitedly waving. Got it. She sat up, lifted the octopus from her pillow to her shoulder, and walked to the control panel. Level 4 shelter. The system popped up a long list of notifications which she scrolled through one by one. Shelter upgrade completed. Current level 4. Area 120 square meters. Maximum diving depth 1,300 meters. New facilities unlocked. Advanced manufacturing table level 3, heating table level 3, planting slots, interior design system. She clicked on the details, and a brand new category appeared on the interface called space planning. Inside was a floor plan of the current shelter. The 120 square meters of space was divided into several areas, but the positions of the walls could be freely adjusted. The system provided a series of preset plans: 2 bedroom, 1 living room, 3 bedroom, 1 living room, duplex villa, a loft with an attic. Each plan could customize the positions of walls, doors, windows, and stairs. One could even build a second layer in the rooms to create a double-decker structure. The octopus slid down her arm to the control panel and poked the duplex icon with its tentacle. This one looks good. Master, choose this one. The duplex plan was indeed reasonable. The lower level comprised a kitchen, dining room, living room, bathroom, and storage room, with a large balcony outside, while the upper level had a bedroom, study, and a small balcony. She clicked confirm renovation and the system popped up. Interior design renovation requires the following materials: reinforced wooden boards 30, reinforced tape 20, ordinary stones 40, metal parts 25. Estimated time 2 hours. Certain areas will be unavailable during the renovation. She had all the materials. Confirmed. The progress bar began to move. The announcement for the entire area sounded a smooth, synthesized voice. Area announcement: player Tethys becomes the first player in zone 3872 to upgrade their shelter to level 4. Reward attribute points 10, crystal energy cores 5, legendary metal parts 5, legendary blueprint chest 1, EPC or vein coordinate map 1. The attribute points were added to strength, raising it to 30. Upon opening the legendary blueprint chest, she found 3 purple blueprints inside: automatic cooking pot blueprint, advanced seawater planting slot blueprint, fully automatic medical device blueprint. The deep sea or vein coordinate map marked an area indicating the locations of several rare ores. 2 hours later, the renovation was completed. Jiang Beige walked into the living room, stepping onto the newly laid reinforced floor. The staircase was ahead to the left, wooden, with smooth handrails. She held onto the railing as she ascended. The second floor had 3 rooms. 1 bedroom, 1 study, and 1 empty room. The bedroom was significantly larger than before, accommodating a double bed, 2 nightstands, and a wardrobe with extra space. She noticed a door beside the study. When she opened it, there was a small balcony. The air wall rose from the floor to the ceiling, transparent, keeping the sea water outside. The balcony was small, just enough for a lounge chair and a few flower pots. The octopus jumped down from her shoulder and poked the edge of the air wall with its tentacles, soft and bouncy. Master, you can grow flowers here. Jiang Beige stood on the balcony, looking through the air wall at the dark sea outside. Occasionally glowing plankton drifted by, streaking through the darkness like shooting stars. She returned to the first floor and opened the advanced manufacturing table, learning the advanced seawater planting slot blueprint. This item was twice as large as an ordinary planting slot, capable of being directly irrigated with seawater without needing fresh water. The materials required were reinforced wooden boards 6, glass 4, seawater circulation pumps 2. She didn't have seawater circulation pumps, so she searched the trading hall and found someone selling them in exchange for crystal energy fragments. She traded for 4 and made 3 planting slots in one go, placing them all on the large flat surface outside. The 3 planting slots were lined up side by side, each as large as a single bed. She also learned the automatic cooking pot blueprint. The materials required were legendary metal parts 1, precision circuit boards 2, crystal energy core 1. She made 1 and placed it next to the stove. The silver square pot had a transparent lid, and the control panel displayed more than a dozen menus. After completing these tasks, she opened the forum and posted, looking to collect various live plants and animals. Chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, sheep, anything that lays eggs is edible or is visually appealing. Offering advanced seawater planting slots, food, and fresh water. Interested parties, please private message me. As soon as the post was sent, private messages started coming in. Green Farm was the first to reply. Tethys, I have seeds for small greens, tomato seeds, cucumber seeds, and chili seeds. 5 packets of each. Can I trade for 1 planting slot? Sure. Deal. Seaside Farmer sent a private message. Tethys, I have 2 ducks that lay eggs and can hatch ducklings. Can I trade for some food? Sure. Jiang Beige gave him 20 boxes of self-heating hot pot in exchange for 2 ducks. 1 male and 1 female with white feathers and orange beaks quacked a couple of times. On the balcony, she built a small nest with wooden boards and waterproof cloth, filled it with hay, and placed the ducks inside. The ducks stretched their necks to look around, swayed a bit, and jumped into a small puddle at the edge of the air wall. That puddle was a pet drinking bowl obtained from a previous box. She casually connected a water pipe, turning it into a small pond. The ducks splashed around in the water, quacking happily. Rancher also messaged Tethys, I have 2 rabbits, 1 male and 1 female. They can have baby rabbits. Do you want them? I can trade for crystal energy fragments. Yes. With the 2 rabbits in hand, gray for long ears and red eyes. She built a small fence in another corner of the balcony, covered it with hay and straw, and placed the rabbits inside. The rabbits sniffed the air, hopped a couple of times, and then burrowed into the hay and remained still. Chicken breeder sent a private message. Tethys, I have 3 hens and 1 rooster. They can lay 3 to 4 eggs daily. Do you want them? I can trade for 10 crystal energy fragments, plus 15 cans. Sure. Jiang Beige built a chicken coop next to the rabbit hutch, covered it with hay, and scattered some crushed corn. It was something she had obtained from a box and hadn't used until now. The chickens pecked at the ground, clucking. After completing these tasks, Jiang Beige took out some tomatoes from the refrigerator, chopped them, and tossed them into the automatic cooking pot, selecting tomato and egg stir-fry. The pot spun for a few minutes, signaling completion. She opened the lid to find a beautiful dish of red and yellow with soft tomatoes and tender eggs. She served herself a bowl and sat on the two-person sofa to eat. The octopus used its tentacles to roll the egg pieces into its mouth, clearly enjoying the meal. In the afternoon, she opened the seeds sent by Green Farm and planted them in all the remaining planting slots. A row of small greens, a row of tomatoes, a row of cucumbers, and a row of peppers. She watered them with seawater, and the system displayed growing, expected to mature in 7 days. The ducks on the balcony swam in the pond while the rabbits and chickens napped in their respective nests. Occasionally glowing plankton drifted by outside the air wall, illuminating this small slice of human warmth in the deep sea. She stood on the balcony leaning against the air wall, holding a cup of warm water. The octopus lay on her shoulder, its silvery patterns flashing. The standby light of the cooking pot downstairs was on the bed in the upstairs bedroom, was neatly made, and the materials in the storage room were piled high. A level 4 shelter with 2 floors of balcony raising ducks, rabbits, and chickens, and growing vegetables. And there was a little octopus that could chat with her. The octopus voice rang out, "Master, are you happy?" "Very much so." Jiang Beige is on the balcony, changing water for the ducks. The male duck flaps vigorously, scattering a layer of fine feathers and food debris on the water's surface. She scoops out the dirty water with a small bucket and pours it into the drain, then fills it up with fresh water. Beige squats on her shoulder, pointing with a tentacle at the male duck in the pond, saying, "Master, it's bullying the female again." "Then let's slaughter it and have roasted duck." As soon as the words left her mouth, a series of alert tones rang out from the control panel, announcing in a metallic voice across the district. She put down the hose and walked back to the living room, where a line of text popped up on the screen. Weekly ranking settlement has been completed. District 3872, first place. Player Tethys, overall score, 2,147 points. Rewards have been distributed. Rewards for places 2nd to 100 have been synchronized. The reward list popped up. Attribute points 10, crystal energy cores 3, legendary metal parts 2, diamond treasure chest 2. Exclusive title for weekly first one. The title is still Lone Walker of the Deep Sea, which grants 1 to all attributes and lasts for 7 days. Beige peeked out from her shoulder, glanced at the screen, and shrank back, clearly uninterested in these numbers. Just as Jiang Beige was about to close the panel, another notification popped up. This one was not a district announcement. There was a small red mark in the upper right corner of the control panel. Upon clicking it, a system email appeared. The title was Important Notification Mark. This email is sent only to players whose shelter levels have reached level 3 or above. She was momentarily stunned. In her past life, she had never received such a thing. She had never reached level 3. During those 3 years in Sardine, she had barely reached level 2 before her death, so the system naturally wouldn't send her such notifications. She opened the email and read it word by word. Dear players, to enhance survival capabilities in the deep sea, the system will open the deep sea trial field instance in 7 days. This instance is a periodic training task opening once a week and lasting for 72 hours each time. Within the instance, players will encounter high-intensity sea monsters, extreme environments, and special challenges. Completing the training will yield rare materials, advanced equipment, blueprints, and attribute fruits. Weekly trial instances will have regular rotations. Players may voluntarily choose whether to participate. If one opts to forfeit this round, the next week's instance will become mandatory, and all players will be unable to miss it. Please be advised. Players are advised to prepare in advance by upgrading their shelters, arming personal gear, and stockpiling medical supplies. The instance entrance will randomly refresh in their respective sea areas after 7 days, and a system notification will follow. Note: death within the instance is real death. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. Jiang Beige stared at the email for a long time. 7 days, once a week, lasting 72 hours. High-intensity sea monsters, extreme environments, special challenges. These words did not sound very pleasant. Beige peeked out from her shoulder, tapping the text on the screen, with a tentacle conveying a signal of confusion in her mind. Master, what is this? It's an instance. We go in to fight monsters and collect rewards. She gave a brief explanation, her mind already calculating what she needed to prepare. Weapons, armor, medical supplies, energy reserves. The crystal energy sword is still level 1, and the diving suit is just a basic model. She hasn't had time to create the blueprints in her hands. Now, they have to be scheduled. 7 days is neither long nor short. The advanced diving suit needs to be made, several advanced medical kits should be prepared, and the crystal energy sword should ideally be upgraded as well, along with other weapons. And defensive turrets, ammunition needs to be replenished. Just then she suddenly remembered something. The treasure map. She walked to the storage box and dug out the dark golden parchment from the very depths. The coordinates marked on the map are still there, but the previous opening time has always displayed as unknown. She unfolded the map, and in the bottom right corner a line of small text had appeared where it was previously blank. The entrance to the secret realm will open in 2 days. It will last for 24 hours after opening. Expiration thereafter. 2 days later. Just in time before the instance opens. Jiang Beige stared at this line of text lightly, tracing her fingers along the edge of the map. If good things can be obtained in the secret realm, it would be just right to arm herself for the instance. If the secret realm is too dangerous, then it will still be worth the gamble. In these 2 days, upgrade the weapon stock up on medicine and guns, and there's also a small octopus that can use mental toxins. It shouldn't be a trip to meet death. By high poke the coordinate point with a tentacle master. Are we going here? We will go in 2 days. Is it far? Not close. Jiang Beige rolled up the map, secured it with a rubber band, and placed it in a conspicuous spot next to the control panel. Setting off in 2 days, she must prepare everything that needs preparing before then. She opened the advanced manufacturing station and pulled out the blueprints she had saved. The level 3 diving suit has not been made yet. The materials have long been gathered: reinforced leather 6, advanced metal parts 4, crystal fragments 3, sealing rubber rings 2, fresh water 5. Confirming the construction, the progress bar shows 1.5 hours. Several advanced medical kits are also needed. Intermediate medical kits might not be enough in the instance. She opened the pharmacology station. The formula for the advanced medical kit is bandages 4, anti-inflammatory drugs 2, painkillers 3, crystal fragments 2. There aren't many bandages and anti-inflammatory drugs in stock, so she went to the trading hall to exchange for a batch. She made 3 advanced medical kits in one go and stored them in the medical box. She wanted to upgrade the crystal energy sword. Previously, she had opened a level 3 crystal energy sword blueprint from the legendary blueprint treasure chest, but hadn't had time to make it. Required materials: crystal energy sword 1, legendary metal parts 2, crystal core 3, precision circuit board 1. The crystal energy sword she currently has cannot be disassembled. She needs to make a new one for the upgrade. She first made a regular crystal energy sword: metal parts 4, crystal fragments 2, reinforced wooden planks 2, rope 2. The progress bar took half an hour. After the new sword was completed, she placed it along with the materials into the advanced manufacturing station and pressed the upgrade button. The progress bar showed 2 hours, and what emerged was a silver-white longsword 1/3 longer than the original, with an energy display window embedded in the grip, containing a crystal core. System description: level 3 crystal energy sword, damage increased by 50, energy limit increased by 100, charging time shortened to 15 minutes. While busy, a private message flashed. It was sent by Jiang. Tethys, did you receive that instance notification? I did receive it. Are you going this time? Of course. Jiang was silent for a few seconds before sending another message. Only players with level 3 shelters can receive notifications. There are not many people above level 3 in the district. You should be the only level 4. Jiang Beige didn't reply. She sent another message: you should be able to team up in the instance. Do you want to team up with me? Not considering it for now. Alright, I will prepare first. Jiang did not send any more messages. Jiang Beige closed the private chat and walked to the balcony. The ducks had already fallen asleep by the pond. The female duck buried her head under her wing, and the male duck squatted beside it, unusually well behaved. 2 gray rabbits in the rabbit nest huddled together, their ears drooping down to cover their eyes. 3 hens in the chicken coop squatted on the perch, while the rooster stood at the highest point, occasionally tilting its head to look around. The small greens in the planting trough have already grown true leaves, and the seedlings of tomatoes and cucumbers have also shot up a bit. In a few days, she will be able to eat the vegetables she has grown herself. Bai climbed to the edge of the planting trough and gently poked the leaves of the greens with a tentacle. Master, can this be eaten? Not yet. It hasn't grown up. What does it taste like when it grows up? When it hasn't grown up, it tastes astringent. When it grows up, it tastes bitter. Jiang Beige stood on the balcony, leaning against the air wall, looking at the pitch-black sea outside. In 2 days, she will go to the secret realm, and in 7 days, she will enter the instance. Bai crawled back from the planting trough, coiling back on her shoulder with a tentacle draped around her neck, feeling cool. Master, you will take me with you, right? Of course. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid with you around. Jiang Beige didn't speak, reaching out to stroke its soft head. She turned back into the house, opened the advanced manufacturing station, and continued with the remaining preparation. Jiang Beige sat in front of the control panel, her fingers gliding across the virtual screen. The interface of the storage system hovered before her, with all supplies categorized and the numbers clear. She flipped to the materials section to check her inventory. She had everything except for very special materials. She retrieved the blueprints for the nano battle suit and tactical boots, both of which she planned to craft today. As for the spatial storage device, she did not have it yet, as she had not received suitable blueprints previously. She opened the trading hall to see if anyone was selling. Just as she clicked in, a private message popped up. European Emperor Titus. You're online, I've been looking for you. What's up? I found a blueprint for spatial folding bracelet, do you want it? It has 32 slots for storage, can be carried around without taking up backpack space. I have a few similar ones, keeping them would be a waste. Jiang Beige glanced at her inventory. She indeed lacked blueprints, as this item was rare on the market. How do we exchange for the blueprint? I'm about to upgrade to a level 4 shelter, and I need crystal energy cores. Do you have any extras? 3 cores for the blueprint, is that okay? Jiang Beige thought for a moment. She still had over a dozen cores. Most had been used for upgrading to level 4, and the remaining ones were to be kept for crafting equipment and as backups. Exchanging 3 won't affect me much, and this spatial storage will be very beneficial for dungeon runs. Sure. Okay, confirm your choice. The spatial folding bracelet was in her hands. Jiang Beige learned the blueprint, deducting 2 legendary metal parts, 1 crystal energy core, 2 precision circuit boards, and 4 reinforced leather from her materials, and confirmed the construction. The progress bar showed 40 minutes. European Emperor sent another message. I heard you're working on equipment. Do you have any extra blueprints? I'm about to enter a dungeon, and I also want to get a set. I only have 1 blueprint for the battle suit, which I've used. I have a duplicate of the boots blueprint. I want the boots blueprint. What do you need? Jiang Beige flipped through her inventory. After some thought, she replied, 5 high-grade precision circuit boards for the boots blueprint. 5. That's a bit much. How about 4? For plus 1 high-grade metal part. Deal. A system notification popped up. Tactical boots blueprint 1, a precision circuit board 4, high-grade metal part 1. Jiang Beige learned the boots blueprint, and with enough materials, she crafted them directly. The progress bar showed half an hour. Just as she was busy, another private message flashed. This time it was 9 songs. Titus, have you made that autopilot system yet? Yes. I'm still short 2 high-grade precision circuit boards. Do you have any extras? I can trade with you. I do. What will you trade? 9 songs sent a screenshot high-grade smart chip blueprint. Deal. 2 circuit boards for your blueprint. Okay. 9 songs asked again, after you installed the autopilot, is the energy consumption high? Not really, I have an energy-saving core. I've never even seen an energy-saving core. 9 songs paused, how do you get it? It's dropped by the first kill. 9 songs sent a sighing emoji, materials are too hard to collect. Jiang Beige didn't respond. She remembered how hard it was to gather her materials, either battling monsters or trading, having worked tirelessly for several days. 9 songs sent another message, alright, I won't disturb you. See you in the dungeon. See you in the dungeon. She closed the private message. Beige peered over her shoulder, touching the screen with its tentacle master. Is that person also going to the dungeon? Yes. Is she strong? Not sure, but she should be quite strong. Jiang Beige organized the remaining materials, sorting extra blueprints and materials into corresponding storage box tabs in the virtual interface. The numbers flickered briefly as her inventory updated. The bracelet's progress bar was complete. She retrieved a silver-white chain from the manufacturing outlet with a pendant resembling a grain-sized crystal core intricately engraved on its surface. Wearing it on her left wrist, the system prompted spatial folding bracelet has been bound. Capacity 32 slots, currently empty. She opened it with her mind, and a semi-transparent grid interface appeared before her with 32 empty slots neatly aligned. After glancing at the spatial bracelet, she opened the pharmacology station. The virtual interface displayed all the available potion recipes. She selected stamina potion, agility potion, strength potion, and mental power potion, each crafted in batches of 5. The progress bar indicated a total completion time of 40 minutes. Not wanting to wait idly, she took this time to sort out combat supplies and food, packing them into the bracelet slots. Crystal energy shards 100, harpoon launcher 1, with ammunition 20, backup crystal, sword 1. Compressed biscuits 10, energy bars 10, fresh water 20, a pack of milk tea powder, a pack of instant coffee. Fire starter fishing hooks, rope, a small bag of salt. After 40 minutes, the pharmacology station notified that the production was complete. She retrieved all the potions from the outlet, neatly stacking them into the bracelet. Stamina potion 5, a red, restores 30 stamina for 10 minutes. Agility potion 5, blue, agility 3 for 20 minutes. Strength potion 3, light red, strength 2 for 10 minutes. Mental power potion 3, a white, mental power 2 for 5 minutes. Drinks pulled directly from inventory, strength drink 2, orange, strength 5 for 30 minutes. Stamina drink 2, green, instantly restores 50 vitality. Medical supplies also dragged in: high-grade medical kit 2, medium-grade medical kit 3, a antidote 1, bandages 10, anti-inflammatory medicine 5, painkillers 5, repair potion 5. She closed the bracelet, gently shaking her wrist. The battle suit and boots were also ready. She opened the equipment panel, clicked wear, and the dark green jumpsuit and black high-top boots equipped directly onto her. There was no need to change clothes, the system automatically adapted. She looked down at herself. The dark green jumpsuit fit snugly without being tight, the boots firmly gripping the ground, the crystal sword at her waist, the bracelet on her left wrist, and her hair tied into a ponytail. Beige slid down from her shoulder, crawled around her arm, and touched the collar of her outfit with its tentacle master. So cool. Yes, I think so too. She pulled up the attribute panel, the numbers lighting up line by line on the virtual screen. Scrolling down, she saw the equipment bonus section. Nano Battle Suit Agility 3, Stamina 2. Tactical Boots Agility 2. Wearing both pieces of equipment, her agility jumped from 13 to 18A and stamina from 9 to 11. Further down was the title section. Currently equipped Deep Sea Lone Traveler. All attributes 1. After all bonuses stacked, the final values jumped up at the top of the screen. Strength 29, Title 1, Final 30. Agility 13, Battlesuit 3, Boots 2, Title 1, Final 19. Stamina 9, Battlesuit 2, Title 1, Final 12. Spirit 11, Title 1, Final 12. She stared at this string of numbers for a few seconds. Strength 30 was the highest among all attributes sufficient for high-intensity combat. Agility 19, not particularly fast, but combined with the boots and battlesuit, her evasion and movement speed were adequate. Stamina 12 was barely enough to sustain a high-intensity battle. Spirit 12 was average, at least allowing her to clearly sense the changes around her. She closed the panel. Attributes were merely a reference. True combat power did not lie in numbers. After organizing the remaining materials, she returned to her bedroom, turned off the lights, and rested. Beige coiled next to her pillow, its tentacles resting on her hair. The warm yellow night light glowed, and Jiang Beige entered the coordinates from the treasure map into the autopilot system. The Orca gently trembled, adjusted its direction, and began to descend at a steady pace. The depth gauge started to drop from 750 meters, 800, 805, 900. She moved a chair to the balcony where the air wall kept the seawater at bay, but could not block the boundless darkness. Beige lay on her shoulder, its tentacles resting on her neck, with silver-white patterns flickering in the darkness like a tiny star. She leaned back in her chair, propping her feet up on the edge of the air wall. Outside, nothing was visible, but as the Orca sank, she could feel a slight sensation of weightlessness. Beige shifted from her shoulder to her knee, curling into a ring. She patted it without saying a word. She began to ponder. The advantages from her past life were now exhausted. She knew it was time to upgrade supplies, that there were rewards for ranking up, and that a storm would come after the novice protection period ended. She relied on these advantages to remain unscathed in the storm, upgrading her shelter to levels 2, 3, and 4. But now the information gap brought by her rebirth had been fully consumed. She had never heard of dungeons in her past life, nor had she seen the secret realms. All upgrade materials beyond level 4 relied solely on trading and fighting monsters without any foresight or advantages. She did not know what awaited her ahead, nor what monsters lurked in the secret realms, nor the mechanisms of the dungeons. It was like a math problem where you only knew the result, but not the process. The process of deduction was bewildering. Like everyone else, she was blind with her eyes wide open. The only difference was that her sword was sharper, her armor thicker, and she had more potions in her storage. She opened the forum and browsed. It was just as desolate as before. The top-ranked individuals barely spoke a word in the forum. The hardcore players occasionally popped and posted a kill screenshot and left without chatting or responding. The green farm only posted trade threads and vanished once sold out. She couldn't even remember the names of those in the top 10 and 20. Unlike the district from her past life, where people argued daily, flaunted, lamented, organized teams, and shared strategies, creating a lively atmosphere like a bustling market. This district was as quiet as a grave, with everyone leading their own lives, ignoring each other. Jiang was the only one who spoke a bit more. It wasn't that she talked a lot, but rather that she was more communicative compared to others. At least she would remind others to conserve their resources, and she would post screenshots to showcase her progress. The others at the top of the rankings were too lazy to even use punctuation. Jiang Beige scrolled down a few pages and found a post. The title read, "Does anyone know if teams can be formed in dungeons?" The poster had an unfamiliar ID, and there were only 2 replies. One said, "What is a dungeon?" The other replied, "Same question." No one provided an answer. Another post asked, "Has anyone seen an elderly person or a child?" With scattered replies below, all stating they hadn't seen anyone. This post made Jiang Beige pause for a moment. Elderly persons. Children. She had never paid attention to this matter in her past life, but now that she thought about it, she indeed had not seen any. Since the game began, many people had come and gone in the forum with countless IDs in the threads, yet no one had mentioned having elderly relatives or children. No one had posted looking for parents or children. It was as if everyone had been thrown into this ocean alone, without attachments, without ties, with no one waiting for their return, nor anyone waiting for them to find. Everyone lived in a daze, and she was no exception. She closed the forum and leaned back in her chair. Beige lifted its head from her knee, touching her finger with its tentacle, sending an inquiring signal. She picked up Beige and placed it on her shoulder without explaining. In her past life, when she was struggling in the sardines, she had no energy to think about such matters. Just living each day exhausted all her efforts. How could she spare the thought to count if there were elderly or children in the forum? Now with some energy to spare once she calmed down to think, she began to notice all the discrepancies. Among 10,000 people there were no elderly, no children. The age range was highly concentrated between 20 to 30 and 40 to 50. No one sought their family, nor asked, has anyone seen my mother? Or does anyone know where my daughter is? It was as if this game had filtered out those needing care, while only leaving individuals capable of surviving independently. Or perhaps those filtered out were simply not in this district, but assigned to other places. She did not know the answer, and perhaps would never know. The depth gauge jumped to 950 meters. Beige Yondegut had fallen asleep. Jiang Beige remained still, staring into the pure darkness outside the air wall, thinking of nothing. It wasn't that she was empty-minded, there was too much to consider, and she didn't know where to start. The Orca continued to sink. The autopilot system indicated everything was normal, and the hull was bearing increasing water pressure, creaking under the strain. The Orca came to a halt. The autopilot system displayed arrived at target coordinates. The depth gauge stabilized at 1,200 meters. Jiang Beige walked to the observation window and drew back the curtains. Outside it was not pitch black, but bathed in a faint light. This was not the flickering, erratic light of bioluminescent plankton, but a continuous, stable, warm white light shining from below. She adjusted the brightness gain of the observation window. The source of the light was deeper. She couldn't quite discern what it was, but that light was particularly striking against the darkness, like a lamp submerged at the bottom of the sea. She did not know the structure of the secret realm, what monsters resided within, how long it would take to emerge, or even if she could come out after entering. But she had prepared potions, drinks, medical kits, weapons, food, and Beige. She turned and headed to the kitchen. The autopilot system had completed its task, and the Orca floated quietly in the deep water. She opened the automatic cooking pot, poured in the leftover rice from last night, added 2 slices of sea monster meat and an egg, and selected the fried rice mode. The pot spun for a few minutes, releasing a delightful aroma. She served a bowl for herself and sat down to eat, while Beige lay in front of a small plate digging in. After finishing, she stuffed the bowl into the dishwasher and checked the supplies in her bracelet. Jiang Beige walked to the control panel and took out the dark golden treasure map from her bracelet. The line of text in the lower right corner changed. The entrance to the secret realm will open in 4 hours and 6 minutes. It will remain open for 24 hours. Expired after that. For hours. She had no intention of sleeping. She moved a chair to sit in front of the observation window and drew back the curtains. The warm white light outside shone steadily in the darkness, neither flickering nor moving, like a giant eye opening in the deep sea. She stared at the light, thinking of nothing. The countdown in the bottom right corner of the treasure map reached 0, and a new prompt appeared on the surface of the parchment. The entrance to the secret realm has been opened. Do you wish to enter? Jiang Beige stood up from the chair, tightened the clasp of her bracelet. The crystal energy sword hung at her waist, and the Beige rested on her shoulder. She took a deep breath and tapped the word yes on the screen. A confirmation window popped up. Player Tethys is about to enter Peach Blossom's secret realm. During the secret realm period, daily movement tasks are not required, and the shelter will automatically enter a dormant state, reducing durability consumption by 90. The secret realm will last for 24 hours, and will automatically pop out after the time is up. Do you confirm? Confirmation. The system's notification voice rang out with a steady, synthesized voice. Player Tethys has entered Peach Blossom's secret realm. Good luck. The shelter gently trembled, as if something was supporting it from below. The warm white light outside the observation window suddenly expanded, transforming from a beam of light into a sea of light, engulfing her entire field of vision. Jiang Beige instinctively closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, she found herself standing on a grassy field. A real windy, sunny, grassy field. The sky was blue, clear, like a light blue washed by water. Thin clouds slowly drifted in the distance, and the fresh grass underfoot emitted a unique fragrance. Jiang Beige stood there motionless. Beige peeked out from her shoulder, waving its tentacles in the air. Master, is this the secret realm? Will there be danger? Yes, be careful not to fall. Her voice was calmer than she expected. The ground beneath her was soft grass, slightly sinking when stepped on. She looked down at her feet, noticing that the soles of her shoes were smeared with mud and grass juice. She crouched down and touched the ground with her fingers. The soil was damp, cool, with black particles embedded in her nail crevices. Real warm soil. She stood up and surveyed her surroundings. The grassy field extended in all directions, with a gentle hillside in the distance covered in flowers. There were sounds in the air. Not the dead silence of the deep sea, but a vibrant, living quiet. The rustling of the wind through the grass, the distant calls of birds in the forest, and the sound of flowing streams. A system prompt popped up. Secret Realm Material Collection Rules. All items collected by players within the secret realm will be automatically stored in the backpack. Some items require specific tools for collection, while others can be picked up directly. Most creatures in the secret realm are neutral with low aggression, but please do not initiate attacks. Some items were scattered across the grassy field. She took a few steps and noticed a small plant at her feet with deep green leaves and several red berries hanging from its stem. The system prompted, discovered wild berry. Edible. Do you wish to collect it? She crouched down and picked one. The berry disappeared automatically from her fingertips, and an icon appeared in her bracelet. She opened it with her mind and took a look. Wild berry 1. Continuing forward, she spotted a cluster of mushrooms with white caps and brown gills. The system prompted, discovered white mushroom. Edible. Must be cooked before consumption. Raw consumption is toxic. She bent down to pick it, obtaining white mushroom 3. High slid down from her shoulder and poked the grass below with its tentacle. The system prompted, discovered spirit grass. Can be used to make low-level potions. Jiang Beige picked it up. Spirit grass 2. She realized that some things in the secret realm could be automatically collected just by touching them with her hand without needing additional tools. As she moved forward, she found more items on the grassy field. A plant with clusters of purple flowers was identified by the system, purple clover. Can be used to make dye. She collected it while walking, not in a hurry. High crawled on the ground using its tentacles to pick up a fallen feather, and the system prompted, phantom bird feather. Can be used to make decorations. Jiang Beige took the feather from its tentacle and stored it in her bracelet. High pointed to a large tree in the distance with its tentacle. Master, there are fruits on that tree. She walked over. The tree was not tall, with several golden yellow fruits hanging from its branches shaped like pears, but with smooth skin. The system prompted, golden bell fruit. Edible, consuming it temporarily enhances mental power. She tiptoed to pick 3. Golden bell. Under the tree was a patch of low shrubs with a slowly crawling beetle resting on the leaves, its shell a metallic blue. The system prompted, blue beetle. Can be used to make potions. Jiang Beige reached out and grabbed the beetle. It did not struggle and was automatically stored in her bracelet. Blue beetle 1. Jiang Beige focused on collecting materials, completely unaware that a few blood-red eyes in the distant forest were watching her. After a while she stood up and looked around. The grass gradually thinned and the trees increased. She had unconsciously walked far into the direction of the forest. When she looked back, the grassy field she had come from had shrunk into a narrow passage flanked by trees. The air carried the damp scent of wood and earth mixed together, not pungent. High crawled back to her shoulder. Master, it's very quiet here. Indeed, it was quiet. The bird calls faded further away. The chirping of insects disappeared, leaving only the sound of her footsteps on fallen leaves and her own breathing. She stopped and did not continue forward. The surrounding trees were much taller than her, with thick trunks, their canopies connecting together to obscure much of the sky. Several tree roots protruded from the ground, twisted and gnarled like claws lying on the earth. A system prompt popped up again, discovered moss. Can be used to make bandages. She crouched down and tore a piece of moss from the trunk, obtaining moss 3. After taking a few more steps, she saw a fallen dead tree with a hollow trunk inside, which grew a cluster of glowing mushrooms. The blue light was faint, particularly noticeable in the dim forest. The system prompted, glow mushroom. Can be used to make lighting items. She reached out and picked a handful, obtaining glow mushroom 5. There were also some fragmented animal bones on the ground, small perhaps from small animals. The system prompted, beast bone. Can be used to make tools. Without hesitation, she picked up the bones, obtaining beast bone 2. Everything here was too low-level and provided little enhancement for her. It seemed she needed to venture deeper. High pointed ahead. Master, there seems to be something over there. Jiang Beige looked over. In front was a denser forest with gaps between the trees that could only be passed sideways. A barely visible small path was on the ground, not made by humans, but like the traces left by animals. She hesitated, but did not enter. The system prompted again. Ahead is the area deep in the dense forest. It is advised to prepare thoroughly before entering. She stood at the entrance of the path, looking at the road leading deeper. The supplies in her bracelet were sufficient. The crystal energy sword fully charged, and High was in good condition. It was worth a try. From the direction deep in the forest, a low dull roar faintly echoed, very distant and muffled, as if it were coming from underground. High's tentacles suddenly recoiled, coiling into a ball, sending a warning signal in her mind. Jiang Beige placed her hand on the sword hilt, ready for battle. The roar did not sound again, and the surroundings returned to silence. Jiang Beige slightly relaxed her vigilance. Not far behind her, several beasts were closing in, their blood-red eyes fixed on Jiang Beige. They had caught the scent of prey. Jiang Beige leaned against the tree trunk as High crawled on the grass, using its tentacles to poke at an unknown wildflower. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on them. Jiang Beige prepared to cook some food before venturing deeper into the exploration. Just as she was reaching for supplies, High suddenly stiffened and let out a sharp cry, "Master!" Behind. Without looking back, Jiang Beige moved first. She rolled to the right, bracing herself with her left hand, and the crystal energy sword was already drawn from her waist. A shadow lunged at her from behind the tree. She had just been leaning against its claws, grazed her left shoulder, and the sound of air being torn apart rushed past her ears. 3 wolves. They were not ordinary wolves. Their size was slightly smaller than the large sea monsters she had seen in the deep sea, but their movements were much quicker. With gray fur, a row of dark red bone spines along their backs, and red eyes with vertical pupils like snakes, they fanned out in a semicircle, trapping her between the tree roots and the bushes. The nearest wolf landed silently after missing its pounce, leaving deep claw marks in the soil, and let out. Jiang Beige stood up, the crystal energy sword held horizontally in front of her. She quickly scanned the surrounding terrain. Behind her was a sturdy tree, to her left were the bushes, to her right was open grassland, and in front of her were the 3 wolves. The open area was her only escape route, but charging out would leave her exposed to them. She did not retreat, but aimed the sword's edge at the largest wolf in the center. The energy bar of the crystal energy sword was full, her hand was steady, but her heartbeat was significantly faster than usual. The middle wolf moved first. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs, its whole body shooting toward her like an arrow, so fast that she could barely see it. The crystal energy sword met it, slicing through the wolf's foreleg and spilling black blood. But the wolf did not stop. Another paw struck her right shoulder, the tremendous force knocking her back crashing against the tree trunk with a dull thud. The damage reduction of her battle suit took effect. Her shoulder was only sore without any break in the skin. The other 2 wolves lunged at her simultaneously. She had no time to stand up, rolling on the ground to slip between the 2 wolves, swinging her sword in the process. The edge of the sword swept across one wolf's hind leg. It stumbled, but did not fall. The 3 wolves adjusted their positions, surrounding her once more. The first wolf she had injured retreated a half step, its blood-red eyes fixed on her with black blood oozing from its mouth. Jiang Beige charged forward, the crystal energy sword plunging into the wolf's eye socket, the blade buried halfway in. The wolf let out a wretched howl, violently shaking its head and throwing Beige off its back, but Jiang Beige's sword had already shattered its brain. It convulsed twice and fell to the ground motionless. Jiang Beige retrieved Beige. 2 wolves remained, one injured, the other unharmed. The injured wolf retreated to the back, standing on 3 legs. The unharmed wolf circled to her left, lowering its body as the bone spines along its back stood upright. The unharmed wolf lunged at her. This time she did not meet it head-on, but sidestepped, swinging the sword toward. The wolf twisted in midair, evading the fatal blow, its claws landing on her left shoulder, slashing 3 deep cuts in the shoulder of her battle suit. She stepped back 2 paces, and as soon as the wolf landed, it turned and lunged again. The injured wolf also moved, and flanking her from the other side, 2 shadows charging at her simultaneously. She could not defend against 2. Suddenly Beige leapt off her shoulder, and a dazzling flash of silver-white light erupted. Jiang Beige immediately realized Beige had used psychic toxin. The air trembled, and both wolves froze in midair, their bodies seemingly paused, pupils unfocused, mouths open, but unable to make a sound. Beige fell from the air, the silver-white light pattern almost extinguished, and a final thought echoed, "Master." She plunged her sword into the throat of the unharmed wolf, withdrew it, and turned to stab the other one in the eye socket. Both wolves fell to the ground in succession, convulsed a few times, then lay still. System notifications popped up continuously, but she did not have time to look. Jiang Beige crouched down and picked up Beige from the ground. The little creature's tentacles hung limply, the silver-white light pattern flickering faintly, and no signals came through her mind. She pressed Beige against her chest, feeling her heart race, unsure if it was her own or Beige's. The little creature's tentacles were still drooping, the silver-white light pattern barely visible. She turned it over to take a look. Its eyes were closed, its mouth slightly open, and its tentacles hung down as if drained of all strength. Beige. There was no response. She shook it gently, yet still no answer. Beige. Her mind was filled with silence, nothing at all. Her hands began to tremble. This little creature that had never left her shoulder since hatching from its shell now lay motionless in her palm. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. With her right hand, she opened the virtual interface of the bracelet and flipped to the potion section. Psychic potions temporarily increase psychic power by 2 points. Beige had just exhausted all its psychic power, and this was exactly what it needed. She bit open the bottle cap, supporting Beige's head with her left hand and bringing the bottle to its mouth. There was no reaction. She gently pried its mouth open with her fingers and poured a little potion inside. The liquid dribbled down the corners of its mouth, mixing with the transparent mucus secreted from its mouth, dripping onto her fingers. "Drink it." Her voice was more urgent than she had anticipated, trembling slightly. Beige did not respond. She poured a bit more this time, placing the bottle directly into its mouth, tilting it to let the liquid flow down its throat. Beige's body twitched slightly, the silver-white light pattern flickered and then dimmed. There was a reaction. She quickly poured the remaining potion into Beige, and its body twitched twice, its tentacles curling slightly, yet its eyes remained closed. She opened another bottle and poured it in. Halfway through the second bottle, Beihai's tentacles finally moved. It used one tentacle to grasp her finger, its grip weak, like a newborn baby holding something. A signal came through her mind, extremely faint, almost inaudible, but it was indeed there. Moss. Tur. One more sip. Without waiting for an answer, she poured the rest of the potion into it. Beihai's body transformed from limp to soft, at least not falling apart. Its eyes opened a slit, the pupils the size of black beans, clouded with a layer of mist, making it hard to see clearly. Little fool. She unzipped the front of her battle suit and placed Beihai inside. The inner lining of the pocket was soft, just enough to cradle it. She zipped it halfway, exposing its little head, wary of it getting suffocated. Master. Scared. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Next time don't do this, I can handle it. Leaning against the tree trunk, she took out a compressed biscuit and a small bottle of fresh water from her bracelet. She crumbled the compressed biscuit, soaking it in water, mashing it into a paste, and dipped her little finger into it, bringing it to Beihai's mouth. Beihai curled its tentacle, but did not eat. She dipped a bit more and gently smeared it on its mouth. Take a bite. The little creature's mouth moved slightly, sucking in a tiny bit of paste, and the silver-white light pattern flickered. She used her finger to slowly smear the paste into its mouth, feeding it 7 or 8 times. Then she began to tally the spoils. Next to the corpses of the 3 wolves, a long list of items appeared in the system notifications. Crystal Energy Core 3, Legendary Metal Parts 2, Frost Wolf Beast Skin 3. A system description: can be used to craft high-level armor, excellent thermal insulation, and increased physical defense. Frost Wolf Bone Spine 6, can be used to craft weapons or arrows with inherent armor-piercing properties. Beast Blood Essence 2, can be used to craft high-level potions, increasing efficacy by 30. There was also a pale blue blueprint wolf skin armor blueprint. System description: can craft wolf skin armor, defense 15, agility 2, cold resistance 10. A dark red crystal beast soul crystal. System description: can be used to upgrade pet skills, increasing the pet's psychic power limit. Jiang Beige stored everything into her bracelet and looked around. She turned to walk deeper into the grassland, but after a few steps, she suddenly stopped. She glanced back. Deep in the woods behind the corpses of the 3 wolves, there were a few pairs of glowing eyes behind the bushes several dozen meters away. They were golden, unlike the previous 3. Those eyes were fixed on her, unmoving. Jiang Beige pressed her hand against the sword hilt, staring at those eyes as she stepped back slowly. The eyes did not pursue her, they merely watched. She exited that area, stepping back onto the grass, the sunlight shining on her once more. In the bushes at the edge of the distant woods, those eyes remained faintly glowing in the darkness. She stared at the eyes at the edge of the distant woods, remaining still. They did not move either. The golden specks of light quietly shone in the darkness, as if waiting for something. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting moving shadows on the ground. She could feel the light dimming. The sky of this secret realm was about to darken. She glanced at the sky. The blue at the horizon was fading, transforming into a murky, grayish-green. The breeze that blew was no longer warm, carrying with it a hint of chill. Those eyes were still there. They remained motionless, for it was not yet the time. They were waiting for the darkness to descend. Jiang Beige took Beihai out of her pocket. The little creature's silver-white patterns had regained most of their vibrancy, its tentacles were strong, and its black bean-like eyes were bright. She looked down at it and spoke softly. They won't make a move before it gets dark. This place is too open. They are afraid I might escape. Beihai's tentacles curled slightly. Then should we run? No running. She put Beihai back into her pocket, zipping it halfway. If I can escape this time, I won't be able to next time. There are still over 20 hours left in this secret realm. I can't just hide forever. She stood up and began to survey the terrain. Behind her lay an open grassy area. The grass was not tall, visibility was good, but there was no cover. To her left was the edge of the grassy area she had traversed earlier, with a few scattered low trees that offered no obstruction. To her right was a thicket, dense yet low, where a person could crouch and hide, but a wolf could easily jump over. Ahead in the direction of those eyes lay the edge of a dense forest with thick, sturdy trees casting deep shadows. She could not enter the forest, it was their territory. She chose an open area about 30 meters from the forest. The ground was flat, and the grass had been trampled down, revealing the soil underneath. This spot offered the best visibility. No matter from where the wolves charged, she would be able to see them first. Moreover, the openness of the area was disadvantageous for a wolf's ambush. They had no cover and could only charge directly. She took out some items from her bracelet. Crystal energy fragments, taking them out by the handful, stacking them into a small pile in her palm. These fragments were unstable. When subjected to a strong impact, they would release energy. The explosion's power wasn't immense, but it was enough to injure a wolf's leg. She tied 3 fragments together with a rope, creating a makeshift explosive package. Then she broke off a slender branch from the thicket, dug a few shallow pits at the edge of the open area, buried the explosive packages, and covered them with soil, leaving only a small piece of rope exposed. The other end of the rope was tied to a short wooden stake, which she drove into the ground. When a wolf tripped over the rope, the explosive package would be pulled out, bouncing off the ground and detonating. She made 5 such tripwire traps arranged in a fan shape around the edge of the open area. Then she took out the harpoon launcher. This had always been kept as a backup weapon and had not been used much. The ammunition consisted of metal harpoons, 20 rounds with a short range but strong penetrating power. She secured the launcher to a nearby low tree branch, tying the trigger with a rope and wrapping another rope around the trunk, leading to her sitting position. When she pulled the rope, the harpoon would be fired. This was a trigger-style fixed emplacements aimed at the center of. She took out the spare crystal energy sword. She planted the sword into the ground, point up, securing it with soil. If a wolf circled to the side, this would serve as a barrier. Finally, she scattered a circle of crystal energy powder around her sitting position. This powder was very fine, wolves would slip on it, and at night it would emit a faint glow, helping her see the wolves' positions. Beige peeked out of her pocket and asked, "Master, is this enough?" "Not enough, but it can buy some time." She walked around, checking that each trap was functioning smoothly. The tripwires were taut, the explosive packages buried securely, and the angle of the harpoon launcher adjusted. Then she returned to her chosen position under a sturdy tree, leaning against the trunk, facing the open area. This was the center of the entire trap array, allowing her to see in 3 directions at once. She squatted down, reaching into her pocket to gently stroke Beige's head. "Beige," she said softly but seriously. "No matter what happens later, do not release your spiritual energy. Do you understand?" "But master." "No buts. Save your spiritual energy for later. Just help me gather the items once I'm done." She withdrew her hand and zipped the pocket up to the top, leaving only a small gap for air. Beige was cramped inside, its silver-white patterns faintly glowing through the fabric. The sky grew darker. The distant forest turned into a black wall, obscuring the outlines of the trunks and branches, with only those golden eyes still glowing, particularly piercing in the darkness. She counted them. Previously there were 5 or 6 pairs. Now there were at least 8 pairs. The newly arrived eyes were brighter than the previous ones, with narrower pupils, likely belonging to larger individuals. Her fingers lightly tapped the trigger rope, twice, not in a hurry. The sky was completely dark now. A wolf's howl echoed from deep within the forest. It wasn't a howl, but a short, deep, commanding howl. The sound was not loud, but particularly clear in the silent darkness. Those golden eyes all brightened for a moment, then extinguished. They lowered their heads, preparing to launch an attack. Jiang Beige placed the crystal energy sword across her knees, tightening the trigger rope of the harpoon launcher with her right hand. Beige remained motionless in her pocket, its silver-white patterns completely extinguished, hiding itself in the darkness. The wolf's howling descended. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A profound silence. When she counted to the 10th second in her mind, the first shadow burst forth from the darkness. It didn't come from the forest, but from the thicket on the left. A massive gray wolf, larger than the previous 3. Its spines on the back were deep red, and its eyes burned like 2 flaming fires. It moved with incredible speed, almost flying close to the ground, leaving deep imprints on the grass. Jiang Beige remained still. It was outside the trap zone. The second one charged from the right, and the third one from straight ahead. 3 wolves at once blocked all her escape routes. They had calculated it well, making her focus on the front and neglect the back. The first one tripped over the tripwire. The rope was lifted by the wolf's leg, and the explosive package leaped out of the soil, tumbling through the air and crashing to the ground. With a loud bang, the luminous fragments exploded, knocking the wolf over, which rolled twice before getting back up, limping on one leg. The other 2 circled past the explosion zone, flanking her from both sides. Jiang Beige pulled the trigger rope of the harpoon launcher. With a whoosh, the metal harpoon shot out, striking the right wolf squarely in the chest. The wolf let out a mournful howl, collapsing to the ground, struggling for a moment before failing to rise. The one on the left was already 3 meters in front of her. She stood up, meeting it with her crystal energy sword. As the wolf lunged through the air, she sidestepped, the sword's edge slicing through its abdomen, leaving a long gash. After hitting the ground, the wolf turned around and lunged again. This time she did not dodge. The sword tip pierced its throat, driving straight in until the hilt was buried. The wolf's body froze midair before falling crashing onto her, its hot blood splattering her face. She pushed the corpse away and withdrew her sword. The wolf that had been injured by the explosion had already charged in front of her. The 3-legged wolf was slower, but its desperate momentum was fiercer. It charged straight at her, pushing her back 2 steps until her back hit the tree trunk. The wolf's jaws opened, snapping towards her right arm. She raised her left hand to block. The wolf's teeth clamped down on the sleeve of her combat suit, failing to penetrate, but the immense biting force caused her left arm to ache. With her right hand, she swiped the crystal energy sword upward, piercing the wolf's lower jaw and exiting through the upper palate. The wolf's mouth could no longer open, but its teeth remained embedded in her sleeve. She kicked the wolf's corpse away. The sleeve tore open, leaving a bloody wound on her arm. A system notification popped up, but she didn't look. Another wolf howl echoed from deep within the forest. This time it was not a command, but an urging as more golden eyes lit up. Jiang Beige dismantled the harpoon launcher from the tree, holding the sword in one hand and the launcher in the other, slowly retreating to the side of the tree trunk. Beige peeked out of her pocket, saying, "Master, there are too many." "I know," she replied calmly. She understood that the traps could only stop the first wave, the rest she had to handle herself. But she could not retreat. If she did, she would no longer be able to hold them off. Those wolves would chase her, relentlessly cornering her until her strength was exhausted, then they would pounce. She was waiting for something. Darkness enveloped the entire grassy area, and the glow of the crystal energy powder was growing weaker, nearing depletion. The distant golden eyes shone in the darkness like little lights, unwavering and undeterred. Suddenly a blue light flared up from behind her. From the crown of the tree behind her, glowing patterns emerged on the trunk, spreading upwards from the roots, extending all the way to the highest branches. The leaves began to glow, and the whole tree transformed into a gigantic blue lantern. Beige peeked out of her pocket and said, "Master, this tree." Jiang Beige did not explain. She had noticed the tree's anomaly. While setting traps in the afternoon, there was an energy flow beneath the bark that resembled the fluctuations of crystal energy. At that time, she wasn't sure when the tree would light up, but she knew that when it did, it would illuminate the entire open area, leaving the wolf pack nowhere to hide. The light grew stronger, making every blade of grass on the ground clearly visible. The wolves, hiding in the darkness, squinted their eyes, their pupils constricting into thin lines under the bright light, revealing expressions of discomfort. They were not accustomed to such bright light. Jiang Beige aimed the harpoon launcher at the nearest wolf. Pulling the trigger, the harpoon pierced through its chest. With a second shot, she hit the next wolf. When the ammunition in the launcher ran out, she discarded it, gripping the sword with both hands and charging forward. The blue light of the crystal energy sword traced arcs in the blue light of the tree, making it indistinguishable which was sword light and which was tree light. She did not know how long she fought. Her arms grew sore, and the anti-slip grooves on the sword's hilt dug into the flesh of her palms. Her combat suit was soaked in blood, making it impossible to distinguish whether it was the wolf's or her own. When she finally stopped, there were 11 wolf corpses lying on the ground around her. The last one had escaped back into the depths of the forest, dragging a broken leg, disappearing into the darkness. System notifications piled up in dozens. She did not look closely, only glancing at the total count. Crystal Energy Core 23, Legendary Grade Metal Parts 12, Frost Wolf Beast Skin 9, Bone Spines 18, a Beast Blood Essence 5, plus 2 new blueprints, and some miscellaneous materials. She stored everything in her bracelet, and dragging her exhausted body, walked back to that glowing tree, leaning against the trunk and sliding down to sit. Beige crawled out of her pocket, coiling on her knee, its silver-white patterns shimmering alongside the tree's light. In the distance, a pair of golden eyes looked back reluctantly. After the wolf pack retreated, Jiang Beige leaned against the tree trunk for a long time. The glowing canopy above slowly dimmed, the blue light fading from strong to weak until only a faint glow seeped through the bark's crevices, resembling a night lamp on the verge of running out of power. She glanced down at her battle suit, the deep blue fabric stained with dark red blood, indistinguishable whether it was from the wolves or her own. The bite on her left arm throbbed painfully, and the spot on her right shoulder, struck by claws, was swollen. Lifting her arm caused a severe ache. Beige crawled from her knee to the back of her hand, gently touching the wound on her left arm. "Master, does it hurt?" "It's bearable." She pushed Beige aside, activated the virtual interface of her bracelet, and navigated to the medical section. She first took out a vial of detoxifying agent, bit the cap off, and downed it. Its taste was bitter, like traditional Chinese medicine. The system prompted detoxification successful, no toxins detected. Although it was a waste, she felt much more at ease. Then she pulled out a mid-level medical kit and used it with one click. Jiang Beige quickly sensed her physical condition, feeling significantly restored. She put on her battle suit again and zipped it up to the collar. Leaning against the tree trunk, she closed her eyes to rest. A system notification flashed in the corner of the panel, and she opened it to see remaining time in the secret realm 18 hours and 23 minutes. More than 5 hours had passed. When she entered, it was daytime. After a fight, it turned dark, and it was still night. The secret realm had no moon, relying solely on the glowing tree for illumination, but the tree was about to extinguish. She needed to recover her strength before dawn. From her bracelet, she pulled out a compressed biscuit, several energy bars, and a small bottle of fresh water, swallowing them bite by bite, the taste akin to chewing wax. Beige was given a small half-spoonful, making a loud munching sound. After eating, she took a sip of water and stowed the cup back in her bracelet. Then leaning against the tree trunk, she laid the crystal energy sword across her knees and closed her eyes. Time passed slowly. The tree's glow grew weaker until it finally extinguished. After an unknown duration, she sensed a change in the light. It was not the tree that brightened, but from the east it began to turn white, slowly illuminating, then suddenly accelerating. A gray-white light spread over the treetops, as if someone had splashed a bucket of thin paint from the sky. The outline of the tree emerged from the darkness, and the green of the grass reappeared. Dawn broke quickly, much faster than in the real world. Jiang Beige stood up and stretched her shoulders. Her right shoulder was still a bit sore, but the wound on her left arm had healed, and the swelling on her body had decreased significantly. The blood on her battle suit had dried stiff and hard like a shell. Beige poked its head out of her pocket, saying, "It's dawn. Let's go." Rather than retreating towards the grass, she walked deeper into the dense forest towards the direction of the wolf pack. Before entering, she checked her equipment. The crystal energy sword was charged to 60%. She had used quite a bit last night and hadn't recharged while sleeping. She took out 2 crystal energy fragments from her bracelet, inserting them into the charging slot of the sword, and the energy bar jumped to 80%. The harpoon launcher was reloaded with ammunition. She stepped on the soft fallen leaves, entering the dense forest. The ground was covered with a thick layer of leaves, making no sound when stepped on, perfect for stealth. She lightened her footsteps, stopping every few steps to listen to the sounds around her. The terrain deeper in the forest was far more complex than outside. Tree roots jutted out of the ground like twisted arms. Bushes grew in clusters, some adorned with sharp thorns. Occasionally she spotted fallen dead trees, their trunks covered in moss and mushrooms. She slowed her pace, gathering as she walked. A cluster of glowing blue mushrooms was identified by the system. Blue glow mushroom can be used to craft lighting items. Gathered blue glow mushroom 4. A stone protruding from the ground, its surface embedded with fine red crystals, was identified by the system. Fire pattern, or can be used to craft advanced weapons inherently possessing fire attributes. Gathered fire pattern, or 2. A low shrub bearing several purple fruits was identified by the system. Purple spirit fruit. Eating it permanently increases mental power by 1 point. Limited to 1 per person. She picked one, took a bite, the flesh soft and glutinous, tasting like blueberries. The system prompted mental power 1. The remaining 3 were stored in her bracelet for future sale or gifting. A plant she had never seen before with a straight stem and silver-white leaves was identified by the system. Moonlight grass can be used to craft advanced potions, enhancing potion effects by 50. Gathered moonlight grass 3. A withered branch lying on the ground, glistening with a metallic luster, was identified by the system. Ironwood can be used to craft weapons or building materials with extremely high hardness. Gathered ironwood 2. She collected while paying attention to the traces on the ground. Wolf paw prints, indicating where those wolves had dashed out last night. The fallen leaves were overturned and deep claw marks were left in the soil. The prints led in 2 directions, one going out and the other returning. The returning set of prints was more numerous, indicating that more than one wolf had retreated. She followed the returning tracks forward. The prints became denser, suggesting they had lingered here, possibly a gathering place. After about half an hour of walking, the treetops of the dense forest grew sparse, and more sunlight filtered through. Ahead appeared a clearing not large, with a diameter of about 20 to 30 meters. In the center of the clearing stood a massive dead tree, its trunk thick enough for 3 people to hug, with peeling bark revealing gray-white wood. At the base of the trunk was a dark hole, the depths unknown. Scattered around the clearing were some animal bones, both small and large. The larger bones were thicker than her arm, with gnawing marks on them. She squatted down to examine the bones. They were not fresh, already dried out, with a pale surface. There was no blood on the bones, indicating they had not been eaten recently. However, the bite marks were deep, matching the tooth spacing of those wolves. This place might be the wolf pack's lair, or at least a feeding ground. She did not approach the hole in the tree. It was unclear if wolves were still inside. During the day, the wolves might not be present or might be sleeping. She circled the edge of the clearing and discovered more supplies behind the dead tree. A cluster of golden mushrooms identified by the system. Golden essence mushroom can be used to craft permanent attribute potions. Gathered golden essence mushroom 2. A plant bearing red fruits was identified by the system. Blood origin fruit. Eating it permanently increases strength by 1 point. Limited to 1 per person. She ate 1, her strength increasing from 30 to 31. She stored the remaining 2. A piece of black stone, its surface smooth, was identified by the system. Obsidian can be used to craft advanced equipment, enhancing durability. Gathered obsidian 1. A fallen ironwood much thicker than the one she had previously picked was identified by the system. 1000-year ironwood can be used to craft legendary grade weapons. Gathered 1000-year ironwood 1. While she was focused on gathering, Beehive suddenly tensed up. Master, there's something. Jiang Beige immediately stood straight, her hand resting on the sword hilt, looking in the direction where Beige pointed. Behind the bushes at the edge of the clearing there were a pair of eyes, amber-colored, quietly watching her. Jiang Beige crouched down, lowering her body to peer through the gaps in the shrubs at the pair of eyes. A young tiger poked its head out from behind the bushes. Its fur was silvery white with light brown stripes. It was larger than a domestic cat, but much smaller than the wolves from last night, with round ears and large round eyes covered by a thin layer of light blue film. Its fur glimmered faintly in the dappled light filtering through the tree canopy, somewhat resembling the shimmering patterns of the azure sea. The little tiger looked at Jiang Beige, tilting its head. It showed no teeth, nor did it growl, it merely gazed curiously. It stepped out from behind the bushes, its paws making almost no sound on the fallen leaves. The little tiger stopped in front of her, lowered its head to sniff the tip of her combat boot, then lifted its head and gently nudged her calf with its head. Bai tugged at her collar, saying, "It's rubbing against you." The little tiger nudged her again, turned, took a couple of steps, looked back at her, and let out a soft whimper, then took 2 more steps, and turned back again. It was inviting her to follow. Jiang Beige relaxed her grip on the sword hilt and followed. They passed through the edge of the clearing, winding around several large ancient trees and along a nearly invisible path deeper into the dense forest. The little tiger led the way, its tail erect, occasionally glancing back to see if she was keeping up. After about 10 minutes, the little tiger stopped in front of a massive ancient tree. The trunk was thick enough for 4 or 5 people to embrace, its canopy shading the sky, and the roots protruded from the ground, forming a natural depression. In the depression lay a female tiger. Jiang Beige's footsteps halted. The female tiger was much larger than the wolves from last night, with silvery white fur and deep black stripes like ink. Its eyes were closed, breathing slow with barely noticeable rises and falls of its chest. The little tiger jumped into the depression, lying next to the female tiger and nudging its chin. The female tiger did not move, her eyelids fluttering slightly without opening. The little tiger nudged again, emitting a soft whimper as if trying to wake her. Jiang Beige clearly saw the injuries on the female tiger. 3 enormous claw marks slashed from her left shoulder to her right abdomen, the flesh turned outward and blackened, emitting a foul odor. The blood around the wound was dark red, congealed into hard clumps, yet fresh blood was seeping from the gaps. Bai crawled out from her pocket, coiling around Jiang Beige's wrist, saying, "Master, it seems like she's dying." She said nothing, opening the virtual interface of her bracelet and flipping to the medical section. She retrieved the advanced medical kit, opened it, revealing neatly arranged bandages, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, and hemostatic powder. She sprinkled the hemostatic powder on the largest wound, but the white powder was washed away by the black blood, failing to stop the flow. She tried to place the anti-inflammatory medication into the female tiger's mouth, but it did not swallow, the pills sliding to the edge of her mouth and falling onto the hay. She bit open the detoxifier's bottle and poured it into the female tiger's mouth, the liquid running down its jaw, mixing with the pus and blood seeping from the wound. Bai waved its tentacles in a flurry of panic on her shoulder, saying, "It's useless, master, it's useless." A system prompt appeared. "Target's injuries are too severe to be treated." Jiang Beige pressed the bandage onto the wound, using her palm to hold it down. The white bandage was instantly soaked through with blood adhering to the flesh of the female tiger. She did not let go, her mind racing through the list of supplies in the bracelet. All were for treating humans, none for tigers. However, when Bai had previously exhausted its spiritual energy, she had used a spiritual energy potion. The beast soul crystal could upgrade Bai, perhaps it would also be useful for the female tiger. She had no time to think further, and pulled out the dark red beast soul crystal from the deepest part of her bracelet, pressing it directly onto the center of the female tiger's forehead. The crystal emitted a dark red light, not melting but sticking tightly to the female tiger's skin as if being absorbed by something. The female tiger's body suddenly stiffened, her limbs rigid, and her tail stood up like an iron rod. The little tiger jumped back in fright, positioning itself in front of the female tiger and bared its teeth at Jiang Beige. The beast soul crystal shattered, turning into red powder that flowed down the female tiger's forehead. The female tiger's body suddenly relaxed like a taut string snapping. She gasped deeply, the rises and falls of her chest vigorous and powerful. The wound no longer bled, and the edges of the blackened flesh began to sprout pink new tissue. A system prompt appeared. Target's injuries have stabilized. Vital signs are recovering. Estimated complete recovery time 72 hours. The little tiger no longer looked at Jiang Beige, carefully crawling back to the female tiger and nudging her chin. The female tiger's mouth opened slightly, her tongue extending out to gently lick the little tiger's head. Then she lifted her head, her amber eyes turning to Jiang Beige. "Human, thank you for saving me." Jiang Beige instinctively placed her hand on the sword hilt. Anyone would reach for a sword if a tiger suddenly spoke. The female tiger's voice was deep, yet each word was clear. You can talk. Jiang Beige's voice was calmer than she expected. The female tiger did not answer the question. She raised her head, her amber eyes gazing at Jiang Beige. Do human cubs share food with strangers? Perhaps, Jiang Beige pondered. But tigers do not. The female tiger's voice was calm. You gave me your best medicine. The beast's soul crystal should be quite precious to you, yet you still gave it to me. Jiang Beige fell silent. A silver light ignited in the female tiger's eyes, her own pupils glowing. The light flowed from the female tiger's eyes into Jiang Beige's, a warm energy surging into her from her brow, spreading through her veins. A system prompt appeared. Player Tethys has received Tiger God's blessing. All attributes permanently increased by 5. Acquired passive skill Tiger Might, increasing deterrence against non-tiger creatures by 80. A system prompt followed. Pet by High has received Tiger God's blessing. Maximum spiritual energy permanently increased by 10. The female tiger opened her mouth, expelling a palm's eyes token with a black background and silver patterns engraved with a reclining tiger. The token fell onto the hay with a dull thud. She pushed the token toward Jiang Beige with her paw. Tiger God token. Crush it, and I will help you once, no matter who you face. By High crawled over from the edge of the depression, using its tentacles to pick up the token and hand it to Jiang. The token felt heavy and cold to the touch. She stored it deep in her bracelet. The little tiger jumped down from the edge of the depression, running to the female tiger and nudging her chin, emitting a soft whimper. The female tiger lowered her head, extending her tongue to lick the little tiger's eyes, then its ears. The little tiger squinted in delight, nudging closer to the female tiger's embrace. The female tiger gently wrapped her front paw around it, cradling it like an egg. Jiang Beige stood up, and by High crawled back onto her shoulder. I must go now, I have other matters to attend to. She turned to leave, just taking a step, when the low voice of the female tiger called out behind her. Human. Jiang Beige paused and turned back. The female tiger's eyes opened, her amber pupils glowing intensely in the dappled light, filtering through the canopy. She was not merely calling her back, she had something to say. I know you came for the trial in the secret realm. The scent on you does not belong to this world. The female tiger's nose twitched. Trialist. Every so often one appears. The scent on you is different from the others before. The female tiger continued. The most important treasure of the secret realm is to the northwest. From this tree head northwest, cross 3 streams, and climb over a rocky ridge. There lies a glowing tree. Beneath its roots is something buried. It closed her eyes and then opened them again. That thing can make you stronger. Jiang Beige's hand moved away from the sword hilt. How do you know this? The tiger clan has guarded this secret realm for generations. Each generation of tiger gods passes down their memories. I know what is buried here and where it is. But I cannot enter. The barrier around that tree only opens for humans. The tiger clan will be repelled if we get close. By High asked, Master, shall we go? Jiang Beige did not answer, staring at the female tiger. The female tiger spoke again. I can smell the scent of wolves on you. You have killed them, and they will not let you go easily. But you carry my blessing, and the wolves will be wary of that scent. You have already given me your blessing, but it is enough. Not enough. The female tiger's voice deepened. This is not to exchange for your medicine. It is to ensure you walk out of this dense forest alive. What I am saying now is about another matter. That thing, you can take it or it will be useful for you. It is useless to me. It can remain buried in the ground, but it is better for you to take it. Jiang Beige fell silent for a moment. All right, I will go. The female tiger closed her eyes, resting her chin on the little tiger's back. The little tiger peeked out from under her neck, its amber eyes sparkling. Jiang Beige turned, and by High slid from her shoulder to her wrist, pointing in the northwest direction. Master, over there. I know. She stepped on the fallen leaves, walking toward the northwest. Jiang Beige descended from the rocky ridge, her feet sinking softly into the spongy humus with a faint crumbling whisper. The sacred tree loomed ever closer, its silvery radiance spilling over her like liquid moonlight. Roots surged upward from the earth, massive, serpentine, and slumbering, intertwining in a jagged, irregular circle. At its exact center, where the roots coiled thickest, a stone protruded halfway from the soil. Translucent as jade, yet clearer, within it flowed luminous golden traceries. Jiang Beige scanned the surroundings carefully, finding neither guardian beast nor arcane formation. She strode straight toward the stone, knelt, and extended her hand to touch it. A system prompt flickered into view. Artifact detected. Linksy stone. Acquire. Grants permanent 20 spiritual insight. One time used per cultivator. Without hesitation, she confirmed. The stone rose gently from the earth, hovering above her palm. Its golden traceries blazed fiercely, then shattered into countless shimmering motes that seeped silently into her skin. System prompt, spiritual insight 20. Unlocked. She stood, her mind cool and lucid, as if rinsed with icy water, yet otherwise unchanged. The sacred tree's glow did not dim after the Linksy stone was taken, instead it intensified. Perhaps this stone was merely one of many buried beneath its roots. Or perhaps it was singular. She circled the root network several times and discovered further curiosities of fist-sized silver or identified by the system as mithril, usable in equipment forging. A cluster of bioluminescent moss, moonlight moss, usable in weapon enchantment. And a desiccated branch, yet strangely warm to the touch, sacred tree branch, usable in stave crafting or alchemical elixirs. She spent over half an hour circling the sacred tree, filling her wristband with 7 or 8 additional resources. Nothing rare, yet all serviceable. 8 hours remained before the realm's expiration. For now she would not venture deeper. She would await the wolf pack near the end of the trial. That way, even at a disadvantage, she could be automatically expelled when the realm collapsed. Beige crawled among the roots, using its tentacles to sift through fallen leaves, occasionally returning with a pebble or a leaf. Jiang Beige ignored it, settling onto a thick root with her back against the trunk, then opened her wristband to inventory the day's haul. The Linksea Stone's 20 spiritual insight was her greatest gain. The Tiger God's blessing granted 5 to all attributes. The Tiger God token enabled 1 summon. Frostwolf hidebone spurs and blood essence, fire vein or blue glow mushrooms of violet spirit fruits, moonlight grass, ironwood, millennium ironwood, coagulated blood fruits, spirit moss, gold marrow mushrooms, and more. A bountiful haul indeed. She closed the wristband interface, found a sturdy root to sit upon, leaned back against the trunk, and withdrew compressed biscuits and fresh water. She broke the biscuit in 2, one half for herself, the other crumbled, and placed atop the root. Beige slid down from her shoulder, its tentacles gathering the fragments and drawing them into its maw. She pulled out an energy bar, bit off a piece, then crumbled the rest beside Beige. After a sip of water, she lifted her gaze to the sacred tree's canopy. Silver-white leaves unfurled like luminous veils, each glowing softly. Between them the sky revealed itself pale violet, pristine, starless, cloudless. The distant forest's silhouette softened, its edges unsharp and dreamlike. As Jiang Beige lingered in quiet admiration, the cicada's hum and birdsong vanished, replaced by absolute suffocating silence. Beige's tentacles tightened sharply around her wrist. Ahead on the far slope shadows gathered. Wolves. The first descended. The gray pelt, dark red bones, spurs, eyes burning crimson. Then a second, a third, and more still. Dozens formed a half circle, blocking her path to the rocky ridge. They halted at the very edge of the sacred tree's light, not advancing yet refusing to retreat. Beige's voice whispered, "Master, the tiger's aura is holding them back. They dare not draw nearer." Jiang Beige rose and drew her crystal energy blade. From her wristband, she retrieved the harpoon launcher and set it upon the root. Then she unearthed every consumable potion. Vials of vivid hues aligned in a row beneath the sacred tree's glow, their caps already bitten open, each drained in swift succession. System prompts flashed repeatedly across her vision, numerical overlays cascading across the virtual screen. She ignored them, shut the wristband interface, and gripped her blade with both hands. The wolves feared the tiger's aura, yet they came anyway. Something compelled them. Behind the pack, a pair of emerald eyes gleamed, vastly larger than any wolf's. They obeyed its command. The tiger's aura held no sway over it. Jiang Beige leveled her blade across her chest, fixing her gaze on the nearest wolf, its ears flattened, tail tucked tight between its hind legs, trembling, but unwavering. The wolves behind mirrored its posture, necks drawn and tails clamped, yet inching forward, all of them. "Master, they're afraid, but still advancing." "I know." Those green eyes remained motionless, watching, waiting, for her potion's effects to wane, for the merest lag in her strike. She would not let it wait. The nearest wolf lowered its haunches, ears pricked, tail low, a predator poised to lunge. Behind it more wolves paced the light's perimeter, claws scraping earth, throats rumbling low, yet none dared cross. The tiger's aura pressed upon them like a hand gripping their napes, restraining their charge. Jiang Beige did not wait for their indecision to end. She raised the harpoon launcher and fired. The projectile pierced the first wolf's scapula. It shrieked, collapsing and dragging itself backward in agony. The others did not halt. They surged forward faster. The tiger's aura's grip was loosening. She discarded the launcher and met them, heating blade in both hands. A larger wolf emerged from the flank, moving slowly, silently. It did not attack, but circled leftward in a low, deliberate arc, sniffing the ground as it went. She waited until it reached the farthest point, then lunged, thrusting her blade straight for its hind leg joint. The wolf twisted faster than expected, evading the fatal strike, but the blade still sliced its outer thigh, opening a deep gash. It howled once, limping sideways yet refusing to flee. All wolves now formed a tense half circle around her, holding position, not attacking. They were not fighting to kill. They were probing her limits, gathering intelligence. Jiang Beige understood. But retreat was impossible. To retreat would be to surrender the threshold forever. She stepped forward, deliberately firmly. The frontmost wolves recoiled in unison. The tiger's aura still held sway. They feared the feline essence clinging to her, but fear alone was insufficient. She needed them to understand her blade was no ornament. She swept her sword low toward the nearest wolf's foreleg. The edge parted fur and flesh. Black blood welled forth. The wounded wolf staggered sideways, colliding with another. The two wolves jostled briefly, then separated. Behind the pack, those emerald eyes finally stirred. Brushwood cracked and snapped aside. A colossal shadow emerged from the gloom, 3 times the size of any wolf, its spine towering above the shrubbery. Its full form remained obscured. Only those twin green lights moved, gliding through the dark. Then, a single thunderous howl erupted in the distance, rolling across the earth like muffled thunder. 1 syllable only, urgent, clipped, nearly inaudible. The wolves reacted as though seared by white-hot iron, flattening instantly, heads pressed to the ground, ears pinned, tails tucked tightly beneath their bellies. Not one faltered. Within 2 seconds of the howl's echo fading, every wolf rose as one, and turned, fleeing headlong into the darkness. No formation, no order, only flight, as if driven by some unseen force snapping at their heels. Branches shattered, leaves and twigs scattered, then swallowed whole by the night. Those emerald eyes did not retreat with them. They lingered, motionless, for a breath, then slowly sank downward, vanishing behind the undergrowth, as if dissolving into water. Jiang Beige remained rooted in place, blade still held level before her. By high peaked from her shoulder, tentacles testing the air. Master, they've gone. And those eyes have gone too. She slowly crouched, driving her blade into the soil beside her boot, half its length vanishing into the earth, standing upright, like a silent sentinel. Then she slid down the trunk, collapsing against it, breathing hard and deep. By high coiled upon her knees, its tentacles resting quietly on her hand, silent. After a long while, minutes, half an hour, By high spoke again. Master, that great one, the green eyes, why did it not come forward itself? I don't know. Perhaps it sought to avoid injury. Or perhaps the time was not yet ripe. How much time remains in the realm? Jiang Beige opened her wristband and glanced. 5 hours. Bai Hai asked no more, only kept silent vigil beside her. She drew the crystal energy blade from the earth, wiped black blood and mud from its surface with cloth, and sheathed it at her waist. She retracted the harpoon launcher into her wristband, replenished, and repaired the blade's energy core, then settled into a more comfortable posture. She needed swift recovery, rapid recalibration of body and spirit. She would not wait for the wolves to regroup. This time she would strike first. Silence reigned, but she knew those emerald eyes had not strayed far. It was intelligent, far more so than the wolves. Jiang Beige stood up from behind the earthen embankment, stretching his stiff shoulders. The effect of the potion had long faded, leaving dark bruises where the wolf's fangs had bitten his arm, but his bones were unharmed. Bai Hai poked her head out of the pocket, and she reached out to push Bai Hai's head back down, zipping the bag all the way up. She had had enough of passively taking hits. She chose a location resembling a basin. From her bracelet, she pulled out fragments of crystalline energy, taking them out handful by handful, and piled them into 4 heaps on the ground. Using a rope, she bound 3 of the fragments together to create a makeshift bomb, making a total of 6. She did not bury them in the soil, but piled them all in the open, covering them with only a thin layer of fallen leaves. Then she broke several dry branches from the bushes and arranged them in a conical shape around the pile of bombs, resembling a small woodpile. She sprinkled a handful of crystalline energy powder on the woodpile. This substance would ignite explosively when it encountered an open flame, and the shockwave would detonate the bombs beneath. Having completed these preparations, she stood in the center, gripping the hilt of her sword with her left hand, while her right hand fished out a whole piece of crystalline energy from her bracelet and crushed it with force. The fragment exploded in her palm, emitting sharp energy waves that sounded like nails scraping against glass. It was almost inaudible to humans, but clear to beasts. She believed that the creature could hear it. There was silence in the darkness. After a long wait, the sound of claws crunching on fallen leaves came from above the basin, followed by more. Red eyes lit up at the entrance, one pair after another forming an arc. The wolf pack had arrived, but they stopped at the edge of the entrance. Then a pair of green eyes shone behind the wolf pack. They did not gradually materialize, they lit up suddenly, as if someone had turned on a lamp in that darkness. Green light shone down from above the wolf pack, illuminating the spines of the front few wolves with dark red bone spikes. The creature emitted a low, resonant rumble. The wolf pack surged into the basin from the entrance like black water overflowing a dam. The sound of their front paws crushing the fallen leaves merged into a continuous chorus, with red eyes densely pressing forward in the darkness. The aura of intimidation bearing down on them had no effect. The creature's hum drowned out the intimidation, overpowering their instinctive fear. Jiang Beige did not stay in place waiting. She had no intention of entangling herself further with these pawns. She sidestepped around the wolf pack and ran towards the highest point of the earthen embankment. The wolf pack chased after her with the closest one nearly biting at her heels. She did not look back, using her left foot to push off the slope of the embankment, taking 3 steps in 2 strides to rush to the top. She stood before the pair of green eyes less than 5 meters away. The wolf pack halted below the embankment, none daring to follow. The creature crouched on the flat ground behind the embankment, its 4 legs folded beneath its body like a coiled frog. However, its legs were not those of a frog, but rather of a lizard with joints splayed outward and its claws deeply embedded in the soil. Its body was larger than that of a female tiger, covered in dark gray scales with a layer of dark red light along the edges of the scales resembling magma flowing through cracks. Its tail wrapped around from behind, bending into an arc with the tip split resembling a snake's tongue. Its head was the most unsettling part. The top of its head was smooth without ears or fur. Its eyes were deeply set in their sockets, the irises green, with no whites, the entire eyeball resembling a glowing emerald. Its pupils were vertical and elongated like a slit. Its mouth was wide with the corners splitting to the base of its neck, but it had no ears, it simply split to that point. At this moment its mouth was closed, but the corners were slightly raised as if it were smiling. The creature tilted its head slowly, its movement resembling that of a lizard. The green eyes swept from her face to her sword, then to her bracelet, and back to her face. Its mouth slowly opened, producing a series of incomprehensible syllables. Inside there were no teeth, but rows of inward curving bony protrusions densely packed, like a grinder's tooth plate. A fishy odor surged from its mouth as if the food it had eaten was rotting and fermenting within. The green eyes fixed on her, the pupils narrowing to a line. The creature's tail retracted from beside her feet, curling back beneath its body, the tip no longer swaying. Jiang Beige stared into its eyes, the tip of her sword remaining still. The wolf pack below the embankment quieted down, no longer circling, all lying down, their heads resting on their forepaws. The creature slowly rose from its crouched position, its 4 legs standing upright, doubling its height compared to when it was crouched. Its head shifted from a downward angle to a level gaze, the green eyes meeting Jiang Beige's at the same height. It took a step forward. Jiang Beige pushed the tip of her sword half an inch forward. The creature stopped, its green pupils slightly widening from the thin slit, as if the crack had been pried open. It was looking at the sword, not at her. Jiang Beige did not wait for it to continue its scrutiny. She pushed off the edge of the embankment with her left foot and leaped from the top. The blue light of the crystalline sword traced an arc in the darkness, slashing diagonally from the upper right to the lower left, striking the creature's left foreleg. The sword's edge sliced into the gaps between the scales. There was no blood. Beneath the creature's scales was not flesh, but another layer of harder scales. The sword became lodged between the 2 layers of scales, unable to be pulled out. The creature lowered its head to glance at its leg, then raised its head to look at Jiang Beige. In its green eyes there was no anger, no pain, only a kind of patient gaze, as if watching a child misbehave. Its tail swung out from beneath its body, striking Jiang Beige's right rib. She was thrown into the air, her back crashing against the embankment, rolling down to the bottom of the basin. Jiang Beige hit the ground, her back in excruciating pain, her right rib feeling as if it had been swept by an iron rod, making it hard to breathe. She pushed herself up from the ground, the crystalline sword still in her hand, the blade coated in black debris, not blood, but shattered scales. Jiang Beige did not wait for it to come down. She aimed her harpoon launcher at the creature's open mouth and pulled the trigger. The harpoon shot out, producing a sharp sound as it pierced the air. The creature's mouth closed. The speed was so quick that she almost did not see it clearly. The harpoon struck its closed mouth, hitting the bony protrusions, bouncing off. There was no trace left, not even a white mark. Jiang Beige discarded the harpoon launcher, rummaging through her bracelet to find 2 vials of stamina potions, biting off the caps and downing both. Gripping her sword, she charged up the embankment. This time she did not leap. Instead, she ran a few steps up the slope, using the momentum to swipe the sword upwards towards the creature's throat. The sword struck the scales on its neck with a dull thud, like striking stone. The shock numbed her hands, nearly causing her to drop the sword. A shallow white mark appeared on the scales, but they did not crack. The creature lowered its head to look at her, its green eyes reflecting her face. Its tail swung around from behind, the forked tip pressing against her abdomen with a gentle push. She rolled down the slope, tumbling to the bottom of the basin, stopping only when her back crashed against the other side of the embankment. The creature walked down from the embankment, its claws digging into the soil each step, leaving a deep imprint. The wolf pack scattered, clearing a wide area. It stood in the center of the basin, looking down at Jiang Beige. Its left foreleg bore a distinct wound, a patch of scales sheared off, exposing the gray-white true skin beneath. It tilted its head, this time not in slow motion, but a quick movement like a bird pecking. Then its mouth suddenly split open, the corners stretching back to its neck. The rows of inward curving bony protrusions were fully exposed. Jiang Beige quickly rose from the ground, pulling out several vials of potion and downing them all at once. The taste of the mixed potion was like bitter gall water spiced with chili burning from her throat to her stomach. She swallowed it down and tossed the empty vials to the ground, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the basin. Those green eyes were fixed on her as she consumed the potion. No attempt was made to stop her, no ambush while she was weak, just watching. It was as if it were waiting for her to be ready, waiting for her to reveal all her cards. Jiang Beige gripped her sword tightly and charged at the creature. This time she did not circle around or probe, she charged straight in. Its tail lifted off the ground, the forked tip resembling two daggers lunging towards her chest. She sidestepped to avoid the first thrust, the second grazed her left arm, tearing a gash in the sleeve of her combat suit, and blood immediately oozed from the wound. She did not stop. The sword tip aimed for the creature's left eye. It tilted its head back, the sword tip sliding past its eye socket without making contact. Its front paw came crashing down. Jiang Beige had no time to dodge and could only block with the blade of her sword. The immense force slammed her into the ground, her knees sinking into the soft earth, making her body shrink down. Gritting her teeth, she pulled one leg out of the dirt and rolled to the side. The tail pursued her, the forked tip stabbing into the ground, where she had knelt, creating two deep holes. She retrieved the last two energy bombs from her bracelet, pulled the safety pins, and hurled them at the creature's face. The bombs exploded before it, a blue and white light bursting forth, and the creature blinked. Several charred marks appeared on its scales. It lowered its head to glance at the scorched area, then raised its head, its green eyes finally showing something different. Its mouth suddenly opened wide, the speed so fast that Jiang Beige could hardly see. A strong suction poured from its mouth, drawing in leaves, gravel, and dirt into its maw, the bony protrusions inside spinning like a grinder, reducing the debris to powder. The soil beneath Jiang Beige's feet became slippery. She felt herself sliding towards the creature's mouth. She drove her energy sword into the ground, embedding half the blade, gripping the hilt tightly, her body suspended in midair, her feet no longer touching the ground. The suction intensified, the energy sword slowly sliding out of the earth, the blade bending into a curve. She glanced down at the distance between the sword hilt and the creature's mouth, released her left hand, retrieved the harpoon launcher from her bracelet, held it in one hand, aimed at the creature's gaping maw, and pulled the trigger. The harpoon shot out, drawn into the maw by the suction, striking the bony protrusions. It caused no damage, but the harpoon got lodged between the protrusions, preventing its mouth from closing. The suction vanished, and Jiang Beige fell from midair, landing in a pile of leaves. The creature shook its head a couple of times, and the harpoon slipped out from between the teeth, allowing its mouth to close again. The moment Jiang Beige got up, the tail had already swung in front of her. She had no time to dodge, and raised her left arm to block. The sound of bones breaking was crisp, like snapping a dry twig. She looked down at her left arm, the forearm bent at an unnatural angle from the elbow down, resembling a twist. There was no bleeding, but the bone was shattered completely. She felt no pain, a side effect of the potion. Her left hand could still move, her fingers could still bend, but the forearm was crooked. She gripped her left wrist with her right hand and forcefully straightened it. The position was corrected, but the bone was surely shattered beyond repair. Bai Hai was thrashing wildly in her pocket, the zipper pushed open from the inside, its tentacles leaking out. Jiang Beige pressed Bai Hai back down, zipping it up again. Don't move. She gripped the energy sword in her right hand, her left hand hanging at her side, fingers still trembling slightly, but at least she could still make a fist. The creature tilted its head to look at her, and for the first time there was something in its green eyes that she could understand. It was curiosity. It was curious how much longer she could hold on. Jiang Beige positioned the energy sword horizontally in front of her, gripping it with her right hand, her left hand hanging at her side, the forearm swollen, her fingers resembling radishes. The creature took a step forward, its head shifting from a downward gaze to level with hers, its green eyes meeting hers. Jiang Beige took a step forward. With her right hand gripping the sword, she aimed for the creature's throat. The creature did not dodge. The sword tip struck its scales and slid off. She withdrew the sword to stab again, only to have it slide off once more. Again and again she stabbed, each time the sword sliding off. After 7 stabs, all were deflected by its scales. Her palms split open, blood trickling down the hilt, the blade coated in slippery blood. It looked down at her as she continuously changed angles to poke at its body, not retaliating. It was like watching a bug crawl over itself. On the 8th stab, she did not aim for the throat, but for an old wound on its left foreleg, the part where the scales had been shaved off. The sword tip plunged into the gray-white hide, embedding an inch deep. The creature's leg trembled slightly, and its tail swung from behind, striking her right shoulder. She was sent flying, crashing into the dirt embankment, rolling down the slope, and coming to rest at the bottom of the basin. Her back collided with a rock, her spine feeling as if it had snapped. She lay on the ground, her right hand still gripping the sword, her left arm, too weak to lift, hanging at her side like a useless stick. The creature descended from the embankment, approaching her and lowering its head. The distance between its green eyes and her face was less than half a meter. Its mouth opened, exposing the bony protrusions within, hot air spewing forth, reeking of rot. She could smell her own blood mixed in the hot wind blowing from its mouth. Beige forced its way through the zipper, all 8 tentacles extending out, unleashing mental toxin at it. It had no effect. The creature's mouth closed, its green eyes shifting from Jiang Beige's face to Beige. It looked at Beige as if trying to discern something. Jiang Beige pushed herself off the ground with her right hand slowly getting up. She was unsteady, her right leg trembling. She pressed Beige back into her pocket. Using her energy sword to prop herself up, blood dripped from her arm, pattering down like a light rain. The creature took a step back, circling around Jiang Beige, moving from her left to her right, then back from right to left. Its green eyes never left her, but they did not possess the gaze of a predator sizing up its prey. It was something else she could not quite name. Jiang Beige charged at it. This time she did not stab or slash. She lunged into the creature's embrace, pressing her right shoulder against its chin, attempting to lift it up. The creature's body was dozens of times heavier than hers. She could not lift it, but her movement caused its head to rise, the scales on its chin parting slightly. She gripped the sword in her right hand, the tip aimed upward, and thrust it into the gap under its chin. The blade penetrated 1/3 of the way. The creature suddenly slammed its head down, its bony protrusions biting into the sword, locking it in place. The sword could neither be pulled out nor pushed in. The creature's tail swung from behind, striking her back. She did not let go. When the tail swung a second time, the sound of bones cracking echoed from her back. By the third swing, she released. The sword remained lodged in the creature's chin as she flew out, crashing onto the rocks at the bottom of the basin, remaining motionless. Beige crawled out, resting on her neck, its 8 tentacles pressed tightly against her skin. The creature glanced at the sword embedded in its chin, extended its front paw to grasp the hilt, and pulled it out. Dark red viscous liquid oozed from the wound on its chin. It tossed the sword onto the ground, its green eyes fixed on Jiang Beige. She could no longer get up. The sound of claws stepping on fallen leaves echoed around the basin. A pack of wolves emerged from the darkness, their red and golden eyes forming a dense circle. They awaited orders. Jiang Beige's fingers twitched. Her right hand slowly searched through the pile of leaves, finding a sword hilt. The sword that the creature had pulled from its chin and thrown down was right beside her. She grasped the sword hilt, pulled it closer, and positioned it across her chest. The blade was smeared with dark red viscous liquid dripping down the edge. Jiang Beige did not move. She could not move. She simply held the sword across her chest, gazing up at the pale purple sky above. The sky of the secret realm had no stars, no clouds, just a clean, uniform pale purple. The creature slowly approached her, stepping in rhythm with her heartbeat. That creature slowly approached her, step by step, at a very slow pace, each step echoing her heartbeat. Jiang Beige lay on the ground, her right hand gripping the crystal energy sword she had pulled from its chin, the dark red viscous liquid on the blade still wet, dripping onto her chest. Thoughts of despair flooded her mind, pure and indistinguishable panic. The distance shrank from 10 meters to 8, and from 8 to 5. She had no idea how much blood she had left. Her left arm could no longer be lifted, her right leg was numb from the knee down, and every vertebra in her back was on fire. But her right hand could still move, her fingers could still grip the sword, so she would not give up. The creature stopped about 3 meters away from her. It crouched down, folding its forelegs, lowering its head from above to meet her gaze with its green eyes. "You humans," its voice squeezed out from its throat, deep and hoarse like stones grinding against stones. Each word came out slowly like a child who had just learned to speak, yet the tone was more eerie. "Truly delicious." Jiang Beige's fingers tightened around the sword hilt. She did not speak, nor did she move. The corners of the creature's mouth curled upward, its green pupils narrowing to slits. "Especially in times of despair. Your blood is filled with despair." Jiang Beige stared into its eyes, her right hand slowly loosening its grip on the sword hilt, reaching for her handchain. Her movements were slow, her fingers probing into the virtual interface of the handchain, finding the level 1 crystal energy sword. The old sword left over from when she crafted a level 3 sword lay at the very bottom of the handchain, uncharged and covered in a layer of dust. She dragged it out from the handchain, pressing it beneath her body. Then she pulled out 3 crystal energy cores from the handchain, stuffing 2 of them into the recess of the level 1 sword's hilt. The cores made a faint clicking sound as they clicked into place. "What are you doing?" The creature leaned forward, its green eyes shifting from her face to her handchain. Jiang Beige did not answer. She pulled the crystal energy sword from beneath her body, gripping it in her right hand. The level 1 sword was shorter and lighter than the level 3 sword, but the blade was covered in dust devoid of any light. She supported herself with her right hand and slowly sat up. With each movement, another crack echoed in her back. The creature watched her rise, but did not stop her. Ant. Its voice carried a prolonged, lazy tone. What can you do even if you can move? The level 3 sword was stuck beside the handchain, still smeared with the creature's viscous liquid. She waved her hand, retracting the sword into the handchain. Lifting the level 1 sword, she pointed it at the creature's face. The blade was covered in dust, resembling a piece of scrap metal. The creature tilted its head. Do you think that sword can hurt me? You'll find out soon enough, she retorted, aiming the sword tip at its left eye before suddenly standing up. Her right leg could barely hold her up. Her body, leaning to the left, she propped herself up with her already broken left arm to straighten herself. The pain in her left forearm felt like someone had thrust a red-hot iron rod into her bones, yet she did not scream. She stood up, gripping the dusty level 1 sword, charging towards the creature. Every step felt like walking on cotton, her right leg dragging behind her left arm hanging at her side, with only her right hand holding the sword. She barely took 5 steps when the creature's tail began to move. The forked tail tip pierced into her right abdomen, emerging from her back. She glanced down at her belly, the tail piercing through, dark red blood flowing down it. The painkillers wore off, but she was already numb to the pain. She continued to charge forward, the tail twisted within her belly, yet she still reached the creature. She lifted the sword, aiming it at the creature's chest. Its right claw slammed down, pinning her right shoulder, pressing her into the ground. The claw's power was so great that her shoulder cracked with the sound of breaking bones, her whole body forced into the ground, her face buried in fallen leaves and dirt. The tail withdrew from her belly, blood gushing from the wound like a Turnitin faucet. Ant, the creature's voice echoed from above, carrying a tone of satisfaction and mockery. You aren't even worthy of making me take you seriously. Let's see how long you can struggle. Jiang Beige's face was buried in the dirt, her right hand still gripping the sword, its tip embedded in the ground, less than half a meter from the creature's chest. At some point, Beige had crawled from her leg to the creature's claw, its silver light patterns extinguished, entwining the claw tightly, like a silver thread. The creature glanced down at Beige, extending another front claw and flicking it casually, sending Beige flying into the darkness. Jiang Beige heard the sound of Beige being flung away, faint like a stone dropping into water. She could not look back. Using her right hand, she pulled the sword from the dirt, its blade covered in mud. The creature's claw still pressed down on her shoulder, immobilizing her. But it pressed too high, only pinning her right shoulder without restraining her right wrist. She slid the sword upward, aiming the tip at the inner side of the claw, pinning her down. The gap between the armor plates. The sword tip pierced through the gap, sinking in half an inch. The creature's claw twitched, but it did not release its grip. Jiang Beige pulled out the last of the 3 crystal energy cores from the handchain. She had used 2, and the third remained in her left palm. She stuffed it into the recess of the level 1 sword's hilt. All 3 cores were embedded. The sword began to glow a white, blinding light, like lightning. The sword trembled, its hilt growing hot. The creature lowered its head, staring at the glowing sword beneath its claw. Its green pupils widened in an instant. It recognized the light. Jiang Beige summoned all her remaining strength, pulling the sword out and pushing it upward, the tip piercing between the creature's chest armor plates, thrusting in 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. The creature lifted its claw from her shoulder, attempting to pull out the sword. But the sword was already lodged between the armor plates, and its claw could not grasp it. Jiang Beige released her grip on the sword hilt, using her right hand to pull down on the creature's claw. The distance between her face and the creature's face was less than a foot. In the reflection of its green eyes, her bloodied face appeared. There was no fear or anger in her eyes, only excitement. Die, for your arrogance accompany you to the grave. Her voice was faint, barely audible, but the creature heard her. The sword exploded. The 3 crystal energy cores released energy simultaneously. The sword could not withstand it, and metal shards and energy waves exploded together. White light surged from the sword like a sun rising in the creature's chest. The light engulfed everything, and the world fell into silence. The secret realm has ended. Exiting now. Detecting player severe injury, automatic repair during the exit process. Injury has been restored, status reset. As the white light dissipated, Jiang Beige lay on the floor of her shelter. Her left arm could move, and the wound on her right abdomen felt smooth, the newly grown skin a shade lighter than the surrounding area. The nanobot combat suit was torn diagonally from her right shoulder, exposing the protective layer inside, which was all cracked, resembling a parched riverbed. Beige squeezed out from her pocket, its 8 tentacles clinging to her. The secret realm is settling. Player Titus has defeated the secret realm boss Sha. Rewards are being distributed. She did not get up, her face pressed against the floor as she looked at the screen. Pet Origin Fragment 1. Can be used for pet evolution. Shelter Awakening Fragment 1. Gather 5 pieces to awaken the shelter. Shinji 1. A weapon that can change forms. Huanxing Combat Suit 1. A combat suit that can change forms. Beige slapped her face with its tentacles. Master, you had a hole in your stomach just now. It's gone now. but it was there before. So big. Beige gestured with its tentacles to form a circle. Jiang Beige pushed herself up from the floor. Her left arm clenched into a fist, and her right abdomen no longer hurt. She tore off the shredded nanobot combat suit from her body, crumpling it, and tossing it into the corner. She took out the Huanxing combat suit from the rewards, a swirl of light blue glowing in her palm. She focused on the light, imagining a jumpsuit, and the light automatically unfolded, transforming into a deep gray jumpsuit, with a high collar, long sleeves, and fitted legs tucked into the boots. She took out Qianji from the rewards. A swirl of silver-white metallic liquid floated in her palm. Imagining a sword, the liquid solidified into a crystalline sword identical to the one before. Imagining a gun, the sword shrank and transformed into a handgun, heavy and solid. Imagining a whip, the handgun melted and elongated into a silver-white whip, its tip dragging on the floor. Reverting it back, it transformed into a hairpin, which she inserted into her hair. Beige slid from her shoulder into her palm, its 8 tentacles stretched out. You just scared me to death. It's fine now. You're lying. Your stomach was pierced. It was repaired when leaving the secret realm. Isn't it fine now? Beige's tentacles curled slightly, but it remained silent. What will I do if you die, eh? What will I do? Beige's voice came softly from her mind. I won't die. The timing is just right. I keep track of time. Beige's tentacles relaxed and then tightened again. I only have you left. Beige lightly tapped her collar with its tentacle, as if saying she was talking nonsense. But it did not refute her. Jiang Beige pressed her hand against her chest, feeling Beige's warm body through the fabric. Beige's heartbeat pressed against her collarbone, 2 heartbeats, one big and one small, layered together. She closed her eyes, intending to rest briefly, but fell into a deep slumber. When she woke up, the intelligent lighting system had switched to night mode, a warm yellow night light glowing in the corner. She did not know how long she had slept. Beige still lay on her chest, also asleep, its tentacles sliding down from her collar to rest on the blanket. Jiang Beige remained still. She stared at the ceiling, replaying the events in the secret realm from start to finish. Every fierce battle, every frame still vivid in her memory. She felt a sense of gratitude it had honed her combat skills, albeit a bit awkwardly. She opened her bracelet and took out the Shelter Awakening fragment. A palm-sized deep blue crystal with silver-white patterns on its surface, warm to the touch. The system description stated that gathering 5 pieces could awaken the shelter, and once awakened, Beige would gain independent consciousness and be able to connect mentally with its master. The remainder was uncertain as to when it could be obtained, but at least there was a start. Pet Origin Fragment was a small silver-white stone the size of a fingernail, smooth on the surface, with liquid light flowing within. The system description stated it could be used for pet evolution, enhancing the pet's form and skills, and would induce sleep after use. She gently lifted Beige from her chest and placed it on the pillow. Beige did not wake, curling into a ball like a yarn ball. Jiang Beige planned to wait until Beige woke up to ask if it wanted to use it, she could not decide for it. Jiang Beige got up and went to the bathroom to wash her face, warm water splashing against her face, washing away the lingering smell of blood and dirt. Returning to the kitchen, she took out a carton of milk from the fridge, poured it into a cup, and heated it slightly. Sitting on the 2-person sofa, she took small sips. The milk was hot, and her lips shrank back when they touched the rim of the cup. Beige woke up, crawling over from the bed, smelling the scent of milk, and pointing at the cup with its tentacle. Jiang Beige poured a small dish of milk and placed it on the armrest of the sofa. Beige crawled over, burying its head in the dish, slurping the milk. After finishing half of the octopus was milk white. She wiped it clean with a tissue and placed Beige back in her pocket. Jiang Beige returned to the bedroom and lay down again. Beige coiled next to her pillow, resting against her neck, its tentacles draped over her ear, warm and soft. Jiang Beige took out the silver-white small stone from the bracelet, cradling it in her palm. Beige peeked over from beside her ear, touching the stone with its tentacle. What is this? Pet Origin Fragment. Using it can evolve you. You will become stronger, but I don't know if it will hurt. Beige's tentacles wrapped around the stone. I want to use it. Are you sure? I want to use it. I want to become stronger. I want to protect you, Beige said resolutely. I don't want to just watch from the side when you are fighting. Jiang Beige looked at it. Okay. Beige's silver-white light patterns glowed twice as bright as usual, its tentacles gripping the stone tightly, the entire octopus trembling slightly. She took the stone from its tentacles and pressed it against Beige's body. The fragment glowed, the silver-white light merging with Beige's light patterns, a liquid-like light flowing from the stone, spreading through Beige's tentacles to its entire body. The system prompt popped up from the bracelet. Pet Origin Fragment used successfully. Pet Beige has fallen into a sleep state. Evolving. Estimated awakening time unknown. Beige's tentacles slipped from her fingers, drooping limply. The silver-white light patterns dimmed from bright to dark, then extinguished. It curled into a ball, its 8 tentacles folded against its body, resembling a silver-white cocoon. Jiang Beige cradled it in her palms, waiting for a long time. It did not move again, nor did it speak. Her mind felt empty, devoid of anything. She placed Bai high in the pet bed and looked at it for a few seconds. I will wait for you. Jiang Beige walked up to the control panel, took out the deep blue fragment of the Sanctuary Awakening from her bracelet, and pressed it into the groove on the side of the control panel. Fragment of the Sanctuary Awakening has been absorbed. Progress 15. Sanctuary level insufficient. It requires level 5 and mental power greater than 100 to activate. Current Sanctuary level is 4. The progress bar on the screen lit up one notch. She turned off the panel. It was still early to upgrade from level 4 to 5, and hurrying wouldn't help. As she opened the attribute panel and pulled out all the fruits that permanently enhanced attributes accumulated in the secret realm, along with the drinks obtained from opening boxes. Strength fruits, agility fruits, stamina fruits, 2 or 3 of each, purple spirit fruits, blood essence fruits. She consumed them all. The taste was a mess, some sweet and some sour, and she expressionlessly swallowed the last bite. Strength 83, agility 76, stamina 74, mental power 62. Mental power was the lowest, so all future attribute points would be prioritized for mental power. She turned off the panel, pulled the chinji out of her hair. The silver-white hairpin glinted under the light. She held it in her hand, and with a thought. Sword, spear, whip, bow, halberd, hammer. Each form took shape in her hand, and then dissipated. As long as you could think of it, you could change into it. She gathered all forms and transformed it into a bracelet to wear on her wrist. The autopilot system was activated with a depth of 1,200 meters. Since coming out of the secret realm, she hadn't adjusted the depth. Monsters at a depth of 1,200 meters were far more formidable than those at 1,000 or 500 meters, larger in size, thicker in shell, and with more tentacles. It was just the right opportunity to test her current level. After waiting a long time, she finally encountered the first sea monster. She donned her diving suit, opened the recovery port, kicked off the edge, and dove out. The orca's shell was beneath her feet, its dorsal fin like a black scythe. She stood at the base of the dorsal fin, one hand gripping it, while the other prepared for an attack. A large crustacean charged from the left side, its dark red shell and pincers resembling 2 guillotines. Jiang Beige released the dorsal fin and burst forward. The chinji sword targeted the gaps in the shell and pierced in halfway. The sea monster's body stiffened, remaining motionless. The second one, a soft-bodied creature, was half-transparent, revealing its black insides writhing. The sword slid in and struggled to find leverage. She transformed the sword into a gun and pulled the trigger. A high-energy beam pierced a hole in the soft body, causing it to contract, turn white, and die. A large tentacle monster with 8 tentacles thrashing about. She transformed the gun into a long whip, threw it out to ensnare one tentacle, and pulled. The tentacle broke off at the root. She swung and pulled again. After 3 lashes, the tentacle monster was left with only 3 tentacles and turned to flee. She chased after it, switching back to the sword to stab through the gap at its head. Using the whip underwater faced considerable resistance, but her current attribute points rendered that negligible. In half a day's time, she had slain 7 sea monsters. The transformation time for Chinji had reduced from needing 1 or 2 seconds for each switch to half a second. She no longer needed to focus on the weapon to think of its form. With a thought, it would change. The switch between sword and gun was the fastest, with almost no sense of delay. Just as Jiang Beige returned to the sanctuary for a brief rest, the alarm sounded again. 3 sea monsters appeared, a great opportunity for practice. She dove down and quickly dealt with the one on the left, stabbing it through the gap in its shell. The one on the right charged toward the orca's shell. She didn't have time to get over, so she transformed the sword into a gun and shot twice, piercing its soft underbelly. The third one circled around behind. She used the whip to ensnare its hind leg, pulled it down, and delivered a finishing stab. At a depth of 1,200 meters, the density of sea monsters wasn't high, but each one was much stronger than in shallow waters. Each one required her serious attention and could bring her potential improvements. As she prepared to return, she encountered a sea monster she had never seen before. It resembled neither a crustacean nor a soft-bodied creature. Its body was flat like a giant blanket with wavy folds at the edges. It floated down silently from above, nearly covering the orca's dorsal fin. When Jiang Beige looked up, the blanket was less than 2 meters above her head. She had no time to dodge, transforming the sword into a halberd and sweeping horizontally. The edge of the halberd sliced through the blanket, opening a gash from which dark green liquid sprayed out, splattering onto her combat suit. The blanket recoiled in pain, contracting for a moment before continuing to cover downward. She transformed into a gun and fired continuously. High-energy beams burned several holes in the blanket's body, but it did not stop. Its size rendered those holes. She transformed into a whip, ensnared one corner of the blanket, and pulled down hard. The blanket's body was lighter than she expected. The whip turned it over, exposing its underside. The underside was white smooth and appeared much softer than the back. She released the whip, transformed back into a sword, kicked off the Orca's shell, and shot upward, driving the sword through the blanket from its underside to its back. The blanket convulsed violently, its edges flapping like cloth blown by the wind. She withdrew the sword, emerging from the puncture, and landed on the Orca's back. The blanket slowly drifted away, sinking while gradually descending, ultimately disappearing into the darkness. A system prompt popped up, and she took a glance. Crystal Energy Core 3, a legendary grade metal parts 2, and a blueprint for soft armor. It could be used to craft cloaks that reduce damage and provide camouflage. Jiang Beige returned to the sanctuary to recharge her diving suit with oxygen, taking stock of the dropped resources, many of which could enhance her attributes. While Jiang Beige was having lunch, the defense turret locked onto 5 targets. 5 medium-sized tentacle monsters appeared simultaneously, fanning out from 5 directions, surrounding the Orca in the center. She went out and scanned her surroundings. The tentacle monsters were smaller than those she had encountered before, but 5 together made them difficult to fight. She transformed Qinji into a bow, stood on the Orca's dorsal fin, and shot 2 arrows at the one to the east. The energy arrows exploded on the tentacle monster's head. It twitched, but did not die. The one to the west took the opportunity to approach the Orca's shell. She ensnared its tentacle with the whip, pulled, and cut it off. The 2 monsters to the south and north lunged at the same time. She switched weapons, gripping the sword, and rushing forward, first stabbing through the head of the southern one, then turning to stab the northern one. It took quite some time to eliminate all 5. She sat on the Orca's dorsal fin, resting Qinji on her lap. She could manage the assault from 5 medium-sized tentacle monsters, but it would be quite tiring. The switching speed of Qinji was sufficient, but in intense battles her mind sometimes lagged behind her hands' movements. More practice was needed. On a new day, she began trying to sense the positions of sea monsters using her mental power during battles. Her mental power stood at 72 points, significantly boosted by consuming many enhancement items. Previously, she could only vaguely sense something approaching. Now she could distinguish whether it was a crustacean or a soft-bodied creature, and even roughly judge its size and distance. This allowed her to prepare in advance before the defense turret locked onto targets. A large crustacean charged up from below. She sensed its position in advance with her mental power, jumped off the Orca's back, and met it head-on with a sword, stabbing through the gap in its shell. Before the sea monster even realized it was dead, a soft-bodied creature approached from behind. She locked onto its outline with her mental power, transformed into a gun, and fired 3 consecutive shots, all hitting its head. Her mental power significantly shortened her reaction time. She no longer solely relied on visual cues, as she could sense danger on her own. This was especially useful during attacks from sea monsters. On the 3rd day of training, the azure sea still lay in slumber. The cocoon in the pet bed showed no signs of change, and the silver-white light pattern remained extinguished. Every morning, Jiang Beige would take a look, then don her combat suit, take Qinji, exit the cabin, and hunt monsters. Upon returning, she would shower, organize supplies, and sleep. In just a few days, she had killed dozens of sea monsters. She accumulated over 100 crystal energy cores, and various materials filled her storage boxes. She had collected more than a dozen blueprints. She learned the useful ones, and kept the useless ones for trading. The transformation of Qinji had reached the point where it could change with just a thought, with no delay during battles. She allocated all the attribute points she could to mental power. Mental power rose from 72 to 82, still needing 18 points to reach 100. She sat on the 2-person sofa and reviewed the supplies in her bracelet. She glanced at the consumed materials, sufficient for her use for a long time. She turned off the panel, picked up Qinji, and transformed it back into a hairpin, inserting it into her hair. When the system-wide announcement echoed throughout the area, Jiang Beige was crouched in front of the storage box, organizing materials. The metallic sound reverberated in the shelter, arriving half an hour earlier than usual. The weekly ranking settlement has been completed. The first place in Zone 3872, player Teddy's, with a total score of 3,159. Rewards have been distributed. The rewards for the second to the 100th place have been synchronized and granted. She stood up and walked to the control panel, where the reward list popped up. Attribute points 10A, Crystal Energy Core 5, a legendary metal parts 3A, Diamond Chests 2. Exclusive title for weekly ranking, first place. The title is still Deep Sea Lone Traveler, adding 1 to all attributes, lasting for 7 days. The second place on the leaderboard has changed to Jiang with a score of 2,514, over 400 points higher than the 3rd place. Jiang had been hovering around 5th and 6th place before, and now jumped directly to 2nd. Jiang Beige stared at that name for 2 seconds, recalling what Jiang had said when she exchanged for a high-level precision circuit board. She wanted to reach level 4 before the dungeon opened. It seems she has succeeded. The forum exploded again. Under the pinned system announcement, posts were being refreshed. Someone posted a screenshot of the top 10 with Teddy's in 1st place and Jiang in 2nd, while she had only seen the other IDs once or twice. Liver Emperor was 4th, Green Farm was 7th, and the European Emperor didn't make it into the top 10, ranking 17th. One post was titled, "Who is Jiang Beige?" The poster mentioned that they hadn't seen this person much before, but suddenly this week, she surged up a "Does anyone know her?" Someone replied that she had always been in the top 10, but never reached 2nd. You probably didn't pay much attention before. The poster then asked if she was male or female, and the reply was that she was female. The poster responded with a thumbs-up emoji. Another post was discussing the first place. The title was "Teddy's hasn't come out to exchange supplies this week." The poster wrote that they used to see Teddy's posting in the trading hall every week, but this week they hadn't seen her at all. Is something wrong? Someone replied that the first place doesn't need supplies, they can just farm by themselves. You all know about the secret realm, right? The first place must have gone into the secret realm, and after coming out their ranking points skyrocketed. They must have gotten a lot of good things in the secret realm. It's been a while since I've seen Teddy's talking on the forum. The last reply was the first place has always been quiet. They rarely talked before, this week is no different. Someone was discussing the big shots on the leaderboard. One post was titled, "Don't the top 10 ever check the forum?" The poster wrote, "I flipped through the speaking records of the top 10. It was aside from Teddy's occasionally popping up and Jiang Beige saying a few words, the other IDs have hardly appeared in the forum. Liver Emperor only posts kill screenshots, doesn't post topics or reply. Green Farm only posts trade topics, occasionally chats for a bit or sells, and then leaves. The remaining few have hardly been seen. They're too busy leveling up and fighting monsters. Who has time to chat?" The higher the level, the quieter they become. At the beginning of the game, you could still see the people on the leaderboard arguing in the forum, but now they all have gone silent. It's not that they don't talk, it's that their circles have changed. What they discuss is beyond our understanding. Someone was discussing the current survival status. One post was titled, "Are the ones still alive, all smart people?" The poster wrote that it's been almost a month since the server opened to those who are dead, and those who can survive now are either lucky or clever. Only the lucky ones died early. Luck doesn't last beyond the first week. Those who can survive now at least know how to hoard supplies and how to avoid sea monsters. Not necessarily. Some people are just purely lucky opening chests and getting good items floating their way to the top, but those types are quite annoying, getting cheap benefits, yet acting innocent. The poster replied that indeed there are those kinds of people who are lucky, yet love to show off, posting about opening a bronze chest. A post about the differentiation in survival was pinned to the homepage. The poster wrote, "I've noticed something. Those who are alive now have split into two groups. One group is like Teddy's and Jiang Beige with high shelter levels and good equipment, able to tackle dungeons and enter secret realms, finishing their daily tasks while still having energy for other things. The other group consists of those low-level players still worrying about travel costs daily, unable to open boxes or defeat sea monsters. Just being alive is already a blessing. The gap between the two groups is widening, or it feels like they are no longer in the same world. Indeed, I'm level 2 and exhausted after running 100 nautical miles every day, so I have no energy for anything else. Sister, you're better off than me. I haven't even reached level 2, I'm still level 1, and I feel like the only reason I'm alive is to make up the numbers. I've seen a few level 1 players crying poor and begging for supplies on the forum every day. After getting help, they continue to cry the next day, not because they can't survive, but because they don't want to put in the effort. Helping is kindness, not helping is just business. If you want to survive, you have to rely on yourself." Jiang Beige flipped to the post by European Emperor. She posted a screenshot of her harvest for the week, over 10 blueprints, a pile of rare materials, and only a few items for food and drink. The title read, "Should I change my way of playing? Your situation is suitable for finding a big shot to collaborate with. You provide blueprints, and she provides food." European Emperor replied that Teddy's had exchanged with him a few times before, but she wasn't around this week, and he didn't know when she'd return. Someone suggested he message her directly. European Emperor replied that he didn't dare, afraid of disturbing her. Jiang Beige opened a private chat and sent a message to European Emperor, "I'm back. What do you need?" European Emperor replied immediately, "Teddy's, you finally returned. I have a pile of blueprints and materials here, but I'm running out of food. Can we exchange for some good food?" Jiang Beige replied with a simple okay. She initiated the trade, exchanging many self-heating hot pots, rice, instant noodles, and canned meat for her. She didn't pay much attention to what European Emperor gave. After all, they had traded so many times and both were reasonable people. Closing the private chat, she opened the trading hall and reset her long-term exchange window. Previously, she exchanged ordinary materials at a 1-1 rate for freshwater and compressed biscuits, and she didn't change that part. She added a new part every 2 weeks. One account can exchange once, trading 10 wooden boards for 1 crystal fragment or 10 wooden boards for 1 high-level metal part, with a limit of 500 orders. Crystal fragments and high-level metal parts are a step above ordinary materials, but they aren't particularly rare. The threshold is neither high nor low, just enough to block those who only want to take advantage. Exchanging every 2 weeks, the frequency is not high, and there's nothing one can do if someone focuses on taking advantage. Helping a little is still helping. She wrote the rules in the post title and pinned it. The first place is back. An account can exchange once every 2 weeks. This is to prevent others from taking advantage, right? Trading 10 wooden boards for 1 crystal fragment is practically charity. Why is there still a limit? There's no ambition at all. Does the one upstairs have no shame? Is she in debt to you? Do you think her resources regenerate endlessly? Not thanking is one thing, but to moralize and bind her if you have the ability, don't exchange. She offered ordinary people a chance. Whether you can seize it depends on yourselves. I finally have a use for the wooden boards I've been hoarding for half a month. Teddies, can you exchange some freshwater? I need freshwater. Jiang Beige did not reply to the last message. I really can't stand it, this is a pig. Jiang Beige closed the forum and organized the secret realm rewards in her bracelet. 3 slots were piled with crystal energy cores and 2 slots with legendary metal parts. The materials needed for a level 5 shelter are still far from complete. She will gather more once the dungeon returns. The cocoon of the blue sea lay quietly in the pet bed, its silver-white light patterns constantly dim. The alert tone of the system-wide announcement suddenly sounded sharper than usual. Notice, the Dungeon Mermaid Kingdom in the Deep Sea Trial Grounds will open tomorrow at 8 a.m. The dungeon will last for 72 hours, with abundant supplies and generous rewards. Players can voluntarily choose whether to enter. The entrance will randomly refresh in their respective sea areas tomorrow with coordinates for guidance. Attention! Death within the dungeon means real death. Please prepare accordingly. After the system announcement ended, the shelter fell silent. Jiang Beige stood in front of the control panel staring blankly at the copy announcement for a while. 72 hours doesn't sound long. But in this cursed place, 3 days is enough to die several times. Especially since the system specifically emphasized you cannot exit halfway during the copy period. In other words, once you enter, your life and death are your own responsibility. She stared at the panel for a few seconds, suddenly feeling that this system was becoming increasingly like a rogue travel agency. Before buying the ticket, the scenery is picturesque. After boarding, life and death are left to fate. But complaints aside, she still had to prepare. Jiang Beige turned and walked towards the storage area, dumping everything from her bracelet. The desktop quickly piled up like a small mountain. Potions, materials, food, tools, spare equipment. She counted swiftly. Although she earned a fortune from the secret realm, the consumption was also significant, especially the potions, which were nearly depleted. This thing is usually considered bulky, but when it comes to critical moments, it's worth more than life itself. The alchemy station quickly lit up, fully activated with progress bars spinning round after round, and the potions glimmering in various colors within transparent containers. From a distance, it looked like a rainbow candy factory. Jiang Beige crouched beside it, collecting one batch after another like a night shift assembly line boss. But while others produce goods, she produces life-saving charms, and halfway through she suddenly stopped. Staring at the row of potions, she pondered for a moment. If a player were to barge in now, they would probably think they had wandered into some underground alchemy organization. Then the next second, they would discover that the leader of the organization was squatting on the ground in pajamas counting bottles. There was not a shred of intimidation. Thinking of this, she chuckled to herself. Medical supplies were also lacking. Advanced medical kits, hemostatic powder, antidotes, restorative potions. All needed to be replenished. By the time she finished, the desktop was already cleared of most items, while the storage compartments in her bracelet grew increasingly full. She began stuffing it with food again, a hodgepodge of items, and even managed to shove in a packet of coffee powder and a packet of milk tea powder. She nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the milk tea powder. Very good. In case of an extreme situation, at least she could brew herself a cup of milk tea, dying with a bit of dignity. By the time she finished packing, it was already early morning. The shelter was left with only the faint buzzing of the alchemy station. Jiang Beige checked her equipment one last time. Everything was complete, and she had prepared all that could be prepared. The rest was left to luck. She lay down on the bed. Before closing her eyes, she wondered if the system would pull another trick. But the next second she fell asleep. The next day, the coordinates refreshed, and the copy entrance appeared 11 nautical miles away. Not far, the Orca accelerated and reached the destination in less than 20 minutes. Outside the control panel, a massive vortex floated quietly in the water, a pale golden halo slowly rotating, while the center was a thick darkness. It looked like an eye had opened at the bottom of the sea. It did not seem like a good thing at all. After watching for a while, Jiang Beige concluded that the first person to enter in a horror movie usually doesn't survive more than 10 minutes. But the problem was that she was the only one here, as she had to go in whether she wanted to or not. The system prompt popped up. Do you wish to enter the copy of the Fish Kingdom? Duration 72 hours. Upon confirmation, the shelter will enter sleep mode. Jiang Beige did not rush to confirm, turning back to the bedroom, where the cocoon of the azure sea lay quietly beside her pillow. In the past few days the cracks had become increasingly obvious and the silvery white glow inside occasionally flickered, as if something was awakening. She picked up the cocoon feeling its warmth. I'm going on a long trip. You better wake up when I get back. Otherwise, after all my hard work raising you like nurturing an egg, I'll have no one to talk to. No response from the cocoon, it quietly emitted light. Jiang Beige placed it back and turned to leave. Confirmed, entering the copy. The next second, a tremendous suction suddenly erupted from the depths of the vortex. Everything went dark, a sense of weightlessness washed over her, and only the mechanical prompt of the system remained in her ears. Loading. When she regained consciousness, she found herself trapped in a transparent compartment. The surroundings resembled glass or solidified seawater, and in the distance, there were countless identical compartments resembling a massive beehive filled with different players. Jiang Beige looked down and then fell silent. Because she no longer had legs, to be precise, she had a tail. A genuine mermaid tail. Deep blue scales covered her entire lower body with a faint golden light at the edges. When the tail fin spread out, it was half a person long, and the gauzy fins hung from her waist down to the tail. It was almost excessively beautiful. Jiang Beige flicked her tail, causing the fin to sway, gently creating a trail of sparkles. She fell silent again, and a few seconds later reached out to touch it. Yes, it's real. The system was quite diligent, even equipping her transformation package. Gills sprouted behind her ears, webbing appeared between her fingers, and even her clothes automatically changed to fit her racial design, aiming for an immersive experience. She looked through the transparent wall at the outside. The surrounding players had clearly also noticed their transformations. Some were wildly touching their tails, some trying to stand up, but fell directly, and there was a mermaid with a red tail spinning in place. They probably hadn't accepted reality yet. Jiang Beige suddenly felt a sense of psychological balance. It turned out everyone wasn't very bright. That was good. The system numbers began to fluctuate. Player initialization complete. Beginning deployment. The entire space began to shake, and distant cold white light gradually illuminated. Deep beneath the sea, a colossal and nearly breathtaking city gradually surfaced. Towering domes, gigantic corals, and sprawling palaces like remnants of a myth or some kind of slumbering beast that had lain dormant for 1,000 years. At the same time, a new system prompt popped up. The Fish Kingdom has been opened. Tasks have been issued. The transparent compartments instantly shattered, and seawater rushed in. Jiang Beige instinctively took a breath, but did not choke. Her gills automatically functioned, drawing oxygen from the water, a feeling so wonderful it was hard to describe. She tried swinging her tail, and her body immediately propelled forward a distance, as easy as breathing with no discomfort, as if this tail had always been part of her body. She opened the task panel. Task 1, find the princess of the Shilon tribe. Task 2, unlocked. Task 3, unlocked. Jiang Beige stared at those words, then looked down at herself. Deep blue scales. Golden patterns. The system could not have made it more obvious. She was most likely from the Shilon tribe. Background information quickly popped up. She skimmed through it rapidly. The 4 tribes split, the 4 kings, trials, the central city, the trading port, the power struggle. Various pieces of information pieced together, and after reading, she had only one thought: this copy was more complicated than she had imagined. What she initially thought was just finding someone now seemed more like being caught in a large palace struggle and power game. Jiang Beige closed the panel, her gaze falling again on the glowing city in the distance. That should be the central city, also her only clear target at the moment. Just then a player in the distance suddenly exclaimed. Some had already started to scatter and explore. Some were swimming toward the city, while others stood in place in a daze, creating a scene of utter chaos. Jiang Beige glanced a couple of times, and then silently withdrew her gaze. Not familiar. Not recognized. Their deaths were none of her business. She swung her fishtail and swam toward the direction of the light, the seawater flowing past her, the distant white city becoming clearer. And she had a faint premonition that this time the copy would probably not be as simple as the secret realm. The cold white light was larger than she had imagined. From a distance, it resembled a moon suspended in the depths of the ocean, but upon getting closer, she realized it was a city. A living city. Jiang Beige slowed her pace, not rushing inside at first, as her task required her to find the princess of the Shilon tribe. All she could ascertain was that she was sporting a tail belonging to the Shilon tribe. Such instances in the instance realm never grant identities for free. Since the system had turned her into a member of the Shilon tribe, it was highly unlikely that she was meant to be a mere tourist. I hope she isn't the long-lost princess herself. Jiang Beige thought to herself, falling silent for 2 seconds before decisively shaking her head. That shouldn't be the case. Such cliché plots usually require extra payment. The city gates loomed ahead, the massive coral stone doors wide open, with a constant stream of various merfolk entering and exiting. There were no inspections, no guards, yet Jiang Beige felt even more cautious. In a main city, within an instance, the greatest dangers often lie not outside but within. Enemies outside would strike you directly. Enemies inside would first greet you with smiles and conversation. She flicked her tail and blended into the crowd. The streets were bustling, filled with the sounds of various vendors. Fresh sea eel meat. Ice crystal shells from the cold ice valley. The latest map of the central city. Ancestral potions. Drinking it will make your tail grow. Jiang Beige instinctively glanced at her tail. Grow a tail. The last thing she needed was another tail. If she grew another one, she could probably play a two-headed sea serpent. As she walked, she found something interesting. Although the merfolk on the street came from 4 different tribes, they subtly formed distinct little circles. The Silver Scale tribe stayed with their own, while the Ink Fin tribe conducted business among themselves. Occasionally outsiders would pass by, but only in a superficially polite manner. It appeared peaceful, yet everywhere exuded a sense of boundaries, like a forum before a merge where faces had not yet been torn apart. Just as Jiang Beige was observing, she suddenly heard a quarrel ahead. You broke my goods. You dropped it yourself. Shut up. A crowd had gathered at the street corner. Watching the commotion was a pastime that transcended tribes. Merfolk were no exception, and Jiang Beige edged closer. In the center of the crowd, a young man from the Redtail tribe was holding onto a Shilon girl. The shells in the girl's arms had scattered all over, her eyes red and on the brink of tears. Pay up! The young man from the Redtail tribe shouted loudly. 20 energy shards. The girl's face turned pale. I don't have that much. Don't have it. Then give me something to compensate. As he spoke, he reached for the small pouch at her waist. The girl instinctively stepped back, yet no one around dared to speak up. Jiang Beige scanned the surroundings. It wasn't that no one wanted to intervene, but rather that no one dared to. The Redtail tribe. She had heard about them upon entering the city. They were known for their bad tempers and strong fists, the type to pick a fight, even with a wall they bumped into. The girl clearly knew this too, her tears nearly spilling over. Jiang Beige observed for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Everyone turned to look at her simultaneously. The young man from the Redtail tribe frowned. What do you want? Jiang Beige pointed at the shells on the ground. You said, she broke your goods. Yes. Then where are the goods? The youth was taken aback. What goods? The goods that were broken. Jiang Beige looked at him earnestly. Surely the air can't be what was damaged. The surroundings fell silent for a moment, then someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. The youth's face immediately turned dark. What business is it of yours? It indeed has nothing to do with me. I'm just curious. Jiang Beige nodded. You've been shouting for compensation, yet you don't even have the damaged item. Is the compensation industry this competitive now? The laughter in the crowd grew louder. The girl stared at her in disbelief, while the young man from the Redtail tribe's face flushed crimson. Are you looking for death? No. I'm quite happy to be alive. Jiang Beige said honestly. I don't want to die just yet. The youth could no longer hold back. His tail whipped fiercely as he charged towards her. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Jiang Beige didn't even draw her weapon. She sidestepped to let him pass. The youth charged past her. Then he crashed into a nearby stall selling seaweed. Bang! Seaweed flew everywhere. The scene fell silent. The stall owner turned green. My goods. The young man from the Redtail tribe clumsily got up, seaweed tangled in his hair, resembling a transformed green sea urchin. Jiang Beige nearly burst out laughing. She knew the instance was dangerous. But sometimes when enemies try hard to be funny, it's impossible to stop them. The youth, humiliated and enraged, was about to make another move when a sharp shout suddenly came from afar. Fighting is prohibited within the city. Several patrolling soldiers from the Silver Scale tribe rushed over. The youth's expression changed as he shot Jiang Beige a fierce glare before ultimately retreating with a sullen demeanor. The onlookers gradually dispersed. The Shilon girl hurried over. Thank you. It's nothing. Jiang Beige waved her hand. Next time remember to run faster. The girl paused, seemingly not expecting such a response, then bowed sincerely. My name is Ali. Are you of the Shilon royal family? Jiang Beige felt a slight stir in her heart. Why do you ask? Because your tail is beautiful. Ali's eyes sparkled, like those important figures in the royal city. Jiang Beige nearly laughed. She certainly couldn't tell the girl that this tail was randomly assigned by the system, akin to opening a blind box. With good luck one might get a limited edition, with bad luck one might end up with something resembling a catfish. After chatting briefly, Ali left. Just before departing, she suddenly lowered her voice. Sister, you'd best avoid going east in the city lately. Why? Ali glanced around, her voice even quieter. Recently, many people have come to the city looking for members of the Shilon tribe, especially young girls. After saying this, she hurriedly swam away, leaving Jiang Beige standing there, her previously carefree demeanor finally sobering. Looking for young girls from the Shilon tribe. What a coincidence. She just happened to fit the criteria. It seemed that the task had already begun to stick clues to her face, and she continued along the street. Before long, she spotted a stall selling maps. Compared to the map, she was far more interested in information, as intel often held more value than weapons in such instances. The stall owner was an old man from the Silver Scale tribe, his eyes sharp like a cunning old fox. As Jiang Beige approached, he already opened his mouth with a smile. Is this your first time in Silver Star City, young lady? Is it that obvious? Very obvious. The old man pointed at her. Locals first look at faces when sizing up people. Outsiders first look at the path. Jiang Beige fell silent for 2 seconds, finding some truth in the old man's words. The old man unfurled the map. The 4 Tribes Sea area. Central City. The Reef Maze. Absolutely the latest. Jiang Beige glanced down quickly, soon locking onto a location. The Coral Throne. The main city of the Shilan tribe. Since her task target was the Shilan princess, she would have to go there sooner or later. How much? 2 energy cores. Jiang Beige turned to leave, her movements smooth and without hesitation. The old man grew anxious. Come back, come back. The price is negotiable. You're making me look like a swindler. Jiang Beige turned back. Isn't that the case? The old man choked, finally extending 2 fingers painfully. 20 energy shards. Deal. As she paid, the old man sighed while collecting the shards. Young people these days are getting harder to deceive. Is it possible, Jiang Beige replied as she accepted the map, that you were just too obvious in your deception? The old man was once again left speechless. After leaving the stall, she didn't rush to find the princess, but instead sought a place to stay. Being in unfamiliar territory, she had learned through experience that sleeping was paramount. Impulsive individuals are responsible for pushing the plot forward, while cautious ones are responsible for surviving until the end. Half an hour later, she arrived at the Deep Blue Inn. After booking a room and standing by the window, she took in the entire view of Silver Star City. The cold white coral light illuminated the streets, and in the distance patrolling teams could be faintly seen moving about. It appeared prosperous on the surface, yet there was always a sense of impending storm. Jiang Beige unfolded the map, her finger resting on the location of the Coral Throne, recalling Elise's words. People were looking for young girls from the Shilan tribe. With unknown origins and unclear motives, yet her task coincidentally required her to find the princess. If these 2 matters were related, she might as well devour the map. All right then. She sighed against the window. Just entered the city and already picked up the main quest clues. This time the system finally didn't make me wander aimlessly across the map. Jiang Beige sat in the Listening Tide Pavilion for less than half an hour, not because the tea was bad, quite the opposite. The tea, with a faint hint of sea salt, was slightly sweet upon entry, leaving a lingering aftertaste far superior to the teas she had unboxed. The problem lay with the people around her. She held the conch cup, listening quietly for a while. The first table was discussing the 4 kings' trial, the second table was talking about the royal heirs, the third table was gossiping about the princess of the Shilan tribe, and the fourth table was also on the same topic. Jiang Beige leisurely took a sip of tea. She felt something was amiss. The disappearance of a princess was indeed major news, yet it shouldn't be the talk of the town, unless someone was deliberately spreading it. Leaning back against her chair, she scanned the surroundings over the rim of her cup, and indeed noticed some anomalies. Nearby the staircase sat 2 silver-scaled merfolk. Ever since she entered, they had remained seated. The tea on their table had hardly been touched, and they would only glance up when the princess was mentioned. It felt more like they were observing others rather than drinking tea. Jiang Beige withdrew her gaze. It seemed this city was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. She had merely come to gather information, and yet the information had come knocking at her door. Such eagerness to deliver made her uneasy. After all, she had lived 2 lives, and had seen plenty of traps. Truly valuable information was never given away freely in the streets. While sipping her tea, she continued to listen and quickly caught new content. I've heard that more and more people have been heading to the central city lately. No kidding, the 4 kings trial is about to start. I heard it's not just because of the trial. Then what is it for? Some say there have been royal traces appearing in the central city. Is that true? I don't know, but many have been searching for someone recently. Jiang Beige lightly tapped the rim of her cup with her fingertip. Central City, once again Central City. In just half a morning she had heard this name no less than 10 times, as if someone feared others wouldn't know something was happening there. She suddenly recalled a saying she had seen while browsing forums in her previous life. When everyone tells you that treasure is in the same location, it's highly likely that treasure is not buried there. It's a pit. The system instance had just started. They wouldn't really plan to trick 300 players into becoming cannon fodder, would they? That would be too unethical. Of course. If that were the case, she would probably have to go as well, since her mission target was also pointing there. At this thought, she couldn't help but sigh, knowing there might be a pit, yet still having to jump in. Workers are like that, and so are merfolk. She finished her last sip of tea and rose to leave the Listening Tide Pavilion. She didn't rush back to the inn, but instead took a stroll around the city. Since she suspected something was wrong with the information, she naturally needed to cross-verify. In the weapons shop, the owner was introducing a coral spear to a customer. Upon seeing Jiang Beige enter, he greeted her enthusiastically. Are you also preparing to go to Central City? Jiang Beige raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Most of the recent weapon buyers are heading that way. The owner grinned. I've heard it's quite lively over there lately. After leaving the weapons shop, she headed to the apothecary. The apothecary owner was organizing potion bottles. Upon hearing she wanted to buy recovery potions, he immediately recommended several suitable for long journeys. Then he casually asked, preparing to go to Central City. Jiang Beige. It was the third time she had heard this. Next came the map stall, the information shop, the supply store. Almost all the merchants assumed she was going to Central City as if it had already become the eye of the storm in the entire instance. Jiang Beige slowly realized something. Regardless of whether the princess was truly in Central City, at least for now, all clues were artificially directed there. As for who was pushing behind the scenes, it was still unclear. It was only in the evening that she returned to the Deep Blue Inn, where the elderly merfolk at the front desk still wore shell glasses while reading. Upon seeing her return, she merely glanced up. It's quite lively outside today. Jiang Beige paused. You know too. The elderly woman closed her book. Many outsiders have come to the city recently, all looking for something. She adjusted her glasses. Young people like to join the excitement. Some excitement is worth watching. Some excitement can be deadly. After saying this, she lowered her head and continued reading. She did not say another word. Jiang Beige watched her for a moment and suddenly felt that this old lady was far more reliable than those information peddlers outside. At least she didn't seem to be intentionally guiding anything. Back in her room, she spread the map on the bed. The location of Central City still shining faintly. It was at most half a day's journey from Silver Star City. The mission target was there and various forces were also there. The eye of the storm for the entire instance seemed to be there as well. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't avoid it. She was pondering the route ahead when suddenly a shadow flashed outside the window. It was quick, like some large fish passing by, causing the shell curtain to sway slightly. Jiang Beige raised her head. The room returned to silence while outside the merfolk continued to come and go with no anomalies in sight. She did not chase after it. If someone truly were following her, they would have fled by now. Jiang Beige walked to the window and carefully inspected the window frame. Then she took a crystal fragment from her bracelet. She gently wedged it into the window gap. Oh, as long as someone moved the window from outside, the fragment would fall. Simple yet effective. After finishing this, she returned to sit by the bed. Her gaze fell on the center of the map, where the location of Central City was marked. All information was pointing there, and it seemed everyone was rushing toward it, a feeling that made her somewhat uncomfortable. It was as if an invisible hand was pushing all the pieces in the same direction. Jiang Beige tapped on the map. I hope this isn't some large-scale fishing scene, she muttered. Although I quite enjoy the excitement, but I don't like being the fish. The room fell silent again as the lights of Coral City outside slowly lit up, while the light spot, representing Central City at the center of the map, stood out starkly in the dim room. The light outside the shell curtain turned cold and white again. The next morning, Jiang Beige sat up from the shell bed. The seaweed mattress remained uncomfortable. She glanced down at the fuzzy blanket that she had kicked to the end of the bed, curled her tail, and tossed the blanket back onto the bed. Indeed, whether as a human or a mermaid, she had never been compatible with such soft and fluffy things. After tidying up her things, she went downstairs to check out. The old mermaid was still sitting behind the front desk. That exaggeratedly thick book was still on the table, as if she had flipped to a certain page yesterday and was still on that page today. Checking out. Jiang Beige placed the key on the counter, and the old woman took it, glancing at her. Are you planning to go to Central City? Jiang Beige did not answer, and the old woman seemed unconcerned, leisurely flipping a page of her book. Recently, many people have been heading that way. The Four Kings trial is about to begin. The city is getting more chaotic. Jiang Beige suddenly spoke. What about the news of the princess of the Shalon tribe? The old woman's page flipping paused for a moment, and she remained silent for a few seconds. No news is the biggest news. Jiang Beige's eyes flickered slightly as the old woman continued. The Shalon tribe and the Silver Scale tribe cannot find her. Neither can the Chiwai tribe and the Machi tribe. This means she is hiding very well. It also means there are more people watching her than we imagined. After saying this, she lowered her head again and stopped speaking. Jiang Beige thanked her and turned to leave the inn. Upon stepping onto the street, she passed by the coral trees where white shells gently clinked against the branches. Producing a tinkling sound, she did not leave immediately, but instead wandered around the city, first going to the trading market to replenish her potions. She also bought a few provisions for the road and finally exchanged for the latest Imperial Sea map. The entire process appeared aimless, like an ordinary traveler preparing for a long journey. In reality, her spiritual awareness was constantly spread out. Since leaving the inn, that faint feeling of being watched had not faded. When it first appeared, she thought it was an illusion. The second time, she began to pay attention, and by the third time, she was certain someone was following her. Jiang Beige did not look back, nor did she change her actions. She continued to leisurely stroll along the street, only quietly expanding the range of her spiritual awareness. Mermaids came and went on the street selling weapons, seaweed, and potions, their shouts mixed together. Yet that gaze remained like a needle hidden in the seawater, not piercing, but impossible to ignore. Jiang Beige casually picked up a short knife. How much? The stall owner immediately perked up. Customer has good taste. This is ice-patterned steel produced in the ice canyon. Just. Jiang Beige placed the knife back and turned to leave. The stall owner. Why ask if you're not buying? Jiang Beige was too lazy to explain. She was just pausing to observe her surroundings. Unfortunately, she found nothing. Her pursuer was very well hidden. She then entered a potion shop and bought the cheapest healing potion. After leaving, she turned into a secluded alley and came out from the other end. Returning to the original street, the entire process was completely irregular. If someone was tracking her, it would be easy to expose her, yet that feeling was still faintly present. It neither approached nor disappeared. Jiang Beige finally became serious. To be able to do this meant the other party was not just acting on a whim, but was specifically targeting her. Thinking of this, Jiang Beige suddenly felt like laughing. The instance had just opened. The princess had not been found, yet she was already being targeted. What luck she had. She rubbed her temple. Hopefully they're not an idiot. At least smart people could communicate. Fools only added chaos, and she hated trouble the most. After a while, she deliberately walked into a map shop. The surroundings were filled with various maps. She stood by the wall, flipping through them, using the reflection of a shell mirror to observe the doorway. No one came in, but the feeling of being watched still existed. Jiang Beige raised her eyebrows slightly. It was interesting. The other party even knew not to follow her into the same space. This indicated not only caution, but also rich experience. Ordinary players could not achieve this level. She put down the map and turned to leave. This time she finally did not intend to continue playing along with the other party. Exiting the western port city gate, she followed the route on the map heading east. Entering the dark current area, the waters at the intersection of the Silver Scale tribe and the Shilon tribe were exceptionally complex. Countless whirlpools and undercurrents collided between the seabeds. This was a natural maze and the best place to shake off a tail. Jiang Beige suddenly accelerated, her tail fin spreading wide, and she shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Turning left, diving down, using the undercurrent to move horizontally, and then suddenly surfacing. She changed directions several times in succession, intentionally leaving behind a few mixed traces of real and false water currents. Then she plunged deep into the living coral reef, completely disappearing, and the surroundings fell silent again. Jiang Beige restrained her presence, hiding behind a large shadow of coral. She quietly waited, time ticking by. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The sea currents flowed slowly and schools of fish occasionally passed by in the distance, but that gaze had not completely faded. Jiang Beige's expression gradually turned cold. The other party was still there and was even more patient than she had imagined. At this moment, a figure finally appeared in the distance, stopping at the last position where she had disappeared. They neither pursued further nor left, simply floating there quietly, as if observing something. Jiang Beige squinted her eyes. An ordinary player would have lost their way by now. But the other party had not, and had even precisely tracked her to this point. She suddenly realized that the other party might not be relying on water traces to follow her. Instead, they possessed some special ability. Thinking of this, she did not continue to hide, since she had already been locked on. There was no meaning in hiding any longer. However, just as she was preparing to reveal herself, the figure in the distance suddenly turned their head and accurately looked towards her hiding spot. Their gazes collided across hundreds of meters of seawater. Jiang Beige. All right. It seemed that they had both discovered each other. Since that was the case, there was no meaning in hiding any longer. Qianji silently slipped into her palm, the silver sword blade slowly unfolding. She swam out from behind the coral shadow, the sword point aimed forward. Come out. Her voice spread through the seawater, carrying an unmistakable warning. The figure in the distance paused for a moment and actually swam towards her. Not fast, not slow, as if indicating that they held no hostility. But Jiang Beige did not relax, because someone who could track her all the way and discover her location was far more dangerous than those fools who would draw their blades upon meeting. The distance gradually closed in 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The other party finally stopped. The seawater flowed slowly between the two. Only then did Jiang Beige see her appearance: deep blue fishtail, black hair, fair skin, delicate features, and she even looked somewhat quiet. She did not seem like the type to follow someone for hundreds of miles. But the more she looked like that, the more alert Jiang Beige became, for such people usually fell into one of two categories. Either particularly weak or particularly smart, and someone who could follow her all the way here clearly would not. Neither of them spoke. First, the water flow above the trench gently swept by, and the living coral emitted a faint green glow, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat oppressive. Jiang Beige gripped her sword, her gaze fixed on the other party. As long as the other party made any unusual move, Qianji would strike in the next second. Finally, the person opposite moved first, She slightly raised her head, her gaze landing on Jiang Beige's face. It seemed she was preparing to say something, and at the same time Jiang Beige's sword tip also slightly rose. The seawater seemed to freeze at this moment. The next second the other party spoke. I mean no harm. Who are you? The sword tip remained still in the water, not wavering, even slightly. Jiang Beige stared at the suddenly appeared mermaid, not far away, her eyes icy cold. Ever since she left Silver Star City, she had felt something was off. That feeling was faint, as if someone was watching her from a great distance. Not approaching, not making a move, and not exposing herself. If it weren't for her exceptionally high mental attribute compared to ordinary players, she might not have even sensed it. Now the other party had finally revealed themselves. The blue-tailed mermaid stopped several meters away, not coming any closer. Jiang Beige narrowed her eyes. She recognized this name. It was among the top ranks in Area 3872. But this was a dungeon, and the identities from the forum held no significance. Who could tell if the other party was real or not? Prove it. Jiang seemed to know what she was doubting, offering no explanation, but directly opening a space. In the next second, a silvery white mirror appeared in her palm. The frame was intricately carved, and the mirror surface was dull, shrouded in a layer of mist. The realm of all. Jiang Beige recognized this item. Jiang glanced at the mirror surface, and after a moment looked up. Tethys. Task objective: Princess of the Xilan tribe. Current progress 0. Heading to Central City. Jiang Beige remained silent. The realm of all could verify many things, but it could not verify human hearts. So, Jiang fell silent for 2 seconds. Cooperate. Reason. Because you are stronger than I am. The answer was straightforward, so direct that Jiang Beige was momentarily taken aback. She initially thought Jiang would beat around the bush, but she did not. Jiang continued, ever since the dungeon started, I have been gathering intelligence. Currently, it is known that 300 players have entered the dungeon. The princesses of the Xilan tribe and the Silver Scale tribe are missing. The Red Tail tribe and the Ink Fin tribe are both searching for them. In such a large-scale faction dungeon, acting alone is too inefficient. I need a reliable teammate. And you are the most reliable one. The sea calmed down. Jiang Beige looked at her. For the first time she carefully observed her. Jiang did not seem like the kind of person who craved the spotlight, nor like a player who would want their name etched on their forehead. She resembled a researcher more. Calm, restrained, and observant. Such people are often difficult to deal with, because they do not make foolish mistakes. Jiang Beige suddenly smiled. Do you know what I am thinking? No. Jiang shook her head. I was thinking it might be more convenient to silence you. Jiang. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet. A few seconds later Jiang answered seriously, the success rate is not high. Jiang Beige almost laughed. This person was actually calculating. Let's hear it. Your mental attribute is higher than mine, your equipment is better, and your combat ability surpasses mine. But this is a dungeon. You do not know where the princess is, and neither do I. If you kill me, you will gain no additional clues. Instead, you will waste time. Jiang Beige raised an eyebrow. The logic was sound, and she suddenly found Jiang somewhat interesting. A person who is not smart will persuade others, while a smart person will only state facts, as the facts themselves are persuasive. What else? What else? Cooperation must have sincerity. Jiang fell silent for a moment, then took out a scroll from her bracelet and tossed it over. Jiang Beige raised her hand to catch it. Unrolling it revealed a partial map of Central City marked with several red dots. What is this? The intelligence I compiled over a day. The Xilan tribe's stronghold, the Silver Scale tribe's stronghold, the Four Kings Palace. And the locations where the princess has recently been sighted. Jiang Beige looked over it. It was indeed useful, at least better than being completely clueless. She rolled it up again and stowed it back in her bracelet. You just gave this to me. If you intend to kill me. Jiang paused, then keeping it for myself is pointless. Jiang Beige finally smiled. This was interesting, truly interesting. This person was good at gambling and made accurate bets. She indeed would not take action now. Not out of trust, but out of value, as in a dungeon those who can provide intelligence are far rarer than those who can fight. Especially in such large-scale task dungeons. Fine. Jiang Beige finally sheathed her sword, allowing the blade to transform back into a bracelet around her wrist. Cooperation is fine. Jiang clearly breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second Jiang Beige added, however, there are conditions. You say? For our next action, stick with me, share clues at the first opportunity, and distribute special items according to contribution. The most important point. Jiang Beige looked at her smiling. Don't stray too far from me. Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Why? Because I don't trust you. Jiang Beige answered righteously. It's more reassuring to keep you under my eye. Jiang fell silent for a moment before nodding. Reasonable. Jiang Beige was almost amused as she found that Jiang had a strange quality. If you scold her, she would find it reasonable. If you suspected her, she would also find it reasonable. Emphasizing a complete lack of internal strife. The two of them set off again, heading towards Central City with no further battles along the way. Yet Jiang Beige kept observing Jiang Ge, and it seemed Jiang Ge was aware. She maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close, not making anyone feel offended while ensuring she could provide support at the first sign of danger. It was not until Central City appeared in sight that Jiang Beige finally confirmed. This teammate could be temporarily relied upon, at least much better than those who only shouted on the forum. As they entered Central City and more intelligence gathered, a common question began to surface: no signs of the Shilan tribe's stronghold, no signs of the Silver Scale tribe's stronghold, and none from the Four Kings Palace. Even the most recent sighting records had all been interrupted, as if the two princesses had vanished into thin air. As night fell, Jiang Beige stared at the map for a long time. Suddenly she reached out and pointed at the very center of Central City. There was an inconspicuous mark there, the ruins of the old royal city. It was also the true venue for the Four Kings trial, with no information or records on the map. As if it had been deliberately forgotten. Jiang Beige narrowed her eyes. If I were them, I would hide there. Then let's go in tonight. Jiang Ge followed her gaze, and for the first time showed a look of agreement. Jiang Beige rolled up the map, returned it to her bracelet, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Of course, we can't just come here for nothing. The gap at the entrance swallowed all light. As Jiang Beige sank downward, the surroundings gradually darkened into complete blackness. The seawater grew colder, the chill penetrating through the scales to the bones, and the oxygen filtered by the gills became increasingly scarce. She raised her hand and touched the nearby stone wall, which was slippery and covered with a thick layer of moss beneath, which lay hard grayish-white rock. It felt as if she had been sleeping at the bottom of the sea for countless years. A faint ripple of water came from behind, and Jiang Ge fell down from above. She landed lightly, and as her tail brushed against Jiang Beige's caudal fin, it quickly recoiled, as if instinctively maintaining distance. Jiang Beige did not turn back, instead taking out a glow stick from her bracelet. Crack! The glow stick was snapped to life, and the eerie blue light slowly spread, illuminating several meters around. Large reliefs appeared on the stone wall. Jiang Beige had expected to see scenes of battle, slaughter, or the change of kings. But instead there was none. The reliefs depicted ordinary life, with merfolk nurturing corals, constructing houses, and herding schools. There were also merfolk hatchlings frolicking among the seaweed, and all the merfolk showed no distinction of tribes. Their tails were uniformly silvery gray, reminiscent of a long-forgotten era. Jiang Ge looked up for a moment. The old royal city. Jiang Beige said nothing, continuing to swim forward. The passage was long, seemingly endless. The white sand beneath her feet grew thicker, and the air became colder. After nearly 10 minutes, 3 forks suddenly appeared ahead, each path looking identical. The map did not show the internal structure of the old royal city. Jiang Beige stopped and scanned the 3 passages. All realm. Jiang Ge nodded, taking out a dark, gray mirror, silver-white text appearing on its surface. Seconds later she spoke. Northeast direction, 120 meters. Jiang Beige chose to go downward, and the passage began to slope, the incline becoming steeper. Her tail occasionally brushed against the stone wall, producing a faint scratching sound. After some time, a hint of light finally appeared ahead. A stone door blocked the end, warm yellow light seeping through the crack. Jiang Beige stopped, not approaching immediately, but extending her spiritual sense first. There was someone behind the door, a living person, and only one. She exchanged glances with Jiang Ge, who tightened her grip on her short sword, while Jiang Beige transformed her qianji into a long sword. Open the door. Jiang Ge flicked her tail. Bang! The stone door slowly opened inward, warm yellow light pouring out, revealing a small stone chamber filled with signs of life. Shell bowls, coral baskets, seaweed-woven blankets, and even unfinished food in the corner. Someone had been living here for a long time, and it had not been a short time. From the depths of the stone chamber, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. A deep blue fish-tail, scales so dark they were nearly ink-colored, with golden patterns flowing along the edges of the tail fin. Long hair fell to her waist, her skin pale, but that pallor was not due to illness, rather it was the result of long-term exposure to darkness. She was very thin, with faint dark circles under her eyes, as if she had not rested well for many days. Yet her eyes were unusually clear, even sharp. She first did not look at their faces, but regarded their weapons, then her gaze fell on their tails. Finally her gaze landed on their faces. Who are you? Her voice was calm, neither trembling nor panicked. Jiang Beige instantly confirmed that this person was the princess of the Shilan tribe. Because only someone who had been hunted for a long time would first look at weapons, then at the escape route, and finally at people. Are you the princess of the Shilan tribe? The girl did not answer, only coldly stared at her. Answer my question. The air turned quiet. Jiang Beige realized that she was far more difficult to deal with than rumored, at least, not someone who simply eloped with the princess of the Yining tribe. Jiang Ge slowly spoke, we are here to find you. The girl suddenly smiled, but that smile held no warmth. Many people are looking for me. What kind are you? Jiang Beige narrowed her eyes, not answering immediately. Because the other party was probing, whoever revealed information first would fall into a passive position. The girl did not rush, merely waiting quietly, both sides falling into a brief stalemate. Seconds later, Jiang Beige suddenly countered, "What do you think we are?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the question to be thrown back. She remained silent for a moment. "Not the type that wants to kill me." "Why?" "Because those who want to kill me wouldn't waste words, they would act as soon as they met." Jiang Beige smiled, finding it interesting. "Then what about the other three types?" The girl's gaze fell on the mirror in Jiaoge's hand, her pupils slightly constricting. "All realm." Jiaoge did not deny it. The girl slowly exhaled. "You are not from the four tribes either." This time it was Jiaoge who was stunned, but Jiang Beige was not surprised, though anyone who could survive until now would certainly not be lacking in wit. "Why do you say that?" The girl looked at her. "Real merfolk would not observe me with such a gaze. You have been observing me since you entered, like you were observing a target rather than searching for a missing princess." The air suddenly fell silent. Jiaoge frowned for the first time. Jiang Beige, however, felt a newfound admiration, as it proved they had not found the wrong person. The girl continued, "So who are you really?" Jiang Beige retracted some of her hostility. "We are people here to help." The girl scoffed. "I haven't heard that in a long time. The last person who said they would help me sold my location to the stone chamber." Fell into silence. The fatigue in her eyes finally revealed a hint, but more was guardedness. Like a wounded beast, any approach would be seen as a danger. Jiang Beige suddenly understood why the four tribes had been searching for so long, yet could not find her. Because she trusted no one. Just then Jiaoge spoke. "Our mission is to escort you back to the royal city." The girl looked at her silent for a long time. After a moment, she gently shook her head. "I can't leave." "Why?" "Because they will not let me go." She walked to the other side of the stone chamber, turning her back to the two. "The Xilan tribe needs me to participate in the trial. The Chiwei tribe wants me dead. The Machi tribe wants me to disappear. The Enin tribe wants to use me to force her to return." Her voice was soft, but suffocating. "Since my birth, everyone has been telling me what to do. No one has ever asked me whether I am willing." Jiang Beige, suddenly her expression changed, her spiritual sense detecting unusual fluctuations. There were people more than one rapidly approaching here. At the same time, Jiaoge also raised her head, clearly noticing the problem. Outside the stone chamber, faint scratching sounds could be heard, like tails sweeping over stones. Getting closer. The prince's face turned pale. In an instant, someone is coming. Jiang Beige tightened her grip on Qianji, her spiritual sense spreading out, her expression gradually turning cold. Three people. Their strength was not weak and their intentions were clear, evidently heading straight for this place. From the darkness at the entrance of the stone chamber, several dark red lights slowly brightened, resembling the eyes of a beast opening in the deep sea. In the next moment, a voice laced with laughter echoed from the depths of the passage. "Finally found you." A dark red figure stepped out from the shadows, the scales on its tail glimmering like burning flames. The Chiwei tribe. Moreover, they were assassins. The leader of the Chiwei tribe slowly raised the curved sword, the blade gliding through the warm light cast by the shell lantern, the dark red patterns resembling solidified magma. "Step aside." She looked at Jiang Beige, her tone calm even. "Hand over the princess." Jiang Beige did not move. Qianji, standing in front of her, the sword slightly angled to block the easiest route of advance. She said nothing, for there was no point in speaking at such a moment. The Chiwei tribe, having found this place, would not retreat due to mere words. The standoff lasted only 2 seconds when suddenly new water currents were sensed from outside the stone chamber. Jiang Beige's pupils constricted. Not just her, the three members of the Chiwei tribe turned their heads simultaneously. In the next moment, several figures swiftly emerged from the passage. With light blue fishtails, they were from the Xilan tribe, and they were players. The leader was a short-haired woman, her aura steady, scanning the area as soon as she landed. Her gaze lingered on the princess for less than half a second. Then it quickly swept over Jiang Beige, Jiaoge, and the three from the Chiwei tribe. No words were wasted, nor were any questions asked. She made a decisive judgment: take the person away. Her voice was crisp and decisive, and the two players behind her immediately dispersed. One swam towards the princess while the other secured the flank. The leading woman held her sword horizontally in front of the Chiwei tribe, her movements practiced as if rehearsed countless times. The Chiwei leader narrowed his eyes. "People from the Xilan tribe." "Not important." The woman replied indifferently. "What matters is that you can't take her today." The air tensed instantly. Both sides almost simultaneously launched their attacks. Clang. The curved sword and long sword crashed together violently, sparks of energy bursting in the seawater. The Chiwei tribe's strength was immense, causing the woman to be pushed back half a meter, yet her tail fins steadied her form in the next moment. The second curved sword had already struck out. At the same time, another Chiwei member circled around from the side, targeting the princess. Jiaoge moved her short sword, silently stabbing out, accurately intercepting the opponent's path, the sword edge grazing past their throat. This forced the opponent to retreat. The entire stone chamber instantly turned chaotic, the sounds of weapon clashes ringing out continuously, the shell lanterns shaking, casting large shadows that flickered on the walls. And just as everyone's attention was drawn to the battle, Jiang Beige looked at the leading woman, who just happened to glance. A brief eye contact, no words exchanged, yet both understood each other's intentions. First get the person out, and other matters could be addressed later. The woman suddenly swung her curved sword aside. Take her away. Jiang Beige did not hesitate, grabbing the princess' wrist and pulling her out from behind the pile of debris. Keep up. The princess seemed to want to say something, but ultimately kept her mouth shut, following her deeper into the stone chamber. Another Shilon player quickly moved to block the princess' other side. The three raced towards the dark door behind them. Behind them, the sounds of weapon clashes grew increasingly intense, and the Chiwei tribe clearly realized their intention. Stop them, someone shouted angrily. Yet Jogo had already turned sideways to block the passage, her short sword crossing in front of her chest. Her seemingly delicate figure firmly blocked the entrance. Jiang Beige glanced back, just in time to see Jogo being pushed back by the curved sword. Her black hair spread out in the seawater, yet she did not give way, anchoring herself like a nail. Jiang Beige shifted her gaze away, not dwelling on it. Returning now would be pointless. Taking the princess away was the optimal solution. The dark door was concealed behind the stone chamber, covered by a layer of seaweed. Without prior discovery, it would be hard to notice this exit. The three squeezed through. The last player casually pushed the stone slab. With a rumble, the dark door closed again, the sound of battle instantly muffled by more than half as the passage fell into darkness. Jiang Beige took out a glow stick, the blue-green light illuminating the narrow passage. The passage was very narrow, barely accommodating one person at a time. The princess swam in the middle, Jiang Beige in the front, and another player bringing up the rear. The sound of impacts came from behind, indicating that someone had discovered the dark door. They were forcing their way through. At most 3 minutes, the player at the back said. That door won't hold for long. Jiang Beige frowned, realizing they had less time than she had anticipated. The three immediately quickened their pace, the passage extending upward. The reliefs on the walls swept past, still depicting those mermaids without distinction of tribes. Jiang Beige glanced around and suddenly noticed that one of the images was different from the previous ones. The mermaid in the picture was placing a certain glowing crystal onto the altar. And at the center of the altar stood 4 individuals, each with a tail of a different color. Just as she was about to take a closer look, the passage came to an end, blocked by a stone slab. The three exerted force simultaneously. Boom! The stone slab slowly shifted aside, cold white light flooding and revealing the edge of the central city. The vast sandy area stretched out, the distant city wall glowing with no pedestrians nearby. Jiang Beige was the first to scout the surroundings, only allowing the princess to come out after confirming it was safe, while the player at the back quickly sealed the exit once more. She then swiftly swam over to the two. We can't stop. The Chiwei tribe will catch up quickly. Jiang Beige unfolded the map, swiftly confirming their location. They were too far from the Shilon tribe's base, and even farther from the Inland tribe's base, neither of which was necessarily safe. Just as she was about to speak, the player had already preempted her, saying, "We can't return to the base." Jiang Beige looked up. Reason? Because there are always people watching outside the base. The player replied calmly, "Wherever you can think of, the Chiwei tribe can think of too. If the princess returns, she will be exposed tonight." Jiang Beige did not argue, as she had the same thoughts. She looked at the princess. "Are there any other hiding places?" The princess paused for a moment, as if recalling. "There is one place." "Where?" "The abandoned trench outside the central city." She said slowly, "I went there once when I was a child. There are old coral caves, and very few people know about it." Jiang Beige and the player exchanged a glance, both realizing there were no better options. "Lead the way." The three immediately left, not passing through the city gate, but rather slipping out through a gap in the city wall. The seawater outside was noticeably colder, and the undercurrents were even more turbulent. The princess swam in front, yet the route was not heading towards the trench. Jiang Beige noticed, but did not question, immediately wanting to see what the princess intended to do. Minutes later, the princess stopped at the base of a city wall, where there was an extremely concealed culvert, its entrance obscured by seaweed. Without a deliberate search, it would be impossible to discover. Jiang Beige's eyes shifted slightly. This place was indeed hidden. The three entered in single file, the passage growing narrower until it suddenly opened up after a turn. An abandoned stone chamber appeared before them, small in scale, but sufficient for hiding. The princess exhaled softly. "This is it." Jiang Beige did not relax. Instead, she immediately checked the surroundings, confirming there were no ambushes, no biological traces, and even no signs of recent activity. This place indeed seemed abandoned for a long time, yet the player remained at the entrance. She did not come inside, as if on guard observing something. Jiang Beige subtly glanced at her. From the moment they met, this person had been far too calm. so calm that she did not seem like an ordinary player, as she knew about the old king city's dark doors, understood the base's defenses, and even grasped the logic behind where the princess might hide. This amount of information was abnormal unless she possessed additional intelligence. The princess finally relaxed a little, leaning against the stone wall, slowly closing her eyes. Just then the person at the entrance suddenly spoke. "Do you trust her?" The voice was not loud, yet it made the stone chamber fall silent once more. Jiang Beige looked up. "What do you mean?" The person turned around, her gaze landing on the princess. "Have you ever considered, if the location of the old king city was exposed, who exactly leaked the information?" The air instantly froze. The princess opened her eyes. Jiang Beige's gaze gradually turned cold. Yet the person did not continue speaking, only taking a step back, her figure blending back into the shadows. As if that previous statement was merely a casual remark, yet everyone understood. Once some doubts arise, they can never truly vanish. The Shilong clan fish following behind retreated into the darkness. The stone chamber fell silent once more, with only the glow stick stuck in the stone crevice, emitting a faint bluish-green light. The light was not strong, illuminating only a small area in the center of the stone chamber. The princess stood between the two, her face pale, yet her expression was much calmer than before. Jiang Beige did not move, but her hand was already resting on her wristband. Qianji quietly pressed against her wrist, the cold metal sensation transmitting through her skin. She did not trust anyone, especially not at this moment, finding the journey to the princess suspiciously smooth. Unnaturally smooth, with no guards at the entrance of the old king's city, and the princess conveniently hiding in the deepest part, while the Chiwei clan appeared right after they found their target. It was as if someone had deliberately led everyone to the same place. Moreover, the Shilong clan fish in front had been trying to take control of the situation since its appearance, first taking the initiative to engage in battle, then proactively arranging the evacuation route, and now leading them here. If there were no ulterior motives, Jiang Beige did not believe it. A faint scratching sound suddenly came from the darkness. The tail fin swept across the stone surface. Jiang Beige's expression turned cold. It was coming. In the next second, a shadow suddenly pounced out. A chilling light tore through the air, heading straight for Jiang Beige's throat. The speed was incredibly fast, with no hint of hesitation, aiming for a lethal strike. The princess didn't even have time to react, but Jiang Beige seemed to have anticipated it. Her body slightly turned, the blade brushed against her neck, severing a few strands of hair. At the same time, her wristband had already unfolded, and Qianji instantly transformed into a short gun. The gun's muzzle pressed directly against the opponent's abdomen. Boom! The crystal energy beam erupted at close range, blinding white light, illuminating the entire stone chamber. The fish was blown back, crashing violently against the stone wall. Stone chips fell incessantly. She let out a muffled groan, her left hand clutching her abdomen as blood slowly trickled through her fingers. The princess' expression finally changed. "You don't come closer." Jiang Beige did not turn her head, her voice calm and devoid of any fluctuations. The princess instinctively halted, and the fish on the ground slowly lifted its head, surprisingly unfazed, as if it had long known that its ambush would not succeed. "You've been on guard against me all along." Jiang Beige looked at her indifferently. "Since you let me take people away first." "Why?" The fish fixed its gaze on her. "Because you were too proactive." Jiang Beige spoke slowly. "Proactively helping, proactively arranging routes, proactively leading the way, proactively finding hiding spots. If someone truly intended to protect the princess, they wouldn't constantly seek to control everyone's movements." The fish fell silent for 2 seconds. Suddenly, it laughed. "Your observation skills are impressive." It slowly stood up, the wound on its abdomen still bleeding, but its expression grew increasingly calm, as if the injured party was not itself. Jiang Beige did not respond. She realized something. Throughout the entire time, the other party had never inquired about the mission or shown concern for the prince's safety. What truly concerned her seemed to be whether the princess was in her control. With this thought, a conjecture suddenly appeared in Jiang Beige's mind. Dungeon missions never have only one completion method. Escorting the princess back to the royal city and returning alive would count as a completion, but what if one returned dead? Would the corpse count? If the system only recognizes the outcome, then some players might very well choose a simpler method. Killing the princess and bringing back the corpse would pose less risk and yield higher rewards. She finally understood why the other party would take action, and with this realization, Jiang Beige's gaze turned utterly cold. "Your mission is not to protect her." The fish looked at her without denying it. "It seems you finally figured it out." The princess' expression changed slightly, instinctively taking a step back, and the fish suddenly laughed. "Do you know? Sometimes dead people are worth more than living ones." Its voice echoed in the stone chamber. "A living princess can escape, can resist, and it won't affect the mission outcome. But a dead one won't." The prince's face grew increasingly pale, her tail trembling slightly. She finally realized just how close she had been to death. Jiang Beige, however, remained exceptionally calm. She did not strike immediately. because she was waiting for an opportunity. The person in front was not weak. Being able to come this far and still dare to turn against her alone meant they must have a trump card. Sure enough, in the next second the fish suddenly raised its hand and two black spheres flew out. Bang! Bang! Thick smoke instantly exploded, engulfing the entire stone chamber in black mist. The princess gasped, unable to see anything. Jiang Beige, however, closed her eyes, her spiritual power suddenly unfurling. The darkness obscured her vision, but could not block her spiritual perception. Soon a rapidly moving silhouette appeared in her perception. It was not rushing toward her, but headed for the princess. Her target had always been the princess. Jiang Beige's lips curled up slightly. She had guessed correctly. Qianji instantly transformed into a long sword flying from her hand. Thud! The sharp blade pierced flesh, and a muffled grunt echoed as the figure staggered. However, it did not stop, continuing to pounce toward the princess. Determined and decisive, while others might have panicked at this moment, Jiang Beige did not, as she had observed the environment as soon as she entered the stone chamber. The stone chamber was small, and the princess had retreated to the wall, leaving no escape route, so the opponent could only approach from that direction. In the next second, Jiang Beige took out a second glow stick. Crack! The bluish-green light lit up. She threw it over her shoulder, and the glow stick arced through the air, landing on the other side of the stone chamber, tearing apart the darkness once more and restoring visibility. The fish had already taken the princess hostage, a short blade pressed against her neck. Blood flowed down her shoulder, staining a large area of clothing. Qianji was still embedded in her shoulder, yet she seemed to feel no pain. The princess was cornered. Breathing rapidly, the fish glared at Jiang Beige. Don't move. Jiang Beige looked at her and suddenly smiled. It was a light smile. The fish's pupils constricted, and for some reason a bad premonition suddenly arose in her heart. What are you smiling about? Jiang Beige did not answer, only looking at the princess. Can you sing? Both of them were momentarily stunned, and the princess was taken aback, completely not expecting her to ask this suddenly. But soon the princess reacted, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. She understood, and in the next second an ethereal and distant melody echoed in the stone chamber. The sound was gentle, yet seemed to penetrate the soul. The Shilong clan's sacred song. The fish's expression changed drastically, and it clamped its hands over its head. Letting out a shriek, it clearly did not expect the princess to still possess such ability. The mental shock erupted instantaneously, and its consciousness was forcibly torn apart. The short blade flew from its hand, and its body lost balance. In that instant, Jiang Beige moved, as she would never place her hopes on others. The sacred song was merely creating an opportunity. The one truly deciding the outcome was always herself. The energy bow instantly unfolded, drawing the string and taking aim. Release the arrow. The entire process took less than a second. Boom. The silver-white arrow pierced through the chest, the heart exploding, and the fish's body suddenly froze, its pupils losing focus as it slowly collapsed. The stone chamber fell silent once more, with only the princess breathing softly. Jiang Beige walked over, withdrew Qianji, and added a strike to completely sever the last vestige of life. Only after confirming that the other party could no longer survive did she retract her weapon. At that moment, a sudden voice came from outside, the sound of a tail fin sweeping over stones. Drawing closer. The princess' expression changed slightly, and Jiang Beige had already gripped Qianji, once again her gaze fixed on the entrance. In the next second, a figure stumbled into the stone chamber. It was Jiang. Her condition was far more disheveled than when she had left. Her left arm had completely disappeared below the elbow, the bandages already soaked in blood. Her right hand gripped a short sword, the blade covered in blood, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. As soon as she entered, she saw the corpse on the ground and paused momentarily. Then she looked up at Jiang Beige without asking or explaining. Just one glance and she understood what had happened. Jiang Beige looked at her severed arm. Did you resolve the situation outside? For now. Jiang's voice was somewhat hoarse. Two from the Chiwei clan are dead. One escaped. Jiang Beige nodded, not pressing further. Being able to return alive already indicated many issues. The stone chamber had been exposed. Staying any longer would be tantamount to seeking death. She stored away Qianji and turned to the princess. Can you still walk? The princess nodded. I can. Then let's go now. Jiang had no objections, stepping aside to clear the path. Jiang Beige led the way with the princess in the middle and Jiang covering the rear. The three of them entered the dark passage one after another, the light of the glow stick gradually fading away. The stone chamber fell silent once more, leaving only the gradually cooling corpse and the blood that had already congealed on the ground. They remained in the mine. Outside, the sea water flowed slowly, occasionally stirring up fine white sand that leaked in through the crevices, only to be carried away by the deeper undercurrents. The mine had evidently been used by someone before. The stone walls bore the scars of excavation, and in some places one could still see the exceptionally smooth-cut surfaces. Once the dim shell lamps lit up the entire cave finally gained some semblance of liveliness. Yet this liveliness did little to ease the tension in the air. On the contrary, all three knew that the tranquility here was merely temporary. 2 members of the Chiwei clan had died, 1 had escaped, and that escaping individual would inevitably carry the news back. When that time came, it would not simply be a few pursuers. The mind fell silent for a long time, and it was Zhuge Song who finally spoke first. The 2 have been dealt with. She leaned against the stone wall near the cave entrance, her right hand gently pressing against the bandage wrapped around her severed arm. The bleeding had stopped, but the wound was still a ghastly sight. The leader is dead. The other one, I severed his tail fin, he won't last long. Jiang Beige did not speak as she leaned against the opposite wall, lost in thought about another matter. That Shilong clan player, the one who wanted to kill the princess, had acted far too confidently, as if he already knew a great deal. He even seemed to have a clearer understanding of the mission's parameters than she did. What do you think about what she said before she died? Jiang Beige suddenly asked. Zhuge Song understood what she was referring to. The dead princess is worth more than the living. Zhuge Song fell silent for a moment before opening her bracelet, the deep, gray mirror reappearing in her palm. The realm of all. The mirror shimmered with a faint silver light. I asked around. For players of the same faction, the mission descriptions will have subtle differences. Some request protection. Some request search. Some request escort. Some even request confirmation of death. Jiang Beige's gaze sharpened slightly. Confirmation of death. Indeed. This dungeon has never been so simple from the outset. She reopened the task panel. Task 1, find the Shilong princess and escort her back to the Imperial City. A brief sentence with no mention of needing her to be alive, nor ensuring safety, nor specifying who must accomplish it. She had previously thought this was merely the system's habitual brevity. But now it seemed otherwise. Many times the most dangerous aspect was not what the mission stated, but what it did not. Jiang Beige closed the panel, her gaze falling on the princess who was leaning against the stone wall. Her complexion was pale, her eyes heavy with fatigue. She hadn't truly rested in a long while. Since fleeing the Imperial City, she had been on the run, evading her family, her clan pursuers, and her own. You are discussing me, the princess suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. Jiang Beige did not deny it. Yes. The princess raised her head, her eyes were beautiful, resembling the calmest depths of the ocean, but devoid of any light. You are debating whether it is better for me to be alive or dead. Zhuge Song frowned. No one wants you to die. The princess smiled faintly, but that smile held little warmth. Yet there will always be those who wish for my death. She lowered her gaze to the scale pendant hanging on her chest. Her fingertips gently brushed over it. 6 days ago I thought the same. As long as I left the Imperial City, as long as I escaped the trials of the 4 kings, everything would end. But then I discovered that was not the case. No matter where I go, there are those who wish to find me. Some want to take me back, some want to kill me, and some want to use me. The mind fell silent again. No one spoke. Because what she said was the truth. The princess slowly tightened her grip on the pendant. I just want to live. Why is it so hard? This time, even Jiang Beige did not respond immediately, because she realized that the greatest contradiction in this dungeon might not be the trials of the 4 kings at all, but rather the princess herself. All factions moved around her, yet no one had truly asked her what she wanted. She was merely a tool, a key to unlock the trials, upon determining the distribution of interests. Nothing more. Just then Zhuge Song suddenly crouched down. She looked at the princess. The song you sang earlier. The princess was taken aback. The hymn. Yes. Can you still control it? The princess nodded. I can adjust it. What about the range? That too. Jiang Beige sat up straight upon hearing this, suddenly realizing something. Let's give it a try. The princess looked at her now. Now. Jiang Beige stood up and retreated to the other side of the mine, distancing herself from Zhuge Song. Sing towards her. Zhuge Song. The princess. Zhuge Song fell silent for 2 seconds, but ultimately did not object. The princess closed her eyes, and after a moment, a very gentle melody resonated in the mine. The sound was like waves brushing over coral, soft and ethereal, nearly inaudible in terms of lyrics. In the next second, Zhuge Song's body stiffened noticeably, her tail instantly taut. Yet Jiang Beige merely felt a faint chill, barely affecting her thoughts. After a few seconds, the song ceased, and Zhuge Song slowly exhaled. Effective. Jiang Beige's eyes brightened. Can be controlled precisely. The princess nodded. The closer the distance, the stronger the effect. The more focused the target, the more pronounced the outcome. Jiang Beige finally revealed a hint of a smile. This was the first genuinely good news of the day. Previously, when facing that player, the hymn was almost indiscriminate in its attack. Both friend and foe would be affected, but if it could be directed, the significance would be entirely different, as she had already begun to contemplate new tactics. The princess would handle mental disturbances, Zhuge Song would be responsible for direct engagement, and she would take care of the harvesting. With good coordination, even if they encountered the Chiwei clan again, there would still be a chance of victory. With that thought, she took out the map again and spread it in the center of the mine. Let's talk business. Both their gazes fell on the map. In the center, the city was located at the intersection of 4 seas, and their position was right on the edge of the southeastern trench. Jiang Beige's finger moved across the map, landing in an unmarked area in the north. This is the palace of the 4 kings. The princess visibly stiffened as she clearly did not like that place. But Jiang Beige continued, it only takes half a day to get there. Much quicker than returning to the Shilin royal city. Zhugesong looked down at the map. The problem is how to get in. The princess remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. There is a secret passage. Jiang Beige looked up. Go on. The ruins of the old royal city at the fork we passed before the left leads to an escape route, and the right leads to the back hall of the palace of the 4 kings. Zhugesong and Jiang Beige both looked at her simultaneously. The princess lowered her head. I deliberately didn't mention it, because I didn't want to go back. No one blamed her. Who would willingly return to a place of death? Yet Jiang Beige suddenly smiled, willing to talk now. The princess lifted her head and looked at her, nodding gently after a long while. Because I discovered. You are not like them. Jiang Beige did not press further. She rolled up the map and put it back in her bracelet. Her gaze returned to the outside of the cave where the distant sea was pitch black. She could see nothing, but she knew a storm was approaching. The Chiwei clan would not give up, and the Mofin clan must have received news as well. With only a few days left in the 4 kings' trial, everyone was searching for the princess, and they had no way out. They either had to get the princess into the palace of the 4 kings, or die on the way. The mine fell silent once more, the shell lamp casting a dim light, illuminating 3 tails of different colors. No one spoke again. Yet everyone knew that starting tomorrow the real trouble would begin. Before dawn, Jiang Beige woke up. The shell lamp in the mine had dimmed to a faint yellow glow. The crystal energy fragments were nearly burned out, casting long shadows on the cave walls. Zhuge leaned against the inner side of the entrance, holding a short sword in her right hand, while her severed left arm was bandaged anew. Her breathing was shallow, resembling someone asleep, yet ready to awaken at any moment. Jiang Beige stood up, her tail sweeping across the ground, lightly brushing against Zhuge's tail fin. In the next instant, the short sword was already pressed against her chest, the movement quick as instinct. Only after recognizing her did Zhuge retract the sword. Let me take over, Jiang Beige said. Zhuge did not refuse, rising to swim deeper into the mine, leaning against the stone wall and closing her eyes. Jiang Beige sat at the entrance, her spiritual energy slowly spreading. Within 100 meters, there were no life fluctuations. 200 meters out, it remained quiet, yet the unease within her grew heavier. It was too quiet. Since leaving the old royal city, the pursuers had seemingly vanished, be they the red-tailed tribe or the ink-fin tribe. Such a situation could only indicate 2 possibilities. First, they had really shaken off everyone. Second, someone was waiting for them up ahead. Jiang Beige leaned towards the second possibility, because those people couldn't possibly be unaware of the princess' importance. Just as dawn was breaking, the princess awoke, and the 3 left the mine, heading back towards the central city. Just as they entered the city walls vicinity, Jiang Beige sensed something was off. The streets were too empty, the shell lamps still lit, yet not a single person was in sight. The entire main street seemed to have been cleared in advance. Stop! Jiang Beige suddenly said, and Zhuge immediately halted while the princess was momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Jiang Beige did not answer, instead looking up into the distance, her spiritual energy spreading outwards. In the next moment, 6 life fluctuations appeared simultaneously, coming from all directions. Behind the buildings surrounding the square, on rooftops and alleyways, there were people everywhere. Jiang Beige's pupils constricted. Not good. It's not just 6. Zhuge instantly realized there's an ambush. Almost simultaneously with her words. Boom! A coral building in the distance suddenly exploded, a large amount of debris raining down toward the center of the square. 3 dark red fishtails surged out from the rubble at the same time. On the other side of the street, several ink-green figures also pounced out. The red-tailed tribe and the ink-fin tribe. The 2 tribes were working together with only one target. The princess. Run! Jiang Beige did not linger, directly grabbing the princess' wrist and dashing towards the north gate. Zhuge covered their rear, sweeping her short sword. The fastest of the ink-fin tribe was directly slashed at the throat, blood exploding in the seawater, yet more pursuers rushed forward. The center of the square instantly transformed into a battlefield. The red-tailed tribe excelled at explosive attacks. The ink-fin tribe specialized in hunting. They were not trying to kill Jiang Beige and Zhuge, but rather to hold them back. And then take the princess away. To the left. Zhuge suddenly yelled. Jiang Beige sharply turned as a curved blade flew past her ear. It struck a statue behind them with a loud bang, the statue's head exploding and debris scattering. Jiang Beige retaliated with a shot, the crystal energy beam piercing through the shoulder of a red-tailed tribe member, yet the opponent continued to charge, as if feeling no pain. Madman, Jiang Beige cursed. It was clear that players had gathered NPCs to trap them. These people didn't care whether they could escape alive, they only cared about the mission. At that moment her spiritual energy captured another wave. Jiang Beige's expression changed drastically. There's more of them. Jiang pushed back the enemies with a sword. How many? At least 10. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment. 10 combined with the ones in front of them already approached 20. With players and NPCs combined, this was not simply a trap, it was a sweep. Jiang Beige finally understood that the news of the princess' discovery had already spread. All factions were rushing here. If they continued fighting, they would eventually be worn out. Stop fighting, Jiang Beige suddenly shouted. Jiang looked at her. Directly to the Four Kings Hall. Now the princess hesitated. Now, Jiang Beige swept aside the enemies with a sword. If we delay any longer, no one will be able to escape. The three forced their way through the encirclement, charging towards the north gate, the sounds of pursuers echoing behind them. The red-tailed tribe, the Inkfin tribe, and even players coming from other directions. The entire central city seemed to come alive suddenly, and when they dove into the drainage ditch entering the back of the old royal city ruins, the pursuers still did not give up. The narrow passage echoed with the sounds of impact. Someone was violently breaking down doors. The princess' face turned pale, her tail moving slower. She had been fleeing for 6 days, her stamina nearing its limit. Jiang Beige noticed, but did not speak, silently swimming to the back, pushing against her waist to help her gain strength. The princess paused, looking back at her. Jiang Beige's expression remained impassive. Don't die halfway. The princess bit her lip, not speaking, but her swimming speed quickened a bit. Finally the stone door appeared. The three of them exerted force simultaneously. The heavy stone door slowly opened, golden light pouring out from the cracks. In that moment, everyone froze. The grand hall before them was far more magnificent than imagined. Hundreds of crystal lamps floated in the dome, golden brilliance resembling the sun, the black marble floor reflecting the entire palace. On the central high platform, a massive throne stood quietly, overlooking the entire empire. This was the true Four Kings Hall, the place that ruled the entire Merfolk Empire 1,000 years ago. The princess gazed at the throne, her body trembling slightly, unsure whether from fear or another emotion. At that moment, a sound of impact came again from behind. Boom, boom, boom. The pursuers had arrived. The stone door began to shake, and debris kept falling. Jiang Beige glanced back, then looked deeper into the grand hall. Suddenly realizing something was off, it was too quiet. This was the Four Kings Hall. There could not be no guards. It was impossible to be completely empty. Her spiritual energy slowly spread out, her expression changing drastically. There's something in the hall. Jiang instantly raised her sword. What? Jiang Beige fixed her gaze ahead, her voice becoming grave for the first time. I don't know. My spiritual energy can't enter. At that moment, behind the throne on the high platform, a sound of a tail dragging across the marble resonated. Something was emerging from behind the throne. And at that moment, the stone door behind them suddenly cracked open. The pursuers were nearly upon them. From the moment Jiang Beige entered the rear hall, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It wasn't danger, but rather a vague feeling of discord, as if something had been watching this place all along. Jiang stood at the entrance, the princess on the high platform, while Jiang Beige's gaze remained fixed on the throne. The black stone chair stood silently, its back carved with ancient mermaid totems different from the current Four Clans emblems. The four mermaids on the totem all had uniform silver-gray tails identical to those ancient mermaids depicted in the carvings of the old royal city. Jiang Beige slowly swam towards the throne. The closer she got, the more pronounced the feeling of being watched became, as if something had gently brushed against her chest. The throne lit up, a silver-white pattern slowly spreading along the backrest like a mechanism that had been dormant for countless years coming back to life. Jiang suddenly turned her head, the princess' pupils constricting sharply. Above the throne a figure slowly materialized. It was a bright golden mermaid. Its body was entirely composed of light, its features indistinguishable, long hair, cascading down, with a broad and magnificent tail fin. It sat quietly on the throne, its gaze passing over the princess, and Jiang landing directly on Jiang Beige. The entire rear hall suddenly fell silent, even the sound of flowing water seemed to vanish. The princess' face turned pale. The soul of the first king. Her voice trembled slightly. The legend is actually true. The figure of light paid her no heed, simply gazing intently at Jiang Beige. A few seconds later, a broken voice echoed from the void, as if it had traversed countless ages. It was vague and distant. Trial. Not. Don't believe. The voice abruptly ceased, and the figure of light twisted violently, as if forcefully severed by some power. The princess couldn't help but step forward. Wait, what do you want to say? There was no response. The figure slowly raised its hand, pointing towards the main entrance of the hall. Then it completely shattered, countless golden light points scattering in the seawater, eventually vanishing from sight. The throne returned to silence as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. The hall remained quiet for several seconds. Jiang Beige was the first to speak. A recording. The princess shook her head, her face slightly pale. It's not a recording. This is the king's soul projection left by the Four Kings Hall. Only those with royal blood can trigger it. But why? She looked at Jiang Beige. Her gaze showed a clear tremor for the first time. Why were you the one to trigger it? Jiang Beige did not answer. How could she know the identity given by the system? At that moment a sound suddenly came from outside the hall, the sound of a tail sweeping across the marble floor. Soon there were more and more sounds growing denser like a torrential rain striking the stone slabs. Jiang Beige's expression changed, and she swiftly drew her short sword. Someone is coming. The princess also regained her senses, temporarily suppressing everything that had just happened. Jiang Beige transformed the Qianji back into a sword, turning to face the main entrance. Prepare for battle. The shadows outside grew ever closer. Members of the Red Tail clan and the Ink Fin clan surged in through the main entrance, the dark red and ink green tails intertwining under the golden light. The light patterns along the edges of their scales flickered like burning flames, more numerous than before. There were at least a dozen of them. Leading them was a burly male from the Red Tail clan with a gruesome old wound running from his tail fin to his waist, wielding a trident nearly 2 meters long, its blade glinting with a chilling light. Standing there, he resembled a wall. On the other side, the leader of the Ink Fin clan was a female, holding a black short sword in each hand, her gaze as cold as a viper, both sides staring across the hall at each other. The air suddenly became oppressive. Hand over the princess. The leader of the Red Tail clan grinned, revealing his white teeth. They'll leave you with a whole corpse. Jiang Beige couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. The Qianji instantly transformed into a spear. With a swift motion, she thrust it forward. Boom! The crystal energy beam tore through the seawater, heading straight for the opponent's head. The leader of the Red Tail clan blocked with his trident the massive explosion, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. Battle erupted in an instant. Jiang Beige was the first to charge out, her short sword slicing through the air as she crashed into the ranks of the Ink Fin clan. After severing an arm, her movements were less balanced than before, yet more ruthless. The first sword sealed the throat, the second pierced the chest, blood instantly staining a large patch of seawater. The leader of the Ink Fin clan let out an angry roar, striking out with both swords simultaneously. Jiang Beige dodged to the side, her short sword grazing the opponent's neck, leaving a line of blood. On the other side, Jiang Beige had already clashed head-on with the leader of the Red Tail clan. The trident swept towards her, carrying terrifying power. She didn't take it heed, and her tail swung sharply, using the water flow to instantly evade. The blade of the trident crashed into a stone column, shattering the stone and creating a massive crack in the entire column. Jiang Beige's gaze narrowed slightly. A power type, the most troublesome kind. She immediately altered her strategy, constantly shifting her form, using speed to seek out weaknesses. Spear, sword, bow, long whip. The Qianji shifted form continuously in her hands. Each attack accurately struck the opponent's joints and vital points. The leader of the Red Tail clan soon began to sustain injuries, blood seeping out continuously, yet he fought more fiercely, as if he could feel no pain at all. Die! Amidst the roar, the trident fell with a resounding crash. Jiang Beige had no way to dodge, she could only raise her sword to block. Boom! The terrifying force surged through the blade, sending her flying. She crashed heavily against a stone column, a sweet metallic taste flooding her throat. The leader of the Red Tail clan didn't give her a chance to catch her breath, lunging at her once more. The trident fell repeatedly, and Jiang Beige retreated while defending, never engaging him in a direct contest. Yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on the Qianji. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. She deliberately left an opening, letting her long sword slip from her hand. It fell at the feet of the leader of the Red Tail clan, who indeed took the bait. He grabbed the Qianji, a sinister smile appearing on his face. A divine weapon, who wouldn't want it? But in the next second his expression changed. The Qianji could not transform in his hand at all. Not only that, but the silver-white metal began to spread from his palm, coiling around his fingers like a living creature. The leader's face changed drastically as he desperately tried to shake it off, but it was impossible. Jiang Beige charged in, not using the Qianji, but instead drawing her backup crystal energy sword. She thrust it towards his heart. The leader instinctively tried to block, but his movements were half a beat too slow. PFF. The blade pierced into his chest, blood gushing forth. He wanted to counterattack, but realized his right arm had been completely immobilized by the Qianji. Without hesitation, Jiang Beige kicked him in the chest, using the momentum to withdraw her sword, then reclaimed the Qianji. She raised the spear, aiming at the wound. Boom! The crystal energy beam pierced through his chest cavity. The leader's body jolted violently, slowly kneeling down, never to rise again. The prince's face turned pale as the song once again resonated. An ancient and mysterious melody echoed in the hall, causing the front ranks of the Redtail clan and Inkfin clan to noticeably slow their movements. While it didn't affect them as much, many still clutched their heads, emitting muffled groans of pain. Jiang Beige's gaze suddenly sharpened as the Qinji transformed back into a spear. 3 consecutive shots, and 3 enemies fell on the spot. The situation began to reverse. However, the prince's complexion grew increasingly pale, blood even seeping from the corners of her mouth as her mental energy approached its limit. Zhou was once again slashed from behind her battle suit, completely torn, blood flowing continuously, yet she continued to swing her sword. The entire hall had turned into a hellish battlefield. Blood, bodies, shattered weapons, collapsed stone columns. Everyone was fighting desperately. Until the end, Zhou pierced through the chest of the leader of the Inkfin clan with a single sword. Jiang Beige transformed the Qinji into a spear, delivering the final blow. The entire hall finally fell silent, leaving only heavy breathing echoing in the vast rear hall. The princess wandered to the edge of the arena, extending her hand to gently press her palm against the cold stone wall. The wall, having been touched by countless hands, was smooth without a hint of sharpness. She bowed her head as if sensing something. After a long pause, she slowly spoke. The Four Kings trial is not a contest. Her voice was soft, gradually spreading through the vast hall. Jiang Beige and Zhou remained silent. The princess withdrew her hand, turned around, and her gaze swept over the arena, finally resting on the black stone slab beneath her feet. This is a ritual initiated by the blood of the royal family. She crouched down, her fingertips gently tracing the seams of the stone slab. Every 100 years, each of the 4 clans offers a member of their royal family. The blood flows into the cracks of the stone, the barrier opens, and the trial begins. Suddenly, she smiled, though the smile was bittersweet. Everyone believes the trial determines the future of the 4 clans. But it is not so. From the day we were born, the outcome has already been decided. The princess looked up at the dome, where countless crystal lamps were embedded. Cold white light fell, illuminating her pale face. Beneath this stone slab lie all the members of the royal family who participated in the trials over the past 3,000 years. 120 people. Princes, princesses, and royal offspring from the 4 clans. They share the same blood, dying in the same place. The hall fell silent, even the sound of flowing water seemed to vanish. The princess sat down again, her tail coiled beneath her, her skirt spreading out like a withered, deep blue flower. I escaped you. I thought about leaving, about never returning. She looked down at her hands, but later I realized I cannot escape at all. If I do not return, the Xilan clan will have no royal blood participating in the trial. The other 3 clans will directly divide the Xilan Sea territory, and the Coral Throne will become someone else's domain. My people will be driven to the most barren seas. They will lose their ports, their resources, their future. Her voice began to tremble. So I came back. But coming back means I must die. She fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Jiang Beige, her deep blue eyes revealing genuine vulnerability for the first time. I do not want to die, but I do not want them to die either. So I have been thinking, is there a way to make the 4 Kings trial completely disappear? Is there a way for everyone to survive? No one answered, for everyone knew that this question had no answer. At that moment, the system notification suddenly sounded. Task 1 completed. Rewards will be settled after the instance ends. Jiang Beige paused for a moment and opened the panel. A green checkmark appeared next to Task 1. A new task slowly emerged. Task 2, kill the Xilan princess. Jiang Beige's hand froze, as did Zhou Guess. The air suddenly grew oppressive, and the princess watched their expressions, the smile on her face gradually fading. What happened? No one answered. She looked at Jiang Beige, then at Zhou. What is going on? Still no answer. The princess suddenly fell silent. She was no fool. A person who had fled all the way to this point could not be oblivious to the expressions on others' faces. She slowly stood up, her face gradually paling. A new task. Jiang Beige looked up, their eyes met, and the princess suddenly smiled, though this time her smile was even less pleasant than before. Let me guess. To kill me, eh? No one spoke. The silence was the answer. The princess lowered her head, looking at her tail. After a long while, she gently exhaled. So that's how it is. No wonder you would come to find me. She did not cry, nor did she become hysterical. She simply sat back down beside the stone pillar, unusually quiet. When did you find out? Jiang Beige spoke. Just now. The princess nodded. That's good to know. She lifted her head. At least you weren't lying to me before. Jiang Beige suddenly felt a heaviness in her chest. She had seen many dead bodies and had killed many people. But those were either enemies or monsters. This was the first time she had traveled alongside someone for so long. Knowing why she fled, why she returned, what she feared, and then the system told her. To understand a person before killing her. Completing the task was that simple. The princess suddenly asked, if there were no such task, would you help me? Jiang Beige fell silent, realizing she could not answer. The princess smiled. Forget it. I actually know the answer. You would because you are different from them. This statement made Jiang Beige feel even worse. At that moment Jiang suddenly asked, will you resist? The princess paused for a moment, then shook her head. No. Why? Because I cannot defeat you. The princess smiled lightly, and I am tired. She lowered her head, touching the blue scales on her necklace. I have been running away for so long. I had actually known this day would come. Jiang did not speak again, only tightening her grip on the sword. Jiang Beige suddenly spoke. Wait. Jiang looked at her. We can think of another way. What if there is another path? Jiang was silent for 2 seconds, then took out the All Things mirror and handed it to her. Jiang Beige took the mirror and asked in her heart, is killing the princess the only way? The mirror lit up, quickly displaying a line of text. No alternative paths. Just a few words. Simple and cold, leaving no room for negotiation. Jiang Beige looked at the mirror and suddenly found it somewhat ridiculous. They had fought desperately and fled continuously, believing they were making choices. But in the end, every road had already been predetermined. She returned the mirror to Jiang without speaking. The princess seemed to have guessed the answer, slowly closing her eyes and leaning against the stone pillar. Go ahead, at least let me die quickly. The hall fell silent again. A few seconds later the sword light flashed, blood splattered, and the princess' head rolled down the steps. Her body slowly collapsed, the whole process fast enough to be almost painless. Jiang Beige stood in place, not stopping it neither in time nor in desire. Blood flowed along the stone slab, spreading to her feet, and the system notification sounded. Task 2 completed. Rewards will be settled after the instance ends. A new task appeared. Task 3, win the Four Kings trial. Jiang Beige looked down at the corpse, suddenly recalling the first time she saw the princess, that girl hiding in the stone chamber of the old royal city. She said she wanted everyone to survive. But in the end she still died, dying within the rules, dying within the tasks, dying within a fate from which no one could resist. Jiang approached. Starting the trial requires royal blood. Jiang Beige remained silent, quietly staring at the corpse on the ground. After a while she gently nodded. Let's begin. Jiang took out a container, suspended the corpse, and blood dripped from the wounds into the transparent crystal bottle. One drop. Another drop. Drip. Drip. The only sound left in the entire hall was the sound of blood falling as Jiang Beige stood beside. Watching this scene, she suddenly felt a sense of strangeness, not about this place, but about herself. If it were when she first entered the game, she would be angry, unwilling, looking for ways to resist. But now she simply stood there watching the blood slowly drain away, not stopping it, even pondering whether this blood was enough to start the trial. She suddenly realized that the truly terrifying aspect of the game was never the monsters nor death, but how it gradually wore away one's bottom line, carving you into the most suitable shape for survival. Until one day, even you forget what you originally looked like. The blood continued to drip as Jiang Beige stood in the dim cold light, watching the gradually cooling corpse. For the first time she did not know whether winning the task counted as losing something. Jiang tightened the lid of the white porcelain bottle. The residual royal blood at the bottom glimmered with a dark red hue under the light. The two stood at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. No one spoke. The Four Kings' palace fell silent once more. The crystal energy lamp hung from the dome above, casting a cold white light that illuminated every detail of the grand hall. The corpse of the princess leaned against the stone pillar, her deep blue hair spread out on the ground like a sunken sea. Jiang suddenly spoke. I am preparing to go to the Silver Scale Clan stronghold to find the princess of the Silver Scale Clan. Jiang Beige raised her head to look at her. Yes. Jiang leaned against the stone pillar. The bandage at her severed arm had been rewrapped. The princess of the Shilon clan is dead, but the quest has not ended. The third task came too quickly. She paused for a moment, and there is something that has always been inexplicable. If the Four Kings trial really requires the royal blood of the four clans to activate, why was the princess of the Silver Scale clan taken back prematurely? She is both a sacrifice and a key. Logically, she should have been protected, not imprisoned. A brief silence fell over the grand hall. Jiang Beige's gaze flickered slightly. In fact, she had also considered this issue. From the words of the Shilon princess, the Silver Scale princess did not return voluntarily, but was forcibly taken back. Why would two royal families that determine the future of their races flee? And why must they be captured? This matter itself was fraught with strangeness. Jiang took out the realm of all the gray mirror surface, rippling gently. Just now, I asked a question. What? Is the princess of the Silver Scale clan still alive? Jiang Beige looked at the mirror surface. Jiang nodded. The answer is yes. The air suddenly fell silent. If the princess of the Silver Scale clan was still alive, then this trial was clearly far from over, and it was very likely just beginning. Jiang put away the realm of all, so I am going to find someone. You are going to find the answer. She looked at Jiang Beige. If this trial truly has another solution, you are more likely to find it than I am. Jiang Beige smiled. Is that a compliment? Sort of. Jiang rarely curled her lips. At least you are better at reading books than I am. Jiang Beige raised her eyebrows. And what about you? I am better at slaying. This time, even Jiang Beige couldn't help but let out a laugh. The emotions she had suppressed all day finally eased a little. Jiang looked at her and smiled, her gaze softening a bit. Then she turned and swam toward the depths of the corridor. After swimming a few meters, she suddenly stopped. If you really find a way, notify me. How to notify? She tossed a small mirror to Jiang Beige. A mini version of the realm of all has a communication function. Just activate it. Jiang Beige raised her hand to catch it, pausing for 2 seconds in silence. Why not activate it earlier? Too expensive. Jiang Beige. No wonder she is a player. Jiang continued swimming forward, her figure gradually disappearing at the end of the corridor until she completely melted into the darkness. Jiang Beige stood in place, watching the direction she left. After a long while, she looked down at her task panel. Task 3, when the Four Kings trial. It was simple to the point of unsettling. She closed the panel, turned, and left the Four Kings Palace, passing through the long corridor and pushing open the palace door. The seawater rushed in the cold white light, shining on her face. The square was empty. The 4 statues still stood back to back like 4 silent watchers. Jiang Beige swam past the statues, heading towards the northwest direction of the central city. The library. That was the only place she could think of now. If anyone knew what the Four Kings trial originally looked like, the answer must be there. The journey was surprisingly quiet. Most of the shops on both sides of the street had already closed. The shell lamps emitted a dim yellow light, and the signs swayed gently in the flowing water. Occasionally, a patrolling mermaid passed by, all looking hurried. The entire central city felt like the calm sea before a storm. It was unsettlingly peaceful. About 15 minutes later, the library appeared in sight, its gray-white exterior covered in seaweed. The stone door was half open, like a mouth waiting to devour its prey. Jiang Beige swam inside sideways. A musty air rushed towards her, and countless bookshelves extended up to the dome. Scrolls, animal skin books, and stone tablets were piled on top of each other. The seawater flowed slowly, stirring some scattered pages. The entire library was so quiet that one could only hear the sound of pages turning. Jiang Beige did not delay and swam directly deeper. Starting from the outermost shelves, there were many records about the Four Kings trial, but almost all were results from past years. In some year and month, the Shillong clan won. In some year and month, the Silver Scale clan lost. In some year and month, the royal family made sacrifices, one scroll after another. The content was mostly similar, as if someone had deliberately hidden the truly important things. Time passed little by little. She did not know how long it had been. Finally, Jiang Beige found an ancient scroll with a blackened color on the innermost shelf. The material of the scroll was extremely special. It had already turned yellow and brittle, with cracks all over the edges. She slowly unfolded it. At first glance, she was stunned. The top only wrote one sentence. The Four Kings trial, originally named the Royal Authority Judgment. Jiang Beige squinted her eyes and continued to read down. The initial mermaid empire did not have 4 clans. All mermaids lived together in the same sea area. Later, due to internal strife among the royal family, the empire split. It gradually formed the 4 major races, and the so-called Four Kings trial initially was just a martial arts competition, with the victor obtaining 100 years of ruling power and the loser losing management rights. There were no sacrifices, no royal blood, and no deaths that repeated over the past 3,000 years. Jiang Beige turned to the next page, and her movements suddenly stopped. The following few pages were torn out, the tear edges neat, clearly showing signs of human destruction rather than time erosion. Someone had deliberately erased the most crucial parts. Jiang Beige stared at the missing pages, countless thoughts flashing through her mind. At that moment, her spiritual sense suddenly caught a hint of abnormal fluctuations. Someone was coming, and not just one. She instantly put away the scroll, her spiritual sense expanding outward. 7 life fluctuations were quickly approaching the library. Jiang Beige's expression changed slightly. They came too fast, almost as if they knew she would be here. She immediately swam deeper into the bookshelves. At the very back was a metal door. The door was engraved with the emblems of the 4 clans, exactly the door she had discovered earlier. She had no time to study it, and quickly hid between 2 rows of bookshelves, lowering her body and tucking her tail into the shadows of the lowest shelf. A few dangling scrolls just happened to block the light reflected from her scales. The next second, the stone door was pushed open. 7 mermaids filed in. Jiang Beige looked through the gaps in the bookshelves, her pupils slightly constricting. Players. Moreover, they came from 4 different factions. The quest had progressed to this stage, and yet different factions could still team up, indicating they had discovered something more important than the task. Leading them was a Silver Scale clan player, her silver-white hair tied up at the back, her aura steady, clearly not an ordinary player. She slowly swam to the center of the library, surveying her surroundings. Then she spoke. "This is the place." A player from the Inkfin clan frowned. "Are you sure?" The Silver Scale Clan player nodded. The intel is accurate. That thing must be hidden in the library. Jiang Beige's gaze flickered. That thing? What thing? Unfortunately, the other party did not continue to explain, but waved her hand. Split up and search. Leave no corner unchecked. The six immediately dispersed, starting to rummage through the bookshelves, scrolls being pulled out one after another. Animal skin books were casually discarded, and the entire library was thrown into chaos in an instant. Jiang Beige quietly remained hidden in the shadows until that Silver Scale Clan player swam alone towards the deepest part. She ultimately stopped in front of the metal door, raised her hand, and gently stroked the 4 clan emblems on the stone slab. Then she took out a black-framed silver mirror from her bracelet, and ripples appeared on the mirror surface. A few seconds later, silver-white text slowly emerged. She lowered her head to read, and her expression suddenly changed. Someone has been here. The entire library fell silent in an instant, all players looking up at the same time. The Silver Scale Clan player slowly turned around, her gaze sweeping through the depths of the bookshelves. And it was not long ago. Another player beside her also took out a mirror. Jiang Beige watched as they each took out mirrors, feeling envious. How did they all have mirrors? I need to get one when I get out. Moments later, new information appeared on the mirror's surface, and that player suddenly looked up, her voice slightly raised. The target is still nearby. The air instantly froze. The Silver Scale Clan player's lips slowly curled up. She raised her hand, pointing at the entire library. Search. Every corner. Find her. The sound of searching for scrolls outside the bookshelf never ceased. The animal skin scroll was roughly pulled from the shelf and casually tossed to the ground, its edges rolling in the water and colliding with the stone shelf, producing a muffled sound. Someone was whispering curses. Someone was urging their companion to move faster. Another person was repeatedly muttering something, as if using some kind of identifying tool to sift through the contents of the books. Jiang Beige was curled up deep within the lowest compartment of the bookshelf. This place was originally meant for storing damaged scrolls piled high with yellowed animal skins and shattered bamboo slips. She curled her body as tightly as possible with her knees pressed against her chest, her tail wrapped around 3 times just to fit in. Her fin was pressed beneath her, breathing extremely lightly. The light in the library was already dim, and now a row of tall stone shelves cast large shadows, completely hiding her in darkness. They were all players, and their strength was not weak. She did not want to confront them hidden, so at this moment, she had to hide. Suddenly, there was a brief moment of silence outside the bookshelf. Then a dark green tail slowly swam to the front of the bookshelf. Jiang Beige looked through the gap in the scrolls and saw it was not a member of the Dark Fin tribe. It was a female, not very old, with delicate features, her hair styled in a complex princess bun, and the edges of her tail fin adorned with light-colored patterns. She stopped in front of the bookshelf, not moving forward. Instead, she reached out and pulled a scroll of animal skin from the shelf. After glancing at it for a moment, she slowly rolled it back up, returning it to its original place. Her movements were even meticulous, contrasting sharply with those rummaging through the items. Jiang Beige remained still, her right hand already resting on her weapon Qinji. In the next moment, the Dark Fin tribe member lowered her head, peering through the gap of the hanging scroll. Their gazes unexpectedly collided, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Jiang Beige tightened her fingers, Qinji silently sliding into her palm. As long as the other party spoke a word, she would strike immediately. But the other party showed no reaction. She merely watched Jiang Beige quietly for 2 seconds, her gaze shifting from her face to the hand gripping the weapon. Jiang Beige keenly noticed that at that moment a cluster of pale pink petal-like patterns on the back of the other party's right hand suddenly glimmered. The light was weak and fleeting, if not for the close distance, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. The Dark Fin tribe member acted as if nothing had happened, reaching out to pull a few scrolls of animal skin from the bottom layer. The scroll naturally fell down, perfectly blocking Jiang Beige's position. Then she flicked her tail, the wide tail fin horizontally across the front of the bookshelf, completely concealing the last bit of gap. After completing these actions, she turned around, facing away from the bookshelf and toward the hall, her voice clearly projecting outwards. There's nothing here. Only old annual reports and sacrificial records. No confidential scrolls. The leader in the distance did not respond, continuing to search. After a while, a voice came from the direction of the metal door. Have you checked everything? Others began to speak in succession. There's nothing in the annual report section. Nothing in the genealogy section. Nothing in the spell section. Nothing in the navigation section. The leader was silent for a moment. Someone has been here. The scrolls have been disturbed, and it hasn't been long. The entire library fell silent as everyone halted their actions. Someone might be looking for the same thing as us. Or perhaps, she paused, the other party has already found a clue. Jiang Beige's expression darkened slightly. In the next moment, that person waved her hand. Search outside. They shouldn't be far away. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed between the bookshelves as 7 mermaids swam toward the door. Just when Jiang Beige thought they were all leaving, the leader suddenly stopped, leave one person to guard. No one spoke. The Dark Fin tribe member from earlier spoke up. I'll stay behind or I'm slow. Following would only be a hindrance. The leader glanced at her, seeming to find it reasonable. Fine. Signal immediately if anything happens. Understood. Soon the stone door closed again. The library returned to silence, the footsteps gradually receding, and the water resumed its slow circulation. After about 2 minutes, confirming that everyone had left, the Dark Fin tribe member slowly swam back. She pushed aside the hanging scrolls and looked inside. Come out. They've gone far away. Jiang Beige did not move immediately, using her mental energy to confirm the surroundings. Indeed, only this one person remained. Only then did she emerge from her hiding place. The moment she landed, Shinji had transformed into a short knife, held in her palm, ready to attack at any moment. The Dark Fin tribe member saw the knife in her hand, but did not appear tense. She didn't even draw a weapon, merely taking a small step back to give her space. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have helped you just now. Jiang Beige did not relax her vigilance. Why help me? The other party was silent for a moment, as if organizing her words, then gently leaned against the edge of the bookshelf. My name is Qing He, and I know who you are. Jiang Beige's expression changed slightly. However, Qing He waved her hand. Don't misunderstand. In fact, my mission is different from theirs. As she spoke, her right hand unconsciously rested on the edge of the bookshelf, the cluster of pale pink petal-like patterns flashing again, then quickly dimming. Qing He continued, I have been looking for something. A confidential scroll regarding the trial of the four kings, the real confidential scroll. Not those incomplete records outside. She looked up toward the deepest part of the library where the metal door was located. The thing is behind there. How do you know? Jiang Beige followed her gaze. Because I've been searching for a long time. Qing He smiled bitterly. I have been looking since entering the instance. Everyone else thinks the trial is just a competition, but the mission I received told me otherwise. She opened the mission panel, showing Jiang Beige for a moment. Mission 1 had been completed. Mission 2, read, find the confidential scroll of the Four Kings trial and protect it from destruction. The panel flashed and then disappeared as Qing He withdrew it. Someone wants to destroy it, and some do not wish for the truth to be discovered. I happen to be the opposite. She looked at Jiang Beige. I want to protect it. Jiang Beige was silent for a moment. Why do you trust me? This was the question she cared about most. There was no goodwill without reason in the instance, especially among players. Qing He did not answer immediately. She glanced down at her right hand. The cluster of petal patterns lay quietly there. Then she raised her head and smiled. Intuition, I feel that you would not destroy it. Jiang Beige did not believe this answer, but she could tell that the other party did not plan to elaborate further, so she changed the question. How do we open the door? Qing He pointed at the metal door. Blood from the 4 royal families. None can be missing. As she spoke, she took out 2 crystal vials from her bracelet, each containing different colors of blood. Dark red, dark green. Red-tailed tribe, Dark Fin tribe. Jiang Beige paused. Both tribes were involved. It seemed this person was hiding deeper than she had imagined. Qing He put the vials away. Now we lack the last 2 types, silver-scaled tribe and Shalon tribe royal blood. Jiang Beige said nothing, and the atmosphere fell silent. Qing He looked at her and suddenly smiled. It seems you do know the Shalon princess. Jiang Beige's expression did not change. However, the petal patterns on Qing He's hand glowed faintly again. She lowered her eyes and did not continue to question, as if she had already received the answer. Forget it, everyone has secrets. She turned her gaze toward the metal door, her voice softening. But if you truly want to end this trial, then the thing inside might be the only chance. The library fell silent again, the tall bookshelves casting shadows, the metal door standing quietly in the deepest part, like a secret buried for thousands of years. Jiang Beige looked at that door, suddenly recalling the deceased princess in the Four Kings Hall. Remembering those words, I want the Four Kings trial to disappear. She slowly tightened her grip on Shinji. Perhaps the answer really lay here. The cooperation was barely reached. When Jiang Beige left the library, she did not fully trust Qing He. Likewise, Qing He did not completely trust her. Yet both of them understood that until they found the secret scroll, their goals were temporarily aligned. The sea outside the library was colder than inside, and they split up, with Qing He responsible for shaking off the search party. Jiang Beige circled around the outskirts of the central city, confirming that no one was following her. By the time she arrived at the agreed meeting place, nearly half an hour had passed since they separated. Suddenly, a dark green shadow flashed around the distant corner. Qing He swam out, her tail fin flicking rapidly, yet making almost no sound, clearly having practiced stealth deliberately. Did you get away, eh? Jiang Beige looked at her. Qing He nodded. I left them some clues. What clues? Fake ones. Qing He smiled slightly. I said I found traces of the secret scroll's remnants outside the library. They believed it, and should still be searching the ruins now. Jiang Beige refrained from commenting. She had done similar things herself. As long as the goal is enticing enough, people are always willing to believe what they want to believe. He glanced at the time. Let's go. To Inland City. If we leave now, we should arrive before nightfall. The two did not delay, leaving the central city directly and swimming towards the northeast sea area with hardly any conversation along the way. He led the way, seeming extremely familiar with the surrounding terrain. Jiang Beige followed behind, restoring her mental energy while observing her. This person had many secrets, but at least for now she had not shown any hostility. As the sky grew darker, a large expanse of silvery white buildings finally appeared in the distance. Inland City, the main city of the Inland clan. Unlike the ancient and heavy atmosphere of the central city, this place was much cleaner, with neatly arranged buildings that from afar resembled a silvery forest floating beneath the sea. The two did not approach the main entrance. Instead, he led her around to the back of the city wall, where they found an abandoned drainage channel. The entrance was almost completely blocked by seaweed, making it nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. We go in from here, he said. She went in first, with Jiang Beige following. The drainage channel was narrower than she had imagined, with slippery stone walls and an air mixed with the smell of rotting seaweed and mud. It was evident that it had not been cleaned for many years. However, he swam through it skillfully, as if she had been here countless times. After about 10 minutes, a rusted iron gate appeared ahead. He reached out to retrieve a tool, making hardly any noise as the lock gently popped open. How many times have you been here? Jiang Beige couldn't help but ask. He paused for a moment. Many times. For the secret scroll, she did not continue to explain. The two passed through the iron gate, and outside was an abandoned backyard filled with decaying ship planks and discarded coral stones. From here, they could see the distant guard buildings. He squatted behind a pile of stones, beginning to explain the guard routes in great detail. So detailed that Jiang Beige suspected she had been observing for many days. After hearing this, Jiang Beige suddenly asked, "Why are you so obsessed?" He was stunned for a moment. What? The secret scroll. He fell silent for a moment, her gaze falling on the distant lights. A mission. This was clearly not a complete answer, but Jiang Beige did not press further. They began to act. The outer guards were dealt with smoothly, and the sedative was more effective than expected. The real trouble lay within, as he had not been there before. But she could sense that the two guards inside were very dangerous. The two stealthily infiltrated and ultimately arrived in front of the stone door at the deepest point. Warm yellow light seeped through the crack in the door, illuminating the stone steps beneath them. He pressed against the door, observing for a moment. "Step back and lower your voice. The princess is inside with two guards. A brother and sister. They should be the strongest close guards of this generation of the Inland clan." Jiang Beige nodded, drinking the strength and agility potions simultaneously, her body gradually warming up. He watched her and suddenly asked, "If we get the blood, can the secret scroll truly end the trial?" Jiang Beige looked at her. "Then it will end." "What if it doesn't end?" "At least we tried." He was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. No wonder I feel you aren't like them." Jiang Beige did not respond, and he did not continue. Only the cluster of petal-like patterns on the back of her hand glimmered briefly. Then it returned to calm. In the next moment, both of them reached out, and the stone door slowly opened, warm yellow light pouring out into the stone chamber. A massive stone pillar stood there, and the princess of the Inland clan was locked on it, her silver-white hair disheveled, her face bruised, a cloth stuffed in her mouth, with her hands and tail secured by iron chains. Hearing the sound of the stone door opening, she struggled to raise her head, a glint of alertness flashing in her eyes, along with a hint of hope. On either side of the stone pillar, two figures slowly stood up. One male and one female. Almost identical silver hair. The same silver-white light armor, the same long sword. They did not show any surprise, as if they had long known someone would come. The male guard slowly grasped the hilt of his sword. His gaze locked onto Jiang Beige like a fierce beast that had been asleep for a long time, finally opening its eyes. On the other side, the female guard appeared much more composed, and she did not even draw her sword. She merely looked Jiang Beige and he up and down. After a moment, the corners of her lips curled slightly, revealing an ambiguous smile. "You've finally arrived." Her voice echoed through the stone chamber. "We've been waiting for a long time." He's pupils constricted, and Jiang Beige frowned. Waiting. The other side knew someone would come. In the next second, the female guard's gaze fell on he the third time. She said softly, "The last two times the one who hid outside to spy was you, right?" He's expression suddenly changed, and the male guard finally slowly drew his long sword. The sound of the sword being unsheathed was exceptionally piercing, the silver-white blade reflecting the light like a beam of cold moonlight. "Since you've come, then don't leave." The air in the stone chamber instantly tensed, and Jiang Beige gripped Qianji tightly. The silver-haired princess on the stone pillar also stared at them intently. Everyone knew. The next second would be the beginning of battle. The two exchanged glances and charged towards the stone pillar simultaneously. Jiang Beige's target was the male guard, and the device from her bracelet unfurled instantly, transforming into a spear. The spear tip broke through the water flow, thrusting directly at the chest. The male guard's reaction was astonishingly quick. The long sword was drawn. Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing erupted in the stone chamber as the spear tip was forcefully deflected. Jiang Beige pressed forward, retracting the device into a short sword cutting in from below the blade. Thud! Blood splattered. A wound opened on the male guard's left arm, yet his expression remained unchanged. He stepped forward, sweeping the long sword. The silvery sword light almost covered half the stone chamber. Jiang Beige flipped backward to evade the sword's edge, grazing past her bangs. A few strands of hair were severed, drifting slowly in the water flow. Before they even landed, the second sword strike was already upon her. Jiang Beige raised her device. Boom! She was blasted away, her back slamming against the stone pillar, a dull ache in her chest. This person was stronger than she had imagined. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qing He had already collided with the female guard. Her fighting style was completely different from Jiang Beige's. There was no direct confrontation, only evasion, dodging, and tangling as the dagger repeatedly aimed at vital points. But the female guard was too steady. Each sword strike seemed precalculated. Qing He launched 7 consecutive attacks, only leaving a shallow wound on the opponent's shoulder while she was swept away by a sword. Boom! Her body crashed into the stone-walled debris, collapsing, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Qing He. Just as Jiang Beige shouted, the male guard closed in again, thrusting his long sword toward her throat. Jiang Beige turned her head to evade the blade, gliding close to her neck, drawing a line of blood. The device transformed into a long whip. Crack! The whip's tip coiled around the sword hilt, yanking it away forcefully, the long sword flying out and crashing against the stone wall. Jiang Beige was about to deliver a follow-up strike when the male guard suddenly released the long sword and drew a short dagger from his waist. Thud! The blade stabbed directly into her shoulder, a sharp pain coursing through her, causing Jiang Beige to grunt softly. The device instantly transformed into a wolf-tooth hammer, crashing down. The male guard raised his arm to block. The sound of bone cracking echoed as his entire arm bent under the blow, and he was sent flying, crashing beside the stone pillar. The stone pillar shook violently, debris continuously falling from above, and the battle in the stone chamber grew increasingly fierce. Qing He stood up again, her chest heaving heavily, blood already staining half of her clothing. The petal patterns on the back of her hand glowed brighter, a pale pink light spreading along her arm as if coming to life. The female guard furrowed her brows, the first sign of serious concern showing on her face. Countless vines burst forth from beneath her skin, wrapping around her arms, shoulders, and tail, even crazily spreading along the stone slab, instantly transforming the entire stone chamber into a sea of vines. The female guard swung her sword. Crack! The vines snapped, yet in the next second they grew back. For each one cut, 2 would replace it, multiplying and thickening. Finally, one vine wrapped around her wrist, a second around her shoulder, and a third around her tail. Qing He's face turned pale, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. Yet she gritted her teeth resolutely. Hurry! I can't hold on much longer. Without hesitation, Jiang Beige turned and charged towards the stone pillar, the male guard blocking her path, blood streaming from his hands. Yet he still did not retreat. Stop! For the first time he spoke, his voice low. She cannot leave. Jiang Beige ignored him, her device transforming into a spear. Continuous firing. Bang! 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 Dozens of beams shot out. The male guard took them, heat in his shoulder exploding with blood, his tail pierced through, and he finally knelt down. Jiang Beige seized the opportunity, the spear piercing through. Thud! The spear tip drove into his shoulder, pinning him against the stone pillar. The male guard coughed up blood, but still gazed at the princess behind him. Your Highness, you cannot go with them. The princess of the Silver Scale tribe's eyes turned red, her head lowered, her fingers trembling slightly. Jiang Beige had already reached her side, retrieving a white porcelain bottle. You don't need to come with me. Ooh, I need your blood. The princess of the Silver Scale tribe did not immediately take it, instead staring blankly at her, her gaze sweeping over her tail. Suddenly she spoke. Is Luo Jia dead? Jiang Beige was taken aback. Who? The princess of the Shilon tribe. The air fell silent. Images of the headless corpse in the fourth king's palace floated in Jiang Beige's mind, the deep blue tail in the pool of blood. She recalled the bloodstained scale necklace. She did not answer, yet the princess of the Silver Scale tribe already understood, the light in her eyes dimming bit by bit. Still couldn't escape. Suddenly a loud noise echoed from afar. Boom! A mass of vines was severed, and Qing He was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Blood gushed out, and she could scarcely stand. Hurry! Jiang Beige pressed her sword against the princess' neck. Will you do it yourself, or do you need my help? The princess of the Silver Scale tribe closed her eyes, took the white porcelain bottle, and her nails sliced into her wrist, blood slowly flowing into the bottle. The sound was barely audible, yet exceptionally clear, and soon half a bottle of blood was filled. Jiang Beige stowed the porcelain bottle. At that moment a change occurred. The female guard fully broke free from the vines. The heavy sword was raised high, slashing down towards Jiang Beige. This strike was faster than any before. There was no time to dodge. Qing, he wanted to rush over, but had already lost her strength, helplessly watching. Boom! The stone chamber shook violently, yet the anticipated excruciating pain did not come. A figure stood before Jiang Beige with long black hair, wielding a sword with one arm, the severed left arm wrapped in bandages. Jiu Gu. The heavy sword clashed with the short sword. Sparks flew as the female guard was forced back for the first time. Jiang Beige was stunned. Why are you here? Did I not say I came to find the princess? Jiang Beige suddenly remembered. If I had known, I would have sent you a message for help earlier. I thought you were dead. But it turns out you're still alive. She stepped forward, the short sword held horizontally, protecting Jiang Beige, Qing, he, and the princess of the Silver Scale tribe. Looks like I made it in time. On the other side, the male guard had already freed himself from the spear, unsteadily, standing up. The female guard raised her heavy sword again, the brother and sister standing side by side. Jiu Gu glanced over. Too. Yes. Quite troublesome. She moved her only remaining right hand, slowly raising the short sword. The atmosphere in the stone chamber suddenly turned tense. Jiang Beige knew that the real battle was only. The heavy sword of the female guard slowly lifted, its edge slicing through the air with a low resonant hum. She did not attack immediately, instead confirming the position of her prey. The male guard stood beside another stone pillar, his fingers tightening slightly. Although his right hand was still dripping blood, his gaze was firmly locked onto Jiang Beige. Jiang Beige made the first move. She chose not to test the waters, but instead dashed forward, the 1,000 mechanisms from her wristband suddenly expanding into a long spear, its body creating a straight, lingering shadow in the water as it thrust directly at the female guard. The female guard did not retreat. She swept her heavy sword horizontally, forcefully intercepting the spear tip. The sound of metal clashing erupted in the enclosed stone chamber, sending the water into a chaotic whirl. With a twist of her wrist, Jiang Beige abruptly retracted the 1,000 mechanisms, transforming it from a long spear into a short blade, sliding down the sword's body to slash at her opponent's wrist. The female guard flipped her wrist, pressing down with her sword, forcing Jiang Beige to sidestep to avoid. On the other side, the male guard had already charged in. He no longer used his sword, instead approaching with a dagger, clearly aiming to suppress Jiang Beige's available space. The blade grazed past Jiang Beige's shoulder. She flicked her tail fin, using the momentum to retreat. The 1,000 mechanisms transformed again, becoming a chain-like whip, and in a swift motion ensnared the male guard's arm. However, the opponent reacted extremely quickly, grabbing the chain with his other hand and pulling hard. The two were drawn closer together. Jiang Beige's expression turned cold. The chain's structure instantly reversed, shrinking into a hook that caught onto his wrist bone. At the moment the bone was trapped, the male guard let out a low growl, forcibly breaking free halfway, but Jiang Beige used the momentum to kick him in the chest, sending him crashing against the stone pillar. On the other side, Qing, he had also rushed into the fray. She did not confront the female guard's heavy sword directly, but instead danced along the side, her fingertips flashing with petal-like patterns as several slender flower stems grew from between her fingers. The flower stems were not weapons, but rather seemed like living beings. They extended along the water flow, attempting to entangle the female guard's sword. The female guard sneered, shaking her heavy sword, instantly severing the flower stems. However, as they broke, they quickly regrew their speed even faster. Troublesome things, the female guard stepped forward, pressing her heavy sword down. Qing, he was forced to roll sideways. A cut opened on her shoulder from the sword's wind. Blood spread in the water as the flower stems violently surged, creeping up her arm, and even climbing on. Qing, he gritted her teeth, knowing she couldn't hold on much longer. On Jiang Beige's side, the male guard had already regained his footing, his dagger now held in a reverse grip, closing in like a shadow on its prey. Do you outsiders always love to barge in? Jiang Beige did not respond. The 1,000 mechanisms shrank back into a short blade as she charged forward. In the moment they crossed paths, the dagger and short blade clashed 3 times in quick succession, sparks of energy exploding in the water. During the 4th clash, Jiang Beige intentionally stepped back, and the male guard indeed pursued. In the next moment, the 1,000 mechanisms unfolded in reverse, extending a segment of spear from her back that pierced through the gap in his defenses, stabbing into his shoulder. The male guard grunted, but did not fall. He grabbed the spear with his hand, forcibly pulling himself forward, his dagger already threatening Jiang Beige's throat. A chilling silver light cut in from the entrance. Before the dagger could fall, the male guard's wrist was struck by another sword. His entire arm jolted back. Jiang made no unnecessary movements. Her figure glided through the water as the short sword plunged straight into the center of the battlefield. The first strike was not to save, but to directly close the distance between the male guard and Jiang Beige. "You are too slow," Jiang's voice was light. In the next moment her sword turned towards the female guard, whose eyes darkened. "You really are a nuisance." In an instant the three formed an angle, completely altering the dynamics of the battle. Jiang's combat style was extremely cold. She did not entangle, only targeted critical points. Each appearance of the short sword forced the female guard to adjust her center of gravity. He seized the opportunity to tighten the flower stems, directly entangling the female guard's sword hilt. Jiang Beige took advantage of the opening, the thousand mechanisms transforming once more into a long spear, its tip lowered as it passed under the male guard's ribs. "Retreat," Jiang commanded softly. Jiang Beige did not hesitate, retracting the spear as the three simultaneously stepped back. However, the guards did not fall. The female guard forcibly broke the flower stems, sweeping her heavy sword, forcing Qing he to cough up blood and retreat. The male guard fixed his gaze on Jiang. "You outsiders dare to meddle in matters here." Jiang did not respond. She merely glanced at Jiang Beige. Jiang Beige understood. Out retracting the thousand mechanisms, she took out a white porcelain vial. At the moment the female guard saw the vial of blood, her expression clearly changed. The battle rhythm experienced its first real pause. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang pressed her short sword into the ground, cutting a gap in the water flow. "Go!" The three retreated simultaneously. The male and female guards attempted to pursue, but Qing's flower stems suddenly exploded on the ground, sealing the passage like living vines. In the next second the stone door was slammed shut by Jiang. The three dashed out of the dungeon. The stench of decay from the drainage ditch outside was overwhelming, but at that moment no one stopped. They ran out of the Silver Scale City's boundary, finally stopping only at the murky sea. Qing knelt beside a piece of coral rubble, the flower stems already retracted to her arm, but their color had noticeably darkened. She looked down at the flower stems wrapped around her body, resembling a tree ensnared by vines. On her right arm, where there had originally only been a petal tattoo on the back of her hand, the flower stems had now spread up to her upper arm. Qing raised her right arm, observing the flower stems growing from her skin. She reached out to touch a petal, which shrank slightly. "Every time I get hurt it's like this." The flower stems multiply, and the tattoos spread. Jiang Beige glanced at her, but did not speak. Jiang sheathed her short sword and extended her hand. "Blood." Jiang Beige handed over the white porcelain vial. Jiang opened it, checked for a moment, made no further moves, and returned it to her. "The Silver Scale tribe has already reacted. The central city will seal the area. Then let's go now." The three did not linger. When they returned to the central city, the streets were colder than before. The signs of the guards mobilizing were evident, but they avoided the main road, entering through old waterways. The three arrived in front of the library. Jiang stopped, opened her wristband, and took out a vial of darker blood. Qing paused. "When did you get that?" "A little earlier than you." Qing looked at the vial of blood. The flower stems on her hand twitched lightly, before quickly calming down. For vials of blood were lined up on the stone platform. The air felt as if it had been pressed to an extreme low. Qing looked at the metal door. "Now it's enough." Jiang Beige said nothing, only stepped forward, and the thousand mechanisms slowly unfolded in her hand, causing the four clan emblems on the door to simultaneously illuminate. A heavy mechanical sound of rotation came from deep within the stone door, and the three simultaneously looked up. The door was opening. The darkness did not completely engulf the vision. As Jiang Beige stepped through the door, she felt a disorienting sensation, as if the flow of water had no direction. The seawater here seemed to be still, yet her body was slowly pushed forward by some invisible pressure, as if the entire space was not a water domain, but a segment of an independent layer cut out. Qing followed closely behind her, with floral tendrils gently extending from her skin, emitting a faint pink glow in the darkness. This light was not for illumination, but rather a trace of some creature's breath flickering in sync with her heartbeat. Jiang was the last to enter. She said nothing, merely placing her hand on the edge of the door to confirm that the metal door had completely closed before she slowly released her grip. Her tail fin gently swept, and the water flow it stirred did not disperse in this space. Instead, it seemed to vanish as if it had been absorbed. "Something is off here," Qing whispered. Jiang Beige did not respond. Her mental energy had already spread out, but the feedback she received was very strange. There were no walls, no depth to the space, only layers of overlapping planes, as if countless sheets of paper were stacked together, each inscribed with a different time. She swam forward a few steps. The darkness was pierced by her passage, and in the next moment light appeared. It was not from lamps or crystal energy lights, but from faint golden patterns rising from the ground itself. It was a circular stone platform suspended in the center of the space, without any support, yet floating steadily. The surface of the platform was etched with dense writings and patterns as if it had been modified, and inscribed countless times. As the four approached, those patterns gradually took shape. Jiang frowned and said, "This is a Qing." He reached out to touch the edge of the stone platform, and as her fingertip made contact, the entire pattern trembled gently, and a very brief image flashed through her mind: the sea surface, a throne, blood, and a group of bowed heads. She suddenly withdrew her hand. "This is not an ordinary record, Qing," he said in a lowered voice. "These are compressed events." Jiang Beige did not stop as she swam around the stone platform and saw a row of embedded scroll slots on the side. Inside were not papers nor animal skins, but a kind of translucent bone scroll. She pulled one out. The moment the scroll unfurled, the surrounding water flow seemed to be pulled into the past. Images emerged. The ancient thrones of the four clans stood side by side, the central city yet to be formed, and the four seas still torn apart. The four kings stood in different directions without the current trial or any sacrifices. Jiang also approached, gazing at the images with a serious expression. The text on the scroll automatically appeared and translated: the four kings' agreement established to replace warfare with co-governance, and to replace annexation with sealing. "Qing," he murmured, "sealing." Jiang Beige continued to read on. The images began to change. The four kings no longer stood, but instead placed their hands simultaneously on a fissure at the center of the sea. That fissure resembled a wound torn open at the seabed from which a black void surged forth. The text on the scroll continued to appear: "If the fissure expands, the sea domain will lose its boundaries. The four clans will cease to exist. The seal is locked by the bloodlines of the four clans." Jiang suddenly spoke: "So the trials of the four kings are not for the initiation of a ceremony, but a mechanism for maintaining the seal." No one answered her, for the truth was becoming increasingly clear. "Qing," he flipped to another scroll. This one showed a later scene. The four kings were no longer present, only generations of new royalty, standing in the same position, repeating the same actions, offering blood, making seals, stabilizing the fissure. Yet the images gradually revealed changes. The fissure did not diminish, but instead slowly expanded. Jiang Beige focused on a line of text: "The seal is failing, but the ritual continues." "Qing," his voice tightened, "so the sacrifices are not to maintain the seal, but to consume it." Jiang leaned against the edge of the stone platform, silent for a few seconds. "What about destroying the trial?" The air fell silent for a moment. After this statement, the three did not respond immediately. Jiang Beige continued to flip through the scrolls. There was no battle, no sacrifice, only an extremely simple record. If the seal is completely lifted, the rift will restart. But beyond the rift, there may exist a new order of the seas. "Qing," he murmured, "this sentence feels too much like a lure." Jiang let out a cold laugh. "It could also be a warning." Jiang Beige closed the scroll and raised her gaze towards the center of the stone platform. At the very center of the stone platform was a hollow slot resembling the final steps position. Suddenly she understood something. "This place is not about giving us the answers," Jiang Beige said. "It is about making us decide the answers." Qing, he looked at her. "Are you saying that what is recorded here may not necessarily be true?" Jiang slowly raised her eyes. "Or perhaps the truth or falsehood does not matter. What matters is that someone wishes us to believe something." She stepped closer to the center of the stone platform, her fingers hovering above the hollow slot, without touching it. "If the seal is real, then destroying it will free the four clans from their constraints." "Qing," he responded. "If it is false, then the so-called seal is merely a tool to control the four clans." Jiang Beige stood at the outermost circle, her gaze fixed on the repeatedly inscribed words. She suddenly recalled what the princess had said, that since the day of her birth she knew when she would die. That was not a ritual, it was a preset condition. And what if the king's phantom was the trial, not something? Jiang suddenly spoke. "There is also a third possibility." The two turned to look at her. Her finger gently tapped the edge of the stone platform. "The records we see may themselves be a part of the seal. It is guiding us to make choices." The air fell silent once more. The flowers on Qing, his arm gently shrank back, as if responding instinctively with caution. She looked down at the faint pink markings on her skin and softly said, "So every step we take now is also being recorded." Jiang Beige did not deny it. She simply gazed at the hollow slot in the center of the stone platform. "Regardless of which one it is," she spoke, "we have already come this far." Jiang turned to look at her. "Do you want to give up?" "No," Jiang Beige quickly replied. "I just feel that now there is no option left to believe anyone." Qing, he raised her head. "Then what do we do?" Jiang Beige slowly retracted her hand from the chincoin ring, her movements gentle. "Try." Jiang looked at her. "Try what?" Jiang Beige's gaze fell on the center of the stone platform. "To test whether this seal locks away disaster or locks away the truth." Qing, he was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled lightly, though the smile was somewhat sharp with fatigue. "So now we are to decide to destroy something of which we are all uncertain what it truly is." Jiang did not smile. She simply pressed her hand slowly towards the hollow slot of the stone platform. Then let's not think too much, she said. We'll only know by trying. Qinghe's fingers hovered above the empty groove on the stone platform, not yet pressing down. The disorienting sensation of layered time in the stone chamber had not completely dissipated. The bone scroll in the groove emitted a faint cold light, as if waiting for them to make a choice that had already been written. Jiang Beige first pulled out the scroll that they had not finished reading earlier. This time the scroll unfolded slowly, as if being deliberately resisted by some force. The water around it even showed a slight swirl. The text that floated up from the scroll was shorter, yet more direct than before. To terminate the Four Kings trial, merely destroying the core is insufficient to sever the chains. 3 reverse operations must be completed simultaneously. As soon as the first line appeared, Jiang let out a cold laugh. Does it even include step-by-step instructions? How considerate. Qinghe ignored her and continued reading. First, reverse the 4 pillars runes on the arena to make them lose their support. Second, infuse the recording stone platform with the royal blood of the 4 clans in reverse, causing the sealing record layer to fracture. Third, shatter the residual nodes of the core before the echo in the fissure is completely released. Jiang Beige frowned. Is it that troublesome? Qinghe looked up at her. Would it be less troublesome if you could just unlock it casually? Jiang leaned against the edge of the stone platform, her tail swaying casually. This sounds like after you break the door lock you discover there is a security system behind the door. And it's a triple-layered one. Jiang Beige added. The air fell silent for a second. Then Qinghe said lightly, I find it a bit troublesome now. Jiang glanced at her. You can back out now? Oh, I can pretend I haven't seen you. Jiang Beige turned her head. You never saw us to begin with. Jiang paused for half a second, seemingly choked, then coldly added, then let's say I was just dreaming. Qinghe lowered her head and flipped to the next scroll, quickly stopping again. There's one more thing. Her tone became less light-hearted. It mentions an echo window. Jiang Beige looked. Qing, he turned the scroll around. It contained only one sentence. After the core is shattered, the fissure will enter a brief echo period lasting 30 breaths. During this time, the sealing system will be in an unprotected state. Jiang narrowed her eyes. 30 breaths. Quite precise. Jiang Beige asked, what can 30 breaths accomplish? Qinghe thought seriously for a moment. Enough for us to die twice. Jiang nodded. If we move a bit faster, we might even die an extra half time. Jiang Beige. She raised her hand to press her forehead. Can you say something useful? Jiang shrugged. I'm stating the reality. Qinghe suddenly smiled lightly, but there's good news. The two looked at her. Qinghe pointed to the last. It states that if the royal blood of the 4 clans has been infused once, a residual passage will appear in the recording layer, allowing direct bypassing of part of the second step. Jiang Beige fell silent for 2 seconds. So we actually can take a shortcut. Jiang replied, we're not opening a door, we've pried the lock to find a shortcut. Qinghe added, quite handy. The atmosphere inexplicably eased a bit. Jiang Beige rearranged all the scrolls, her gaze falling on the empty groove in the center of the stone platform. In other words, only the final step remains. Qinghe nodded. Jiang nodded as well, but added the final step is usually the most costly. Jiang Beige looked at her. What do you mean? Jiang spoke evenly. It usually costs lives. Qinghe. Jiang Beige. But no one rebutted, as it indeed felt like the truth. The stone chamber fell silent for a moment, with only the faint glow of the underground veins gently flickering. Qinghe suddenly spoke. Should we now? Her words were not finished when Jiang Beige had already reopened Qinghe. The metal trembled softly in the water, its deformed structure slowly unfolding into the most stable combat form. Let's go, she said. Jiang looked at her. Aren't you going to confirm the plan? Jiang Beige glanced at her. The plan is written on the wall. Qinghe added, and it's the kind that moves. Jiang let out a short laugh. Well, that's reasonable. She raised her hand to take out a short blade from her waist and casually checked the blade's edge. Let me make it clear, if we step out and find it's a trap, I'll be the first to turn back. Jiang Beige said, you can turn back now. Jiang replied, no, that would make me look bad. Qinghe gave her a glance. When did you start caring about looking bad? Jiang answered, since I knew it could lead to death. Qinghe. She looked down at the petal-like pattern on the back of her hand, which had ceased glowing, but felt like some dormant breath. In that moment, she had a very clear feeling, not as if it were a premonition. Moreover, they were being watched, as if the entire system had already known they had made a choice. Qinghe softly said, it's waiting for us. Jiang Beige replied, then let's not keep it waiting too long. The 3 did not linger any longer. Turning to leave the stone chamber, the corridor remained dim, with scattered scrolls quietly lying on the floor unchanged. But this time, as the 3 passed by, they could all feel something different. The feeling of being watched. Jiang murmured, I'm starting to dislike this kind of place. Qinghe asked, did you ever? Jiang replied, no, but at least it wasn't this blatant before. Jiang Beige did not join the conversation. Her mental energy was already spread out. The water flow structure of the central city became exceptionally clear in her perception. A deeper vibration was slowly accumulating, as if in response to the decision they had just made. The three of them swam out of the library and entered the peripheral waters of the central city. In the distance, the outline of the Four Kings' palace gradually became clearer in the dim sea water. That arena at this moment resembled a sleeping eye. Qing He paused for a moment. Starting now, there's no turning back, right? Jiao Gu replied flatly, you're only realizing this now. Qing He glanced at her, I just wanted to confirm. Jiang Beige tightened her grip on Qianji. It's not that there's no turning back. She spoke. It's that we are already on the path. Jiao Gu lightly exhaled, as if we had other choices. Qing He softly added, actually we could have chosen to pretend we didn't see anything back in the stone chamber. Jiao Gu turned her head, would you have? Qing He paused for a second. No. Jiao Gu asked, then why did you ask? Qing He replied, courtesy. Jiang Beige. The three fell silent for a moment. Then they continued forward. The Four Kings' palace loomed closer. The stone pillars at the edge of the arena glimmered faintly in the water. At that moment no one spoke or laughed, because they all knew that the real final step was not on the scroll but beneath their feet. When they returned to the Four Kings' hall, the guards were far fewer than expected. No, to be precise, there were no guards at all. The entire hall seemed to have been cleared in advance. Jiao Gu paused for a moment. Something feels off. Qing He whispered, it seems like they're waiting for us to arrive. Jiang Beige had already stepped onto the arena, saying, let's follow the procedure and see what happens. Her tone held no hesitation nor any excess emotion. It was as if she had stepped into a battle that had already been scripted, finally taking her turn to make a move. The three of them wasted no more time. Qing He focused on reversing the four-column runes. Jiao Gu suppressed the energy flow around the arena, while Jiang Beige directly entered the center. At the moment the first step was activated, the crystal energy cores on the stone pillars lit up simultaneously. Blue and white light crawled up the pillars, but at the instant it reached the top, it seemed to be pressed back by some invisible hand. Jiao Gu frowned, doesn't seem to want to cooperate. Qing He replied, it's a rebound. In the second step, the blood from the four clans simultaneously flowed into the cover plate. The bloodlines did not spread in the water, but were drawn into the stone platform, as if they had consciousness. The record layer that should have been activated trembled violently at that moment. The entire arena seemed to be overturned by an invisible hand. The water began to reverse the light patterns on the stone pillars, flickering, and even the air felt a brief sense of dislocation. Jiang Beige looked up, the procedure is wrong. Jiao Gu coldly replied, it's not that the procedure is wrong, it seems someone has altered the underlying logic. Just as Qing He was about to speak, the flower branch suddenly tightened. It's coming. In the next second, a crimson golden light reignited from the cracks at the bottom of the cover plate. By the time Jiang Beige realized it, it was already too late. The glowing lines grew back out of the chamber, thicker and brighter than before, as if awakened from a deeper layer. The entire arena began to heat up. Jiao Gu stepped back, we are not here to destroy the seal. Qing He's voice tightened, we are here to. Jiang Beige finished awaken it. In the next moment the light exploded, the passageway reignited, and everything they had just done seemed to press a kind of restart button. When the light at the bottom of the passage reignited, Jiang Beige's first reaction was not to retreat, but to look up. The originally shattered, glowing lines began to grow back from the wall's holes. Crimson golden light surged from the depths of the cracks, climbing along the inner walls of the chamber, like some awakened blood starting to circulate again. The entire passage was filled, and the light gushed upward from the cover plate, opening, exploding in the center of the arena. Qing He had already raised her hand, the flower branch slightly opening at her fingertips. Is it restoring? She asked in a low voice. Jiao Gu, standing on the other side, kept her gaze fixed. Restart. Jiang Beige said, nothing, merely holding the Qianji in front of her. In the next second, the crimson golden light converged from the center of the arena. It was as if something was being reassembled from the light. First came the tail. Scales grew section by section, starting from the tail fin, each piece reflecting like polished metal mirrors, casting fragmented shadows in the light. The tail extended, the waist formed, and the upper body subsequently emerged. A humanoid figure. Golden hair spread and retracted, gently swaying with the water flow, as if it grew out of the light itself. The tail coiled in the center of the arena, the tail fin lightly touching the ground, producing a dull echo. He raised his hand and looked at his palm. Finally, as his voice fell, all the stone seams in the hall trembled slightly. He looked up at the three of them. Jiao Gu swiftly stepped aside, positioning herself half a body ahead of the two. Qing He whispered, this aura. So strong. Jiang Beige did not respond, her mental energy had already locked onto him. It was too complete, neither an energy remnant nor a projection. Had they resurrected him? He gently flicked his tail. In the next moment he appeared at the edge of the arena, less than 2 meters from Jiang Beige. The light from the crimson golden scales fell on her face. You destroyed the core device. He spoke with a hint of amusement in his tone. You followed the procedure as written in the book, didn't you? No one answered. The patterns on the back of Qing He's hand flashed slightly, then quickly pressed back down. He glanced at Qian Ji, extending his finger to gently poke the sword tip. A fine weapon. The metal emitted a faint resonance, and just as Jiang Beige was about to move Qing, he had already restrained her wrist. Don't move. Her voice was very soft. You can't win. Jiang did not argue, her gaze growing colder. The merman chuckled softly and swam back to the center of the arena. The tail fell as if surveying the entire space. You don't need to be nervous, he said. I won't kill you. This statement made it even harder to relax. Jiang Beige asked, who are you? He paused as if finally waiting for someone to ask this question. Haven't you already read? He pointed to the stone wall. The residual carvings on the surrounding reliefs began to glow faintly, depicting scenes of azure light, silver scales, crimson tails, and ink fins, all the wars and rituals reappearing in the crimson golden light. You call it the king of merfolk. He spoke casually. You can call it that too. Jiang sneered, so the one seal. He did not deny it. He looked up at the dome. You did, while helping me open the door. The air fell silent for a moment. Qing, he whispered, what are you talking about? He glanced down at her. Did you think the seal was something to protect the four clans? It merely separated me and allowed you to maintain stability with blood generation after generation. Jiang Beige's fingers tightened momentarily. So the trials. Trials. He lightly repeated, a euphemism for sacrifice. Jiang Beige no longer asked right or wrong, as she simply watched him. What will happen after the core device is destroyed? He looked at her, his gaze becoming serious for the first time. You asked the wrong question. It's not what will happen to me, but what will happen to you. He turned his tail, sweeping lightly, silently opening the hall door. Outside, cold white seawater surged and intersecting with the crimson golden light inside the hall, as if two worlds were devouring each other. He did not look back. The trials won't end, they will just take a different form. As his voice fell, he vanished into the light. The hall door did not close. Cold white light flooded and splitting the entire arena into light and shadow. The three stood still, momentarily not moving. Qing, he spoke first. Is the book deceiving us? Jiang glanced at the relief. The book tells part of the truth. Jiang Beige crouched down, looking at the cover plate in the center of the arena. The core chamber was already empty. But her task interface still showed no completion prompt. We haven't completed the end, she said. Qing, he whispered, then what did we just destroy? Jiang replied calmly, perhaps it was just a triggering condition. The air fell silent for a second. Qing, he suddenly smiled very lightly. So what did we just do? Destroy a button. Jiang glanced at her. You really did it with quite a bit of force. Jiang Beige remarked, it wasn't in vain. We released a big trouble. The three of them stood in the corridor outside the Four Kings Hall, the crimson gold remnants of light, having completely disappeared from the direction of the arena, leaving only a cold white stream of light flowing slowly from afar. None of the three spoke immediately. After a while, Qing, he was the first to say, the current issue is not who he is, but what we should do next. Jiang Beige looked up towards the central area of the core city. It is meaningless to keep guessing. Jiang leaned against the stone wall, her tail lightly swaying. We need to find someone who knows the truth. Qing, he turned to her. Who? Jiang replied, the Empress. Jiang Beige did not object. She simply nodded. Only she can explain the events from 3,000 years ago. The three did not waste any more time. Inside the main hall of the Shilan clan's residence, the water flow was very still. Even the light from the crystal lamps seemed to have been dimmed. The Empress still sat in the stone chair, her tail coiled beneath her, her deep gray eyes fixed on the three, without any extraneous emotion. After they finished recounting the events, the atmosphere in the hall felt unyielding, as if it were being compressed. The Empress did not immediately question them. She merely raised her hand. The guards outside stepped forward instantly, the water flow bringing a chill, and the chains made a soft clink. Wait a moment, Jiang Beige spoke first. The Empress looked at her, her voice flat. You destroyed the core of the trial, and you still want me to listen to your explanation? Jiang frowned. We merely made a judgment based on what we saw. Qing, he also spoke up. If that thing is indeed part of the seal, we need to confirm it now rather than directly condemning it. The Empress chuckled softly, the smile devoid of warmth. Do you really think I would listen to your judgments? She raised her hand. The guards halted their movements, but did not step back. The air momentarily froze. Jiang Beige took a step forward. We can check. The Empress raised her eyes. Just have someone go take a look at the arena, and we will know. Jiang added, we can wait for the results. Qing, he nodded. If what we say is true, then what's inside has already changed, or it cannot be faked. The Empress stared at them for a few seconds without speaking further. Finally, she raised her hand and said, go. A guard immediately turned and left the main hall. The hall fell silent again, with only the faint echo of water flowing past the stone pillars. Jiang whispered, it's better to explain clearly now than to be directly captured. Qing, he shot her a glance. You almost got captured just now. Jiang smirked slightly. Well, that counts as an experience. Jiang Beige did not smile. She merely looked at the Empress. Time passed slowly. The light outside did not change, yet every second felt elongated. After a while, hurried sounds of rushing water came from outside. When the guard returned, his tail fin was visibly tense. He knelt before the hall, saying, "The arena. The core chamber is completely empty. The runes are broken, the traces of energy reflux have vanished, and the seal structure has failed." Instantly, the hall fell silent. The Empress tapped her fingers lightly on the armrest of the stone chair. "Say that again," she commanded. The guard lowered his head. "It is indeed so." Jiang inhaled sharply, looking at Jiang Beige. "Now they should believe us, right?" Ching, he remained silent, slowly exhaling a breath. The Empress closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, her emotions had returned to a calm state. "What you destroyed was not part of the trial," she said, her voice lowered. "It was the core of the seal." Jiang Beige asked, "Is there still a way to remedy this?" The Empress did not answer immediately. She stood up, her tail gently swaying on the stone floor, causing the light in the entire hall to dim slightly. "Remedy?" She looked at the three of them. "Do you think that thing was merely a mechanism? That was the core used by the 4 clans to seal him." Jiang frowned. "Who exactly is he?" The Empress fell silent for a moment. "Someone who was never meant to survive. He was also the one who was closest to the throne back then." "Ching," he spoke softly, "so what we released," the Empress interrupted her directly, "is not a king. It is someone who attempted to seize the throne back then." The air in the hall tightened once more. Jiang Beige asked, "Is there any other way to seal him?" The Empress looked at her. "He has already awakened, he just hasn't fully recovered yet." Jiang whispered, "So that's why he said he would return to settle scores." The Empress nodded. "He has been waiting for this moment all along." She paused, her tone turning colder. What he intended back then was to turn the energy from the cracks in the seal into his own source of power. He secretly altered the flow of blood patterns when the 4 clans were first established. He aimed to gather all the sealing power for himself. Ching, he frowned. "And then he failed?" "Yes," the Empress replied, her gaze fixed on her. "He was suppressed and sealed beneath the arena by the 4 clans. But he did not completely disappear. He was merely reduced to a residual consciousness." Jiang Beige whispered, "So he has returned now to reclaim that power." The Empress nodded. "What he seeks has never been freedom, it is control." A brief silence enveloped the hall. Jiang suddenly spoke, "We can't stop him at all, can we?" The Empress did not deny it. "In a direct confrontation, you have no chance." She added, "Not just you, almost no one is his match." As she spoke, the patterns on Ching He's hand glimmered faintly. Jiang Beige looked up. "Then is there any other way?" The Empress gazed at her, pausing for a long time. Then she said, "There is." The 3 of them turned to her simultaneously. The Empress walked back to the stone chair, but did not sit down. The ones who sealed him back then were not just the 4 clans, there was also a legacy of royal power that has been passed down. Jiang frowned. "Legacy?" The Empress nodded. "The legacy of the king." The air trembled slightly. Ching, he asked, "What is it?" "It is not power," the Empress stated clearly, "but the qualification to reconnect with the core of the seal." Jiang Beige asked, "Where?" The Empress' gaze fell upon the 3 of them. "This is common knowledge. Oh, every adult fish knows where it is." Jiang replied, "Sorry, her mind isn't quite right, and she can't remember these things." The Empress glanced at her, but did not expose her. The hall fell silent, and the sound of water flowing outside became particularly clear. Jiang Beige slowly clenched her fingers. "What if we obtain the legacy?" The Empress finally turned to them. "Then it means you have the qualification to confront her, and you must obtain the legacy before he fully recovers. Otherwise, when the next trial begins." She paused for a moment. "What you will face is not a residual shadow, but the complete him." When Jiang Beige stepped out of the Empress' palace, the light of the seawater had dimmed a layer. The Empress' last words were not repeated, but their meaning was clear. What they would face was not something that could still be suppressed by the strength of the 4 clans, but a dangerous source that had already broken free from the constraints of the seal. The 3 did not waste any words, and even their emotions did not linger for too long. "Ching," he spoke first, "where to now?" Jiang Beige lifted his gaze, his voice low, yet steady. "First, we need to investigate one thing." Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Are you referring to that heritage point?" Jiang Beige nodded. The Empress only mentioned it once, but her intention was quite obvious. It is the only place that can change the situation. Then there's no need to ask her, we will investigate ourselves. After leaving the Shilon clan's residence, the 3 did not take the main street, but directly entered the marketplace area of the central city. The flow of information here is faster than any noble report. As soon as they entered a coral tavern, someone in the corner began to speak in hushed tones without them even asking. "Are people going to that place again? Where else can they go?" Recently, the 4 clans have been seeking death. The Abyssal Trench. The last person who returned alive was over 100 years ago. It is said that place is the legacy force field left by the Queen. Getting close will pull you in for trials. It's simply not a place for humans to go. Anyone who has lived a bit longer knows that the heritage is in the Abyssal Trench. Jiang scoffed lightly upon hearing these words. It seems there's no need to ask, everyone knows. He leaned against a stone pillar, her tone indifferent. This also indicates that the heritage that allows one to survive is indeed real. Jiang Beige did not respond, but laid the map flat on the table. The location of the trench had been mentioned too many times. It is southeast of the central city beyond the turbulent currents at the end of the fossil gorge. Everyone who went there did not return, and even corpses were rarely found. Jiang looked at the map and said, so that means it's not that no one goes, but it's that once you go you don't come back. But it also means the entrance won't be hidden. He nodded. If it's a trial left by the queen, it cannot be impossible. Jiang Beige folded the map. The question isn't whether we can find it, but whether we should go. The three fell silent for a moment. No one responded to this statement, because the answer was already clear. He suddenly spoke, it requires 4 people to initiate the trial, right? Jiang Beige nodded. Jiang gave her a cold glance. You just thought of this now. He ignored her, and simply said, we're short 1 person. Jiang Beige did not refute. Yes. All 3 knew that this was not a number that could be casually filled. It's not a matter of combat power, but qualification. He turned to go find someone. Jiang frowned. Who can you find now? He did not explain, and simply left with a remark, someone who can come. After saying that, she directly left the street, leaving the other 2 standing in place. Jiang watched her leave, saying she is quite quick. Jiang Beige murmured, let her search. 2 people can't even find one. Jiang fell silent again, gazing out at the deeper black waters of the sea. That direction was towards the abyssal trench. The air was pressed low like the calm before a storm. 20 minutes later, he swam out from around the street corner, followed by a mermaid with a silver-white tail. She wore silver short armor on her upper body with a thorn wrapped around her waist. Her hair was braided and hung in front of her chest. He swam under the statue and shifted to the side to make room. This is Fish Princess Qing, he introduced to Jiang Beige and Jiang. The Fish Princess looked at Jiang Beige and Jiang, smiling and revealing 2 cute little fangs. Hello there. He turned to the Fish Princess. This is. She pointed at Jiang and then realized she did not know Jiang's name. Jiang quickly filled in Jiang. He pointed at Jiang Beige. This is Tethys. The Fish Princess looked at Jiang Beige and blinked. Tethys, I remember you. We had a deal. She extended her hand. Do you remember me? Jiang Beige, I remember. I hope we can cooperate happily this time. The Fish Princess retracted her hand, her voice filled with enthusiasm. He told me the whole story. Saving the world is my favorite thing. Let's set off. Jiang Beige and Jiang exchanged glances. Jiang's eyebrows twitched, but said nothing. He did not waste more words. Everyone is here. She looked at Jiang Beige. We can set off now. Jiang Beige lowered her head and unfolded the map, her fingertip pausing for a moment on the deep red area. Then she put away the map. Let's go. The 4 swam towards the southeast. The walls of Silver Scale City receded on their left, and the seawater changed from cold white to dark gray. The currents of the turbulent waters converged from 3 directions, creating a whirlpool. He sliced through the edge of the whirlpool, her tail swinging vigorously to stabilize her body. The Fish Princess followed closely behind, moving lightly, as her tail barely moved to glide past. Jiang's broken arm affected her balance, causing her to lean left as she passed through the whirlpool, and Jiang Beige pushed her from behind. The fossil gorge appeared after the color of the seawater deepened. The sides of the gorge were black stone walls devoid of sea anemones and sponges, only bare stones. The sand at the bottom of the sea was black, and swimming over would stir up a cloud of dust. He did not touch the sand, swimming alongside the left stone wall of the gorge. The Fish Princess followed behind, her tail swinging at the same frequency as Jiang caught up with Jiang Beige, bringing up the rear. At the end of the gorge was the abyssal trench. Here the seawater changed from dark gray to pure black, and the cold white fluorescence could no longer reach. Jiang Beige took a glow stick from her bracelet, bent it to activate it, and the blue-green light illuminated a small area ahead. The deep red area lay ahead. She handed the glow stick to Qing, he who swam in front, the blue-green light cutting a narrow passage through the darkness. The 4 entered in single file. The darkness before them did not last long. It was as if some dormant rule had been awakened, and a faint golden light slowly emerged from the depths of the void. At first it was just a point, then it expanded into a circle, and finally that shadow slowly stepped out of the light. Her tail was a pale golden color, and each scale looked like a pearl polished repeatedly, by time its sheen warm, yet firm, with delicate silvery white patterns floating along the edges. Her tail fin was twice the size of an ordinary mermaid's, unfolding like 2 translucent wings. With a gentle movement, the surrounding water was momentarily parted. Her hair was also silvery white, cascading down to her waist, yet it did not billow, instead it seemed to be fixed around her body by some unseen force. Her face was clean, devoid of emotion or bias. Only her deep blue eyes looked at them calmly, as if confirming whether they were qualified to proceed. The 4 remained silent, even their breaths lowered slightly. The shadow spoke. Its voice was soft, yet it seemed to resonate from every direction in the space. Warriors of the 4 clans, you have initiated the trial. To have come this far indicates your courage. To have traversed the currents and fossil gorge shows your patience. To face the unknown darkness without flinching reveals your conviction. My legacy has awaited here for 3,000 years, having been sought by countless individuals. She swam to the front of the 4, her tail flicking as she came to a halt. The trial consists of 3 stages. The first stage, Abyss Maze. The second stage, Shadow of the Throne. The third stage, Inner Demon. Each stage may lead to death. If you pass all 3 stages, you will receive my blessing and power. With it, you can slay traitors, protect this sea, and become the new king. May you awaken. The shadow dissipated. After the voice of the mermaid's shadow faded, a pale golden halo rose from beneath the stone platform enveloping the 4. The light was warm and not blinding. As the halo shrank, they were pulled downward as if a hand was swiftly guiding their bodies through the darkness. They stood at the entrance of a passage. On either side were black stone walls, smooth and devoid of cracks or patterns. The passage's height could only accommodate a single mermaid standing upright, and its width allowed for just 2 side by side. Embedded crystal energy stones illuminated the sides of the passage. Qinghe turned to Jiang Beige. "Maze, how do we proceed?" Jiang Beige swam to the entrance of the passage and touched the stone wall. "Follow the right-hand wall. At each fork, always choose the right-hand direction. If you reach a dead end, backtrack and choose another path. This way you won't retrace your steps or repeat paths. No matter how large the maze, you will find your way out." Qinghe glanced at Jiao Gu, who nodded. The 4 swam into the passage. They soon reached the first fork. 2 paths lay before them, one to the left and one to the right. Jiang Beige swam to the entrance of the right path, touched the stone wall, and felt faint scratches that did not appear to be naturally formed. She carved a line in the scratches with her dagger, deepening the marks. "They'll go ahead, and you all follow. When we reach a fork, choose according to the plan. If we reach a dead end, we'll backtrack and choose another path. Let's not split up." Qinghe, Jiao Gu, and Yu Jiao all nodded. There were many sea monsters in the passage, but they were small. They encountered the first creatures less than half a minute after entering the right passage. Several small snake monsters only as thick as an arm crawled out from the cracks at the top of the stone wall, lunging at Yujia. Yujia's water sleeves flew out from her cuffs, wrapping around the bodies of the snake monsters. With a swift twist, the monsters were severed. Their corpses slid down the wall and sank to the bottom of the passage. Jiang Beige glanced at her in surprise. "Water sleeves, Yujia. Yuji. Could it be that she used to be an actress?" Another sea monster swam towards them from the front, a medium-sized crustacean with spikes on its shell. Jiang Beige, leading the way, had no time to ponder such matters. The Qianji transformed into a spear, its tip piercing through the cracks in the shell. The crustacean twitched a couple of times before she retracted the spear and continued forward. After about a quarter of an hour, they encountered the first dead end. Jiang Beige swam to the end of the passage, finding the stone wall sealed. She touched the wall. Oh, it was solid. They all backtracked to the previous fork. Not a single person lagged behind. Jiang Beige swam to the entrance of the left path, touched the wall, and carved another line in the scratches. "Let's take this path." The left passage was narrower than the right, allowing only 1 mermaid to pass through. There were more sea monsters inside. Almost every few dozen meters they encountered several. Zhou Ji's short sword never stopped pulling out from the head of a snake monster to stab into the abdomen of a crustacean, then pulling out again to sever the tail of a lizard monster. Qinghe's flower branches extended from her arms, wrapping around the mouths of the sea monsters, preventing them from making sounds and attracting more monsters. Yujia's water sleeves spread out in the passage, slithering like a silvery white snake on the ground, ensnaring the sea monsters that attempted to ambush them from behind, dragging them forward for Jiaogu to finish off. After half an hour, they came to a fork with 3 paths instead of 2. Jiang Beige halted, gazing at the on the left stone wall were scratches left, previously worn shallow by the sea water, but still discernible. The middle path had no scratches, nor did the right one. She did not hesitate and chose the right path. "Why not choose the left?" "Someone has been there," Qinghe asked. "We're following our plan, and the markings may not necessarily be correct." "Right," Yujia said. Yes, we'll stick to the plan. Even if we're wrong, we'll deal with it. I'm not worried about these The sea monsters in the right passage began to grow larger. The first was a large crustacean, its shell blackered with pincers twice the size of those they had encountered before. The Qianji transformed into a hammer, and Jiang Beige smashed it against the shell, causing a crack to form. The crustacean's pincers clamped towards her, and Zhou Gu's short sword pierced the joint of the pincer, causing it to weaken. King's flower branches ensnared the crustacean's leg, pulling it down. Yujia's water sleeves wrapped around the other pincer. Jiang Beige brought down the hammer for a second strike, shattering the shell. They continued onward. After a certain distance, they would encounter a batch of sea monsters, defeating one batch before moving ahead, then battling another. King's flower branches extended from her arms to her shoulders, then from her shoulders to her back. The flowers on her body had multiplied. Yujia's water sleeves remained unharmed, made of some unknown high-quality material. Jiang Beige's Qianji switched between hand rings, short swords, long spears, hammers, bows, and whips countless times. Her hands never stopped. She paused at a fork where the passage ahead widened enough to accommodate 4 mermaids swimming side by side. At the end of the passage was a pale golden light, not the faint and distant kind they had seen before, but bright like a lamp waiting for them. Jiang Beige turned to look at them. Qinghe's flower branches all retracted into her skin, the petal tattoos changing from dark red to white. Jiao Guess bandage on her severed arm had stopped bleeding, the wound scabbing over. Yujia's bright, sparkling eyes gazed at her. Have we arrived? We've cleared the stage. I hope so, Qinghe replied. Jiang Beige did not confirm they had arrived, nor did she say they hadn't. She turned and swam towards the pale golden light. The 3 followed in sequence, the light growing brighter until everything vanished. They stood at the entrance of the pale golden light, engulfed the passageway. When they emerged from the light, the surroundings transformed into a vast circular arena. The dome soared high above its walls, embedded with 4 enormous stone doors, each engraved with the emblem of a clan: Shilon clan, Silver Scale clan, Redtail clan, and Inkfin clan. The stone doors stood tightly shut. In the center of the arena stood 4 mermaids, their tails colored deep blue, silver, white, dark red, and ink green, with pale golden patterns shimmering along the edges of their scales. Shadows of the 4 generals appeared. Their eyes bore no pupils, only pale golden light, hollowly gazing at the 4. The voice of the mermaid's phantom resonated from above the dome. Second trial: shadow of the throne. The loyalty of the 4 generals was exploited by traitors unaware of the truth until their last moments. They believed they died valiantly in battle, but in reality they were betrayed by traitors who sold their positions. Their souls have been sealed in the arena, waiting for 3,000 years. Kill them, let their souls rest. Or be killed by them, and your souls will remain to accompany them. The shadows of the 4 generals moved. The Shilon general drew her long sword, its blade deep blue, shimmering with pale golden light. The Silver Scale general unsheathed 2 short daggers, their blades silver white. The Redtail general raised a trident, its prongs dark red. The Inkfin general donned iron claws, their tips ink green. He stood protectively in front of Jiang Beige. 1 for each. The mermaid's water sleeves flew out from her cuffs, entangling the Silver Scale general's daggers. She turned back and shouted, "Choose the one you can handle. If you can't win, shout for help. Don't force it." Jiao Gu charged at the Redtail general, the short sword clashing against the trident. The Redtail general's strength exceeded hers, pushing Jiao Gu back several steps. The imbalance from her severed arm caused her body to lean left. Holding the sword in her right hand, she braced herself against the trident's shaft, the short sword sliding along the trident's edge towards the general's fingers. The general released her grip, the trident slipping from her hands, but she swept her tail, sending Jiao Gu flying against the stone door. Qinghe's flower branch shot from her arm, entangling the Inkfin general's iron claws. The flower branch was severed by the iron claws, but wrapped around again. The Inkfin general's movements were slow, yet each claw carried immense power. Qinghe was cornered, and flower branches lay scattered on the ground. Jiang Beige's Qianji transformed into a bow, shooting an arrow towards the Silver Scale general's throat. The general deflected it with her sword, the arrow striking the stone wall. She transformed into a spear, lunging towards the general's chest. The general sidestepped the spear tip, grazing her shoulder, leaving a cut. No blood flowed, instead pale golden light seeped from the wound. After the mermaid's water sleeve entangled the Silver Scale general's dagger, another water sleeve wrapped around her tail. The general shook it off twice, but the water sleeve remained unyielding. With a strong pull, the general's body twisted slightly, and the mermaid released one water sleeve with her left hand, drawing a short dagger from her waist and stabbing it into the general's abdomen. The general looked down at the short dagger in her abdomen, reached to pull it out, and tossed it to the ground. Pale golden light poured from the wound. These things are not alive. The mermaid stepped back, retracting the water sleeve into her cuff. They have no blood, feel no pain. Do you have to chop off their heads to kill them? Jiang Beige replied. We will find out if we try. Jiao Gu got up from the ground, her right shoulder dislocated. She used her right arm to slam her shoulder back into place. The red-tailed general retrieved her trident and approached her. Jiang Beige's Qianji transformed into a long whip, wrapping around the Silver Scale general's ankle. With a tug, the general fell. She released the whip, transformed back into a short sword, and lunged, stabbing the tip into the general's throat. The general's head tilted slightly, her body still swaying. She did not withdraw her sword. Instead, her other hand drew a spare short sword from her bracelet and stabbed it into the general's eye. The two swords stirred simultaneously. The general's head slid off her neck, landing on the ground and rolling a few times. The body remained standing, collapsing only 2 seconds later. A torrent of pale golden light surged from the wound, seeping through the cracks in the arena's floor. Jiang Beige's fight also came to an end. She sliced through the red-tailed general's neck with her short sword. The first strike landed on the back of the general's neck, the blade getting stuck in the bone, unable to be pulled out. She abandoned the sword, drawing a spare short dagger from her waist. The second strike landed in the same spot, shattering the bone. The general's tail swept towards her. She clamped the tail with her severed arm, using her right-hand short dagger to deliver a third strike. The bone snapped, still connected by a layer of skin. Strike after strike, she finally severed the general's head. Jiang Beige's severed arm was bruised from the tail's strike, yet she did not let go. The mermaid's water sleeves coiled around the silver-scaled general's neck, tightening simultaneously like two pythons. The general's neck was snapped, her head tilting down on her shoulder. The mermaid released one water sleeve, drew a short dagger, and sliced through the flesh, finally causing the general's head to fall. He was still fighting. The ink-fin general's iron claws shattered her flower branches. Her right arm had lost all flower branches, and the petal tattoo transformed from dark red to deep red. She retreated to the corner, and the ink-fin general lunged at her. Jiang Beige's chinji became a spear, piercing the general's neck from the side. The spear warped, transforming into a hammer, expanding within the general's neck and breaking it. With her head tilted, he sprang from the corner, grabbing the general's hair with her left hand, while her right hand's nails slashed across the general's neck, exposing flesh and breaking the cervical vertebrae. The head detached from the body. For corpses lay in the center of the arena, pale golden light surging from their wounds, gathering together and rising to the dome. The four stone doors opened simultaneously. The mermaid leaned against the stone door, her right leg's tail marked with 3 cuts, blood trickling down along her scales. He swam over, taking out bandages and hemostatic powder from her bracelet, sprinkling it on the wounds and wrapping them tightly. The mermaid hissed, "It's nothing, just a minor injury." The mermaid patted He's hand. Jiang Beige's right shoulder dislocated again, and she used her right hand to slam her shoulder back into place, the bone cracking once more. Jiang Beige and He, however, were mostly unscathed. The voice of the mermaid's phantom echoed from above the dome. "You have passed the second trial. You have slain the 4 generals, allowing their souls to rest. The third trial, inner demon. Enter and face yourself." A new entrance appeared in the wall between the 4 stone doors, without a door panel, only a glowing archway. Inside the archway was white light, obscuring visibility. The 4 exchanged glances and swam into the archway, the white light engulfing them. Jiang Beige found herself standing in a 10-square-meter room. The floor was wet, the walls cold, and the windows were only the size of a palm, revealing the gray-blue sea outside. A sardine shelter. The place where she lived for 3 years in her past life. Standing in the center of the room, she looked down at her hands. Her fingers were covered in frostbite, with salt crusted in the nail beds. In the 10-square-meter room, there was a bed, a storage box, and a few bags of expired compressed biscuits stuffed under the bed. She hated this room, loathed the 10 square meters, despised the days of swimming for 20 hours every day, cursed the expired cans, and hated it all. She hated her own powerlessness. She thought she had forgotten, but she hadn't let go. The voice of the inner demon emanated from the walls, not from outside, but from within her own body. "You suffered so much in your past life. Do you think being reborn will change everything? You can't change it. You will always be a sardine." Jiang Beige remained silent. She stood still, gazing at the 10-square-meter room. The bedding on the bed was wet and the walls were seeping water. The inner demon spoke again. "You released the traitor. You caused the princess death. You can't save anyone. You can't even save yourself." Jiang Beige pressed her hand against the wall. The wall was wet, slippery, and felt just like the countless times she had touched it in her past life. She closed her eyes and then opened them again. The inner demon emerged from the wall, clad in tattered gray clothing with tangled hair and dark circles under its eyes. In her past life, Jiang Beige stood in the center of the room, gazing at her current self. "Do you really think you've escaped? You were merely lucky to be reborn. You have lived once more than others, granting you the opportunity to choose the best resources, to foresee storms, and to seize advantages over everyone else. This does not signify your prowess, it is merely your cheating." With each word spoken by her past self, the room shrank slightly. "Do you truly believe you deserve everything you have now? You cannot save the princess. You cannot stop the traitor. You released him, and now you must rely on the queen's legacy to kill him. From start to finish, you have depended on others. What have you accomplished on your own?" The inner demon's voice grew louder, the air becoming thicker. Jiang Beige stood frozen in place. "What do you have to be proud of? Do you think your smugness is well concealed? Look closely at your proud demeanor through my eyes." The room continued to contract. The two stood face to face, shoulders nearly touching. Her past self was half a head shorter than her current self, yet her gaze was far more ruthless. Jiang Beige lowered her head to look at her. The distance between their faces was less than a palm's width. I have never halted my steps simply because I knew more than others. I know more than others, yet I have also accomplished more. I have never stopped. She gazed into the eyes of her past self. I have never been arrogant enough to believe no one is stronger than me. I know I am not strong enough, and I have never felt superior. I continue to approach this world with humility and compassion. I open exchange windows for lower-level players not out of charity, but because I understand how difficult it is. I have experienced it, and I remember. The room ceased to shrink. Her past self looked at Jiang Beige for a long time. Outside the window, the sea changed from gray-blue to pale gold. She took a step back, her clothing beginning to fade. She lowered her head to observe her transforming body before raising it again. Then I hope you can become a true powerhouse. Her body shattered into pale golden specks of light, drifting out the window. Jiang Beige was transported back to the trial ground. Upon stepping out of the stone door, she saw that the three of them had yet to awaken. The fish princess body floated in midair. Her water sleeves draped down from her cuffs, resting motionless at the edge of the stone platform. In the fish princess illusion, she stood in the center of a training room. Surrounded by mirrors, her reflection in practice attire was visible. The water sleeves dragged on the ground as she stumbled through a turn, spinning countless times, unable to achieve the correct posture in the mirrors. Her feet blistered, the blisters burst and blood seeped into her practice shoes, yet she dared not stop. The teacher held a bamboo stick, tapping it. Your fundamentals are not solid. You are not qualified to perform this time. The fish princess nodded silently, continuing to practice. She trained until dawn each day with only her lamp still lit in the training room. She corrected her hand positions in front of the mirror. If it was wrong once, she repeated it 10 times. If wrong 10 times, then 100. The wounds on her feet healed and cracked again. She finally earned an opportunity to perform a nameless supporting role with only 3 minutes of stage time. She had trained with this theater troupe for 3 years to earn a chance to take the stage. Without a background, even if she was 1,000 times better than others, she still lacked qualification. On the day of the performance, she had a high fever. Standing in the center of the stage, her voice cracked on the second line. A chuckle arose from the audience, yet she persevered to finish singing, retreating backstage to crouch in a corner, silently shedding tears and hating her own incompetence. The teacher did not come to check on her backstage, and no one did. The fish princess jumped from one scene of the illusion to another. She juggled several jobs, saving money to support her adoptive parents, or else she would be sent off to marry. She did not want to marry, as she still wished to sing, for there were passions awaiting her. She began taking minor roles in small theaters with no lines, only position and posture. She gave her all, every time she appeared, even if only for a few seconds. Finally, a director was willing to give her a chance, allowing her to sing a supporting role in a short play. On the day of the performance, the audience was filled to capacity. She sang through the entire play, and as she bowed, tears fell. She was overwhelmed with joy. But she had rejoiced too soon. The scene of the illusion shifted again. She was pulled from the stage into a hospital room. 2 hospital beds stood side by side, her adoptive father lying on the left, her adoptive mother on the right. Both were connected to numerous tubes, the monotonous beeping of the monitor filling the air. The inner demon emerged between the 2 beds, wearing a white coat, holding a medical record, its face expressionless. The medical record bore 2 names, 2 diagnoses, and 2 treatment plans. The last line of the treatment plan read: abandon treatment, remove the oxygen tube. You raised them for 20 years. They raised you for 22 years. The inner demon's voice did not emanate from its throat, but seeped from the walls of the hospital room. You have spent all your savings on their treatment. All the money from your performances has gone into hospital bills. They have never praised you once. You practiced until your feet bled, and they said you were ungrateful. You earned your right to perform, and they claimed you were unworthy, asking why you didn't marry someone to obtain that money. The inner demon flipped to the next page of the medical record. From a young age, they scolded and hit you, fed you leftover food, made you live with dogs. Do you not harbor hatred in your heart? Now their lives are in your hands. Do you choose to continue treatment or remove the oxygen tube? Continuing treatment means another 20 years. Removing the oxygen tube, you are freed, and they are freed as well. The fish princess looked at her adoptive parents on the hospital beds. Her adoptive father's face was devoid of color, his lips turning purple. Her adoptive mother's hand hung over the edge of the bed, her fingernails turning blue. The inner demon stepped forward again. They have been harsh and oppressive towards you, never offering you a word of affirmation. Do you hate them? The fish princess did not respond. She reached out to her adoptive mother's hand, hanging outside, her fingers cold and knobby. She grasped that hand in silence. Whether I hate them or not, the fish princess' voice was soft. They have criticized me and shaped me, yet they have allowed me to become a better version of myself. Without them, perhaps I would not have endured such suffering, or perhaps I would not have lived at all. She released her adoptive mother's hand and took a step back. To me, they have given me the grace of raising me. Regardless, I cannot bring myself to kill them, so you need not test me any further. It is precisely because of them that I see the essence of life, yet I still love life for as long as I live. The inner demon looked at the fish princess as the medical record in its hand began to yellow at the edges, curling, fracturing, and disintegrating into scraps of paper that fell to the ground. The white walls of the hospital began to fade, and the hospital beds of her adoptive parents transformed from reality into shadows. The beeping of the monitor ceased. The inner demon's body started to fracture from the white coat, like cracks on porcelain spreading from its chest to its limbs. It said nothing more. It shattered. The fish princess stood in the empty illusion. The training room, stage, and hospital all vanished. She stood in a field of pale golden light. The water sleeves fell from her cuffs, drifting in the light. The fish princess awakened, stepping out of the doorway, looking at Jiang Beige, who smiled at her. In the illusion of Qing, she stood at the end of a long corridor flanked by white doors with signs indicating their respective departments. At the end of the corridor there was a window revealing a gray sky outside. She wore a white coat and her name was displayed on her badge, identifying her as the attending physician in neurology. She passed through the door of the internal medicine department, light streaming through the crack. Upon pushing the door open, she found herself not in a consultation room, but in her childhood home. Her mother sat on the sofa, knitting a sweater, the television on broadcasting her favorite childhood cartoons. Her mother didn't look up, but simply said, "You're back, are you hungry?" She wanted to step inside, but found her feet would not move into the room, leaving her to watch her mother fade away in the light. "Mom." Qing, he called out, but the only response was silence. She had no choice but to continue forward, hoping that the next door would reveal her mother once more. She walked on, passing a hospital room, and through the glass window of the door, she saw a child curled up in bed, and needle in hand with unfinished kanji on the bedside table. She wanted to open the door when a nurse walked past her and said, "Don't go in. His parents can't gather the surgery fees, he'll be transferred tomorrow." The nurse left. Qing, he stood at the doorway of the patient's room, her fingers resting on the doorknob, unable to push it open. She had to continue forward. She stood at the entrance of the operating room, the lights extinguished, the door opened, and the lead surgeon stepped out, removing his mask to look at her. Rescue efforts were unsuccessful, he has passed away. Qing, he wanted to speak, but her mouth opened without sound. At the end of the corridor a figure appeared. It was the director. He stood by the window holding a document, waiting for her to approach. Qing, he walked over. The director handed her the document, the cover reading promotion application form. "You have been working for 5 years, your professional skills are strong and patient satisfaction is high. I can offer you this opportunity for promotion." Qing, he took the document, flipping it open. The promotion condition was a line of text signed, "An incident report admitting that the operational error in the XX surgery was caused by you." She stared at the line. "The director said you won't really be blamed. The report will be archived and not made public. If you sign, the position of department head will be yours. If you don't sign, who knows how many years you'll wait for the next promotion. You're not young anymore, think carefully." Qing, he closed the document. She recalled the incident. Under various pressures, she ultimately signed, protecting the son of a powerful figure, while she was left with her license revoked, losing the right to practice medicine forever. She thought of her mother. When her mother fell ill, she was still in school, and her mother didn't wait for her to graduate. She chose to become a doctor initially to prevent others from experiencing the same void of warmth she had felt, not to enable wrongdoing. She returned the document to the director. "I won't sign." The director did not take it. The document slipped from her fingers, falling to the ground and scattering into shreds. Qing, he stood in the soft golden light, undergoing this cleansing of self. In Jiang Beige's illusion, she stood in an office, the floor-to-ceiling window revealing the city's night view, brightly lit. Across the desk sat a man in his 50s with thinning hair and a belly resting on the edge of the table. He held a document, the cover reading promotion list. He looked up at Jiang Beige, smiled slightly, his lips curving just a little like a habitual expression. "Your abilities have always been impressive. The department's performance during your years here has been driven by you. The higher-ups have also noticed you." He flipped to the last page of the document, pointing at a name on the list with his finger. "But this time we've given the promotion opportunity to Xiao Wang. You know his family situation. He just had a second child and his wife doesn't work, placing a lot of pressure on him. The company also has to consider employees' family factors." He stood up, walked around the desk, and approached Jiang Beige, patting her shoulder. His fingers lingered on her shoulder for a second longer. "You're still young, unmarried, without children, and have no burdens. Wait a bit longer, next time your opportunity will eventually come." Jiang Beige remained silent. She stood there watching him, observing his hand that did not retract, studying his smile. The man withdrew his hand from her shoulder and took a step back, saying, "Xiao Wang, while his ability isn't as strong as yours, he is diligent, obedient, and cooperative. You know, leaders prefer such people." He paused, walked around to the other side of the desk, leaning against it, looking down at Jiang Beige. His gaze shifted from her face to her waist, and then back to her face. "You have been with me for 3 years, I understand your thoughts well." He reached out and touched her fingertips, which felt cold. "Stay tonight, have dinner with me. No need to go outside, just in my office." He grasped her index finger, squeezing it a couple of times. Regarding the promotion, I can reconsider. The list isn't finalized yet. If you cooperate, I might be able to include your name. Jiang looked down at her finger being held by him, then raised her gaze to his face. He leered at her like a piece of braised pork. He tightened his grip on her finger, his other hand resting on her waist. Jiang suddenly pulled her hand away. The man's hand was flung off, and his hand on her waist slipped away. She raised her right hand and slapped him across the face. The sound was not crisp but dull, and the sensation felt like hitting braised pork, greasy, sticky, and nauseating. His head tilted to one side, hand covering his face. Jiang kicked his calf, causing him to stumble sideways, his knee hitting the table leg, and he fell to the ground. He shouted while crouching on the ground, covering his face, looking at her through his fingers. How dare you? Do you believe I'll fire you tomorrow? She stood before him, looking down at him, her shadow engulfing his entire being. You are not here because of your abilities, it is due to your connections. Her voice trembled with anger. Xiao Wang got promoted not because of his ability, but because of his gender. He is married with children, so you perceive him as stable. I'm unmarried without children, so you see me as unstable. You fear I might take maternity leave, worry I'll be distracted, and dread that I might surpass you. I won't raise my voice. How many times have you patted my shoulder? Do you remember how many times you said you meant no other intentions? How many times have you disgusted me, do you remember? She picked up the promotion list from the ground, glanced at it, and indeed her name was absent. She tore the list apart, scattering the pieces upon him. He flinched, but did not dodge. I don't need your kind of... Jiang did not look at him again. She turned toward the door, pulled it open, and the light behind the door was not that of the corridor, but a soft golden hue. Everything behind her faded away as she stood in the soft golden light, not looking back. A pale golden light surged from beneath the stone platform, lifting the four individuals into the air. The mermaid's phantom did not reappear, only a voice stated the inner demon has been conquered. You have faced your past, accepted your imperfect selves, and chosen to move forward. A system prompt appeared. Player Jiang Beige has obtained the inheritance of the King of Mermaids. All attributes increased by 30. Current strength 108, agility 99, endurance 96, spirit 91. Acquired the Queen's blessing, damage to deep-sea creatures increased by 50. Acquired inherited skill King's might. Pressure over all merfolk species increased, rendering low-level mermaids immobile. The duration depends on the target's spiritual power. Jiang Beige felt a surge of warmth rising from her chest, a strength swelled from deep within her body. She clenched her fist, the sensation of power in her fingers made her feel capable of crushing the stone pillar. She was significantly stronger than before entering. The pale golden light beneath the stone platform extinguished. A passageway appeared with a cold white light at its end, the color of the central city. The four swam down from the stone platform. We need to hurry. The trial starts today, Qing, he said. The four entered the passage in succession, reaching its end in less than a quarter of an hour directly at the base of the city wall of the central city. The four remained pressed against the base of the city wall, not swimming out immediately. The streets of the central city were crowded with mermaids, four colors of mermaids, streams intertwined in the streets, flowing in the same direction. Towards the square. There were also some non-mermaid creatures mingling in the crowd, much smaller in size, with tails lacking scales, only fins. Small fish, shrimp, seahorses, jellyfish. They followed the mermaids, joining in the excitement. Qing, he glanced over the arena in the square, has risen. The four swam out from the base of the city wall and mixed into the crowd. No one noticed them, all eyes were focused ahead. The arena in the center of the square was twice the size of the one in the Four Kings Hall, circular in shape, with four stone pillars at the edges, each topped with a glowing energy core. In the center of the arena, there was a circular groove, empty, awaiting the sacrifice of blood. The queen of the Shilong clan stood on the eastern side of the arena, flanked by the guards of the Shilong clan. The queen of the Silver Scale clan stood on the western side, younger than the queen of the Shilong clan, with a short sword hanging at her waist. The generals of the Cheetail clan and the Mofin clan stood on the north and south sides respectively. The general of the Cheetail clan was male, wielding a long spear, while the general of the Mofin clan appeared very young. The princesses of the four clans were also present. The princess of the Silver Scale clan stood behind the queen of the Silver Scale clan, bearing scars on her face from being previously imprisoned in the dungeon. The prince of the Cheetail clan stood beside the general of the Cheetail clan, holding a trident. The princess of the Mofin clan stood next to the queen of the Mofin clan with two short swords at her waist. The position of the princess of the Shilong clan was empty. The queen took out a white porcelain bottle from her bracelet with faint golden light patterns seeping through the ceramic wall. The queen of the Silver Scale clan also took out a white porcelain bottle, as did the general of the Cheetail clan and the queen of the Mofin clan. For bottles of blood, the blood of the four clans. The queen swam to the groove in the center of the arena, positioning the mouth of the white porcelain bottle over the groove. The other three swam over as well. Blood flowed from the bottle, 4 streams converging in the groove. Pale golden light surged from the groove, spreading along the edges of the arena, creeping up the 4 stone pillars. Just as the ritual had progressed to the halfway point, the center of the arena exploded, crimson golden light erupting from beneath the groove, scattering the 4 bottles of blood. They all retreated. The light condensed into a human form with a golden tail, golden scales, and crimson golden patterns. The traitor emerged. He stood at the center of the arena, surveying his surroundings. At the behest of the queen, the guards of the 4 clans charged from the edges of the arena, wielding short blades of the Silver Scale clan, long swords of the Shilon clan, tridents of the Cheetail clan, and iron claws of the Mofin clan. With a mere sweep of his tail, the front row of guards was sent flying, crashing into the stone pillars. The guards in the back rushed forward. He extended his hand, fingers displayed a crimson golden energy sphere coalescing in his palm. The energy sphere detonated, and several guards fell simultaneously. He stood amidst the corpses, scanning the queens and generals of the 4 clans. 3,000 years. You trapped me at the bottom of the sea for 3,000 years. With the queen's blood and the lives of the 4 clan generals, do you think you can keep me imprisoned forever? Your death of the queen makes you a traitor. The queen of the Shilon clan replied. Your sealing was a joint verdict of the 4 clans, a punishment you deserve. A deserved punishment. The traitor swam before the queen, looking down at her. Back then, when the queen went to battle, I fought alongside her. When she was injured, I carried her back to the camp. She died, and you say I killed her. Where's the evidence? 3,000 years, and you still can't produce evidence. You just need a scapegoat, a common enemy to unite them. So I became that scapegoat. The queen of the Silver Scale clan stood up from beside the pillar, blood at the corner of her mouth. You stole the queen's power. Your tail was originally a deep blue of the Shilon clan. After the queen's death, your tail turned golden. Isn't that proof? The traitor glanced at his own tail. Golden scales, crimson golden patterns. This was bestowed upon me by the queen. When she was alive, she personally dripped her blood onto my scales. She said if I ever died, you would be the king of this sea. You don't believe it because you also wish to be king. The general of the Cheetail clan crawled up from the audience with a large dent in his chest armor. Stop weaving your stories. The historical records of the 4 clans state that you betrayed the queen, and in the end the queen sacrificed herself to seal you. History is written by the victors. You won, so I am the traitor. He swam to the center of the arena, flicking his tail, sharply cracking the stone slabs of the arena. 3,000 years, and you are still using this narrative. The general of the Mofin clan climbed up from the ground, half his face swollen, his eyes squinting into a narrow slit. You killed the queen and stole her power. Today you emerge and still want to be king. In your dreams. The traitor laughed, his voice arrogant. I don't need your acknowledgement. All I need is for you to kneel. He spread his arms wide, crimson golden light surged from his palms, and beams of light shot into the sky, exploding against the dome. The nearest dozen guards fell simultaneously, their eyes wide open, pupils dilated. He began a massacre. He swam into the crowd of Silver Scale guards, sweeping his tail, sending a group flying. With a clap of his palm, he crushed one guard's skull. He didn't need weapons, his body was the weapon. The queen of the Silver Scale clan charged forward, her short blade striking his shoulder, the blade stuck between the scales, unable to be pulled out. He grabbed the queen by her hair, lifting her and throwing her away. The queen crashed into a stone pillar, sliding several meters. The general of the Cheetail clan raised his trident and charged at him. He sidestepped, grabbed the spear shaft, and twisted the trident, slipping from the general's grasp. He swept the trident horizontally, sending the general flying, crashing against the steps of the audience, tumbling several times before lying on the ground. The queen of the Mofin clan's claws grazed the traitor's abdomen, leaving white scratches on the scales without drawing blood. He looked down briefly, then slammed his palm onto the queen's head, her head suddenly sinking, her neck snapped, her body limp, sinking to the edge of the arena. The queen of the Shilon clan retreated to the very edge of the arena, her sword stuck in the ground, watching everything unfold, helplessly unable to change the outcome. He swam before the queen, covered in blood. You see, they cannot withstand me. Now no one can stop me. There will be someone. The queen looked at him. The traitor tilted his head slightly, a smirk returning to his lips. Who? The royals of your 4 clans are mostly dead. Who else can stand in my way? The queen said nothing, her gaze passing over him, looking toward the crowd at the edge of the arena. Jiang Beige, Qing, Hiyuji, and Jiaoge swam out from the crowd, rushing to the edge of the arena. They swam onto the arena, and the traitor turned to look at them. He recognized Jiang Beige, and Qing, he, a smile creeping onto his lips. Did I not say? Run as far as you can. Why return to seek death? Do you truly wish to be heroes? The traitor stood in the center of the arena, the crimson gold patterns glowing brilliantly in the cold white light. He tilted his head slightly, his nostrils flaring as if he were sniffing something. What a wonderful aura, you have obtained the queen's legacy. His smile grew more pronounced. Do you really think that with this legacy you can defeat me, eh? You are truly adorably naive. Jiang Beige transformed his Qinquan into a long spear, aiming the tip at the traitor's chest. We'll find out when we try. Qing He's flower branch extended from her arm, the tip rising like a snake. Yujia's water sleeves flew out from her cuffs, unfurling in front of her. The silver-white fabric spread in the water like two wings. The four of them moved simultaneously. Qing He's flower branch shot out from her arm, entangling the traitor's right wrist. He looked down at the flower branch on his wrist and tugged at it with his left hand. Yujia's water sleeves wrapped around his tail fin from below, the ends tied in a knot. They had him restrained, leaving the remaining offense to Jiang Beige and Jiuge. Jiuge rushed in from the side, her dagger stabbing into the traitor's left rib. Her fingers wedged between the scales, pulling forcefully apart. The traitor let out a muffled grunt, slapping his palm against Jiuge's right shoulder. Jiuge was sent flying, but managed to stop herself. Jiang Beige's long spear pierced his old wound on the left shoulder, transforming into a meteor hammer, the hammerhead expanding within his shoulder, forcing the scales and flesh apart. The traitor's left arm drooped, unable to lift for a while. He opened his mouth, letting out an angry roar. Then his hair began to burn. Golden spiritual fire surged from the roots of his hair, transforming it from crimson gold to white. Jiang Beige felt the burning sensation 3 meters away, as if his brain were being scorched. The flower branch fell from the traitor's wrist, afraid of the spiritual fire. Yujia's water sleeves also loosened, retracting back into her cuffs, the edges of the fabric turning black. Jiuge took out the mirror of all, find a way to cut off his hair. This is the secret technique, burning blood. Otherwise we won't be able to defeat him. The other three exchanged glances, their minds already made up. The traitor stood in the arena's center, his left arm hanging, blood flowing from his right rib, with a deep gash on his tail fin. His hair was on fire, the spiritual fire engulfing his entire head in a mass of white flames. His eyes changed too, the pupils shifting from amber to white as he stared at Jiang Beige and the others. Do you think you can win like this? His right hand lifted, fingers spread wide as a mass of white spiritual fire gathered in his palm. Jiang Beige felt the surrounding seawater heating up. The traitor hurled the fireball towards them. The seawater exploded from the evaporation caused by the spiritual fire. White steam surged from the center of the arena, engulfing everyone. Jiang Beige could see nothing, only felt the intense heat. Qing He's voice emerged from the steam. Everyone fall back. Retreat to the edge of the arena. Yujia's water sleeves shot out from the steam, wrapping around Jiang Beige's waist and pulling her back. The traitor remained in the center, his hair still burning, the spiritual fire shifting from white to transparent, only light flickering. They retreated to the edge of the arena. The steam continued to spread. Jiang Beige saw nothing, only felt her face and neck burning painfully. Cut off his hair. Jiang Beige transformed her Qinquan from a short sword into a long whip, dragging the whip's tip along the stone slab. He'll entangle his hand. Qing He, Yuji, cover me. Jiuge, you go cut his hair. Jiuge glanced at the short sword in her right hand. All right, you guys hold him off. Jiang Beige charged forward, thrusting her spear toward his chest. He grabbed the spear with his right hand, the tip stopping just 3 inches from his chest. Jiang Beige released the spear handle, and Qinquan morphed in his grip, transforming from a long spear into a short sword, slipping out from between his fingers. She grasped the short sword, stabbing it into his right shoulder, embedding it an inch deep. His right hand released the spear, reaching for her wrist. Jiang Beige did not evade, allowing him to grasp her, and then she swiftly severed his hand. Qing He's flower branch wrapped around the traitor's waist, coiling from his ribs to the base of his tail fin. The flower branch tightened, immobilizing him. He attempted to pull at the flower branch with his left hand, but Yujia's water sleeves flew out from below, wrapping around his left wrist. The water sleeves coiled around, wrapping his entire left arm in silver-white fabric. Jiuge charged in from the side, the short sword aimed at the top of the traitor's head. He tilted his head slightly, the blade grazing his left ear, trimming a tuft of hair. Spiritual fire erupted from the severed edge, bursting forth like a high-pressure water gun. Crimson gold flames surged from the severed edge, splattering onto Jiuge's right arm. Her sleeve burned through blisters forming on her skin, yet she struck again with the short sword. The second strike cut away a large patch of hair from the top of his head. Spiritual fire sprayed from the severed edge, the flames turning dark red. In the end, Jiuge cut off the last remaining strands of his hair. The spiritual fire extinguished. The traitor's head drooped, his chin resting against his chest. He stood in the center of the arena, neither falling nor moving. Only the 5 of them remained on the arena. He hung his head, the golden scales dulling the crimson gold patterns on his tail fin, turning gray segment by segment. Jiuge took 2 steps back, watching the traitor. His head remained down, not lifting. Is he feigning death? Below the arena, the audience of the 4 tribes of mermaids was still present. Jiang Beige looked at the traitor. Now what? What do you have left to fight us with? He raised his head, looking at Jiang Beige, his face dark and gloomy. You will die here. More mermaids surged to the outskirts of the arena. They looked up and confirmed. Every one of them was a player swimming from various directions of the central city. Some mermaids rushed onto the arena standing behind Jiang Beige, while others positioned themselves behind the traitor. A player with a silver-white tail swam to Jiang Beige's side holding a dagger. We received a system notice. Killing the traitor brings generous rewards. We will help you. Jiang Beige glanced at her, but said nothing. He leaned closer to Jiang Beige, saying, "About half the players have arrived here. Things have become more complicated." Jiang Beige replied, "Not necessarily a bad thing. Let's see how far they are willing to go." The player waved her hand to those behind her, and dozens of mermaids spread out guarding the edge of the arena. More players stood behind the traitor. A mermaid from the Crimson Tail tribe swam to the traitor's side, holding a curved blade. "If he wins, we benefit. If you win, we gain nothing. So let the battle begin." She called out to the players behind her, and 3 or 4 dozen mermaids surrounded them. The two sides faced off in the arena. The traitor stood among the crowd, his eyes fixed on Jiang Beige, that wild arrogance returning. "Now what?" Jiang Beige did not respond to his nonsensical words. The arena was in complete chaos. Tails of various colors intertwined among the crowd, making it impossible to distinguish who was who. Different weapons flew back and forth accompanied by various skill effects. Huaji shot out from King's arm, entangling a person's wrist and dragging him away from Jiang Beige. Yujia's flowing sleeves spread out in front of her, blocking 3 short daggers that came slashing simultaneously. The fabric of her sleeves was marked with several white scratches from the attacks. Zhujia's severed arm was raised defensively in front of her chest as she elbowed aside a player who lunged at her from the side, while her right hand's short sword pierced through another person's shoulder. Jiang Beige ignored all of this. She swam through the crowd towards the traitor. Qinji transformed into a short sword in her hand as she pushed aside a tail blocking her path, narrowly dodging a curved knife. The traitor stood slightly to the left in the center of the arena, surrounded by a dozen players. He watched Jiang Beige swim towards him and retreated behind the crowd. A player from the Chiwei tribe blocked her path, thrusting a long sword towards her chest. Jiang Beige sidestepped, the blade grazed her left arm, tearing the sleeve of her illusory combat suit. She countered with a thrust, piercing her shoulder as she swam past her. Another player from the Machi tribe chased her from behind. Without looking back, Qinji transformed from a short sword into a spear, sweeping the spear's tail across his face. Jiang Beige pressed forward. She finally reached the traitor. Qinji transformed into a hammer and struck down on his right shoulder. He sidestepped to avoid the blow as the hammerhead brushed past his shoulder, crashing into the head of a player behind him. The traitor's left fist swung towards Jiang Beige's face. She tilted her head, the fist barely missing her ear. Qinji transformed into a short sword and pried into the edge of the traitor's scales at his abdomen, the blade embedding halfway in. The traitor looked down at the sword in his abdomen, reaching out to grasp the blade and pulling it out from his body. Blood gushed from the wound, his face shifting from pale to gray. Jiang Beige's offensive did not cease. Qinji transformed into a dagger, driving the tip into the traitor's left chest. He did not die. She pulled it out and thrust again, piercing his right chest. Still he did not die. She reverted to a short sword, thrusting upwards into his chest cavity. The sword tip wedged between 2 ribs as she gripped the hilt and pushed him forward. The traitor retreated next to a stone pillar, the back of his head colliding with it. Jiang Beige transformed her short sword into a spear, pushing deep, piercing through beneath his shoulder blade and pinning it to the gap in the stone pillar. The traitor was nailed to the pillar, his hands grasping the spear in an attempt to pull it out, blood flowing from the wound and dripping down his chest. "Why won't you die? How can you still be alive?" Players behind him rushed forward, trying to save him. Qinghe and Yujia blocked the first wave on either side. Zhujia's short dagger held against the throat of the foremost player, halting his advance. The 3 of them blocked all those who attempted to save him. No one could get close to the pillar. Jiang Beige stood in front of the traitor, watching him. His eyes shifted from white back to amber, his pupils dilated, the focus not resting on her face. "Spare my life. I can tell you the queen's secret. Her inheritance is not complete. What you obtained is incomplete, but I know where the complete one is." His voice was faint, blood mixed with his throat. Jiang Beige looked at him. "It's too late." She reached out to pull Qinji. He slid down from the pillar. Jiang Beige raised her hand, a single slash, and the traitor's head rolled off his neck, falling to the ground and rolling twice, blood gushing from the severed neck, seeping into the cracks of the stone slab. "Now he must be dead." The system prompt sounded. "The instance has ended. Exiting now." White light consumed. She stood on the floor of her sanctuary. The cocoon of the Azure Sea lay in the pet bed exactly as it was when she left. The intelligent lighting system illuminated, casting warm white light from the ceiling. Nothing had changed. A panel popped up. Instance settlement in progress. Player Tethys, overall score 290, A ranked first. The second place is an ID she had never heard of. The third place is Qinghe. The fourth place is Jyoga. The 7th place is Ujia. The system prompts continued to pop up. Instance evaluation, maintaining peace among the 4 tribes, suppressing traitors, stabilizing the order of the central city. The method of task completion was direct kill rather than negotiation or persuasion. Higher overall score. Rewards being distributed. Jiang Beige flipped through the reward list for the instance settlement from top to bottom. The entries on the system panel continued scrolling down as she pressed her finger on the screen and stopped at the middle entry. Weapon specialization learning such as swords, spears, whips, etc. can enhance weapon proficiency and increase skill damage. Without hesitation, she learned all the specializations. A small line of text popped up on the panel. Qianji's transformation speed increased by 20, corresponding form skill damage increased by 15. Flipping further down revealed upgrade materials. Reinforced alloy plates, 50, high-grade precision circuit boards, 60, crystal energy cores, 50, legendary metal parts, 20 deep-sea crystals, 15, etc. The last item was a positioning card described by the system as can position other players' sanctuary coordinates teleportation function not yet activated. She closed the panel and King's private chat popped up with just a single line. That last strike was beautiful. Will you join the next instance? Jiang Beige leaned against the pillow, pausing her finger on the screen before typing a few words back. I can't do without your help. See you in the next instance. Qinghe quickly replied with a nodding emoji and said nothing more. Zhuzh's private chat also popped up longer than King's. Thank you. Without you in the instance, I couldn't have accomplished much. She added a long list of materials at the end: crystal energy cores, legendary metal parts, reinforced alloy plates. Jiang Beige glanced at it and declined. You keep the materials, you help me a lot. Joga did not send more materials, only replied with one word. Yujia's private chat was the last to come through, sending a big smiley face emoji. Let's play together next time. Jiang Beige stared at the smiley face, her finger pausing for a moment before sending back a similar smiley face. Okay. A new prompt popped up in the bottom right corner. Yujia invites you to join the group chat. She clicked in, and the group chat had only 4 members. Yujia's avatar was a smiley face, King's was a leaf, Zhuzh's was a sword, and she had no avatar. The system generated a gray wave by default. Yujia sent the first message in the group. We can go on instances together in the future, so we can watch out for each other. Qinghe replied with one word. Okay. Joga replied with 2 words. Sure. Jiang Beige also replied with a good. Yujia sent a long message in the group sharing insights about fighting the traitor in the instance, discussing the cooldown time of inherited skills, and then mentioning the maze route in the trench. Qinghe occasionally replied, while Joga hardly spoke. Jiang Beige minimized the group chat interface and browsed through her inventory. After her spiritual power surpassed 100, a new tab appeared on the panel labeled Spiritual Power Control. She clicked in. There was only one skill icon depicting a hand holding a sword with ripples surrounding the blade. The skill description read, can remotely control weapons range 50 meters. It consumes spiritual power, and the duration depends on the strength of control. She took out the spare crystal energy sword from her bracelet, placed it on the table, and focused her mind to control the hilt. The sword moved slightly, sliding to the edge of the table before falling off and embedding itself in the carpet. The group chat chimed again. Yujia sent a message asking if everyone had received the positioning card. Everyone replied that they had. Yujia sent a long string of exclamation marks saying that once the teleportation function was activated, they could directly teleport to each other's sanctuaries without having to rely on luck in the instance. Jiang Beige closed the group chat interface and stopped looking at what they were discussing. The diving master Xiao Jiang was online. She walked over to the pet bed. The cocoon of the azure sea shimmered as she cradled it from the bed and pressed it against her chest. The instance was so different from what I expected. I miss you. When will you wake up? Jiang Beige attempted to seek some solace. But the cocoon could not answer her. She lay down on the bed, and the cocoon of the azure sea remained still, and Jiang Beige would touch it every morning. For the past few days, she had been practicing her mental control, transforming the 1,000 mechanisms from a wristband into hundreds of tiny fragments the size of a fingernail with sharp edges. The fragments floated around her body, forming a circle of silvery light. She commanded them with her thoughts, making them spin faster and faster until the circle morphed into a silvery round shield. The fragments dispersed from the shield shape, shooting out in all directions, simultaneously striking all the small sea monsters within a 20-meter radius. She recalled the fragments, reassembling them into a short sword. The range expanded from 10 meters to 25 meters, and the number of fragments increased from a dozen to over 100. In that instant, over 100 fragments shot out, killing all sea monsters within the 25-meter area at the same second. She was harvesting vegetables in her small garden when the system broadcast rang out. Notice a regional merger will take place next week. Area 3872 will merge with areas 3873 and 3874 to form a new zone. She was harvesting vegetables in her small garden when the system broadcast rang out. Notice a regional merger will take place next week. Area 3872 will merge with areas 3873 and 3874 to form a new zone. Please prepare yourselves, everyone. With the merger of 3 areas, the leaderboard would be recalibrated and the forum would open uniformly. She was unsure of her overall strength ranking among the 3 areas, but she knew that the top player of Area 3872 was viewed as a thorn in the side of the other 2 areas. After the merger, this codename would be placed on the leaderboard alongside the top players from the other 2 areas, or it could be suppressed. She would undoubtedly be the first to feel the impact. The forum merged first. She opened the forum, and the interface of the ordinary sections had changed. There were 3 new pinned posts. 2 were system announcements from areas 3873 and 3874, and 1 was the new area regulations. The number of online users jumped to over 10,000 and posts were flooding in. One player with the ID Deep Sea Overlord made a post. Who is the top player of Area 3872? Come out and show your face. Another player with the ID White Stripe in the waves replied. Where are the people from Area 3872? Why isn't your top player speaking? Are you afraid? Players from Area 3872 began to retaliate. One player with the ID Salty Fish turning over responded. How many points does your top player have? Let's see. Deep Sea Overlord posted a screenshot showing that the top player of Area 3873 had 2,980 points. Salty Fish turning over did not reply. Deep Sea Overlord posted again. 2,980 points. What about your Tethys? Jiang Beige glanced at her own points. 3,412. Another player from Area 3872 posted 3,412 points. How many does your top player have? Deep Sea Overlord did not reply again. After the merger, the leaderboard will be recalculated. Whether your top player can maintain their position is still uncertain. A player from Area 3872 responded. Whether you can maintain your position is none of your business. Mind your own affairs. The group was also discussing the merger. Fish Princess sent a message. Did you see the forum? Players from Area 3873 are provoking us. Ching He replied, I saw it, a bunch of clowns. Don't pay them any mind. Jiang Beige said they are just making noise. Fish Princess sent another message. Their top player has 2,980 points, which is over 400 lower than yours. Where do they get their confidence? Ching He warned, be careful, they might target you. Jioga replied, these people are just loud online. Jiang Beige did not respond further. The posts in the forum increased. Some asked if the prices in the trading hall would rise, while others inquired how rewards would be distributed after the leaderboard was recalculated. Most questions went unanswered, with only a few scattered replies saying, I don't know, wait for the announcement, or check. Deep Sea Overlord posted again. Players from Area 3872. Is your top player Tethys a man or a woman? Why do they never speak on the forum? Why does it concern you if they don't speak? You troublemakers should focus on improving your strength instead of stirring. Having high points doesn't mean you're good at fighting, it might just be grinding. Jiang Beige closed the post without replying, letting the bullets fly. In the group chat, Fish Princess sent another message. That Deep Sea Overlord is still posting. Should I confront him? Ching He replied, no need to give such people attention. The more you pay attention to him, the more he will escalate. Jiang Beige said there's no need, the leaderboard will speak for itself after the merger. Fish Princess sent a sigh emoji. Alright, but I still think they're too noisy. Jiang Beige opened the leaderboard. Her name was still at the top of Area 3872. 3,412 points. The second place was Jioga with 2,975 points. Ching He and Fish Princess were also in the top 50. The system broadcast rang out again in the evening. This time it was not a merger notice, but a new dungeon alert. The new dungeon of the Deep Sea Trial Ground is about to open. Expected opening time 3 days from now. The dungeon content and entrance coordinates will be sent to players' control panels 24 hours before opening. Please prepare in advance. Jiang Beige stood in front of the control panel reading the notice twice. The merger would happen before the dungeon opened. She opened the group chat and Fish Princess had already sent a message. Merger and new dungeon, there's so much happening this week. Jiang Beige typed a few words. I just need to grind some points in the next few days. Fish Princess sent a big smiley, do you have any secrets? Teach me. Ching He replied, just don't be lazy and fight more sea monsters. Jiogo added, I'm quite curious about what type of new dungeon this will be. Jiang Beige replied, we'll know when the time comes. Prepare well, see you in the next dungeon. Fish Princess replied. She closed the group chat and lay down on her bed. The cocoon of the azure sea lay beside her pillow, its silvery light constantly glowing. She reached out to touch the cocoon wall. Oh, it felt warm. Will you wake up when you come back next time? The uproar in the forum has not ceased since the news of the merger spread. Players from zones 3,872, 3,873, and 3874 surged into the same forum, their posts scrolling faster than the undercurrents of the sea. Jiang Beige had not deliberately looked, but she could catch a few lines every time she traded. The notification sound for the weekly leaderboard settlement rang punctually on the morning of the 7th day. She had just squeezed through the hatch, soaking wet with droplets cascading down her clothing. A system prompt popped up, the metallic voice echoing in the shelter. The weekly ranking settlement has been completed. The first place in zone 3872, player Tethys with a total score of 4,312 points. Rewards have been distributed. Rewards for the second to the 100th place have been synchronized and distributed as well. The reward list popped up: attribute points 10, crystal energy core 5, legendary metal components 3, diamond treasure chests 2. These materials are no longer precious to her. She opened the forum and saw that the players from zone 3872 had immediately posted screenshots of the leaderboard. A cup of corn kernels posted, "What's your zone's top score?" About half an hour later, the deep sea overlord from 3873 emerged saying, "You can check it yourself after the merger." The angry sea shark from 3874 also chimed in, "The leaderboard will be reset after the merger. Who comes in first is still uncertain." The merger notification was pushed to every player's control panel that afternoon. Jiang Beige was heating soup in the kitchen when the panel popped up. She stood in front of the control panel, holding a bowl of seaweed soup, and read it. The major area merger is about to begin. Zones 3872, 3873, and 3874 will merge into the new zone Deep Sea Realm 1118. The forum will temporarily shut down during the merger, and the leaderboard will reset. The first weekly leaderboard settlement will take place 7 days after the merger. Please prepare, players. The forum closed for 6 hours. Jiang Beige did not exit the cabin. She organized her supplies in the shelter. The cocoon of the blue sea sat beside her pillow, its light pattern glowing steadily, with the cocoon wall almost transparent, and the silvery light inside had stopped moving. She tidied up her bracelet, ensuring she had all the necessary supplies for the dungeon. The group chat was much more lively than usual during the forum's closure. Fish Princess sent a message, "The forum is closed, it's peaceful now. Those people were giving me a headache." Jiaogu replied, "It'll be even louder after the merger." Fish Princess sent another message, "Your points are still there, right? The merger won't clear the points, will it?" Jiang Beige replied, "No, only the leaderboard resets. Points remain unchanged." Fish Princess sent a fist-pumping emoji. Qinghe asked, "When does the new dungeon open?" Jiang Beige replied, "In 2 days. Jiaogu added, "That's enough time for my new things to be ready." Fish Princess sent a fist emoji saying, "We'll meet soon." When the forum reopened, the number of online users jumped to over 10,000. The pinned post was replaced with the new zone rules. The poster's ID now had a string of numbers indicating the original zone number. The Deep Sea Overlord 3873 posted the first provocative post after the merger, titled, "New Zone Top Player Come Chat." The main text contained only one sentence. Tethys 3872, "I've heard you are quite strong. Care for a challenge in the dungeon?" The Wandering White Strip 3873 replied, "They may not care about you." The Angry Sea Shark 3874 also added, "The points are indeed high. Let's see who can fight in the dungeon." An ID named Dark Current 3873 also popped up, ranking second in zone 3873 with a score of 2,870. He posted, "Tethys, how did you get your points? Nobody was competing with you in zone 3872. You just inflated your score, right? You'll see after the merger." Players from zone 3872 began to retaliate. An ID called A Bunch of Stinky Fish 3872 posted, "Your zone's top score is 2,980, and the second is 2,870. Combined, they hardly exceed our first place. What's there to boast about?" Zheng Lu 3872, 4,312 points. "If anyone exceeds this number, then we can talk." The Deep Sea Overlord 3873 did not reply about the points, shifting the focus. After the merger, what counts is actual combat, not points. We'll see the truth in the dungeon. The Angry Sea Shark 3874 echoed, "Let's see in the dungeon. Don't chicken out later." Dark Current 3873 added, "Tethys 3872, if you can survive 3 days in the dungeon, I will acknowledge you." Jiang Beige saw these posts and felt speechless. Were these people so idle? Day after day they were. She leaned against the headboard, the blue sea cocoon beside her pillow radiating a silvery light. She couldn't be bothered to reply to these people. Scrolling through a few more pages of the forum and seeing the Deep Sea Overlord's new post, "Players from zone 3872, why doesn't your top player ever speak in the forum? Keep looking for a scene here, you worthless trash. Ignoring you makes you anxious, doesn't it? You don't deserve to know, do you? High points don't mean strong fighting skills. Maybe it's just grinding." Dark Current 3873 added, "A silent top player? I've never seen that before. Feeling guilty, are we?" Jiang Beige's fingers paused on the input box. After considering, she typed a few words. "Don't be so loud, we'll see in the dungeon." The forum fell silent for a few seconds before exploding. The Deep Sea Overlord 3873. Alright, I'll be waiting. The Wandering White Strip 3873. You finally spoke up. The Angry Sea Shark 3874 sent a laughing emoji. Now that's more like it. Dark Current 3873. Don't let me down in the dungeon. Zheng Lu 3872. Our top player doesn't speak because we don't want to deal with you. Below were a bunch of replies that Jiang Beige didn't bother to read. She closed the forum and opened the group chat. Fish Princess had already sent a message. Did you reply to him? I saw you speaking in the forum. Jiang Beige replied. A bunch of people who won't cry until they see the coffin. Qinghe remarked. No need to bother with them. It's a waste of time. Jiao Gu said. Replying is fine. It saves you from hearing him every day. Fish Princess sent a laughing emoji. Just don't cry when he beats you in the dungeon. Jiang Beige did not reply. She turned off her bracelet, walked to the control panel, and read the new dungeon notification again. The dungeon content displayed as unknown, and the entrance coordinates would be sent 24 hours before it opened. The blue sea cocoon beside her pillow flickered. Jiang Beige walked over and placed the cocoon against her ear. Her heartbeat was stronger than ever before. In the days leading up to the dungeon's opening, she had been practicing her mental control, increasing the fragments of the Qianji from dozens to over 100, shaping them at will. Her combat power had enhanced significantly. That morning the system broadcast echoed. The new dungeon in the Deep Sea Trial Grounds has been opened. Dungeon named Phantom Fleet. The entrance coordinates have been sent to the player's control panel. The dungeon lasts for 72 hours, and death within the dungeon is real death. Players, please be prepared. She stood before the control panel reading the notification twice. Opening the group chat, she sent a message. The dungeon is open, see you inside. Yujia replied, instantly received. She checked her bracelet, ensuring her supplies were complete, walked over to the pet bed, gently stroked Beihai, and then turned to slip out the hatch. The vortex spun at the deep seas, and just as it had last time, and she swam in. A flash of white light engulfed her, and she found herself in a small initial room. Looking down at herself, her legs were still there. This time, she was not of another race. She wiggled her toes, the soles of her shoes making a faint friction sound against the ground. The system's voice resonated from above. Loading dungeon. Current players 247-1000. Awaiting deployment. A panel popped up with no taskbar, only a yellowed piece of parchment with a few lines of text. The handwriting was crooked, as if scratched with a nail. Phantom Fleet, the fleet that sank hundreds of years ago, has reappeared. Players board to explore its secrets, surviving until the dungeon's end. Those ranking at the top will receive additional rewards. The parchment vanished from the panel. The number of players jumped to 1,000, and the system broadcast echoed once more. Loading dungeon. Current players 1000-1000. Deployment imminent. White light once again engulfed her. She stood on the deck. The wooden planks were damp and black, with white salt grains embedded in the cracks. The air was filled with a salty, fishy odor, not the saltiness of seawater, but the stench of rotting fish. The sky was gray without a sun, and the sea was black. It felt oppressive and dark. The ship swayed slightly, as if something beneath the water was slowly pushing it. She looked down at herself. Everything appeared normal. Footsteps approached from behind, and she turned to see a man in a deep blue sailor's outfit walking over from the cabin. His face was that of an ordinary sailor, dark and rough, with deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He held a mop, water dripping from its head. New here. He glanced at Jiang Beige. Are you the sailor assigned to this ship today? Get to the deck and start working. Clear the water at the bow. Don't slack off. He shoved the mop into her hands and turned to leave. The mop was wet, the handle still warm. Jiang Beige stood still, looking at the mop in her hands. It was an ordinary mop, the cloth soaked in dark water. It felt strange, though she couldn't quite place why it was unusually calm. She walked toward the bow, where there was standing water mixed with cold dust and rust. Her intuition warned her that not dragging the floor properly would lead to serious trouble. She began mopping, and the mop only got dirtier. The deck was long, stretching from the cabin door to the bow. After about 10 minutes, Yujia emerged from another door of the cabin, also holding a mop. She spotted Jiang Beige, paused for a moment, then smiled. You got a mop too? She stood the mop up on the deck and glanced at her hand, noticing a blister on her palm. I mopped half a corridor, and a crew member told me I was new and had to finish my work before getting food. Qinghe walked over from the stern, carrying 2 water buckets filled with black water. She set the buckets down on the deck and shook the water off her hands. I've dumped water 3 times. Each time I returned, the buckets were full again. Jiao Gu was the last to arrive. She climbed up the side stairs of the ship, holding a coil of rope. Someone asked me to tie up the cargo. The cargo hold was piled high with boxes, and every layer tied up revealed another layer. She tossed the rope down on the deck, leaning against the ship's railing. The 4 of them stood at the bow with mop, water buckets, rope, and dirty water. There was still standing water that hadn't been mopped. The ship swayed, but the sails on the mast were rolled up with no wind whatsoever. In the distance, shadows of other ships loomed in the fog, black hulls, black masts, and black sails. The sails were torn, some only half intact. A sense of inexplicable eeriness permeated the air. The cabin door opened, and a woman wearing a white chef's apron peeked out. "New here, time to eat. The cafeteria is on the second floor, but don't go to the wrong place." She withdrew and shut the door. Yujia leaned the mop against the ship's railing. "Let's go take a look." The four of them entered the cabin. The corridor was dimly lit with wooden doors on either side, each door bearing a brass plate with numbers. 13, 27, 42, 55. The numbers showed no pattern. At the end of the corridor was a staircase with wooden planks creaking underfoot. The second floor was brighter than the first with more doors, and the numbers on the brass plates were larger. The cafeteria door stood open, revealing several long tables set with plates. The plates contained a piece of bread, a bowl of thick soup, and a small pat of butter. A few people in sailors' outfits were already eating, heads bent as their spoons clinked softly against the sides of their bowls. No one looked up at them. The four of them picked up plates and sat in a corner. The bread was dark, hard to break. The thick soup was gray with a few leaves floating on top. Yujia broke off a piece of bread, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed a couple of times, then swallowed. "It's still edible." Qinghe took a sip of soup, her expression unchanged. Jiang soaked her bread in the soup, waiting for it to soften before eating. Jiang Beige did not touch her food. She looked at the food on her plate, and then at the sailors eating at other tables. Their movements were slow, every bite chewed thoroughly with light sounds of swallowing. Their faces were indistinguishable in the dim yellow light, but their hands appeared normal with nails, knuckles, small wounds, and calluses. A sailor finished eating, stood up, and walked past them with his plate. He paused when passing Jiang Beige. He looked down at them. "Hey, new here, don't go to the captain's cabin at night." He left the plate, making a metallic clink on the recycling rack. What did that mean? Should we not disturb the captain, or was there something secretive about the captain's cabin? Jiang Beige glanced outside. The sky was still gray, indistinguishable between day and night. She didn't touch a single bite of food. The four returned to the deck. Yujia picked up the mop to continue mopping. Qinghe hoisted a water bucket to dump water, and Jiang took the rope toward the cargo hold. Jiang Beige stood by the ship's railing, gazing at the other vessels shrouded in mist. Crew members walked back and forth with no one stopping. The ship continued to sway. The sky remained gray, and an eerie atmosphere lingered all around. Jiang Beige stood on the deck, holding a mop with water pooling from the bow to the stern. She bent down and dragged the mop across, pushing the water aside, but the footprints behind her immediately seeped water, as if she had never cleaned. Yujia rounded the other side of the cabin, her mop still dripping. "I mopped half a corridor, and when I looked back it was wet again." She leaned the mop against the ship's railing and shook her hands to get rid of the water. Qinghe came from the stern carrying 2 water buckets, the black water inside sloshing violently, spilling all the way. "I've dumped it 3 times. Every time I finish emptying it, the bucket is full again." She placed the bucket on the deck, the bottom pressing against a puddle, causing water to overflow from the rim. Jiang climbed up from the cargo hold stairs, gripping a broken rope. "It still doesn't work." A man in a deep blue sailor suit walked over from the direction of the cabin. His face was dark with deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, holding a notebook with a worn cover. He glanced at the four of them, opened the notebook, and traced a finger across a certain page. "You are the new crew members. You must complete the tasks assigned to you." He closed the notebook, turned, and walked away, accidentally knocking the mop, which thudded against the deck, splashing a small puddle of dirty water. Yujia bent down to pick up the mop, watching the man's figure disappear at the cabin door. He didn't say what the standard for completion is. Qinghe lifted the bucket to the edge of the ship, pouring the black water into the sea, staining a small patch of the surface, which was soon swallowed by larger, darker waves. She returned with the empty bucket, and before the bottom touched the deck, the bucket was half full again. She glanced at Jiang, who was not looking at her bucket, but at the cargo hold's door. Jiang Beige stood the mop upright on the deck. She began to clean, starting from the bow, pushing and pulling, directing the water to the edge of the ship, flowing out through the drainage. Behind her, water seeped out from the gaps in the wooden planks, footprints sinking down as water surged up. Water was leaking from beneath the planks. She threw the mop aside, crouched down, and touched the gaps in the wood. She inserted her finger inside, pulled it out, and smelled it. It was wet, but without a salty taste. The droplets on her fingertip were transparent, colorless, and tasteless. "This ship is leaking." She stood up and looked at Yujia. Yujia crouched down as well, touched the gap in the wooden planks. Her finger got wet, and she licked it by her mouth. "It's not seawater, it's freshwater." "Is the bottom of the ship broken? Where does the freshwater come from?" Qinghe walked to the edge of the ship and looked down. The part of the hull below the waterline was obscured by mist, making it unclear. Jiang walked to the cargo hold door, pushed it open, and a musty smell rushed out, stronger than that on the deck. Just as Jiang Beige opened her mouth to say something, it got dark. The darkness fell in an instant so thick that she couldn't see her fingers. It wasn't just a phrase. It was genuinely dark enough to obscure her sight. The three of them moved cautiously toward the edge of the ship, feeling the railing as they headed toward the cabin. The four of them confirmed their positions through shouting. Jiang Beige stood still waiting for the other three to find her before they all began to feel their way along the outer wall of the cabin toward the door. The cabin door was open and a dim yellow light spilled out from the crack. The light was weak, but in absolute darkness, it was the only direction. The four squeezed through the door, and the hallway's lighting was dimmer than before with a layer of dust covering the bulbs, the light barely illuminating a few steps ahead. A man in a deep blue sailor suit walked toward them from the end of the corridor, holding an oil lamp. The lampshade was made of tin, with an opening only on one side, casting light on his face and deepening the wrinkles. "Newcomers, follow me. They'll take you to your dormitory." He turned and walked deeper into the corridor with the four following behind. The stairs creaked underfoot, the flame in the lampshade swaying with the ship's motion. The crew stopped in front of a door, pushed it open, revealing a narrower corridor inside. There were wooden doors on either side, each adorned with copper plates engraved with numbers. He raised the oil lamp to illuminate the two nearest doors, the plates marked with 14 and 87. "You can choose for yourselves. Gather on the deck at 7 in the morning. Don't be late." He hung the oil lamp on a nail in the corridor and turned to leave. His footsteps grew distant, vanishing at the staircase. Only the oil lamp remained in the corridor, its dim light reflecting a dark golden hue on the copper plates. Yujia walked to the nearest door, touching the numbers on the copper plate. 14. "Who wants this room?" Qinghe glanced at her, but didn't respond. Juga approached the door across from her. 87. "They'll stay in this room." She pushed the door open and entered. Jiang Beige stood in the middle of the corridor, looking at the door plates on either side. On the left the number was 14, and on the right was 87. A few steps further the left door plate was 32, and the right was 59. Going further the left door plate was 103A and the right was 7. The numbers had no pattern, varying in size and appearing in random order. 14 was next to 87, and 87 faced 32, while 32 faced 59. She didn't know what these numbers represented. Oh, perhaps they were room numbers, or the order of death. Yujia pushed open the door to room 14, peeked inside, and quickly pulled back. It's very small inside. One bed, one table, no windows. Qinghe chose room 32 and pushed the door open. Jiang Beige chose room 59, while Jogo was across the way. The four stood in pairs in front of the doors with two rooms on each side of the corridor. The door plate for room 59 was made of copper with rust on the edges, the numbers engraved with black dirt lodged in the indentations. She pushed the door open. The room was tiny. A single bed pressed against the wall, the sheets gray, unsure if it was the original color or worn out from washing. At the head of the bed was a square table on top of which sat a lamp, its bulb also covered in dust, the light dimmer than that in the corridor. Jiang Beige checked the drawers and any potential hiding spots, but found nothing. The glass of the porthole was covered in a layer of black substance. She reached in and touched it, unsure what it was, but it couldn't be scraped off. She leaned in close to look, but saw nothing. The outside of the glass was pitch black, as if someone had covered it with black cloth from the outside. Lying on the bed, the board was hard and uncomfortable, the sheets rough, carrying a moldy scent. The ship rocked, swaying longitudinally from bow to stern like being cradled in a mother's arms. Every few seconds it would sway slightly, not much, but it was continuous. She closed her eyes, hearing water sounds from the bottom of the ship. Not the sound of waves lapping against the hull, but the sound of water flowing beneath the ship, muffled, as if something was breathing underwater. The lights in the corridor went out, darkness squeezing in through the door crack. The room, which had a lamp now, was dark too. She reached out to touch the head of the bed and pressed the switch of the lamp, unsure if the power had been cut off or if it was broken. Everything was terrifyingly quiet. She lay there, keeping her eyes open, staring at the ceiling. The ceiling was wooden with patterns. In the darkness, she couldn't see the direction of the patterns, but her eyes had adapted to the dark enough to make out a few thick cracks. The cracks stretched from one end of the ceiling to the other, resembling a dried riverbed. The ship rocked again, more violently than before. The sound of flowing water passed beneath the ship, and she heard another sound. It came from outside the porthole, very faint, like someone scratching the glass with their nails. She turned to look at the porthole, the black glass obscuring everything. The sound of scratching stopped. Jiang Beige was neither asleep nor awake, drifting in a state between the two. The rocking of the boat felt like a clumsy hand pressing her consciousness deeper into the darkness. When she closed her eyes, she could still feel the damp wooden scent clinging to her skin, as if the ship itself was breathing. But each time she was about to sink into slumber, something would gently pull her back. It felt more like the environment itself did not allow her to truly fall asleep. The bed creaked again. She opened her eyes, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. The cracks in the darkness resembled a dried-up riverbed lying quietly there, yet evoking the feeling that water would seep out at any moment. The sound of water beneath the ship persisted like something slowly gliding below, circling the hull. She turned onto her side, her hand instinctively resting on the Qiankong bracelet. At that moment, thud. The sound was soft but clear coming from outside the door. Jiang Beige's movements came to an instant halt. She didn't get up immediately, instead she held her breath and listened for a second. Thud thud. The second knock. It was the sound of knocking. Very rhythmic, neither hurried nor slow, even carrying a hint of politeness. But in this place such a rhythm felt inherently abnormal. Jiang Beige slowly sat up. The room was filled only with the kind of pitch blackness that swallowed all light, rendering every outline indistinct. She grasped the Qiankong. The metal trembled gently in her palm, as if in response. She approached the door, but did not open it immediately. Instead she pressed her ear against the door to listen. Outside was very quiet, so quiet that it felt as if the knocking had never happened. But the next moment, thud, the third knock, right at the center of the door. Jiang Beige's expression slightly darkened. She raised her hand and gently unlatched the door. The moment the door opened, the corridor was dark, as if the light, space, and even distance had been swallowed up. She stood at the door, and all she could see was a black passageway with no distinction between the floor and walls. No one, no oil lamps, no sound of footsteps. There was nothing. Only the damp, oppressive air. Jiang Beige stood for a second before decisively closing. Clap. The sound of the door closing echoed sharply in the room. She leaned against the door, exhaling. I'm not going, she murmured softly. The next moment she turned around, pressed her back against the wall beside the porthole, and slowly slid down to sit. The Qiankong was not retracted. She held onto it, closing her eyes. The darkness outside seemed to press against the door gap, as if it were aware, occasionally making the faintest scratching sound, like nails scraping against glass. Again and again, it seemed to beckon her to leave the room. Sometimes it paused, sometimes it continued, but Jiang Beige did not move again, as she didn't even glance at the porthole. The first to die in horror films is always the one who goes to check, she added in her mind. Then she truly made up her mind to empty her consciousness. The sounds outside persisted. Occasionally the door would tremble lightly, as if someone were shifting positions outside, or testing, yet she paid no attention throughout. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the rocking of the boat gradually became stable. The darkness remained unchanged, and time felt very vague in this place. Until at one moment the sky suddenly brightened, as if someone had instantly pulled away a black cloth. Jiang Beige opened her eyes. The room was still small, the porthole still revealing the sea, but the sense of oppression had dissipated by half. Footsteps came from the corridor, real, chaotic, accompanied by the creaking of the wooden boards being stepped on. Get up. Assemble. It's 7 o'clock. Don't dawdle. The voices came from a distance. Jiang Beige got up and opened the door. The corridor returned to the dim yellow light of last night. The oil lamp hung on a nail, swaying, casting long shadows. Zhou was already standing at the door, a short blade tucked at her side, her expression colder than yesterday. You're not dead. She glanced at Jiang Beige. Jiang Beige, you really wish I were dead? Zhou, no, just asking. Qing, he walked over from the other side, her hair a bit messy, but she seemed relatively awake. Her tone calm. This ship seems to have little regard for the laws of physics. It sways back and forth, not side to side. Yu was the last to emerge, yawning. I dreamed someone was mopping the floor, she said seriously, the kind that doesn't get clean. Zhou glanced at her. Is that a prophetic dream? Can I predict breakfast? Yu asked. Zhou, no. Jiang Beige looked at them. Did anyone hear the knocking and the sound of nails scraping against glass? No, but I heard someone singing. Qing, he replied. Yu shook her head. I felt so sleepy as soon as I went in. I fell asleep and heard nothing. Zhou also said she heard nothing. The four of them walked toward the deck. The higher they went, the clearer the sounds of the ship became. The boards trembled slightly beneath their feet, like a living skeleton. There were already people on the deck, double the number from yesterday. About 30 to 40 people, standard for a medium-sized ship, scattered in various positions, some holding ropes, some carrying tools, and others scrubbing the deck. Everyone wore matching dark blue sailor uniforms, their faces somewhat similar, weary, silent, with no extraneous expressions. At the front of the deck stood a man in a darker uniform, elevated above the others. He was likely the captain. Two assistants stood beside him, one holding a clipboard, the other a brass bell. The captain scanned the crowd below. Last night's work was well done. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Continue today. He raised his hand to flip a page of documents. Deck scrubbing, cargo hold cleaning, bottom ventilation, duct mold removal. Zhou whispered, still these tasks. Qing, he's cyclical labor. Is there an upgrade task? Yu raised her hand. Zhou, you're thinking too much. The captain continued reading. The new 4-person team will be assigned to deck scrubbing. The air paused for a moment. All eyes subtly swept over them, devoid of hostility, yet also lacking warmth. Just a glance. The captain closed the booklet. Start. The brass bell chimed lightly, and the crowd dispersed, tools being distributed. Mops, buckets, rags. Everything was just like yesterday. Yuji took the mop and glanced at Jiang Beige. Are we back to yesterday again? Qing, he frowned. It doesn't seem like a cycle. It feels more like a forced reset. Jiaogu took the bucket. It could also be that the ship doesn't intend to let us leave. Jiang Beige said nothing. She simply looked at the deck, where the area they had scrubbed last night was still wet. Moreover, it was even wetter than yesterday. She bent down to pick up the mop. Let's get to work first. Yuji, you sound very much like a resigned worker accepting reality. Jiaogu, don't mimic her. Qing, he sighed. I'm starting to suspect that we've entered some kind of infinite cleaning system. Yuji nodded seriously. Then I'll be responsible for slacking off. Jiaogu, you're already slacking off. Jiang Beige pressed the mop against the deck. The water was pushed aside, but quickly seeped back unchanged. She looked up at the distant cabin. That feeling of being watched returned. She didn't stop, just continued mopping. Let's focus on surviving first. The sounds of water footsteps and tools clashing blended together on the deck. It resembled an endless daily routine. Yet no one knew what standard the ship expected them to complete. The task of scrubbing the deck seems never-ending. Jiang Beige began by using routes to judge, moving from bow to stern, pushing the water aside, repeatedly revealing the wooden planks only to have them covered again by the seeping water. Later she realized that this analysis was false, for the places she had scrubbed would regrow as if the ship would not allow cleanliness to exist. Qing, he no longer attempted to pour water. She stood by the ship's railing watching the black water she had just poured out sink into the sea, only to be swallowed by an even deeper black before turning back to the bucket. This thing is playing with us, she murmured. Fish G had already dragged the mop to the end of the corridor for the third time, swinging it and saying, I suspect it is mocking me. Jiaogu looked at the deck and said, it's not mocking, it's the ship's rules. Jiang Beige remained silent, continuing to scrub. As the mop fell, the water was pushed aside, and in the next moment water grew back at her feet. She paused for an instant, then continued. She had confirmed one thing. This ship does not allow tasks to be completed, or rather the very act of completion is a misdefinition. Time becomes bizarre on the ship. There are no bells, no sun, and no clear sense of progression. The only way to judge time is when someone comes to call them for the second time. It's time to eat. The voice came from the staircase, belonging to the same sailor as yesterday, dressed in a sailor's uniform, holding a bronze bell, standing in the shadows. This time he didn't say a word more, just gently shook the bell. The sound was soft, yet it felt as if it pierced directly through the eardrum. The people on the deck stopped their actions, including the four of them, with no one hesitating. All the sailors turned and descended the stairs like trained machines. Jiang Beige and her companions followed behind, the stairs growing longer and increasingly damp as they descended. A peculiar scent began to permeate the air, not simply salty or fishy, but the smell of decaying sea life. It was as if fish had died long ago, but were still submerged in the water. The cafeteria was vast, with long tables lined up, the light brighter than in the corridor, but not warm, instead a sort of sickly yellowish glow. Food had already been laid out on the tables. Rotten fish, crushed shrimp, and a large pot of black soup. The soup was murky, its contents indistinguishable, as if the mud from the seabed had been boiled with something else. A foul stench assaulted them. Jiaogu frowned. Is this food meant for us? No one answered her. The surrounding sailors had already taken their seats, their movements synchronized, even the angle at which they raised their hands identical. Then they began to eat, expressionless, without pauses, and even the sound of chewing was absent. The few sailors standing by the table stared fixedly at the four of them. That gaze was strange, watching them to see if their actions conveyed the feelings they desired. Jiang Beige glanced at the food on the table. Qing, he lowered her voice, don't eat. Fish G whispered, I had no intention of eating either. Jiaogu smiled, the problem is they are watching us. Indeed, all the sailors were watching them, even the action of eating slowed by a beat. The tense atmosphere in the air was palpable, as if the entire ship would go out of control the moment they moved. Jiang Beige raised her hand and picked up a piece of rotten fish. Qing, he looked at her in surprise. Jiang Beige offered no explanation, she simply brought the fish to her mouth and took a small bite. The taste surged up instantly, putrid, salty, and a certain fishy flavor that did not belong to any living creature mixed together. She swallowed expressionlessly, then took a second and third bite. The sailor next to her relaxed his gaze slightly. Qing, he hesitated for a moment, then slowly picked up a piece of shrimp. Fish G gritted her teeth. All right, I'll join too. Jiaogu moved the slowest, as she stared at the bowl of black soup for a long time before finally scooping a spoonful. The moment it touched her lips, her brows furrowed deeply, but she did not spit it out. As Jiang Beige ate, she made each motion appear utterly natural. But only she knew that she had transferred each mouthful of food into the storage space of her bracelet. She hadn't truly swallowed it. She merely pretended to eat. Qing, he was evidently handling it in some way as well. Fish G was more direct, simply hiding the rotten fish in her sleeve and pretending to swallow. Jiaogu glanced at her and whispered, you're quite the performer. Fish G replied quietly, professional ethics. Jiao asked, what profession are you? Fish Ji replied, a profession for survival. Jiao said. The atmosphere in the cafeteria visibly relaxed a bit after they began to eat. The sailors withdrew their gazes as if confirming that the task was completed. Soon the bronze bell rang again. Mealtime was over. They were led away from the cafeteria without explanation or pause. Once again they encountered stairs and corridors, but this time they were taken to a deeper room. The moment the door opened, Jiang Beige halted. Something was wrong with this room. The ceiling and the floor were inverted. Tables hung above chairs were overturned in the air, and the lights shone below them while they stood on the ceiling. Strangely, the sailors exhibited no abnormal reactions at all. They seemed to have always lived in this structure. They appeared completely natural about it. The sailor leading them stopped and said, "Wait here," then left, closing the door behind him. Only the four of them remained in the room. Fish Ji looked up at the ceiling floor and said, "I'm starting to question my life choices." "Ching," he replied, "it's not the room's problem, it's our problem." Jiao coldly stated, "Or perhaps we are beginning to be no longer enchanted by the same spatial rules." Jiang Beige did not look up. She simply walked slowly to the center of the room, feeling a slight elasticity beneath her feet on the ceiling, as if it were some sort of living material. Above, the tables hung upside down, yet the papers did not fall. The water in the cups was even at a normal level, defying gravity, yet completely stable. Jiang Beige raised her hand and gently touched the table. Nothing fell, and there were no abnormalities. She withdrew her hand. "This place is not misaligned," she said softly. Ching He looked at her and asked, "Then what is it?" Jiang Beige looked up at the inverted space. "It's the rules of space that are different." Jiao leaned against the wall and asked, "Does that mean we are in another space now?" Jiang Beige did not answer. She simply stared at the door that had just closed, hearing the distant sound of footsteps. The entire ship fell silent once more, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet this ship had never been. The atmosphere in the room lingered in a disjointed stability. Jiao leaned against the inverted wall, her fingertips tapping on the ceiling beneath her feet. "So, does this mean we are now standing on the back of the ship?" Yujia looked up at the table hanging above. "Then was I eating properly, or upside down just now?" Ching He ignored them, her fingers lingering on the patterned lines, as if confirming some flowing change. Jiang Beige, however, kept staring at the door. It was too quiet outside, quiet, as if it were not a ship. It felt more like being paused. In the next moment, the entire ship groaned, as if twisted. The space flipped. Without warning or process, it was as if someone had flipped the entire ship over. Jiang Beige felt her body lighten, the gravity rewritten in an instant. By the time she reacted, she was firmly standing on the floor. The real floor, with wooden grains extending downward, a tangible sensation beneath her feet. The table returned to its rightful place. The lights also resumed their position above. Everything returned to normal. Yet no one felt this was normal. Jiao immediately drew her dagger, her steps slightly lowered. What just happened? Yujia paused for a moment, looking down at her hands. "Did we get flipped?" Ching He slowly exhaled. "It's not flipped, the rules have switched." Jiang Beige had already walked to the doorway. She did not explain, but simply pushed the door. As it opened, the corridor outside was inverted. The ceiling was the floor was the ceiling. The lights hung below the corridor, looked as if it were stuck in the other side of a mirror. Jiao muttered under her breath, "So annoying." Jiang Beige stepped outside, and at the moment her foot landed, she felt an odd sense of stability. Because now her body finally adapted to this space. She tried to walk forward, maintaining her balance even more naturally than in the previous normal state. Ching He followed. "Now we have adapted to its space." Yujia also tried to jump. "I actually feel quite comfortable now, just a little psychologically uncomfortable." Jiao walked at the back, her gaze sweeping around. "Don't celebrate too early, these things usually don't stabilize for long." The ship was eerily quiet. The sailors who had been patrolling back and forth were nowhere to be seen. The corridor was empty, with only the occasional flicker of light. The four of them pressed forward. The deeper they went, the more something fell off. The walls began to grow damp, not with moisture, but with some sort of living creature's wetness, as if something was breathing within the walls. Jiang Beige paused for a moment. "Did you hear that?" Ching He frowned. Jiao had already pressed her ear against the wall. "Something is crawling." Yujia whispered, "Not just one." Clack! A soft sound like a fingernail scraping against glass. Immediately, all the lights in the corridor flickered simultaneously, half of them extinguishing. They flickered again, extinguishing another half. Finally, only an extremely weak light remained. Darkness began to creep in. Something slowly seeped out from the shadows. Jiao stepped back. "It's coming." Jiang Beige did not retreat. She raised her hand, breaking the glow stick. The bluish-green light exploded in an instant. In the moment the light spread, the walls, the ceiling, and even the floor were all covered with something. A thick black substance that resembled melted seaweed or some torn flesh structure. They writhed slowly, lacking eyes, yet possessing perception. Yujia gasped. "This thing wasn't here just now." Ching He spoke quietly. They appeared along with the space flip. Jiang coldly replied. Or rather, they have always been here, we just couldn't see them before. Those black tentacle-like things did not attack immediately. They merely extended slowly along the walls, as if confirming their position. Jiang Beige tossed the glow stick ahead. The bluish-green light rolled through the corridor, instantly illuminating the entire area. The tentacles became clearer, dense, and packed, extending from wall seams, floorboards, and behind light fixtures like the entire inner wall of the ship had been replaced with some kind of living network. Yet they remained still, not attacking them, just watching. Yuja lowered her voice. Are we surrounded? Jiang replied, not surrounded, but observed. He looked at Jiang Beige. Where to? Jiang Beige did not hesitate. She fixed her gaze on the deepest door at the end of the corridor. That door was thicker than the others, with a dark red seal around the frame. Captain's room. She spoke. The air thickened for a second. Jiang narrowed her eyes. Are you sure? Jiang Beige replied. The places we are told not to go are often closest to the source. He nodded lightly. I agree. Yuja swallowed nervously. Let me ask one thing. Will there be a bigger thing in there? Jiang stated. Asking that now is pointless. Yuja countered. Then let me ask another question. Can we not go in? Jiang Beige was already leading the way. We can't. She answered decisively. The four of them began to advance. The black tentacles on either side of the corridor began to slightly retract. They sensed the change in their direction, but still did not attack. They merely became denser. The walls appeared to be breathing. The ship increasingly resembled a living entity. Jiang walked slightly behind Jiang Beige. I have a bad feeling about this. He asked, what is it? Jiang replied, we may not be on the ship right now. Yuja inquired, then where? Jiang glanced at her. Inside its body. No one replied, because they had already reached the door to the captain's room. The door was very quiet, eerily quiet, as if dead, but there was a faint sound of water from the crack. Jiang Beige raised her hand. The Qianji subtly morphed in her palm. She paused for a second. Then she pushed the door, and in that instant, all the lights extinguished simultaneously. The entire world was left with only the bluish-green glow of the stick. Inside the door there was no room, only a deeper darkness. Something inside was slowly turning. The door to the captain's cabin was pushed open halfway by Jiang Beige's hand. In that instant the entire ship felt as if it had been gently nudged by something. Then came an abrupt inversion. The center of gravity for the four of them sank simultaneously, as if the world were being turned upside down by an invisible hand. Jiang Beige found herself momentarily suspended, but the next second she was firmly standing on the ground. She was taken aback for a moment. The floor had returned. Or rather, they had returned. The ground she had originally stood on now became the ceiling, the wood grain hanging above like a flowing river. The places where the paint had peeled reflected a grayish-white light. He muttered under her breath, I really can't believe this. Again, Jiang had already instinctively adjusted her posture, lowering her center of gravity the moment she landed with a short blade gripped in her hand. Yuki was the slowest to react. She looked up at the ceiling and blinked. Are we standing on top of it? Jiang Beige did not respond. Her gaze was fixed ahead. The door had not yet opened. They had not truly entered the captain's cabin, but the entire space had already completed a flip. There was a faint sense of pressure in the air, indescribable. The sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, heavy and orderly. What are you all doing? The voice arrived before the person. 3 crew members dressed in deep blue sailor uniforms appeared around the corner, carrying tools resembling iron hooks, their expressions grim. Didn't I say you're not allowed near the captain's cabin? One of them glared at them, his gaze like a nail driven into Jiang Beige. He immediately concealed the patterns on her hand and stepped forward, casually. Sorry, we took a wrong turn. Yuki nodded, promptly smiling innocently. Yes, it's our first time here. We're not very familiar with the layout. Jiang remained silent, merely retracting her short blade into her sleeve. Jiang Beige was the last to look up at them, noticing the crew members' hands caked with black mud under their nails. It wasn't mere dirt that had seeped in, but rather the type of black muck that had settled in stagnant water for a long time. Her gaze lingered for a moment. Come with us. The crew member spoke coldly back to the waiting room. The 4 of them were led away. As they passed the corridor, Jiang Beige glanced back. The door to the captain's cabin had returned to being an ordinary wooden door, as if the momentary inversion had merely been an illusion. Yet they all knew that everything had indeed happened. The waiting room reappeared before them. The door was pushed open, and they were ushered inside. The door was closed again. Click, it was locked. The air grew quiet once more, but this stillness felt heavier than before. He spoke up first, the one earlier. Wasn't a normal crew member, was he? Yuki sat at the table swinging her legs. Would a normal crew member have that much black mud? Jiang leaned against the wall. Has there ever been a single normal thing here? Jiang Beige was watching the door. There were no footsteps outside, nor any surveillance. But she had a feeling that they were not being confined, but rather placed here as part of a process. Why do we have to wait here? He frowned. To help us adapt, Jiang sighed. Yuki tilted her head. Adapt to what? An upside? No one answered. They all realized a more troubling aspect. The rules of this ship were not physical rules. It was some kind of forcibly imposed order. The time was wrong, the space was wrong, even the state of the people was being adjusted. Jiang Beige raised her hand and lightly tapped the tabletop. We are being treated as newly added variables. Qing He looked at her. What do you mean? What it means is Jiang Beige paused. They are training us to become part of this ship. The air instantly turned cold. Yuki muttered, I don't really like that phrasing. Jyoga smirked slightly. Coincidentally, neither do I. Just then footsteps could be heard outside the door, not just one or two. It was many approaching in an orderly, slow fashion like a queue. The door opened, and the captain entered, still wearing that deep blue sailor uniform, his face a shade darker than before, still holding that ledger. He scanned the four of them, as if confirming something. Then he nodded. Not bad. His tone was very flat. You adapted faster than I expected. Qing He frowned. Adapted. The captain opened the ledger, his finger gliding over the pages. This is the room every new sailor must experience. His tone was reminiscent of reciting regulations. It's for adapting to the inversion at sea. Jyoga said coldly. The ship will flip. Is that arranged by you? The captain glanced at her, neither denying nor confirming. He simply said, you haven't gotten dizzy, haven't collapsed, and haven't tried to destroy the structure of this room. He closed the ledger. That indicates pass. Jiang Beige stared at him, and after passing, the captain tilted his head slightly. Become official crew members. He paused for a moment, and then complete the tasks. He stepped closer, a wave of foul odor wafting towards them, not the smell of the sea, but that of something long immersed in a corrupt water body. Qing He instinctively frowned. Yuki let out a quiet wow, and Jyoga's hand stopped at the edge of her sleeve. The captain, however, seemed oblivious. From now on, your tasks will be assigned daily. He tapped the ledger. If you can't complete them, you can consult the old. They will teach you. This statement was made calmly, but Jiang Beige sensed another layer of meaning. Teach you how? The captain turned to leave, but paused at the door. Oh, right. He turned back. You are already official members. Do not approach places you shouldn't. He looked at Jiang Beige before leaving. The door clicked shut, but this time there was no sound of it being locked. Yet everyone remained still. Qing He spoke first. He is controlling us. Jyoga replied coldly. Not just that. Yuki frowned. I feel it's more like turning us into a part of this place. Jiang Beige said nothing. She looked down at her hands, her fingertips clean. But she felt that in the moment of the earlier inversion something had already adhered to her. Footsteps sounded from outside. The door opened, and a sailor stood at the entrance. Deck assembly, he said, his tone mechanical, as if repeated countless times. The four of them exchanged glances. There were more people on the deck than expected, a whole row of about 20. They stood scattered, silent, and motionless like a row of neatly arranged puppets. In the distance, the captain stood at the front, not looking at them, merely flipping through the ledger. Today's tasks, he said. Clean the deck, check the cargo hold, maintain the drainage system. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd dispersed, moving without any unnecessary action, as if a program had been initiated. Qing, he muttered, mopping again. Yuki sighed. I'm starting to suspect that the only job on this ship is mopping. Jyoga said it might also be tormenting people. Jiang Beige picked up a mop, looking at the deck, where water was already spread out. As before, she bent down to mop, pushing the water aside. The next second, footprints reappeared, as if nothing had happened. Qing, he was pouring water on the other side, the bucket perpetually full. Jyoga stood at the cargo hold, the ropes breaking and breaking again. Yuki dragged through the corridor, eternally wet. The four of them stood on the same deck, yet it felt like they were in four continuously resetting worlds. Jiang Beige paused for a moment, looking up at the sea, the surface calm. But this ship had never truly sailed, it was merely caught in a cycle. She gazed into the distance where it seemed a ship floated by, but it was unclear. The water on the deck remained impossible to mop clean. Jiang Beige pushed the mop forward, and the accumulated water seeped through the gaps between the planks, draining toward the scuppers. But before she could straighten up, a layer of dampness slowly crept back over the freshly cleaned area. She paused, raising a hand to wipe at her brow, though no sweat was there. This ship didn't feel like it was sailing across the sea, but felt more like an endless nightmare that would never cease. The sea breeze blew from afar, churning the thick fog over the ocean. A wall of grayish-white mist obscured the view. Looking out, there was nothing but fog. Not even the horizon was visible. Just then Jiang Beige suddenly froze. There was something in the mist. She squinted instinctively, and at first it was just a blurry black dot. Then the dot slowly expanded, emerging bit by bit from behind the dense fog. It was a ship, a vessel roughly the same size as the one she was on. The hull was hidden behind the thick fog, with only its silhouette faintly visible. The two ships seemed to maintain the same speed, sailing parallel across the sea. Jiang Beige's grip on the mop handle unconsciously tightened. She stared at the other ship, feeling that something was up, because that ship was too quiet. No sails flapping, no crew moving about, not even a single sound. It was like a silhouette pasted onto the surface of the sea. Just as she was about to look more closely, she suddenly noticed a figure had appeared at the bow of that ship. The silhouette stood by the railing. The distance was too great to make out any features, only a vague human shape. The next second the figure raised a hand and waved at her. Jiang Beige's body stiffened slightly. The person seemed to realize she had seen them, and their waving became more frantic. Once, twice, 3 times. It was as if they were desperately trying to catch her attention. Jiang Beige subconsciously took 2 steps forward. The sea breeze parted a layer of thick fog, and the figure finally became a little clearer. She stood at the edge of the deck, leaning so far out she was almost over the side. Both arms were raised high, then crossed in front of her chest before spreading wide. Crossing again, then spreading wide. The motion repeated endlessly, as if sending some kind of signal or perhaps a warning. Jiang Beige frowned. She felt she had seen this gesture somewhere before, but couldn't recall it at the moment. Uj's voice suddenly came from beside her. What are you looking at? Jiang Beige didn't turn her head, simply raising a hand to point into the distance. Over there. Uji followed her gaze, looked for a long while, then said confused, where? Jiang Beige was slightly taken aback. That ship. Uji was stunned. What ship, eh? This time Jiang Beige finally turned her head. She looked at the expression on Uji's face. It wasn't feigned, as she truly saw nothing. Zhou Gu and Qing, he who were nearby, were also drawn over. The 3 of them stood by the railing looking into the distance together. The thick fog rolled, and the sea was empty. Nothing was there. Qing, he watched for a moment, then slowly furrowed her brows. What did you see? Jiang Beige looked back into the distance. The ship was still there. The figure was still standing there, even continuing the same motion, growing more and more urgent, as if afraid she wouldn't understand. Jiang Beige was silent for 2 seconds. You really can't see it. The 3 of them shook their heads in unison. Uji even stood on tiptoe to look again. There's nothing but fog. Zhou squinted. A hallucination. Qing, he shook her head. If it were mental contamination, it couldn't affect only one person. Jiang Beige didn't answer, because at that moment the figure in the distance suddenly stopped. She stood at the bow, motionless, staring at her through the thick fog and across the sea. Yet Jiang Beige inexplicably felt that the person was meeting her gaze. Then the figure slowly raised their right hand to their neck. They drew it across horizontally, like cutting something, a gesture of slitting a throat. Jiang Beige's pupils contracted sharply. The next second the thick fog rolled and the ship vanished, as if it had never existed, disappearing directly from the sea. Ahead there was only a grayish-white sea of mist, leaving nothing behind. Jiang Beige stood there saying nothing for a long time. Uji waved a hand in front of her eyes. Hey. She finally snapped back to reality. The expressions on the 3 faces were filled with curiosity. Jiang Beige was silent for a moment, but in the end she didn't mention the throat-slitting gesture. She simply shook her head. Maybe I saw wrong. Uji immediately showed a look of disbelief. Do you think I'd believe that? Zhou Gu leaned against the railing. I don't believe it either. Qing, he didn't press further, but instead looked at the churning fog in the distance. If there really was something, then it must have been trying to convey some information to you. Jiang Beige didn't speak. Her gaze was still fixed on that patch of sea, her mind replaying the figure's actions over and over. The waving, the crossing of arms, and finally the throat slitting. Those were definitely not meaningless gestures. But for now she couldn't figure it out. Qing, he set her bucket down on the deck, the black water inside sloshing. Let's stop studying that for now. She looked down at the deck, which was still seeping water. I think compared to the ship in the fog, we have a more pressing problem right now. Uji followed her gaze downward, and saw that the area they had just mopped was wet again. She let out a sigh. When will this job ever be finished? Zhou Gu smirked. It'll never be finished. Qing, he pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke. The captain said, if we can't complete the task, we can ask the old crew members for advice. Jiang Beige snapped back to attention. You want to go ask? Qing, he nodded. It's better than continuing to mop the floor here. Uji immediately raised her hand. I second that. Zhou Gu glanced at the silently working crew members around them. We don't have any other leads anyway. Jiang Beige finally nodded. Then let's go ask. But as she turned, she couldn't help looking back at the thick fog in the distance. There was nothing there anymore. Yet for some reason she felt that the ship hadn't left at all. It was still there, just hidden within the mist, waiting quietly for its next appearance. The fog on the deck grew thicker. The old sailors continued their tasks without conversation, eye contact, or even a variation in their movements. From a distance, they resembled a line of clockwork puppets. Jiang Beige and her companions stood still for a moment, observing, as no one dared to speak up, for they realized a troubling fact: these sailors did not seem like living beings at all. The old man with gray hair was still polishing the iron hook. The hook was shiny enough to reflect a person's silhouette, yet he continued to grind it mechanically. The same motions, the same angles, even the amplitude of his arm swings remained unchanged. Uji muttered softly, why do I feel like he has been polishing for 100 years? Jyoga looked into the distance and remarked, perhaps it really has been 100 years. Qinghe took a deep breath. We have to give it a try. She was the first to approach, while the old man remained crouched by the ship's edge. The sea breeze tousled his gray hair, but it did not disturb his actions. Qinghe paused beside him. Hello. The old man showed no reaction, continuing to rub the iron hook against the stone. Rustle. Rustle. The sound was monotonous and repetitive. Yuji leaned closer. Grandpa. Still no response. The old man didn't even shift his gaze. Jyoga frowned. Can't he hear us? Jiang Beige stood behind, watching, feeling that it wasn't a matter of hearing, but rather that he simply wasn't listening. Qinghe tried a few more times, asking about the weather, the ship, and where they were. The old man remained unresponsive like a moving corpse, just as Yuji was about to give up. Jiang Beige suddenly spoke up. The captain said. Her voice was not loud. If the task can't be completed, you can consult the old sailors. The sound of the iron hook rubbing against the stone ceased, and the air seemed to still for a moment. The old man slowly lifted his head, his movement stiff like a rusty machine, and his murky eyes finally turned toward them. Yuji took half a step back in fright, for those eyes had seemed lifeless moments ago, but now they appeared to have suddenly gained a soul. The old man looked at them, his lips moving slowly. Consult about the task. The voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. Qinghe immediately nodded yes. The old man fell silent for 2 seconds before asking, mopping. The four exchanged glances. Jiang Beige nodded. Not cleaning properly. The old man slowly lowered his head, looking at the mop in her hands. Because you are using it wrong. Yuji was taken aback. Can a mop be used wrong? The old man extended a hand, pointing to the mop. Use the end with the stick. The air was quiet. Yuji was stunned. What? The old man repeated, mop with the end with the stick. Qinghe doubted her hearing. Not. The old man shook his head. The cloth is for wiping, the stick is for mopping. After saying this, he lowered his head again to continue polishing the iron hook, as if he had already completed his task. Yuji gaped, unable to speak for a while. Jyoga turned first. Let's give it a try. The four returned to the deck, with Yuji picking up the mop, her expression resembling someone preparing to sweep with chopsticks. He'll go first. If it doesn't work, I'll laugh at him. Then she flipped the mop and pushed the end with the stick against the next second, all four of them froze in surprise. The water in the gaps of the wooden planks stopped seeping out, as if some force had swiftly absorbed the stagnant water. Where the stick had passed, a completely dry trace was left behind. Yuji widened her eyes. My goodness. Qinghe squatted down and touched it. It was indeed dry. Jiang Beige looked down at the deck, feeling something strange. It was not that the water had been truly cleaned away, but rather that some sort of rule had been satisfied. At that moment, words gradually seeped out from within the wood. The black letters twisted and blurred. Rule 2: do not disturb the old sailors at work. They will help you when needed. The four fell silent simultaneously. Yuji swallowed hard. Does it even come with a manual? Jyoga squatted down to look at the line of words. The rules have appeared. Jiang Beige watched the text slowly disappear, feeling increasingly heavy in her heart. This ship was indeed composed of rules. Next came the water bucket. Qinghe once again sought out the sailor responsible for moving the bucket. The sailor was a middle-aged woman, repeatedly lifting and lowering a bucket. Qinghe opened her mouth, following the same method. The captain asked us to consult about the task. The woman slowly lifted her head, her eyes suddenly coming to life. Pouring water. Qinghe nodded. Can't finish pouring. The woman extended a finger, pointing at the deck. Do not pour it into the sea. Yuji asked, then where should we pour it? The woman looked at them, an eerie smile suddenly appearing on her face. Pour it back into the bucket. After saying this, she again returned to her daze. The four exchanged glances. Yuji's mouth twitched. Is she insulting us? Qinghe carried the bucket back to the deck, then cautiously poured the black water from one bucket into another. The black water fell in without splashing, instead merging like ink dissolving into ink. The next second, the empty bucket, which could never be filled, became full, while the previously full bucket became empty, and then both buckets ceased to produce water, falling completely silent. Yuji, Jyoga, Qinghe, Jiang Beige. While we succeeded. Almost simultaneously, new text appeared at the bottom of the bucket. Rule for the water on the ship belongs to the ship. Do not hand it over to the sea. The sea will remember you. After the text appeared, it slowly faded away. Yuji felt a chill down her back. What does it mean that the sea will remember you? Jyoga replied calmly. Usually such words imply that something bad is coming. The last task was the cargo hold. The broken ropes were still scattered on the ground, and the boxes piled up like mountains. No matter how they tied them, they would come loose. Jiang Beige directly approached the old sailor in charge of the cargo hold, a man who was missing his left ear. He was mechanically tying the same rope repeatedly, and when Jiang Beige repeated her question, the man slowly looked up. Rope? Yes. Tied wrong. Yuji had become numb. Another mistake. The man looked at the cargo. Do not tie the boxes. Qinghe was taken aback. Then what should we tie? The man smiled slowly, and that smile sent shivers down everyone's spine. Tie shadows. The air fell silent in an instant. Yuji doubted her ears. What? But the man had already lowered his head, reverting back to the soulless puppet. In the cargo hold, the four surrounded the rope and studied it for a long time, ultimately deciding to give it a try. Jiang Beige lifted a flashlight. Behind the boxes, a large shadow was indeed cast. She wrapped the rope around it and tied it tight. The entire cargo pile trembled slightly, and the originally loose boxes were all fixed in place as if nailed to the ground, no longer able to move. Yuji stared blankly at this scene. Is this place sick? Jiang added, very sick. After securing the cargo, the third rule appeared, the text slowly emerging from the surface of the cargo box. Rule 7, do not trust the number of goods. Do not count the boxes, especially at night. After the text appeared, none of the four said a word. The cargo hold fell silent again, and in the distance the ship's body let out a faint groan, as if some colossal entity was shifting in the darkness. Jiang Beige looked at the 3 rules she had obtained. Rule 2, do not disturb the old sailors at work. Rule 4, do not hand over the ship's water to the sea. Rule 7, do not count the cargo boxes. These rules were completely unrelated, yet they seemed to piece together some sort of truth. What troubled her more was that these rules were not given by the captain. They were given by the ship itself after the tasks were completed, as if the ship was gradually revealing to them how to survive. Or perhaps it was letting them know how to die, just a little slower. Once the cargo hold fell silent again, the four did not leave immediately. Jiang Beige stood before the row of fixed wooden boxes, her gaze lingering on the vanished runes. It was as if those characters had never appeared, only damp, darkened patterns remained on the surface of the wood. Yuji squatted beside her, poking the wooden box with her finger. I'm starting to feel a bit scared of these boxes now. Jiang leaned against the wall. You'd better not count them. Yuji immediately shook her head vigorously. I won't. Ching, he sighed softly. To be honest, I now think that the safest thing on this ship might actually be the monsters. The 3 of them turned to look at her. Ching, he added seriously, at least the monsters will directly bite people. Jiang Beige was silent for 2 seconds. That makes sense. Just then a sudden ringing sound echoed from afar. Dingling. Dingling. The sound was not loud, yet it clearly penetrated the entire ship. The 4 of them looked up simultaneously. They recognized the bell, the copper bell, in the captain's hand. When the second bell rang, it seemed as if the entire ship had undergone a transformation. The crew members who had been working mechanically all stopped their actions at the same moment, almost in unison, raising their heads, their movements so synchronized it sent chills down their spines. And then they began to move toward the center of the deck. Yuji lowered her voice. They are gathering. Jiang Beige nodded. Keep up. The 4 followed the flow of people to the deck, where a thick fog still cloaked the surface of the sea, but the sea breeze had clearly intensified. The air was filled with a damp, cold sense of oppression. The captain stood at the bow of the ship, holding the copper bell in one hand and a ledger tucked under his arm. His expression was darker than yesterday, and the black mud in the crevices of his nails seemed to have thickened. Once all the crew members were gathered, he slowly shook the bell. Dingling. Everyone immediately fell silent, even though there had been no conversation before. The captain opened the ledger. A storm is approaching. His voice was slow, yet it echoed across the entire deck. Preparations began. As soon as he finished speaking, all the crew members turned simultaneously as if machines had been switched on. Jiang Beige and the others immediately followed suit. For the next hour, they hardly stopped at all. The crew began to gather the tools on the deck. All wooden barrels were moved into fixed slots, cargo boxes were reinforced, and spare ropes were coiled neatly. Iron hooks and tools were all stored in the toolbox, and several crew members even began inspecting the sails, climbing the mast with practiced ease, as though they had done it countless times before. Yuji followed a female crew member to learn how to secure the barrels. The woman said not a word, merely performing the actions. Yuji mimicked her, wrapping the iron chain 3 times around the barrel, knotting it, then knotting it again until she actually formed the iron chain into something resembling a noose. Yuji felt her scalp tingle. Isn't this preparation for hanging someone? On the other side, Jiang followed several crew members to inspect the drainage outlets. They disassembled the iron mesh and then reassembled it. Disassemble, assemble. Disassemble, assemble. After repeating this 3 times, Jiang could no longer hold back and asked, why do we have to disassemble it 3 times? The crew member beside her paused for a second, then slowly replied, in the past we only disassembled it twice. Then he fell silent again. Jiang. She was beginning to understand what mental pollution felt like. He was assigned to check the sails, and she noticed that all the crew members followed the same method, first touching the sail, then the mast, and finally looking up at the sky. Everyone's actions were completely identical, like some sort of ritual. She followed suit, and when she looked up at the sky, she suddenly realized something seemed to be moving deep within the fog. Yet upon closer inspection, there was nothing. By the time all preparations were complete, the sky had darkened, the wind had grown stronger, and occasionally a dull rumble echoed from afar. It sounded like thunder, yet not quite, more like some enormous creature turning over in the depths of the sea, slicing through the waves before sinking. The crew returned to the cabin. No one spoke, no one discussed the storm. Their demeanor as bland as if all of this were merely something that would repeat every day. Dinner was still unappetizing with rotten fish, smelly shrimp, and thick black soup. The four skillfully stuffed the food into their spatial bracelets, while the surrounding crew members continued to stare at them intently until they made swallowing motions, at which point those gazes slowly shifted away. Yuji lowered her voice, "I'm getting more skilled at this." Jiang replied expressionlessly, "You've learned to fake eating." After finishing, the crew members did not return to their dormitories, but gradually entered a spacious lounge. The four followed them in. The room was large, filled with dozens of tables and chairs. The lighting was dim, and the air was permeated with the smell of moldy wood. Strangely, there were voices of conversation here. A dozen crew members were scattered about, huddled in groups of 2 or 3, seemingly chatting. Yuji's eyes lit up. Finally, some living people. But as she got closer, her expression changed because she couldn't hear clearly. Despite being only 2 or 3 meters away, the crew members' mouths moved without sound. Sounds could be heard, yet the content was completely indistinguishable, as if separated by a thick layer of water. Only vague syllables could be perceived. Wu, ao, gu, xiao, ka, wu. No complete words could be discerned. Yuji moved a bit closer, yet it remained the same. He tried as well, but the result was completely identical. Jiang even sat down at the adjacent table, yet still couldn't understand anything. It was as if an invisible barrier completely separated them from the content of the conversation. In the end, the four could only find a corner to sit down. Yuji looked frustrated. "Are they talking bad about us behind our backs?" Jiang shook her head. "It feels more like we lack the authority to unlock their language." He couldn't help but laugh. "Your description is surprisingly accurate." Jiang Beige leaned back in her chair, beginning to organize the information they currently had. 3 rules. The first rule: do not disturb the old crew's work. The second rule: do not give the ship's water to the sea. The third rule: do not count the cargo boxes. He continued. "And what the captain said: do not approach the captain's quarters at night." Jiang nodded. "In that upside-down room." Yuji propped her chin up in the storm. The group fell silent, and Jiang Beige began to contemplate these clues. She increasingly felt that this ship was like a massive cage of rules. The tasks were not the focus was the rules. With every task they completed, they seemed to acquire new rules, as if someone were deliberately guiding them to understand this ship. He whispered, "If the rules are real, then it indicates that breaking the rules will surely lead to trouble." Jiang added, "The question is how many rules have yet to be revealed." The air grew slightly quiet while the distant crew members continued their low conversations, yet no one could understand what they were saying. Just then the wind outside suddenly intensified. Bang! The ship trembled lightly, and all the crew simultaneously ceased their conversations, the entire lounge falling silent instantly. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned toward the porthole, their movements so synchronized, it was like a copy-paste. Yuji shivered. "I have a bad feeling about this." No one answered, as everyone could see the once dense white fog outside the porthole was slowly turning black, and they could sense something was approaching the ship from deep within the storm. Jiang Beige looked down and saw that black mud was seeping from the gaps between her fingers. Jiang Beige was still organizing the known information when she suddenly froze while looking down. Something was off with her hand. Her gaze fell on her right hand, where a layer of black grime had appeared in the crevices of her nails without her noticing. It resembled mud, or perhaps something that had solidified long ago. Initially it was just a small spot, but now it had spread to the entire gap between her fingers. Jiang Beige furrowed her brows and scraped at it forcefully with her thumb. It wouldn't come off, so she switched to her fingernail and rubbed hard, yet it remained, as if the black layer had fused with her skin. The more she rubbed, the more pronounced it became, and an inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart. The captain, the old crew members, everyone had this stuff in their nail crevices. She discreetly tucked her hand into her sleeve and turned to look beside her. Jiang was leaning against the back of her chair, eyes closed in rest. He was examining the patterns on the back of her hand, while Yuji boredly tapped her fingers on the table. "Extend your hand." Jiang Beige suddenly spoke, and all 3 turned to look at her simultaneously. "What is it?" Yuji blinked. "Just take a look." Although they didn't know why, all 3 still extended their hands. Jiang Beige inspected thoroughly. Her hands were clean, nothing was there. Yuji looked at her with curiosity. "What are you looking for?" Jiang Beige fell silent for 2 seconds before finally shaking her head. "Nothing." But inside, a sense of foreboding had already begun to rise. Why was she the only one affected? Was it because she had seen that ship? Or was it for some other reason? The discussions in the lounge did not last long, as the sky had completely darkened, not in the normal sense of nightfall, but in a way that instinctively made one uncomfortable. Originally one could see the rolling fog and the grayish-white sea through the porthole, but at some point all those things had vanished. It was as if something had covered the outside, leaving only a thick pitch-black void. The wind grew louder, the ship began to sway slowly, and the bulb overhead emitted a buzzing electric sound, flickering on and off. With every flicker of the dim light, the crew's rigid faces would momentarily illuminate before sinking back into shadow. Just then, a sudden thunderclap resonated outside. Boom! The whole ship trembled slightly, and the cups on the table shook, silencing all whispers in the lounge. All the crew members simultaneously looked up, their movements synchronized, as if they had rehearsed countless times, dozens of eyes gazing towards the porthole, a scene that sent shivers down one's spine. Yuji quietly asked what's wrong with them. No one answered, for in the next moment the captain appeared. The door to the lounge slowly opened, and the captain walked in, still clad in his deep blue sailor uniform, holding a worn ledger. But this time he held something else in his hand, a candle. A green candle with a green flame. Under the candlelight, the captain's face appeared particularly eerie, especially those eyes devoid of any spark, resembling dead fish in the green light. The air suddenly turned silent, and all the crew members stood up. The captain did not issue any orders, their actions seemed instinctual. The chairs scraped against the floor with a piercing sound as dozens of people simultaneously left their seats and walked towards the center of the lounge. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, soon they formed a huge ring. The captain stood in the center, the green candle at his feet, a brass bell clasped in his palm. Jiang Beige and the others exchanged glances before finally following suit, as it was clearly not the time to stand out. Once the ring was formed, the captain slowly raised the brass bell. Dingling, the sound of the bell rang out. All the crew members bowed their heads simultaneously. A deep chant began to resonate, akin to a prayer, yet resembling an incantation. Dozens of voices overlapped, creating a dizzying resonance. The words were utterly incomprehensible, unlike any known language, the syllables long and sticky, as if someone was speaking with a mouthful of seawater. Ching, he frowned. What is this? Jyogu gently shook her head. I can't tell. Yuji lowered her voice. They can't be summoning something, right? No one answered, for the storm had arrived, the winds outside growing stronger, the ship swaying violently, and the overhead lights began to flicker wildly. Yet the flame of the green candle remained unwavering, seemingly unaffected. Jiang Beige suddenly noticed that the captain's mouth was moving too, but his voice was different from the others. It was lower and deeper, as if he was responding to something. Boom! Another thunderclap resounded. The ship tilted sharply, tables and chairs sliding about, yet the crew remained kneeling in place without any reaction, as if they had endured this countless times before. The chanting grew louder and faster, the brass bell in the captain's hand began to shake. Dingling, dingling, dingling. The sound of the bell intertwined with the chant, forming a bizarre rhythm. Jiang Beige suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ears, as if something was approaching. Thud! The sound came from outside the ship, soft, as if something had lightly tapped against the hull. The chanting did not cease. Thud! The second impact. Heavier. This time everyone heard it. Yuji instinctively looked towards the porthole. What is that? No one knew, but the crew still showed no reaction, continuing their chant, as if they did not care about what was happening out. The third impact came even more violently. Boom! The entire ship shook violently. Tables and chairs overturned, half of the overhead lights went out. Yuji almost fell out, and Ching, he steadied herself against the wall. Jiang Beige stared intently out the window. Something was outside the ship. It was enormous, far beyond the size of any ordinary sea beast. The impact felt more like some colossal entity circling the ship. The captain continued to shake the bell, not stopping, but rather speeding up. The crew's chanting also became urgent, as if pleading or calming, as if something outside was ready to burst in at any moment. Jiang Beige suddenly recalled the ship she had seen during the day, the figure on the deck, desperately waving, making gestures of leave and hurry up. Was she warning herself? If so, what was she so afraid of? In that instant, a flash of pale lightning streaked across the surface of the sea, illuminating the entire lounge, causing everyone to instinctively look towards the porthole. Then Jiang Beige's pupils suddenly constricted. Outside the window, pressed against the ship's side, was a face, a gigantic human face that transcended comprehension. Pale and bloated, as if it had been submerged in seawater for countless years, half of the face was pressed against the ship's exterior. A murky pale eye was peering in through the porthole. It did not attack, nor did it roar, merely observing everyone inside the ship quietly. But at that instant when the eye appeared, the chanting of all the crew members suddenly rose by a pitch. It was as if some collective fear had finally reached its peak, and the captain violently shook the brass bell, causing the green candle's flame to surge high. The enormous face pressed against the window slowly revealed a smile. And at that moment the crew's prayers suddenly became more frantic. After the lightning vanished, the lounge once again fell into darkness, but that face did not disappear. It remained pressed against the exterior of the ship, its murky pale eyes gazing in through the porthole. The feeling was hard to describe, but despite the thick glass and the ship's hull separating them, Jiang Beige felt as if that thing could see each and every one of them. It was not seeing their bodies, but something deeper within. The entire lounge was dead silent. In the next thud, the first crew member knelt down, followed quickly by the second and third. Like a line of falling dominoes, all the crew members simultaneously dropped to their knees. Foreheads pressed against the wooden floor, hands clasped atop their heads, they assumed an extremely humble posture, not daring to look up. Yujia froze for a moment. What is this? Before she could finish her sentence, he had already reached out to silence her. Do as you're told if you want to live. Jiang was the first to kneel. Clearly going against the rules at such a time was not a wise choice. Jiang Beige was the last to lower her body, her forehead touching the floor, but due to the angle, her peripheral vision allowed her to catch a glimpse through the side porthole. Thus she became the only one among the four who could still see outside. That face was still there, its enormous eyeball nearly filling the entire porthole. It did not attack, did not roar, and even its expression remained unchanged. It simply gazed quietly at everything inside the ship. The storm grew increasingly fierce, the thunder crashing overhead, causing the whole ship to sway violently with the wooden boards groaning under the strain. Yet that thing remained unmoving like a mountain floating on the sea. Jiang Beige's heart slowly sank. It was waiting for something. This feeling intensified. It was not merely passing by, nor had it stumbled upon this ship by chance. It was waiting for a certain moment, waiting for a certain outcome, and those on the ship clearly understood this. For they knelt with increasing fervor, the low chants rising again. Dozens of voices spoke in unison, their tones low and subdued, sounding less like prayer and more like supplication. He, forehead pressed against the wooden floor, whispered softly, "What exactly is that thing?" No one answered, for no one knew. The captain remained standing in the center of the circle, the green candle's flame flickering gently, the sickly green light illuminating his face, which looked even paler than before, as if some vital force was being drained from him. He rang the bell. Dingling, dingling, dingling. The sound stood out amidst the storm, as if conveying some signal. With each chime, the enormous face outside would blink its eyes slightly. The movement was incredibly slow, as if something asleep was gradually being awakened. Jiang Beige suddenly noticed that the corner of that thing's mouth seemed to move slightly, so subtle that one would hardly notice if they weren't paying close attention. Her body tensed instantly. In the next moment, the captain abruptly stopped ringing the bell, and all chanting ceased simultaneously. The entire space fell into a terrifying silence, with only the howling storm remaining. All the crew members continued kneeling, no one daring to move, no one daring to look up. The captain slowly crouched down, reached for the copper bell, and then turned it upside down over the green candle. Puff! The flame extinguished. The entire lounge plunged into darkness the moment the candle went out. Outside, that enormous human face suddenly widened its eyes, as if sensing something. The air seemed to freeze. Then the captain began to make sounds, an indescribable strange syllable that resembled a low murmur squeezed out from deep within his throat, akin to the echo of some giant beast from the depths of the sea. The sound was muffled, viscous, carrying a chilling rhythm. Goo, gurgle, goo, that hardly resembled any sound a human could make. Even more bizarre with his vocalizations, all the surrounding crew members began to mimic him. One after another. The whole lounge transformed into some bizarre resonance chamber, countless low voices intertwining, as if the abyss of the sea was breathing. Jiang Beige felt a chill run down her back. She suddenly had the illusion that these crew members were not praying at all. They were responding to something, responding to that presence outside the window. And just then the monster outside finally reacted. Bang! A gigantic hand slammed against the side of the ship, causing the whole vessel to shake violently. Tables and chairs were overturned, the walls creaked ominously, and a putrid smell rushed in. Yujia shivered, almost lifting her head. He immediately pressed her shoulder down. Don't look. But Jiang Beige had already seen it, that hand, pale and swollen, its skin resembling that of a rotting corpse. Countless cracks marred the palm, oozing black liquid. That liquid slowly dripped down the hull, resembling thick oil, or perhaps rotting blood. Bang! The second strike, and the ship trembled again. This time black liquid began to seep through the gaps in the wooden boards, the liquid bubbling up from beneath the floor, exuding a strong stench of decay. Jiang Beige finally understood where the black muck under the crew members' nails had come from. It was not dirt, it was this thing. Bang! The third strike, cracks appeared in the windows, and the stench in the air grew nauseating. Yujia tightly covered her mouth. His face turned pale, and Jiang had quietly reached for her short blade. Though she knew it might not be of any use, at least it would provide her some comfort. Then, the monster outside laughed, initially just a slight upturn of its mouth, but then growing wider and more exaggerated. That gigantic face seemed to split open to the roots of its ears, its mouth agape in disbelief, revealing a mouthful of densely packed teeth, each tooth appearing to have been soaked in seawater for an extended period. Yellowed and decayed, covered in cracks, and what was truly hair-raising was the laughter. The sound did not come from outside, it felt as if it was appearing directly in their minds. Sharp yet hollow, imbued with an incomprehensible delight. Like a hunter finally finding its prey, like a child finally receiving a toy. It was happy because something was occurring, and Jiang Beige suddenly realized it was the very thing it had been waiting for. Perhaps it had already arrived. The captain's strange low murmur growing more urgent. The crew members began to speed up their rhythm, turning the entire space into a frenzied ritual while the giant face outside pressed against the porthole, staring intently inside, as if waiting for a person or something to emerge from the ship. At that moment, Jiang Beige suddenly noticed that the monster's gaze had shifted, slowly turning towards her. Through the porthole, through the darkness, that pale murky eye landed precisely on her. Then it extended a swollen pale finger, slowly pointing at her. The curve of its mouth widened further, as if silently uttering a phrase. "Found you. I found you." The enormous face did not make a sound. Yet Jiang Beige was utterly certain that she heard it not with her ears, but directly in her mind. The sensation was akin to having a sentence forcefully stuffed into your brain, cold and slimy, carrying the stench of decay, soaked in seawater for countless years. Her entire body tensed instantly, but she dared not move. All the crew members in the lounge remained prostrated on the ground. The captain continued to emit that strange low humming sound while Qinghe and Yujia bowed their heads and Jiang lowered her eyes. No one noticed anything unusual. Only she saw that pale, swollen giant hand pointing at her through the porthole. The finger was thicker than that of an adult, the skin swollen and pale, covered with cracks, black liquid slowly oozing from the fissures like the pus seeping from a decaying corpse. It simply pointed at her, motionless, as if it had confirmed its prey. Jiang Beige could even feel a strange sense of being observed. That thing was watching her. The storm continued to roar, lightning occasionally streaking across the sea, and with each flash of white light the face became clearer. Yet with every extinguishing of light, it seemed to meld back into the darkness, as if it could crawl in from the window at any moment. Suddenly the captain's low humming ceased, and the bell rang once more. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. The sound was far more urgent than before, causing the prostrated crew members to tremble simultaneously, and then they began to chant in unison, still incomprehensible. But Jiang Beige suddenly noticed that the face outside began to retreat. Slowly, as if driven back by some force, the gigantic finger also withdrew. Yet those murky pale eyes remained fixed on her, until finally that thing completely vanished into the dark. Jiang Beige did not breathe a sigh of relief, for at the instant the monster disappeared, she felt a sharp pain on the back of her hand. She looked down and saw that there was more black mud between the fingers of her right hand. Moreover, it spread along the vein-like patterns toward her wrist, the black marks creeping upward like living creatures. She instinctively wanted to wipe it away, but hadn't even touched it yet. Qinghe suddenly grasped her hand. "Don't move." Jiang Beige looked up. King's face was somewhat pale. "Your hand." Yujia and Jiang also turned to look, and their expressions changed simultaneously. For now they also saw it. The black patterns were no longer just between her fingers. They spread like tiny roots along her skin, reaching up to her wrist. Yujia felt a chill run down her spine. When did this happen? Jiang Beige paused for a second. "Just now." Jiang frowned. "What just happened?" Jiang Beige looked at her. "That thing saw me." The air instantly fell silent. The roar of the storm seemed to fade a little. Qinghe asked softly, "What do you mean?" Jiang Beige recounted everything that had just happened, including the finger and the words, "I found you." Yujia's expression changed after listening. "So it's not looking at us. It's looking at you." Jiang grasped another point. "Why can only you see it?" Qinghe remained silent for a moment, then suddenly said softly, "Do you remember the rules?" Jiang Beige looked at her as Qinghe slowly began to speak. "These rules have always had a problem. They only tell us what we can't do, but they never tell us why." Jujia's gaze flickered slightly. "What do you mean?" Qinghe looked toward the churning darkness outside, her voice very low. "I feel these rules are not protecting the ship, but protecting us." The air instantly fell silent. Yujia's eyes widened. "Protecting us?" Qinghe nodded. "If the rules fail, or if someone breaks the rules, the things outside might come in." After this statement, the four of them fell silent simultaneously, for they suddenly realized one thing. Since boarding this ship, they had always thought they were searching for rules. But perhaps the rules themselves were the seal, and every time they broke a rule, it was like dismantling a part of the seal. Jiang Beige did not respond, for she actually already had a suspicion in her heart. That ship, the one shrouded in mist, the silhouette desperately waving at her, and the few rules from earlier today. She might have triggered some condition. While the group pondered, the captain suddenly stood up, and all the crew members stopped chanting simultaneously. The storm seemed to weaken a bit. The captain slowly raised his head and looked at everyone. His eyes appeared particularly murky under the dim light. "Tonight is over," he said. The crew members began to rise, their movements mechanical and orderly like machines that had just completed their program. Some left the lounge while others returned to their cabins. The whole process was eerily quiet. Jiang Beige and the others also followed suit, and as they walked back to their rooms, the lights in the corridor flickered, and the sound of water flowing under the wooden boards continued. But this time, Jiang Beige heard something else. Someone was speaking, the voice very distant, as if it came from the bottom of the ship. She stopped. Did you hear that? The other three stopped simultaneously. What? Someone is talking. The three listened carefully for a few seconds, and then shook their heads together, hearing nothing. Jiang Beige frowned. The voice remained intermittent, like countless people whispering in low tones at the same time. She looked in the direction of the sound, and at the end of the corridor, there was nothing. But just as the light flickered, she saw a door she had never seen before. The wooden door was decayed and blackened, with a copper plate hanging on it, the plate eroded by seawater to the point where the characters were almost unreadable. Yet in the light she still managed to discern that it bore a number.